Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâilii, că-ai lăsat oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, duru-duru-duru-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, duru-duru-duru-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi? Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi? Mi văzut, nu le-am văzut, duru-duru-duru-du. Din păscuțel le-am păscut, duru-duru-duru-du. Prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din Cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai capte din Căpriuțu-du. pace, dă-ți oile încoace. Negruze voi, că e alba de noi. Și umbra de voi. Stăpânesc, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să minte o mare baciuia și cu cel vrâncean.
Greetings, esports fans, and we're back in beautiful Bucharest for another day of PGL Wallachia Season 3. I'm going to be your host today, Richard Lewis. I'm Richard Lewis every day, but joining me today as well, we have got former TI winner, of course, Fear, and the man whose wordplay has earned him the nickname, The Pun, Isha. Lacoste. You like that?
Yeah, that was a good one, Richard. Good to be here. As you said before we went live, the Dream Team did assemble.
We're back.
I know.
We're so back.
We are so back. And look, why don't we talk about yesterday's kind of results? We had I'll say it, a fairly predictable day. As you would expect, the way that it works with the kind of seedings in the system, you can see lots of 2-0s there, only 1-2-1. Most of the favorites taking that one. Obviously, the Aurora Wildcard was the anomaly. NA got their one dig in for the tournament.
They did. It was a great win as well.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah, the Jungle Venomants are always happy to see that one.
Yeah, absolutely. We love a good cheese strat. So you can see there, I mean, it was fairly predictable, wasn't it, Dom?
It definitely was. I think the one that stands out, maybe most of the people, is that Heroic did lose to Tidebound, but Tidebound as a team, this is pretty much the old Wings Gaming.
Yeah,
you have
right.
3 members. One is the coach, of course, but I think China right now, they are definitely on the rise. I think this is going to be the year where they're going to be having good results if they stick with the 2 teams that we have right now, because these 2 teams, they look pretty stacked.
Yeah, and I think we need that for the scene as well. I always like it when you've got Chinese teams doing well and kind of inventing new meta strats and what have you.
For sure. It's really nice to have the diversity of playstyles as well. Like, Chinese playstyle has always been integral to the game, and it's good to see the teams doing well so far. Hopefully they can keep it up. I'm extremely... I didn't mean to be a pun there, but excited for Xtreme Gaming, because that is a roster that looks really nice.
We're starting early. Ayo, right? No, let's also look at the meta and kind of how that's evolving before our eyes. You can see these are the most contested heroes. Just for context, obviously we've had a letter patch. We had Dream League, and we thought we kind of had everything established. The letter patch had some particularly big nerfs in there, and so as a result, these are the heroes that are emerging in terms of the most contested. Any surprises there for you? Maybe the emergence of Dazzle?
Not really. I thought that we are going to be seeing this hero. It took teams a bit of a time to adjust to pick it up on Dazzle to see how the strong hero actually is. That can be flexed to pretty much every role. 100% contest rate for Night Stalker. This hero and Magnus, of course. This hero has been looking so good even after the nerfs with the Night Terrain facet. You're basically having you have a free ability. Your level 2 spike, power spike, is probably the best in the game right now, where you can have your silence, you have your damage, you have the move speed and the attack speed. Throw in a casual blood grenade, you have pretty much everything coming on from this hero.
Yeah. What about the Nature's Prophet? I mean, it was contested, but not very successful.
Yeah, I mean, I think this hero as a whole, it probably will do better than the stats show. Like, not having a single win is a little wild, but I really do think why this hero is so good is eventually at level 20, you'd have the leash talent, and that would be your scaling. You no longer have that anymore, so that is very, very bad for the hero, but I'm a bit surprised it's not snowballing games a little bit earlier, but I do have to say, it'll still get some wins. It's not a terrible hero by any means, but it just hasn't found its place in the meta yet.
Yeah, anything else that's kind of stood out to you and surprised you?
Muerta, we didn't see it on the graphic,
right,
but Muerta, like one of the stronger position 4s, she's sitting at 0 and 5 right now, which is not that great. I think you also need to have a hero specialist. A lot of the times we talk about, like, I know Fear, during Dream League, you were very vocal about what was the position 4 from it was Panto 1J. Yeah,
1J. It's Muerta, yes.
Yeah, like, you have to be a hero specialist to play this hero, and I think a lot of the people are kind of falling into a trap where it's a skill shot hero. Like, you miss your combo, you're not going to be looking good. You're going to be standing for 20 seconds, be like, I need my cooldowns back. So it's a bit of a difficult one, but I got to agree with Fear that some of the teams that did lose, they are kind of looking bad, but they're picking these heroes, so the win rate's definitely going to go up.
Do you have times there's some random stats? Yeah. Okay, cool. So basically, I just wanted to show. So after day 1, the match duration has been about 36 minutes.
Okay.
Which is pretty normal. But I wanted to go over Radiant and Dire win rates a little bit, and first pick, second pick. So what I found was interesting is first pick win rate is only 40%.
Right.
60% for second pick.
Oh, that's interesting.
So second pick is getting a lot more wins, and then for the Radiant win rate, 53 and 46 for Dire. So it seems like second pick is doing a lot better. Normally I'm seeing first pick. At Dream League, that was first pick winning most of the games. But interesting to see. New patch, second pick coming in.
Yeah, I like it. Random stats indeed. Just throw it at me. You've done your homework today, Clint. I'm amazed.
They won.
Today.
It can look sometimes very like grim for either first pick, second pick, or the side that you choose.
Yeah.
It can be like really inflated. I remember during Fisher Playground, they won. It was literally 90-10. It was just like, okay, something's wrong, and then it did even out as the tournament progressed.
As it often does. Let's take a look at today's schedule. Remember, it's a PGL event, so we do have 2 streams. Games running concurrently. This is what we've got on Stream B. You're going to have Heroic versus Yellow Submarine, Team NGX versus Na'Vi, AVULUS versus Mosquito Clan, and then OG Esports versus Wildcard. Guys, I just want to quickly ask you about that last game there. Any thoughts on that one? Because
I don't know, toilet ball. OG, they got raffle stumped yesterday. It was pretty
really brutal.
To be fair, though, they played versus
Spirit.
the best team of this patch so far, right? So
it's crazy to me. I was like on Reddit, which is always a mistake to do that to yourself. But I was on Reddit, like looking at the comments, like I didn't realize like people were so like down on OG these days. It was like
they have massive fan base. Like
give
whenever
them a break,
they
guys.
or NGX, whenever they're playing, there's always going to be some comments. They always attract the attention, that's for sure. But pretty rough one for them. They had the first kill that they got in the first game was at 16 minutes.
I mean, when you're an org that has been successful in the past, you're going to build that fan base. And then once you start disappointing, well,
out come the haters.
Yeah.
I know all about that. This is what we've got on the A stream. We're going to work our way backwards on this one. So we're going to end with the game that we are going to be talking about on the desk. You can see to close out the day, it will be Team Spirit versus Gaimin Gladiators. That will be a banger. Tundra Esports versus Team Tidebound. Team Liquid versus Aurora, one of our dark horse picks for the tournament, but a little bit up and down yesterday. And then starting us out, we've got Team Falcons versus Xtreme Gaming. Right then, gentlemen, let's get into it. Let's start setting the table for this delectable dish right out of the gate. We'll start by talking about Xtreme. I mean, when we were looking at the teams, we said, like, if you want dark horse picks, I mean, it's got to be these guys. I mean, is it even fair to call them a dark horse, really, with the caliber they have on the roster?
Oh, definitely not. I mean, this team played so many times together on different iterations of the team, and most of the time they did look good. But I'm really glad that Jinhyu is back. This guy always a treat to watch. He's always innovating, and we can take a look at graphic for Jinhyu, Extreme Prejudice, and we can check the time where he joined the team. So basically, he's hopped like last 5 teams, Xtreme Gaming, different iterations of the team. 4 out of 5. He did play for Azure for, I believe, a full month. Congrats on that one. And then he did go back to Xtreme Gaming. Then he goes inactive for a day, comes back the next day. This guy, I think, has been the most innovative position 4 player in the last couple of years. And whether we're talking about his Monkey King 4, anything that he thinks that he can play, he's a very greedy position 4 and always a 3 to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree. Whenever I watch Xtreme Gaming play, Jinhyu always has to be there to talk about. It was very sad to watch Xtreme play without Ame. I'm glad he's back, because I feel like those are the 2 stars of the show. It's Jinhyu and Ame for most of the time. So I'd love to see him play. And last Wallachia, he was like tearing it up with some Marcy and stuff, right? So I wonder what hero of choice will be for this tournament. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, well, we can also talk a little bit about kind of like some of the innovative, things that they're doing on that team. I know you highlighted something for us.
Yeah, I do. So basically, on the topic of Jinhyu and what he likes to do, we're going to talk about Faceless Void. So we had 2 Void games yesterday where they were attempted to play in the offlane. I say attempted, as they didn't get a single kill. They lost the game. But there is one game that Faceless Void played, and it won. And it was Jinhyu playing it on position 4 Faceless Void of all the Voids you'll see. And you'll see why it's kind of good in this position, more so than a core. Like, you have this time dilation ability that you can use. And what I really want to pinpoint is you get the time zone off, and if you stand within your time zone, this time dilation will cool down 4 times faster. So you use 1 time dilation, then he comes back into the fight, they just got time dilation off of them, he reapplies it, which slows all these heroes down. allows the Razor, allows the Tide, allows the Terrorblade to catch up and get a complete team wipe here. This new Faceless Void, it's not about hitting these big time squares or whatever we want to call them, the chronospheres. It's about just controlling them, slowing them down, applying the time dilation over time. And the build is really important too, that I didn't get to show as well. As like the offlane Voids are going these halberds. I mean, Fade went like a Midas, but that was extreme situation. He's going for a Gleipnir, which increases the AoE of all your spells. So the time square is definitely bigger. Like the time dilation AoE is bigger. Everything's bigger in that regard. And then Drums earlier just buffing his teammates within that duration. So it looked really good on position 4. And a lot of these position 4s right now are just not really contributing to winning lanes. It's not like a hoodwink patch. You just kind of exist and you want to be useful later on. And he's doing a really good job on it. And I think they should keep an eye on this Faceless Void.
Yeah, do you agree with the Void as a 4 now?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think this is a new stuff that is coming out. I do prefer it from the offlane. I do like it more because of the Heaven's Halberd. This build makes you super tanky, and then you start scaling. So Faceless Void definitely did change. I don't think we're going to be seeing like any Chronosphere facet, but absolutely a hero that is going to be highly contested throughout the tournament.
Yeah, well, obviously we can talk a little bit about their opponents today. Falcons, quite storied at PGL Wallachia is a nice way of putting it. Obviously, they were big favorites for the previous season. There was a lot of other teams that didn't attend with it being so close to TI. I think they thought it was going to be a layup. Instead, we got the rise of Parker and Heroic. But obviously, as well, there was this weird, you know, kind of drama thing that happened with the whole ATF situation as well. And it was just kind of a strange tournament for Falcons. Whereabouts are they now? Like, if you had to have a temperature check with them as potential contenders for this event?
I would say top 3.
Okay.
They've been, like, in terms of how they did in the last couple of tournaments, you always expect them to do well. I think the biggest thing for Falcons was the map change. So they need a little bit more time to adapt because they've been playing on the same map. We had a lot of different patches. It's just that the map was the same. So everything that they did, they knew all the mechanics, how to play the map. It's just they needed to adapt to certain heroes because most of their heroes were getting nerfed because they were winning all the tournaments. Now it's a bit different. So I think they needed a little bit of extra time to come online. And this team definitely seems ready again.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think this is a team you can never, ever count out. And I feel like they just got Malrine back. So in the previous tournament, they were using a stand-in Sumel. So that should help them. But at the same time, it feels like this team is often using stand-ins or having to deal with some type of adversary where they have to like come back. So how well is that going to happen? Is this meta? There's no Timbersaw meta. Razor's mid. DK got nerfed. Like a lot of their favorite heroes aren't favored in this meta. So a lot of players, Hoodwink isn't in the meta for crit. Like they have to find a new set of heroes.
Yeah, I think actually we might have a graphic that relates to that, but we were talking earlier in the green room, talking about kind of where they're at with their drafting and kind of the heroes that they favor. You know, a lot of strength heroes in there and the heroes that they're banning out. What do you make of this from yesterday?
Basically, they had the same 2 drafts. If you look at the bans as well, they literally banned all the same heroes. You can see that they banned the same heroes in both of these games. They also have a lot of overlapping, but in the second game, they did have 4 strength heroes. So they're banning out the heroes that are very good against tanky heroes. You have the percentage base coming out from Phoenix. You have Dazzle who can sustain because they like to play these drawn out fights. Necrophos as well, damage over time, percentage based damage. Monkey King as well. Most of the heroes that they are playing are melee. And this is how they've been playing with a lot of these strength heroes unkillable, where they want to scale. They want to drag the game out for another, I would say, like good 10-15 minutes if it's necessary. Yesterday when they were playing, there was a situation where they were like, okay, we need to have our buybacks because we just did use 5 of our buybacks. So they're going to slow the game down. Their decision making is always on point. This is what makes this team super scary to play against.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall, Falcons as a team, they are getting better and better every tournament. I think they had their major slump already, and they've kind of had to recover from that. This matchup, though, for me, it's just so interesting because we all know how good Falcons is. We all know how good Xtreme can be, but I feel like this may be the best version of Xtreme yet. So this is, for me, the best game of the day. Like,
yeah, I
for
agreed.
sure.
When I saw this one, I was looking at the sheet, you know, because obviously we didn't find out who would be playing who. You have to complete the first day and then you know, do all of that stuff. I was like, yeah, this is a really intriguing matchup because, you know, I agree with what you guys are saying. I think Falcons are in a weird place, not necessarily through any fault of their own. They have had these external forces kind of colliding, you know, like you say, having to use a stand-in, never ideal, you know, in Dota especially. And then on top of that, yeah, what do you do when your key heroes and your key players just aren't, you know, viable anymore? Like, how do you adapt to that? And they're kind of, you know, finding their feet. Meanwhile, over on Xtreme, yeah, you're right. This is the best version of Xtreme that we've got. You've got players actually in the ascendancy. You got players that have this exuberance and confidence to try and like define the meta right at the start of a letter patch when things are up in the air. So yeah, I really see this as a coin toss game actually.
Yeah, I think this is going to be, as you said, probably the best series of today. I'm also looking at the other Chinese team, how they're going to do in their series, because I think China's going to be on the rise. They are bringing in some new ideas every single time, because they always had their own ideas how to play the game. If we go back, like way back, I think Clinton remembers back in Dota 1 days when they were like using Vanguard on all the range heroes. Yeah, back in your days, back in our days, it was... different style. They were very stubborn how to play the game, and kind of glad that China is back because they're bringing in some new stuff as well. And I also want to point out their position 5, Undyne. I think China has produced a lot of good position 5s in the last like 2-3 years, because we've seen the rise of Tianming, Pichu as well. These guys had looked pretty stable. Undyne, he doesn't have that much experience, but he's been on a Team Bright. This is the first time when I was casting some of his games, and the guy looked pretty good. It wasn't like top tier, but right now in the last couple of weeks, the guy looks pretty good.
Is he an older player? Because I'm looking at his profile picture. No one else can see it, but he has a Dota 1 Pudge. That's his avatar.
There you go. That's
Dota 1. He's an old soul.
Does it take you back?
It does, yeah. I mean, he won my heart just now, so I'm a Undyne fan now.
Fully engaged.
Fully engaged.
Yeah, also as well, I mean, just to kind of quickly touch upon the point, we didn't really do it when we were looking at the meta. Where's the carry position at right now? Because I kind of feel that's going to be very
Great question.
important.
I mean, I think it really depends. Like, Ame's, no matter the meta, he will play his meta, right? Yeah. And that's just like how he functions. I'm hoping, for better or for worse, that's what he does, but I really hope that Zhao 8 being implemented can kind of like put him on a leash in a way. That way he can play more of the meta stuff. A lot of the carry players right now are playing for stacking for the most part.
Right.
Especially the Sven is becoming much more popular. Wouldn't be surprised if Falcon busts that out. But Ame, he likes to play the hardest of the hard carries, the Terrorblades, the Juggernauts. He'll like to play every once in a while. He wants to play the Slark. He even first picked a Slark against a Magnus, of course, but he's not afraid to play the hard carries. I just hope we see these Jug and Klinkses like picked far less, because they're just not good right now. But you know he wants to play them. He wants to play them so badly. And for Skeeter too, like, we're going to see a different style from him. It's completely polar opposites here. Yes. Skeeter, he loves to play the Slardar carries, the Tidehunter carries, the Not carries as a carry, right? So two completely different styles here. And I think the carry matchup's really interesting, but I also think the position 4 matchup is also interesting, because Jin Q is the type of player who wants to be scaling. He wants to become a core, whereas Crit is much more selfless. He wants to win the lane for Amar. He wants to roam around the map and gank.
Yeah, it comes down to team farm distribution, because Falcons, whenever you check the numbers, Amar is always going to be there, so there is not enough farm on the map. And also, for the last tournament, I remember checking the numbers, it was Snaking who did get more farm, actually, than Crit. So Crit is kind of position 5. Right now, position 4 and 5 are kind of similar in terms of what you're doing on the map and like how much farm you're getting. But the reason why they can play these strength carries is because you have Amar, and this guy always goes greedy. Like, he's always playing for himself. I think a good example is him playing Bristleback. If he's playing, like, he's always going to choose the red facet because he wants to have that extra bit of damage. He wants to have, not bit of a damage, is actually like 500 extra damage, but
just a bit.
Yeah, he wants to be able to scale, because a lot of the times you see Falcons winning the late game because Amar is carrying it.
Yeah, I think it's worth talking about Amar a little bit as well. I mean, look, he's such a predictable prodigious talent, and you know, back in the day, obviously, come in for a lot of criticisms about having maybe not the deepest hero pool, you know. But I do feel that right now. I mean, I don't think that's a criticism you can like level at him anymore. That's old news.
Absolutely gone.
Yeah. And you know, I mean, like, he's absolutely vital to Falcons' chances. I mean, I love watching this guy play. You know, he's a swag player, right? Like, he just up in your face, all chat.
Yeah, he's been a top 3 offlaner for a really long time. He's been so stable. I think when we talk about the offlaners, 33 also going to be definitely up there. Collapse stocks have been on the rise. The guy has been missing from the scene for a little bit, but yeah, I think Miero also needs to be in that talk, like top 4. But Amar, he's been so stable and always a treat to watch this guy play because, as you said, he expanded his hero pool. Back in the days, he did have like 5 heroes that he was playing. Now he's going to basically play anything.
And with that, the draft is live, so we've got Magnus to start us off, as is tradition. And let's see where this one goes.
Yeah, the Night Stalker ban, I think we're going to see much more of this. It did get a little bit of a slap on the wrist in the B patch, but from the looks of it, how good that hero was previously, it wasn't enough of a nerf. It truly isn't for what this hero gives you. Strong laning. He also gives you the permanent vision of every team fight.
Down. As a Night Stalker enjoyer, I'm kind of glad that this hero is back. The hero has not really been viable in a long time.
Back in the bans.
Even when he had refresh on his abilities during his ulti, he was strong back then, but before that, I don't remember last time where this hero was popular.
Yeah.
Well, don't you want to be in that spot where he's like not permabanned though, but playable? Because like I feel like unfortunately after day 1, people gave it a shot, and we saw in the last tournament that this hero, whenever it got through, it also won every single game. So now it's still winning every game. So now, unfortunately, as much as you might enjoy Night Stalker, we probably won't see it anymore.
It's also just a great flex pick, right? So it's like,
exactly.
You just put it anywhere, you know, whatever.
I mean, the whole point of this hero was supposed to be he's weak in lane, you know, you can exploit him. Yeah. Not the case anymore. But either way, I do like some of these bans coming out here. We saw how strong Dazzle has been. Terrorblade is just a specialty hero of Ame. He just loves it. Ban that one out. The Darkseer one in the first phase is a little interesting to me, though.
Any ideas as to why that might be?
I have no idea, to be completely honest with you. It's like Falcons banned it, so normally you would want like a Terrorblade or something first pick. And
what a meme. They have Undying playing Undying. They're like, yeah, then this is the way that we're going to draft against Falcons. It's the only way we can beat them. I don't remember any changes to Undying in the previous patch. Remind me.
Do some research. Keep talking.
Yeah. I'm going to keep talking.
Is it just because they're expecting them to have the strength heroes like locked in?
It might really be. It gives you good amount of like of a team fight, strong laner. I want to see how they're gonna approach this Undying, because a lot of the time, like it just might be some Marana coming up. Not right now, but in the second phase, because I know Snaking loves to play it. Crit can also play it. You want to have something that can kill the Tombstone. Snapfire right now really isn't a hero. So no changes at all. Yeah. I think there was a something small in 738, some kind of a buff to Decay or Soul Rip.
So my theory on this one though is, they picked the Forbidden hero. Okay, the Nature's Prophet hasn't won yet, so will this be the first one? We'll have to see. But back to Undying, I think the reason why this hero may get more spotlight is Jakiro and Warlock got nerfed, right?
Yeah.
So like when the best 5s, and they did similar things, like Undying and Warlock, very similar heroes in my eyes. They're these team fighters. They walk across the map very, very slowly.
Big ults.
Yeah, big ults, and that's just what they want to do in the game. So it makes sense. However, typically when you play against Undying, there's a couple. I think the reason why Undying might not be good this patch is because these melee position 4s are kind of good right now, and they just want to lane cut 24/7. That's how you play against Undying. The other option is you pick like summon heroes like Enigma. That just Undying can't kill these. It's impossible. So that's a bad lane matchup for him.
I'm looking at the bans from Xtreme Gaming. Basically, these 5 heroes are all played by Amar. He loves to run all of them. But these are also flex picks because they love to flex pretty much every single one of them. And this has always been the strength of Team Falcons, because when they first came into the scene, they had Dragon Knight, and they were playing it from 3 different roles, Ember Spirit. So This kind of shows that Ember Spirit most likely is going to be played from the mid lane, even though there are certain matchups that he doesn't like to play into. This hero comes back, I would say, relatively easy into the game. Like, there are a few matchups with the Monkey King, Dazzles, and such, and immediately they know what they want to pick up. I mean, this Xtreme Gaming Sniper, just name a more iconic duo.
Yeah, I mean, Xtreme Sniper, what can you do? I mean, this is a really bad lane matchup for the Ember.
Yeah.
But obviously, if you look at it, you're like, well, you are playing NP and you are playing Ember against a sniper. You can just get on him every fight and kill him, which is true. But I think no one showed us who was playing in massive amount of sniper, winning every matchup, winning every game counter. Like this hero, if you get far enough ahead, it doesn't really matter. So I'll never not believe in sniper again. And I do like seeing the Marcy come out as well. Not entirely sure yet who will play it, but I remember I think it was season 1 of Wallachia. Jin Q was like carrying every single game on this hero as a position 4, going into like these armlet dataless builds. Like he wasn't really a position 4.
Yeah, and you have multiple saves for Sniper, especially if it's going to be a support Marcy with the pick me up facet. You have Undyne as well.
Throw the sniper in there.
Yeah, throw him in there, pick him up, and put him in the middle of a fight. Now, I think you have a good amount of short cooldown saves for Sniper, which is sometimes that you need to have it. And right now, besides Ember, like Nature's Prophet, definitely not a hero that counters Sniper by any means because he gets outranged. So I want to see something that can get on top of him.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. I'm very curious to see. Everyone's had their own interpretation of what this Nature's Prophet is going to do in a game. We see it on support, we see it mid, we see it carry. I'm very curious to see why they would pick it versus Undying, because I did mention summon heroes being good versus Undying.
Sure.
So maybe a position 4 Natures can just bully an Undying. I could see that potentially happening. Amar, does he play NP very much? Doesn't strike me as much of an NP player, but could be their offlaner. Snaking for sure is going to play the CM, no flex there. And this next pick is going to show us a lot. If it's a crit hero, then we know we have a core NP on our hands.
They're a bit squishy. I mean, we just showed what they played yesterday. It was quite a lot of strength heroes. They had 4 in one game. Right now, they don't really have that much, but they are also picking up Dawnbreaker, so keeping the flex open between position 1 and position 3. They do have a little bit of global presence. It's also a super strong lane if they decide to run it together. But man, Xtreme Gaming, they're cooking pretty hard with this draft.
Yeah, I mean, they know exactly what they want. They're just locking this stuff in.
I mean, XG is just a 5-head, really, because, like, you guys like to play all strength cores, right?
Yep.
Slap the first pick Undying.
Yep.
Don't want to play any strength heroes for that guy, right? So that is their strategy coming into this.
What do you think of Falcons' split potential?
I'm not sure about this game. Like, there's a... The thing is, how do you deal with this Brood right now? Because
that's why I think it's like a really solid pick here, actually.
Yeah, I think they might just... I think they want to have some explosive damage. I would be fine if they pick up something like a Sven for Falcons, so that you have extra bit of armor. It is a hero that Sniper is always going to be afraid of. Broodmother as well. You have a little bit of a cleave. Because right now, sure, you have Ember, you have Dawnbreaker. These heroes are relatively good against Broodmother. But you also need to have extra bit of a protection. Right now, Dawnbreaker is the only body that can like be there in front. So I want to see something that is slightly more tanky.
I mean, what about the Skeeter Tide carry? Oh, they ban Tide themselves. Just kidding. I mean, they don't get... I mean, they get a C. Their second pick, right? So Xtreme Gaming, they need to round this out with a likely an Ame hero. Because I don't think Ame will play any of these heroes shown.
Jesus, it's so much heal, so much sustain. Basically, 4 heroes have some kind of a extra bit of a heal, a shield protection for Sniper, like a lifesteal for themselves, extra bit of a damage coming out from Bodyguard, Insatiable Hunger.
So what's the Ame hero here? Is it Brood or a Batten? That's what I'm not entirely sure. None of these heroes really strike me as much of an
They're going to see where Dawnbreaker is going to go.
Weaver carry? I mean, I would like for them.
No, it's a position 4 Weaver. Skeeter's going to be playing. They just love to run Crystal
Brood,
Maiden,
okay.
plus one stun. What Falcons love to do is to have a killer threat in the lane. That's why they've been forcing this Crystal Maiden. Very good at trading with her new facet. Extra bit of a global presence that they do have. So it's going to be Nature's Prophet from the mid lane, which is going to give them that earlier 6. Very interesting. This is not Falcon style, the way I look at it, right? So
this is everything you could have wanted, actually, like from this game, because you've got 2 super interesting drafts as well.
I mean, it's a really good Weaver game. That's why I thought it might be core, but they decided not to. Like, you have no stuns for Weaver this game. So Crit will have a great game, but he's going to be a support. You can carry from the support role on this hero. Skeeter's also playing. I expected this to be a lot different, like Skeeter maybe playing the NP, but maybe this Brood got in their head what can you do with this? But overall, I have to say I like this XG draft a little bit more. It seems like it can do a lot of damage. I feel like the sniper is going to be hard to deal with, and they have triple core here, like Abaddon, Brood, Sniper. They're all going to be threats, but they are low on stuns. That's the big thing.
Yeah, one thing I'm worried about is the explosive damage from Falcons, because if you're playing a drawn-out fight, Xtreme Gaming, they will out-sustain you, because you have Abba, you have heals coming out from Undying, Marcy as well. Broodmother loves to play these longer fights. So if Falcons are not like getting kills during Dawnbreaker ulti, some Nature's Prophet ulti, I think they're kind of losing the fights.
Well, we'll bring in our commentators for this one as well, ask what they think about these interesting drafts. It is, of course, the great OD Pixel and Fogged. What do you make of that one?
I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We're getting an Amar Ember Spirit, which I don't think I've seen too much of. I think it could be a bit of a tough one for XG, because catching the Weaver and Ember, they haven't got the tools for it.
Amar's playing Ember. I just can't get over this. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, these drafts, XG's just picking heroes that like, nobody else is picking. First pick Undying. They just don't care, it seems like, just putting these heroes out there. And now we're seeing Nature's Prophets being first picked all these games, even on the B side, and it's got a 0% win rate.
Yeah. I mean,
this is just, I don't know.
It's everything you could have wanted. I'm super excited for this one. I'm sure you guys are too. I will let you do your work. Take it away, gentlemen. We're into the game.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, yeah, looking forward to see what goes on here. And I mean, indeed, what is there to say? I'm going to get some stats up on Amar.
But right away, the first stat is he has broken. He's done this a couple times, right?
What's he got?
He's not gold tier.
He's not
so
gold
he's not
tier.
even following his rule at the moment.
That's not a good sign.
So we'll see how he ends up doing on that one there.
But I mean,
find the stats. See what you get for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a look it up.
So what do we have to? What else is? I mean, obviously tons of interesting things.
Yes.
XG's draft is odd, I would say, but very skirmish heavy. But they do stick with XM playing sniper still. Patches change, but XM still plays sniper. And a lot of things to buff up and protect this sniper is kind of what it looks like for them. They have this Marcy that's going to be looking to protect. They have Undying to protect. They have Abaddon to protect. So it looks fairly interesting. It's just, are they going to have enough to catch an Ember, a Weaver that's constantly moving around in the fights, opening up the map with a Nature's Prophet? We'll have to see.
So I don't know. So he's never played Ember in an official.
In an official.
This
right?
is the first one, at least I can find a record of from Amar on his Ember Spirit. And as for his pub performances, in the last month, he has played it 5 times, won 2 of the games, so nothing crazy. Most recent result, 2 days ago, he lost the game in 16 minutes.
Okay.
So nothing to sort of write home about.
That is, it's just interesting to see why.
Yeah, something different. Something different from Amar.
It's clear that they just really didn't want to put this in the mid lane versus Sniper, right? But then just having him play it in the off lane is just, yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what it lasts.
I don't know. We'll see.
The last game he played was 2 days ago, so he lost in 16 minutes. He went phase boots into Dragonlance. I don't know if we're going to get the phase boot Dragonlance Ember Spirit build here today from Amar, but he's playing a bug. What's he complaining about? Come on, Crit. You picked the Weaver.
Oh, wait, which bug?
Of course there's going to be a bug.
Maybe this was the spider bug, though. But yeah, we see the build at least.
That's true. There's a lot of bugs in this game. This is a coder's nightmare here. Don't tell the Valve devs. Lots of bugs.
Spiders, zombies, bugs, everything all over the place. He's got his build already queued up, it looks like, at least on
No
Amar.
Dragonlance?
No Dragonlance, at least I think.
That's what he did 2 days ago.
But phase corrosion, pretty standard stuff, so we'll see if he does deviate. So they did want to dodge the matchup, and let's see how this Brood carry ends up doing also, since it's now an agility hero, since that 7.38 change, and they made these webs reduce an insane amount of regen nowadays. It went from, what, 30% at max level to 70%.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Like pretty cool, so I'm wondering to see how much effect that's actually going to have.
And I guess the idea of this lane as well, right? You're going to have the Swarm with the Sleight of Fist, right?
Yep.
It's kind of nice. Now getting the armor down, hitting them with the Sleight.
Absolutely. And they have no stun. So
Yeah.
neither of them should really die down here. Maybe Amar if he plays too far forward or something, but yeah, there's no way Crit should die down here.
I mean, because overall, I feel that's just the thing, right? Even though we're seeing some new of Amar and the Ember, what are we going to see from Xtreme when it comes to having answers for the lockdown? Is it going to be Arme getting a Orchid first,
That's what
rushing
I
the Orchid as the safe lane Brood?
Yeah.
Because
Probably
somebody's
gonna
got
be
to,
one.
right? Sniper's not buying any lockdown.
No.
Abaddon might go some Orchid build, but not
Amar
first.
actually takes quite a beating there. He is actually struggling they're struggling quite a bit just versus the Undying, these two. They're getting zoned pretty hard by Undying.
Undying, I love that.
This is
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
mess
talking
me
about.
up.
I've got to check how many Undying games.
Is he gonna
Undying's
just...
played.
Oh, he dodged that decay.
Still going to take quite a bit of damage, but will indeed live. He's doing some good work here, Undying.
He has got the range creep in deny range, though, so Undying. He made Ame miss a last hit. But lane's looking pretty good. 10-4 right now in the Brood, free farming. Abba getting good CS also, and that mid lane, XM, the master of the sniper.
Absolutely. If he gets the chance to play it, he will. And honestly, it's not looking like a bad sniper game, right? I mean,
There's two things.
What's the big threats?
I mean, the big threats are them getting on top of him with the Ember and the Weaver,
Okay.
and then a Dawn ulti coming on top of him. So they do have ways to play around it, right? They have a lot of defensive capability on the side of XG. So that could come into factor of them just saving him with either shields or big soul rips or maybe the eventual shard tombstone. Who knows? We'll see.
That's true, yeah. So yeah, looking at Undying, indeed, it's his 6th most played hero pubs. He's got 300 games on Undying, 54% win rate. That's a lot of Undying, right?
Quite a bit of Undying.
That's a lot of Undying. In his pro games, though, he's only ever found the opportunity to bring it out 14 times. 50% win rate. So today we will find out if Undying, on his Undying, is going to go positive or negative on the win rate when it comes to above or beyond below 50%.
I'm glad to see just more variety. I mean, that's what we're
first
seeing
pick
from
as
XG,
well, right? Yeah.
XG is just being kind of crazy with the way that they're setting up their drafts. We saw like first pick Slark yesterday too, so it's definitely interesting to see
All top lane.
the adaptation as Skitter.
He's
He's got a
gonna be
Lotus.
fine.
See that barrier coming to play too. Comes out a little bit late, but Skitter's got a salve, so he should be able to go back to CSing just fine. But he is getting slowed down a lot up here too. 10-2. So across the board, XG's playing these lanes very well.
So I guess the question is it's early days, you know, we're still going to see what happens, but is this off-lane Ember Spirit something we're going to see other teams do? Is this like a new meta thing? Or is this just an Amar, I want to play Ember Spirit thing?
I think this was we were flexing it, and they hard counterpicked it mid.
Sure,
And we
take
don't
it
want to
away.
have an Ember just have no game. Because we've seen a couple of the games with these Embers just have no game because they just get shut down in the laning phase super hard. So
Yeah, that's true. We got that yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, that was against the Dazzle
Dazzle,
mid, which of
right.
course was banned out very early on, I believe, by Falcons themselves this draft. Did not want to play against that. Understandable from what we've seen.
I think we're going to see a lot of like these flexes be moved
To
into
the off,
bizarre
sure.
roles because we're now seeing like the Night Stalker get flexed, constantly the Earthstriker getting flexed. So I think this could maybe not be a trend in particular with like an Ember, but we're going to see more heroes just get moved around their position.
I mean, because nowadays, how bad is it to have to feel that you are forced to take something like an Ember or a hero that never really plays in the offlane position to the offlane position?
Anything can work, right?
Yeah.
It feels like really anything can work nowadays. The bugs does not connect onto Undying. Ame will have that bug on him, and we see. I think the new build that I'm seeing at least, or I was trying as well too in multiple pubs, is just the max on the bug. Max bugs on Weaver.
Yep.
You get so much experience. It's so many attacks that you have to go through to deal with it. And then he gets a talent that makes it 6 attacks, so we'll probably see that from Crit. Chains connect.
Good damage here. I mean, they're bringing him back up, so it looks like there's a bit of a bait here from XG, and indeed Xingqiu will turn up and make the jump on towards him.
That was
They'll get
close.
first blood. They do lose Corsame in return. I mean, Amar's going to try and fight on into this, and with the Sleight of Fist, he'll get a second kill here for the side of Falcons. So, Xtreme, they baited that, they wanted that, they get first blood, but they do lose 2 heroes.
Lanes are being moved already. Snake comes down. We have a tri-lane in the bottom lane kind of at the moment when they do respawn. Psych success in a 1v1 versus Skitter. How close to 6 on Nature's Prophet. When you do start to bring these lanes together, these like 3v3s or constant rotations from early on, you have to always watch out for the NP ult early. So Maureen, he's very close to that 6. Lacoste was saying it too. There's a fair bit of burst on the side of Falcons in this early game. And even later on, of course, with the Dawn and the NP ult and the Ember. So it is something that XG does have to watch out about.
So far, pretty close start, really.
Yeah.
Like, nobody's getting completely shut out of their lane.
Nope. How's the XP looking, too? XP is, yeah, pretty much the same, too. So it's, I would say for Falcons, they're probably pretty happy with this, right? Because they did do the lane swap up, right? The change. Oh, Amar.
Gonna get the change and the slight.
The bugs are on 3.
The 3 and the big Nature's Wrath coming crashing through from Maureen. They'll kill off Amar. Falcons see if they can get the clean up here. Double kill for Crit. XM TP'd in, trying to help out. He's just going to end up dying as well. Triple kill for Crit.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's a few times now that Xtreme have chosen to try and take these fights down here. Neither of them really going their way. This one definitely more so going to Falcons. Crit getting a massive cleanup.
And Skitter goes in and actually is able to steal the Shrine of Wisdom away too. So they're going to get the double Shrine on top. I feel like I see this happen a lot when people are playing versus NP. It's like you don't expect the NP ulti, and you do this like 3v3 kind of blast, and boom, it hits all of you. And he has the stack plus the ward, so it's bouncing for max damage.
Yeah, that's smart there, Maureen.
Very smart.
Yeah, as you say, having that set up to maximize the impact of their level 1 ultimate. Gonna try and make the jump onto Skitter. He's going to have Hammer in a second to pull himself away, and he's got TP backup, so yeah, not a chance for XG to follow him down. I mean, this is the thing, right, between sort of the dispose and the rebound, that's it when it comes to trying to get their hands on a hero. Outside of that,
there's no
they can just walk away.
They just have slows, yeah, pretty much exclusively. I'm glad to see that Maureen is doing this tech, though, because I think this was theory-crafted so much when NP got the max bounces, where you can just have vision on all the camps in order to get that damage as XXS.
Not quite level 6. They're going to try and rebound him out of there, but he's gone. Maureen finishes him off with the Nature's Wrath snipe.
A really cool place from Maureen. Small little things make a big difference to be able to get that lane advantage now, which they do have. Just looking even, quickly gets blown open there from 1 or 2 NP ultis.
Because it definitely feels like, from Xtreme Gaming's perspective, their lineup, you know, their strength is going to be trying to build up this sort of impenetrable defense, right? So there's this sort of 5-man that Falcons aren't going to be tempted to fight into. As for now, though, Falcons are more than happy to continue to just chase down kills across the map. That's an ambitious TP. It's not going to work out. Double kill for Crit. 5-1-4, not missed out on being involved in a single bit of action that Falcons have gone looking for so far.
Wait a minute. He has Vessel, though.
I mean, he's 5-1-4. He's crushing.
Wait, he pretty much has it finished already. Wait, oh my god. They have 4 cores. And it's a pretty good Vessel game. As the panel was talking about, too, long sustained fights is what XG wants. Vessel is excellent to reduce the healing in those long fights, especially versus this lineup, which has triple sustain or quad sustain.
Xtreme, they've got to find some sort of way to stop the bleeding here. As, yeah, their lineup, it has to get to the point where they can group up as 5 and not lose heroes and just dissuade Falcons from fighting into them. But as for now, Falcons getting a pretty hefty early advantage.
It's very threatening with the way that Maureen's just playing jungle. Right, his mid tower died, which is great for XG, but he's just sitting in the jungle, has the ward, has all these camp stacked up.
I mean, yeah, who's going to go find him?
Nobody, really. Their lineup doesn't have good hunting heroes.
No. They got to sit back and farm and hope for the best here, really, XG.
It really is just, I mean, Ame needs to get the Orchid ASAP, pretty much. You see he's queued it up. Because, yeah, they just are not going to have great catch or answers for this Ember Weaver. Vision comes out. Ame will be able to get himself away for a second here, but they know where he is.
See how much they want to keep searching here, Falcons.
Looks like he knows where they are,
Yeah, it's
too.
a little deep now. Settle for the tower.
Maureen continues to just stack it up. We'll see if they put another ward down for that Vision for the max Wrath. Sometimes you can use your courier to fly over to the neutral camps in order to do that max bounces as well, so we'll probably see that tech. As tower will go down. I mean, the global threat is definitely a big problem. On top of like the lack of catch, for XG, the double global threat is an issue for them. The mobility on Falcons is very high this game in comparison. Just a lot of immobile heroes on the side of XG. But to be honest, like all 3 cores don't. Brood moves a little, but they don't really move that well. Amar?
Oh. He's throwing out the remnants. But,
It's gone.
okay, yeah, that was an easy one there for XG. Didn't have a defensive remnant in preparation.
Didn't need a stun.
No, they just got him. It happened.
It happened.
You know, I do though. You're like, I don't need to have a remnant out. No one's going to go on me. And then someone goes on you, and you're like, well, in retrospect, would have been nice if I had a remnant out.
In retrospect, too, it's like he is playing pretty close to the tier 2, right?
Well, yeah, but that should be fun if you have a remnant.
If you have a remnant.
But as I said, I've been there many a time. I never have a remnant out.
Setting up for top. TPs are coming in. Falcons is set up here.
Okay.
Vessel.
Going towards Undying first. Get the chains onto the bow for them. That's Undying gone. XXS has got XM providing some pretty good damage here.
Insane damage.
Yeah, Skeeter is going to get potentially sniped here by the Assassinate. That's Skeeter gone. They'll shoot down Snake King. XM standing his ground here. Finally gets cut down, though. Zamar turns up with the sleight of fist. And Falcons will still get the cleanup in their favor.
Not bad for them only having 3 people up there versus, what, 5 from the side of Falcons. They at least get some trades out of it. But Falcons do come out ahead. Amar respawns, gets the cleanup kills.
Oh.
GQ.
Okay. Okay.
Going for the solo
He's
play?
going to try. It's not going to work, but fair play. He gave it his best shot there, Xingqiu.
Another slight chains. Doesn't look like they can get in range. Nice try.
Yeah.
Does probably reveal the fact that there's a ward, since he did it around the tree line, so they probably are going to know that there's a ward in this area somewhere. 12-5. Malrine continues having a phenomenal game on the Nature's Prophet.
It is a good start from Falcons. I just... There's definitely a world where XM Sniper could stop them from being able to end the game and carry this.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Because of the supporting cast he has. Like, he just has so much sustain built into it.
Exactly right. They can keep this Sniper alive. So if XG makes sure that Falcons don't get too much further ahead here in the next kind of 10 minutes or so, I don't think XG is going to be too uncomfortable with the position they're in.
No, absolutely not. They have a triple scaling core, right? Yeah. They have the Sniper, they have a Brood, they have an Abaddon, and they even have a Marcy that can potentially scale, because Xingqiu, when he plays the Marcy, he tends to go more of that, you know, scaling style.
Yeah.
Maybe not anymore, though. So we'll have to see if he does change it up. He does have Solar at least queued up for now, but...
So I think that, you know, Falcons, they're definitely going to be more kill hungry at this point.
Oh, yeah.
They want to look to try and use the fact that they've got this early boost, especially as we've seen on Crit on the Weaver, in that Vessel timing, and look to make the plays.
Falcons pretty much wants to fight every time they have Wrath of Nature or Donald, right? They just want to be go, go, go every single time. Well, XG, they kind of want to sit back and farm a little, because that triple scaling cores.
And of course, for Falcons, there's going to be a little bit of pressure. I mean, it's probably not something they're thinking about, but just the fact that they have a Nature's Prophet, that hero's yet to win a game here. This hero has only lost.
Sometimes stats can lie, though.
I mean, for sure, but, you know, there's definitely going to be a bit of like, hang on, this hero the teams always lose with him.
Top.
Got the Frostbite onto Undying. Back up comes from Xingqiu. He's going to go straight over towards Snake King. Snake King gets shot down. Skeeter comes in with the ult. XXS still perfectly fine off the borrowed time. Crit has to put the time lapse.
Here comes
Crit's
Ame.
got to run. They've got the dust upon him. They clean it up here.
XM's just peeping.
Yeah, absolutely is. Falcons trying to push for the fight. They don't take this one. They lose 3 heroes to the bar. He's in trouble. He's got one more remnant out. He's running out of options.
He's gone down.
He's got nowhere to go. A 4th kill for XG. I mean, this is the thing, right? They don't have the catch, but if you fight into them, they have absolutely got the ways to survive, set up, and sort of just provide the playground for XM to start peeping back at you.
Exactly. I mean, XXS is just tanking it. I feel like he actually has way more HP than it says he does. I feel like he tanked like 4,000 damage on the Abaddon in that fight, of course with his ult, but now they have Orchids, so XXS has gone for one as well, so that they're getting the answers as well versus those mobility cores. They're going to have double Orchid up, and XM is definitely showing that he can stand his ground. He can peep. He literally was just attacking from low ground this entire fight. He was just hitting them. And yeah, insane sustain. Even through the Dawn ult, you just see XXS just tank absolutely everything.
Now Falcons definitely had sort of the pick-off and catch potential in the early game, but now at this point, it's coming to the more so the 5-on-5. They didn't have the full 5 there, just the 4, but so the sort of team fight situations in which XG have got a lot of defensive answers against the sort of the jabs and pokes that Falcons are trying to make against them. Top lane,
Big damage.
That'll be an easy one for Malrine.
Solo kill. Yeah, cool. He bought his shard too, right? On the Nature's Prophet there. You saw it come into play immediately. Insane slow. I mean, Malrine is playing a hell of a game on the Nature's Prophet, that's for sure.
Yeah, he knows that he's got to be that sort of hard carry to make sure that he has this the sort of the lead and the favorable scalability against that of XM Sniper.
And look at the way that XG's postured. You can just tell they're like, come to us. Like, they're just farming it up, split up across the map. Same thing for the side of Falcons. I think this game is going to be quite farm heavy. Just because both teams are probably confident in their scalability. Is that a word? Scaling? I don't know why I said scalability. Both teams confident in their scaling. There we go. English language is difficult. Brigand's Blades, double coming out.
Another one for Maureen.
Undying.
Oh?
Is not going to die.
Okay, Maureen had a bit of mercy there, friend. I guess he was worried that there was going to be backup and response. Didn't want to sort of spend the time getting another few hits in. Snaking's like, dude, I just used my ult for that. Can we not at least get the kill? No, apparently not. No, they backed out of that. They got kind of cold feet at the last moment.
Thinking about going again. They have good vision in this area. They even see Ame with that ward, which has been up for 4 minutes. So they do have full information, but still hesitant to make that full move. They're starting to swing more heroes over. Crit's starting to make his way too.
Yeah, they're going to want to get away with the kill this time. Or at least the tower.
Yeah, they want to be active. XG they're literally just farming.
And XG's not giving them the chance though. Falcons.
Nope, they're splitting it up.
Not really finding anyone.
And the thing is too is Falcons actually has vision of like everybody. They have vision of this top ancient side. They have vision of bottom ancient area also for XS. So they do see everybody. They just aren't getting the opportunities to hunt the heroes with the way that XG is just splitting up. Ame could get caught here. They see him.
He's pretty slippery with these webs.
Crit.
Oh, they get the jump, and they're able to burst him before he can get any spell off.
Crazy damage. Brigand's Blade.
Oh, and that was, yeah, but now there's the full Mjolnir on XM. Maureen.
He's got just so many buffs for this sniper. It's crazy.
Maureen
gets a kill.
Yeah, he's able to TP in and just take him out.
But he respawns instantly, so
he does.
Dying is back. But easy money there for Maureen. The XM is just going to have every buff in the world now. Solar Crest, plus the Sidekick, plus Shield, Soul Rip. But Falcons just, they're matching the way that, they're hunting as well, but they're also just doing what Falcons does. They're farming. So that lead still continuing to kind of grow between 1 to 3K.
Oh, Maureen. He's going to be able to TP out. Has to use the BKB, though. Was worried about getting caught by the rebound on that first TP attempt.
It's a lot of damage that they do through him. No BKB now. We could see XG smoke off of this. And it looks like that is going to be the call.
I think, because they're pretty strong.
With no BKB on the Nature's Prophet especially, yeah.
If XM's not getting jumped, they're going to do a lot of damage in this fight. XM is at the front.
Speaking of XM, though.
He's at the front of the charge. They're going to get the backup over for him, and it's coming in, but there's a Solar Guardian heading the way of XM. Caught by the chains. XXS trying to bail him out. Same to be said for Xingqiu. Gets him out of the side with the rebound. XM tries to turn, stands his ground. They're attempting to heal him up, but the sliding fist comes in. XM will fall. Crit goes straight over towards Xingqiu, but Crit's got to run. As underneath the tombstone, Falcons cannot afford to try to keep this fight going. Crit is lost. Quick slide and fist into the remnant from Amar, gets him away from the rebound. Stun connection, Maureen now ready to TP over, help out, looks towards Army, takes out the Spider. Now over towards Undyne, as Undyne will fall. And XXS, the last one left there in the midst of the fight, will die as well. Maureen turning up at the clutch time, only Xingqiu that's able to sort of run away as the Marcy.
Nice try from Xingqiu trying to bail XM out of a horrendous position, but that was probably the worst case scenario for XG.
He's caught in the front.
He's caught on the front in the river on low ground. And they just completely sandwiched him. We saw the Weaver just get on the top of him, Dawnbreaker ult, and full follow-up. Big team fight there for Falcons. And Maureen comes in with the cleanup. He's having a perfect game on this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, we'll see again. As soon as post that shrapnel, it's like, there's a lot of heroes here.
Xingqiu tried his hardest there, but yeah, just too many ways to get on top of the sniper.
Go for the Roche Falcons.
Maureen with the amp damage, brings it down fairly quick too, so XG not going to be able to go over. Just toss Skeeter out the pit, okay.
I mean, they've caught him just he was stepping in right.
It does so much damage. Dude, that did 800 something damage to Amar. And Amar, we're seeing them build counters now for those Orchids. He's going to go down the Manta route. Skeeter gone BKB, so now they have 3 different ways, at least, well, they're going to have 3 ways to deal with the Orchids in particular on the cores.
Smoking up again here, XG. Maybe seeing if they catch one of Falcons farming the top lane. Doesn't look likely, though. Falcons.
Maybe flanking here. Going through the portal.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they don't have XXS with them. He's going to make his way over from the mid lane.
Falcons will have 5.
And this is into the Aegis of Maureen. TP over from XXS. They want to try and do this Xtreme.
Maureen is deep.
They're going to go straight for him first. On the side, they get the jump over towards Snaking. Snaking's gone. They're deleting the Aegis the first time round.
He got caught.
And indeed, completely away from the rest of the team. The rest of them are going to turn straight back towards Maureen, who goes for the BKB TP. He's not going to make it out. The jump over the rebound on towards Crit. They get the Weaver as well. Skinner comes in with a star break here for the borrowed times there from XXS. XG, they could have a chance of chasing down the Dawn as well. The silence comes in from Arme. Amar comes in with a slight, but he's got nothing else to help bail Skeeter out of here as the triple kills there for XXS. XG. Even though they lose the sniper, XM goes down pretty early. It doesn't matter. They're still able to just overrun Falcons 1 by 1. Even though those Falcons pushing him without Aegis on Maureen, doesn't matter. The fight, it's all XGs.
I think they actually kind of had that 4th core come into play there pretty heavily on Xtreme. Xingqiu gets full damage off. He does the highest damage in the fight as the support Marcy.
We'll check
got
it again.
The sniper, but yeah, Maureen was very deep. They
very aggressive.
He tried to TP out with the BKB. Crit tried to force staff him to get the TP off, but yeah, just a bit too far up and too much of a split fight.
Yeah. And at that time, right, they don't have the Solar Guardian, and that's the only sort of defensive spell, right, the Falcons have that can bail someone out, like, you know, Maureen being in the position he was. They don't really have anything else to help him if he's sort of that aggressively hitting the tower. Obviously felt strong because he had the Aegis, but clearly was not strong enough to deal with XG going for him for a second time and taking down the rest of his team.
A very cool kind of approach there from XG, getting the flank wraparound, and then we get to see the power of the multi-cores, right? It's not just the sniper who's going to be able to deal that damage out. They do have multiple of those that can carry. And I'm waiting to see Xingqiu queue it up. He does, okay. After that fight especially too, now he can start going down a scaling route as well. After the Solar's finished, he can go BKB.
I mean, it is still obviously crazy numbers on Maureen.
It is insane. He is owning still.
Like this, they're coming up to 19k net worth in 24 minutes in.
Yeah, level 18 as well too. So
this is insanely. Is he spamming Nature's Wrath off cooldown or something?
He wasn't. He actually was not for some time.
He's just getting that much money across the map. Top, Arme. BKB is going to try and pick up a kill with it. Now he wants to get out with the TP. With the rest of that BKB time.
BKB used for the Brood. Could see Falcons look for more of a pressure play. They're pretty split up right now though, so perhaps not. Crit. Silenced.
Oh, they got him.
He got him. Nice play from XXS. The Blink Dagger. He's had it for some time, but catches Crit off guard.
Yeah, had a super hot start on the Weaver Crit, but they've been able to catch him out a few times now.
I think he's just getting caught off guard for how much burst damage they actually have. Like the Marcy in particular, I think 2 or 3 times. Xingqiu is just able to bring down Crit. And Crit he's actually, even though he has Hive Mind and he's been getting the bug connecting on lots of heroes, he's actually 2 levels behind Marcy. So.
Yeah, just watching Xingqiu getting involved and getting these kind of the kills and assists later on in the game against these higher value, higher leveled heroes.
Honestly, I feel like Xingqiu could be one of the big X factors this game. Because they're still 5k behind, but they do have 4 scaling cores now that he's starting to get to this point on Marcy too. And he's 4-1-10. And he actually is really not dying much.
I mean, because he'll get the BKB, and then you imagine what, just gets the Bastion next after that,
and then you just stick.
It just goes on a target, goes on one of these cores.
You can just stick on Nature's Prophet.
It doesn't matter how much money he's got if he's getting bashed and interrupted.
Could be pretty interesting. So Falcons, we'll continue to play the objective games. We'll get this Tormentor. Snaking. We'll survive.
What's up? Van Dyne, they'll get the Tombstone out, but they'll kill him off. And they should be able to potentially chase for more. He's got the BKB if he feels threatened. And he won't. Meanwhile, Xingqiu Trying to start something here against
He's
Snake
deep.
King, but Skeeter comes in with the backup.
He is very deep.
Yeah, won't be able to
Cursed
fight his
him.
way out of this one. That's Xinkyu dead as well.
After I was saying how well he was playing, he's in no man's land.
And oh, crit.
Crit?
Oh, they got him.
It's a bloodbath all over the place.
XXS ready to play. He's got, you know, the core item builds online now with the Blink Orchid Manta. It's you know, no longer sort of the slipperiness of the Weaver. There's going to be enough to keep crit safe. That early game a long way away, as XG now do have the tools online to deal with these high mobility heroes.
This is such an interesting game because it really just feels like both teams are like, yep, we're going to scale. We're going to super
It does
scale in
feel
this game.
like, but whose scaling do you prefer? I just feel that because it's XG and it's XM Sniper, like this, it feels like this is more XG style. I feel like they're more in their element. You don't think so?
It's very XG style. They like to play very... well,
Like
in the
XG
past,
do
they've been
win
a
these
little
kind of
different,
games.
but- yeah, but I mean, Falcons also, right? They know how to maximize, and I don't know. This one's definitely great.
It's going to be a fun sort of clash from these two. It's 7K lead at the moment for Falcons, but that is pretty much entirely on Maureen. So if Maureen is dealt with or is not involved in any sort of fight, XG still absolutely could give Falcons a real run for their money in the team fights.
Yeah, and it's always going to have to come down to the case of pushing high ground at some points too, so going to have to break that XG base. They do have good ways to do it with NP getting these high levels, right? Level 20 onto him. We know how busted that treant can be as the smoke is coming out, XG.
I mean, they're not afraid to fight. As long as XM's not
He
caught at the
can't
front.
get caught first.
He can't be the one that's having the smoke taken off first.
And he shouldn't be. They
No.
have literally four bruisers that are supposed to go in first for him, so.
Like, if anyone else gets him in front first, the fight, this smoke move, should be a pretty easy one, I would say, for XG. They get vision on someone, they will kill them very quickly.
Falcons is reading this. There's creeps hitting
Yeah.
mid-tower, so.
Crit's going to try and check things out.
Maureen is under this ward right now. They're considering it, but it's too deep.
He's going to get the bugs out, but just onto Xinkyu. Put the Unleash just to kill that bug. Doesn't want Crit getting any of that bonus XP. Get that bug killed as quickly as he can.
Maureen is considering TPing over.
Let's see what he's got.
On Q.
Well, Xinkyu's got backup. Fair damage from Maureen, but not enough. They want to fight this. Amar comes in with a slight change, but he's caught by the silence. He's got back with the Solar Guardian. He'll put the man-style jump out with him, and XM's in trouble. He'll try and jump away. They're trying to keep him alive. He's able to take the bug off him. Skeeter's going to continue to try and chase him, and Xinkyu will get him out with the rebound. Falcons, though, they're looking towards Arme. Arme's healing up. He's holding his ground. The Tombstone survives for now. Maureen finally able to take it down. At the side of the fight, you've got Amar battling here with XXS. XXS borrowed time, of course, already used. No way else to save himself. He will be the one to fall, but the rest of XG will manage to escape.
XG on full defensive posture once that Dawn ult comes out. All the BKBs get popped. They are honestly pretty lucky to get away with XM. Some great force stabs, some great little plays to get him out of it, but a ton of damage from Falcons. 14,000 damage. You can see the explosiveness of the lineup when they have the swarm, they have the Ember slight chaining across everything. And definitely the lack of lockdown of it for XG to hold these heroes down. Could be some issues in those fights too, as we're seeing. Sure, you've got Orchids, but now they've got multiple ways to get rid of it. And Ame.
Oh, Ame. Uh-oh.
Falcons picking up the pace heavily here.
Let's see how much they can do with this. That big timing for Xinkyu is nearly there. The BKB on the Marcy. Now Roshan up very soon as well. Falcons in prime position to be able to set up and control that once more.
They're just getting so much more out of the map now. After just 2 quick fights, it just continues to be. The most of the difference is Maureen. He's 8,000
Marcy's
ahead.
just so far.
That 11K
Like,
lead
there's
is
the thing, right?
majority Maureen.
This hero has not won a game yet. Surely, in a game where it's this far ahead and this farm, if it doesn't win this, there's something wrong.
Yep. With this type of start, with this type of play, yeah, he's literally had it pretty much flawless this game. Just that bottom, positioning that was a bit off, but Roche is gonna come back up.
Do they want to go for this?
It's dying a bit too fast with the bugs.
Yeah, I think they just have to let this happen. You say, XG's going to be in their element when it comes to holding the high ground around the snipe. Undying, he's outside of the base. They'll kill him off very easily there, Amar and Snake King.
Amar is starting to style.
He's having a great game.
He's having a good time on the Ember now.
This is probably his best Ember game in a long time. As I said, we've just never seen it in pro games, and he was struggling in the pubs. But here, today in the officials, bringing it in on his debut, it's looking fantastic.
And I like his build. You know, he went the farming Maelstrom, and then he went back
Yes.
for the Manta for the Dispel, and then he went Shivas and the Corrosion for the reduction of his healing and whatnot from the Abaddon, from the Marcy, from the Broodmother. So they have a lot of counters now.
No,
He's even
for sure.
queuing up a Scotty next, so like quadrupling down for that heal reduction for the team fights. And Falcons really starting to get that stride going, starting to get more and more control of the map. XG starting to get a bit stuck to come out.
Yeah, because we've seen, I think Embers typically when they go to the offlane, they feel like they have to like get the Mage Slayer first, and they can't afford to go that Maelstrom route. But because he was having a good start, he has, and as you say, it's absolutely paying off for him.
And I think he realized
Great
it's it's going to be a farmy game when
And
you're playing like this, right? So he's got to get the space to be able to use it and then itemize to deal with the heroes that he's playing.
Yeah, no, absolutely, it feels good. Yeah.
Yeah, Shivas is so good versus this sustain lineup, and yeah, they're getting. I mean, they're farming everything. It feels they're really farming like 85% of the map.
I mean, yeah, this net worth lead is only growing right now.
Yeah.
With how much map control they have.
XG just needs to try to mount team fights around that 5 cluster.
Nah, mate.
They can have the 5.
They want to go in on this. This is risky. They're trying to push them away from the tower, but it's into this age just about Maureen, so they're not going to want to try and force this too much.
Maureen's about to have the Daedalus on. He actually has it finished. Damage just continues to skyrocket. And he's soon 25 on. He's getting pretty close to it, so that damage, if he wants to, with the Trine.
Surely. This is going to be Maureen breaking the Nature's Prophet curse that we've had so far.
Does feel like it. Actually just playing it huddled as a unit on the left side. Scared to move away from their Sniper and Brood.
And you think this was necessary as well from Army, because he did have the butterfly queued up for a while, but just getting the Basher instead.
Yeah, he needs something to be able to stand his ground and fight.
Oh.
He has to use the BKB
He's got to
very
run.
early.
He's thinking about getting back in. Nope, he's thinking about not getting back in again. Well, they're trying to get out of here, but Amar, he's in with the chase, gets the chains on towards Arme. Undyne will go down. Arme will get back to the safety of the high ground, but again, not able to take these fights right now, XG. It's going to be the base defense. That's where their next big hope lies.
Ame's damage, actually, he had like 300 damage there, and he hit the Dawnbreaker for like 0, because the armor that they have. Like, they all have like 30-something armor or more on the side of Falcons, so I'm actually not sure what Ame wants to go. Like, Basher always feels good when you're playing versus Nature's Prophet, even versus Dawn and Ember, but yeah, I'm just not sure what he's doing.
They're
so tanky.
Relying on XM to bring the damage.
Yeah,
but
pretty
he's
much.
also, because obviously at the moment he's got the lifesteal, he's got the Satanic queued up. Feels that he needs that, but of course that's just not really going to give him a significant step up in damage output. So the damage issue is going to remain for XG when they're trying to hold these defenses, unless XM does want to go for something a bit more explosive.
I feel like you might have to, honestly. Like, I'm just seeing a 41 armor Ember. I'm seeing a 40 armor, or 34 or 5 armor on Skeeter. 40 on Nature's Prophet, too, so they're incredibly durable.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
The good old Shiv. I think most people are in consensus, right? Tier 3 neutrals, Gale Guard plus Shiv almost in every game. Crit. Now also we'll have a nullifier, so they're going to have ways to stop the protection that can come out as Undying.
I mean, Amar's ready to fight this with Maureen. Not a chance for Xingqiu or Undyne.
Oh, XM. Oopsie. And Amar's pretty close to having Scotty too, so yeah, all these items continue to just make them that much more powerful versus XG. And yeah, the gold lead is just continued to really, truly skyrocket. From 14k to 22k in just a couple minutes.
Oh, Arme.
Snaking.
I mean, they've got the chains. He's got a BKB. I mean, Amar was even thinking about diving to try and chase him beyond the BKB, but he'll let him live this time.
Defensive BKB used before the fight, 90 seconds.
Chris now got that full nullifier out on the Weaver. All these things coming into place. I mean, Xtreme, they had a bit of a chance earlier, but the lead is getting quite impossible to turn around. 23k lead, and this again is such an incredibly farm Nature's Prophet. One of the more farm ones I've seen at this time in any game.
Uh-oh, and he's got the thing. It's 25 time. The treant
Say good,
is online.
goodbye to pushing out any of these waves or dealing with the pressure now of that coming in at you as well.
Oops. They don't have great heroes to really kill it. The stupid pesky tree. Get the Dagon online.
Someone's got to get it.
Undying by a Dagon.
Undying, yeah, screw the Glimmer Cape. Get that Dagon queued up.
All right, here we go.
Oh.
Mjolnir tree. 4,600 HP. Oh, look at that tower go.
Why does it hit so?
It's so absurd still. A lot of monocles. So we're getting all these attack ranges for these ranged cores. Titanic magnifying monocles. XG looking to get outside. They probably feel like they have to because they've been stuck in the base.
I mean, it's risky.
Minutes. It's risky, but probably they're not farming it.
Maybe you catch a support. Maybe you catch a snaking. And they should.
Yeah, he's got no defensive items. It's actually a very greedy build by snaking, but it's been paying off for him until there.
Marine just to keep the pressure on bottom.
Another tree.
That's going to be the
tower's
tower
down.
gone.
And the Rax is going to need assistance.
Bam!
Range Rax, 1.
Whoa! How many hits?
2.
Is it 4 hits?
It's 4 hits, yeah.
Look at that. How many for this one? 6
A lot
hits?
more.
8 hits.
I think it's about
7?
8 or 9.
Oh, they got him. Takes quite a beating, though, to bring him down.
And in the meantime,
Uh-oh. That's
Ame.
another BKB having to be used by Ame. They do get the jump actually back onto Amar. They're going to try and burst him, but he's able to get out with the sleight of fist of the Remnant. He's away.
He's got
and now
backup.
backup comes in for Falcons. Ame's got to run. Xingqiu gets destroyed by Maureen. XX's trying to stay on Maureen. XM's attempting to bring in the damage. They've been able to shoot down none of them at the
They're on
moment.
XM.
The BKB's popped by XM. They've got to try and bail out their sniper. He's trying to run. They force him away. Turns to Skeeter. XM survives.
Oh.
He will be able to shoot down Skeeter. Amar jumps in, though, finishes off the job. Gets tripped up by the silence, but the Remnant's there. Amar's in, and he's out. Ultra kill for Maureen. Ame to fall.
almost a rampage at the end there.
It was who stole his rampage?
Crit
Somebody
did.
did. Crit.
Yeah,
Come
took
on
it.
now. Come on now.
I mean, it's insane explosive damage, and at this, honestly, Maureen just played this game way too well.
He
was getting hit.
the amount of farm that this guy got this game.
Yeah. Insane.
We've had many a Nature's Prophet game amongst many a patch, but this has got to be up there.
Yep.
And I love insane numbers.
And I love the you know, people, like I was mentioning in the early game, people have theory crafted for a while, just like getting the stack of creeps, using like wards to maximize the Wrath of Nature bounces. He did it perfectly. Yeah, he played this really well. I saw XM actually dealing a fair bit of damage in the fight, but the armor, the sustain, it's actually just way too high from Falcons at this point.
Where we go, the buybacks. XG. XM's going to give up.
But quad buyback.
I mean, this is the thing, though. If you look at it, Falcons, you know, who is going to be the MVP? Is it Maureen because he's having such an insane performance on a Nature's Prophet? Or you got to give credit to Amar, who's turned up on a hero that he hasn't taken to officials before, and he's had an amazing game on the Ember.
I'd probably say Amar.
Yeah, I think so. Amar Ember debut.
Yeah.
Fantastic from him.
Octarine online now for Maureen, more trees.
Yeah, level 25 on Amar. Yeah, Maureen's pretty much done right. He can still get the Ags and a Moonshot, of course,
And a
but his
refresher.
slots are, yeah, he's 7 slotted.
Yeah.
He has 7 major items.
When you get, if you do the refresher also too,
Yeah.
you can have like 4 or 5, you have 4 treants, and the treants each give you what, like 100 something damage?
Oh, you have to in the
15.
vicinity, right?
Yeah, so you can actually get an insane amount of damage if you just keep the trees near you too. But he's just using them to scout, using them to send toward that Rax, and look at the Rax, it's coming.
Here we go.
Here comes the tree, backdoor protection's off, XXS noticed a little late.
Kill it! Half the rack, more than half the rack's gone.
That's so absurd.
Now, 40k lead here for Falcons, 40 minutes in.
They're at the 1K per minute.
Yeah, well, what's the win probability? This isn't a 7% one, is it? This has got to be a 1%.
This has got to be a 1%, and it actually is. I think it maybe actually ticked to 0 for a second.
0%.
1%. Yeah.
1%. We're giving them the 1%.
All right, they have to use 3 heroes to deal with the treant.
Limb from limb.
As Falcons literally now they're farming 99% of the map as well with that 99% win probability. Roche back up for the pick.
Yeah, and yeah, because at the moment, Maureen is over the 1k GPM.
He is, right?
Yeah, he's 1k GPM. Look at that. He's having a great time. 725 CS here, 40 minutes in. And he's 13-1 and 18.
Look at the last hits go up from the Raptor.
Yeah, oh, look at that. Live stats. Look at that. That's fancy.
Oh, that was like 16 spiders, I think. But either way, it still creeps.
Oh, he's taking this. Refresher shard. Skeeter will have that for now.
Yep.
Here he comes. What even is this a cactus? It's a cactus, right?
What is? Oh, the tree?
Yeah, it's a cactus.
Yep. It just... it's so much damage it does, right? But it gives so much info because like 3 heroes have to deal with this tree. So then they're like, okay, now we know where everybody is.
But where's the dagger? Nobody bought the dagger.
They should have bought the dagger.
They really, really should have. If there's a Nature's Prophet getting this far out of control and in levels, somebody's got to buy a dagger.
The Basher. 3 heroes.
Like, unironically, the dagger might have been more useful for Arme than the Basher at this point. Somebody had to get it.
He's 25 now. So he does have his base attack time talent, but he just can't stick on target still, too. And just too tanky. Too tanky on Falcons. 50k lead.
50k. Oh, yeah, Namar's got the Satanic. He ain't dying.
Nope. 52 armor, 4,000 HP Ember. He's keeping it at the 1k. I'm keeping GPM up just to see if he ends it with 1.
Well, what we got from XM?
What? He needs a big damage item, right?
Yeah, he's got to get a rapier.
Yep.
It doesn't really have the slot for it.
Oh, okay. So he went
the
small things that he could get in the base.
Yeah, get that attack speed.
So he got mask and he got a small crit.
Oh, here Falcons come. Well, they're going to try and jump Marine. But Marine's still got the age, just 3.5 minutes.
And the Rax is down to 1 or 2 more attacks. And that will be the Megas. Well, in the meanwhile, Skeeter is just still farming, of course, on the other side of the map, ready to join in.
So if they can get him the once, they can. That's him going. Amar's going to jump in aggressively. Looks to Wishing Q. They're able to get out of the range of the Solar Guardian. Now they're going to try and fight back here. XG, if they've got anything in them. They're looking towards Marine, trying to take out this Nature's Prophet. He's falling low, but he's healing up.
He's healing.
The job they can. Marine gets taken out. Now they're trying to turn for more. They've got the stun on Arme. Arme trying to hit back, but he's caught by the root. Snake King will die as well to XM, but Marine TP's in off the back of the buyback, gets in the face of XM. They're cleaning up here, Falcons,
GG.
as this game is over. GG is called. Falcons will take this game 1.
I want to see the fight. I want to see how much damage XM attacked the entire duration of that team fight. Literally didn't stop attacking once, and yet it's still not enough at the deficit that they're at. Falcons, truly a masterclass for Mallory in particular this week.
Yeah, as in this. Finally, we're getting a Nature's Prophet winning a game. I think it was 8 times or something yesterday in terms of contested, and it didn't win anything.
No.
Today, Marine he turns up and he says, look at this. Look at you scrubs. You don't know what to do on this hero. I know what to do on this hero. And has one of the more insane performances we've seen yet. Coming up to nearly 1,200 XPM, over 1k GPM. Doing his best to try and steal the show away from Amar, turning up on his Ember Spirit for the first time in these pro games, and having a great game as well. You know, don't forget Amar, 13-4 and 21. He did fantastic. They'll be picking him Ember offlane again, I'm sure, after that one, as Falcons will take this first game.
Malrine masterclass, and in the end, just too much for Xtreme to overcome, gentlemen. You know, got themselves in the hole, couldn't dig themselves out.
Yeah, it was very impressive to see Falcons play this style, because typically, when I think of Falcons, right, like, they're going to jam their heroes in their lane. Amar's going to play Timber every game. He doesn't care how you counter it. But they're going complete opposites in this game. Like, we're going to flex everything. Everyone's going to play something new. We're going to have an offlane Ember Spirit. Malrine are going to go mid on NP. Sure, he can play that one. So we have crit on Weaver as well. Like, a bunch of new heroes for different players. And I think that's really cool to see. But they brought the aggression this game, and XG could not deal with it.
And just to tack on to that point, I think it's answered a lot of critics, actually, that performance and the way they drafted, because obviously, you know, people are pointing out that maybe Falcons are a little bit one-dimensional in how they approach the game.
Yeah, they were very predictable as a team. You know, you see a draft, if you remove the team names, and 99% of the time you would be able to guess that is a Falcons draft. But this time around, they did go with something completely different, and I like that they are also adapting. I said before this game that they need a little bit more time to adapt to the new patch because they knew the previous patch so well, and now we're seeing some new adaptation. Amar, we also talked about his hero pool. He keeps expanding his hero pool, and he looks pretty good. I think this guy is one of the fastest learners in Dota. I think it usually takes you about, I would say, 15 to 20 games to get into the groove of the hero that you can play it competitively, and I feel like he needs 5 games and he's ready to go.
Yeah. Well, look, let's look at some of the highlights from the game. I believe there was a moment where we kind of knew which way it was blowing at 6:30.
Yeah, pretty much. This is where Nature's Prophet hits his level 6, and what he has been using, he's been stacking with the Treant in the triangle, providing vision for his ulti to bounce to get those max damage, and you can see that Falcons are playing off that big timing where they're going in. Crit is the one who's getting all the kills, but he's been really popping off on this Nature's Prophet, and also after this fight happened, they also they were able to take both of the XP runes because the aggression that was put on the bottom map allowed them to go into the bottom lane while Skeeter was playing top part of the map, and he did steal that XP rune, which makes it very difficult. And we can see one more time, he's just completely stacking the jungle, wants to optimize that damage that's going to come out from his Wrath of Nature.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that because it used to be if you got the first XP rune, your chances of winning the game, you know, it was pretty extreme. I don't know if that's still the case, but is it, you know, like an optimal strat to kind of go for that if you can get it?
It's still pretty bad.
Yeah,
like
pretty
it gets pretty difficult, especially if your position 4s and 5s are relying on getting the levels. 6s. Yeah, it makes a lot of difference.
Yeah, I think you said, what was it at Dream League? It was like if you got 4 bounties and both of the first XP runes.
Yeah, I think during the Blast Slam it was like
rate.
90% win rate.
I mean, that is a disaster though if you lose 4
Oh
pounds.
yeah, I mean, sure. You'd have
shrines.
You just GG out. I think you know, enough's enough. Anyway, there was some other highlights, some other moments from the game that you wanted to bring to our attention, Clinton.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think in general, like we did talk about how much this new facet for Weaver, I guess it's not a new facet, just a buffed facet. They buffed the bugs as well, how much you can do on this hero in particular. And I think just in general, Crit had such an impactful early game. Sure, later on in the game, it wasn't as impactful, but they all itemized these orchids to kind of deal with them. But early game, you'll see in a lot of these early fights, you do have a Spirit Vessel. And this Spirit Vessel, if you can time it properly, can allow you to win fights like this. Undying, he's supposed to be a very tanky hero, but you drop that Vessel on him right away, you can burn him in these team fights, and all these early team fights are very critical for the success of Falcons to be able to snowball this game, allow Malrine to have that time to be able to just like get big in this game and allow him to farm. So I definitely think Crit carried this early game on his back, and then Malrine and Amar just kind of picked it up from the late game.
Yeah, Fogged has been talking about this Weaver support like non-stop. He thinks it's the future. What do you think?
Yeah, ever since I read the patch changes, because the bugs went to 3, 4, 4, 5, it makes it almost impossible to kill, and now with the XP facet being buffed, being viable, I think it makes a lot of sense. And you can see the itemization and the skill build that he did go for. So instead of maxing out Shikuchi as you previously did, you're putting more points into the bugs, because in the lane, if you get those bugs on 2 heroes, you throw in the blood grenade, then you have a hero who can like lock them in, you're pretty much guaranteed to get a kill.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the 18th minute as well. I know you wanted to bring this to our attention.
Yeah,
so
this Nature's Prophet is like the way he farmed in this game is really insane. We can see the GPM at that point makes a big difference between him and Sniper. He's been involved in 10 kills. Sniper, he's been relatively active, but he's also was getting jumped. I wanted to highlight the 11-minute Mjolnir that he did pick up. This has to be like one of the fastest ones out there. He did pick up the shard, and then later on he did finish off his BKB, so he was really fight ready. He wanted to maximize the damage output with the Mjolnir, with the shard, so he TPs in, gets that extra bit of a damage when he's standing next to the trees, makes it, and also the way he was positioned in most of these fights, you can feel that he really understands where he needs to be. It does help out because he has Amar playing the Ember Spirit, so that a lot of the times you would see him run in. He has a little bit of a backup coming out from Skeeter, and
The memes.
the memes.
Yeah, look at this thing. This house is fair. When you get level 25, like one tiny little tree and 4-shot your barracks.
By the way, this is like literally how Jenkins is playing in his pubs. He just loves he loves the big tree.
So I want to give a little shout out to Maureen on that rat play, but also these late game team fights were pretty insane for the most part. And I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that this is an Ember Spirit. by Amar. This is not a hero that we see him play, like, ever. And look at the impact he's going to have in these fights. All these heroes get low. All of a sudden you think XM, oh, he's going to turn this. He's going to turn this. No, Amar gets in. He kills all the heroes here. And then he just gets out as well on top of it. And this is like something you see from like Grandmaster Ember players. So this is a silver Ember player, his first apparently competitive game on this hero. Absolutely amazing when you can have a player like that step up to the plate and be able to perform.
And it's exactly what we highlighted. You know, we talked about how in the past he'd been criticized, you know, for being one-dimensional. He's gone away. He is just a master of the game now, and he can pick up any hero and make it viable. He's just such a good technical player.
He definitely is, and standout player, it's gonna be Amar. I really love the itemization as well, where he wanted to scale a little bit, so casual Maelstrom, picked up the Manta style immediately after, knowing that he needs to get rid of those silences, because they did have 14-minute Orchid on both off lane and the safe lane at the same time, so he was playing a little bit more cautious until he got that Manta style, and then opted to go for a more scaling build, very annoying. This is why we were seeing quite a lot of Ember Spirit in the previous tournament, and we're definitely going to be seeing him in this one. I know that the flex is there, it's just we really haven't seen it at the Dream League, and now people are toying it a little bit more. We saw yesterday Keeper of the Light plus Ember Spirit combination. We're bringing back the old school stuff, and now we're seeing Ember Spirit being played from the offlane as well.
Yeah, crazy as well. They targeted him with all those bans, and he just doesn't
matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see if Xtreme can bounce back in this one against Falcons. Make sure you join us.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello. Yeah, no worries. Just threw me out there. I'm licking my lips, getting ready for the segment. Not a problem, boys. They just really wanted to see me. Okay, then. So let's talk about this. We just had Xtreme Gaming do what appeared to be a very confident draft. They seemed to know what they were doing. They were locking in their heroes immediately, opening up with that and dying, trying to force Falcons into a different play style. And in the end, it just didn't work out. So where do you go from here?
I think they're going to do full 180. We're not going to be seeing like any overlapping heroes because this is Xtreme Gaming that we're talking about. So they have pretty much like, I think when they are prepping for a certain series that they know exactly what they're going to do if they win, if they lose as well. This Undying that they tried, knowing that Falcons are going to be playing a lot of strength heroes. In the end, they ended up playing only one strength hero, which didn't turn out too great for them, but I also want to point out that the Broodmother, I really didn't feel the impact of the Broodmother in most of these situations because she's an agi hero right now, and you could feel that in a lot of the situations she was trying to lock onto a hero with a BKB, and she was definitely lacking the damage from not being universal.
Yeah, sucks not to be universal now.
Yeah. You know what else is lacking in damage?
What?
Jin Q. He went for the pick-me-up facet, went for Solar Crest. I want to see this guy for, what is the name of the facet that like does the 3 strikes after?
Fleeting Fury?
I want him to go for Fleeting Fury. Yeah. I want him to build damage items. And I want him to carry the game.
I could have just said anything and you would repeat it with a confidence.
Yeah, you should have griefed him there.
I mean, the thing is, within reason, yes, maybe. Within reason.
Back to you, Clinton.
I mean, if you would have said fleeting dog shit, I mean, I'm like, probably not.
Who is he, Jenkins?
Not today, but anyway.
Word of the day.
Let's see if there's any changes, because so far nothing has changed within the opening. And I think in general, this is like a big win for Falcons because they were able to just
statement win.
Yeah, it's a statement win for sure. And this one, and I think it also goes to show the meta a little bit too, because there's been so many metas where Falcons was really good, but they would still not flex at all. And we're seeing flexes all over the place in this meta. Heroes, we're back to the flex meta, which is really fun.
Yeah, we got the exact same bans coming out from Falcons right at the start, and there is a Jakiro, so...
Yeah, we've seen that yesterday, that Falcons did ban out all the same heroes. They did ban out 7 heroes or 8. I can't remember if they had first or second pick, but it did look like they have certain idea coming into the game, coming into the series, knowing what's going to be played by the enemy team, which heroes are going to be the most afraid of, and still sticking to it.
Very Falcons.
Waiting. I have no idea what they're going to pick here. You know, they just see a Jakiro, just the most standard position 5 in Dota right now, Jakiro. So oftentimes you'd pick a Baden to respond to this when a Baden was a better hero. However, it's still good versus Jakiro. You can't really get dual breath in the laning stage, but they don't really care about that. They're going to go for their style. And I think this is building on the flex, right? We know Amar can play it. We saw Skeeter play it in the last game.
I like this a lot. I wanted to mention it, that I want to see them split up the combo, because Snaking so far, 3 games played. He played Crystal Maiden every single game. He feels very comfortable on the hero, and also the combination that they do have, which made the offlane pretty difficult for them in the previous game as well, because you're always going to have something to kill the hero. Even the tanky hero like a Baden at the early stages, you're never going to be lacking damage. And in terms of like the turnaround play with the new facet on Crystal Maiden, definitely feels like she has so much more to offer in the laning stage.
The barriers, they're too strong. But yeah, they do have to come up with something new here. The Mirana's banned as well, also a snaking favorite hero, buff too, with the blind on the Starstorm now. Quite nice to have.
Got nerfed in the previous patch, down to 3 seconds at every level now, but overall still I think this hero has a pretty good spot in the meta, especially, it has been a meme. Me and Fog, we were always joking about it, because Mirana she didn't really feel that good to play, especially from the core role. There's a big meme between us, but her innate ability, before it was 20% on getting the extra heals from the healing lotuses, now it is up to 50, and the lotuses, they spawn more. It's easier to get the bigger lotuses nowadays, so definitely something that should not be underestimated.
So when you do have what we saw in the last game, right? This Dawnbreaker with Ember was the combo. I feel like whenever you play with Dawn, you need some type of hero that jumps in there, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So oftentimes, if it is going to be Amar playing it, it's probably going to be Mallory playing a Spirit, right? But in the last game, I guess Amar was playing the Spirit, and then Skeeter was playing the Dawn. So the flexibility is there, but either way, you still need that type of hero, whether it's going to be the Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit, whatever it might be. And I do want to talk a little bit about this Tinker, because I think this hero is going to be the best position 5 in this patch, and teams are slowly realizing it. But I will not be surprised if we see tons of Tinker right now. The healing bot facet is so good on this hero.
Yeah.
You can stack, you can help people farm stacks. There's so much you can do. Defense Matrix is a great defensive ability, makes you tankier. You can be just about anywhere as well with the Keen Convenience, I think it's called, his TP ability. Very strong hero.
It is. It definitely is. And I gotta agree that we're gonna be seeing much more of Tinker as tournament progresses. It's been some teams started to pick it up during the Dream League, but it hasn't been like super popular by any means. I also want to see if Falcons might go for their Pango. Pango is available. Like, they really love to run this hero, especially from the mid lane. I think Malrine and No One are the pretty much 2 only players that are having success with the hero.
Yeah.
Because the hero has been constantly nerfed in the last couple of patches.
Xtreme Gaming.
Ooh.
Okay.
AA. So that's interesting. So the Ember I'm not surprised about, but they're covering. So here's what's they're thinking, right? We're going to pick Ember to stop you from getting it from Dawn. But if we pick Ember, you're going to Huskar us. Now they have AA, so you can't pick Huskar, which is interesting. Dazzle's banned. So it's very smart, I want to say, but very theoretical at the same time.
It does look good on paper, but as I said multiple times, like, Dota is played on Steam. You just can't. There's a reason why this hero is not popular. It also got nerfed, like slight nerfs. It seems like
agility?
His agility gain. Like, oh no, man! But they're making him worse overall. I just don't feel like he has a good place in meta right now. Even though in theory it should work, because we have a lot of healers, we have a lot of these strength heroes, but it just doesn't feel like it is enough. And I also might be slightly afraid of what they're going to be able to do. So for their offlaner, for XXS, I'm down to get some Mars, get something that's going to keep them in place, so that AA ulti can actually land.
But are we going to see Xtreme do the same thing Falcons did? Pick a new mid, maybe the Nature's Prophet, throw the Ember in the offlane? You could. It worked for them, but you have to have that special type of player that's willing to play the Ember. So we'll have to see. Shaker, this is a hero that can be multiple roles for Falcons, really. Crit loves to play it. It can be mid for Malmarine if he really wants it. Skeeter plays it. I guess Amar could play it too. He played it in the last game, a new hero, so
10 seconds remaining.
really never know with Falcons.
It is a lot of poke damage, a lot of damage from the distance with snipers, some like random Fisher, Tinker as well. Like, they have good ways of protecting people with the healing bots and Dawnbreaker. So I understand why there is AA, but I also want to see some extra bit of a burst damage. I'm a big fan of Ember plus Jakiro. Ever since the changes to Jakiro and Ember in this patch, the heroes, they do look super strong when paired up together, because you have that chains into ulti, into another ice pad, into another ice pad explosion. So it definitely feels good. And also, I think synergy between all of these heroes with Ice Vortex, it definitely feels like there is going to be that extra bit of a damage coming out from it. It's just that I want to see how they're going to round up the draft.
What about Ame Spectre? You're playing versus Sniper Tinker. You got some Tinker, so you got a Blast to kind of like be global with you, as well as an Ember.
With the new facet.
Yeah, the new, you want to, I don't know about that one, but it's getting buffed. It'll get there eventually.
The numbers are going up.
Every patch it gets buffed. Where the Desolate, I mean, Desolate will no longer work on Manta illusions or any illusions.
But
allow your hero to do
extra.
more.
Yeah, 2 times now.
Which is
2 times
great.
the damage, which is nice. So they go with the Centaur, which does allow them to jump the Sniper. Not the most, it's also a good way of disengaging against Dawnbreaker ulti, so you can run away. It's also a setup. They definitely needed a stun from their off lane.
Yeah.
Not the most effective against the Earthshaker if he's like getting the jump with the Fisher, with the follow-up from his shard, or getting the Echo Slam on top of you.
But as you mentioned, they needed it. If you have two supports like Jakiro AA, they want stuns. That way they can fall up really badly. So you need at least 2. I would even argue maybe 3 cores that can potentially do that.
We saw Team Spirit do the same thing yesterday when they were playing Pugna plus Keeper of the Light as their support duo. So they had Mars, they had Ember Spirit from the mid lane, and they also had Sven. So you need your other cores to be able to protect you. If you have this, I would say, a weaker support duo when it comes down to how they're going to live in some of these mid-game fights, and they also need some kind of a setup.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm very curious to see what Falcons read is on this draft. Like, what type of carry do they think they need? I mean, I think the Sven is a decent option as well. If it's not that, I think Spectre, if it's pickable, has some merits as well. I do know Spectre oftentimes like to go the Orchid build, and Orchid was nerfed, so that just unfortunately did hurt that hero quite a lot in that regard. But she is Universal Hero now, so...
I don't know if that's a good or a bad.
I don't know. No one picks it, so I haven't really played it myself, so I'm not entirely sure yet. I mean, it makes it should be good. Like, why Diffusal Manta, like on a Universal hero, sounds appealing, but I guess not. Lifestealer, that one I think is just mainly for the laning stage. I think they want Dawn offlane with that.
Yeah,
most likely, and we don't really know what they're gonna put for their safe lane. I still think Skeeter could easily be a Shaker carry. He was rocking that at TI, and they banned the Spectre.
I wanted to see the hero. I just want to see it being played in professional games to see how strong the hero is. Because with the recent changes, they're definitely interesting. I just don't know if she has a place in meta right now. But really glad that some teams are kind of... They want to experiment with the new heroes, especially Xtreme Gaming. They're not afraid to bring in the new stuff. We saw in Game 1, the draft that they had, it was definitely not a draft that nobody would expect. And they're going to go with some more traditional carry this time around. So Phantom Assassin, another hero that can get the jump, another hero that also builds into Nullifier, which is desperately needed when you're playing against Tinker.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. It's pretty good for all the reasons mentioned. You can just get onto these targets. When you are playing versus Sniper, as we saw in the last game, you really need to get on top of that hero. It looks pretty bad if you get on top of him, but if you just allow him to peep from the back line, that's where that hero definitely succeeds. So overall, draft for Xtreme Gaming, I will say the last game, right? I saw their lineup. It looked good on paper, but I wasn't sure what Ame was going to play. And I don't know if that's a good thing, right? But when I know what Ame is going to play, I feel much more confident because he's playing his hero, right? For sure going to be his hero here. And they're going to round it out with Amar playing his Mars.
Yeah, this Mars will give them the blink jump, another blink jump that's gonna also set things up for Skeeter's ulti. So if you're getting caught inside of the arena for both supports, it's gonna be very difficult to like survive. Stampede also gets completely nullified by Mars. So yeah, I think that they cooked pretty hard. We're going back to strength on their own side. So they have 3 strength heroes. They're pretty tanky.
No undying, you know?
Yep, and they do have Ancient Apparition, so want to see how this hero is going to work out. But
the Jin Q Ancient Apparition.
It's even worse, man. At position 4, like what do you even do as position 4? Just feed as you do as a position 5?
I mean, you have to go the build that was nerfed, where you just get like the Aghanims and the Witchblade, and you're a sniper yourself, right? But you're playing versus sniper. I don't know.
Very tough. Very interesting. Very tough to execute, for sure.
I think they have Phantom Assassins, so whenever I see this hero, you're never going to be lacking damage. The scaling is going to be there, even if you are like 20k gold down with 1 Divine Rapier, you can still win the game. I'm just a little worried for supports on Xtreme Gaming, that they're not going to be able to do much in this game.
Well, they have to do a lot. That's the thing, right? Like, if they don't do much, it's going to be a very lopsided game. However, if they can sit in the back, get the damage off, that is how Xtreme Gaming will win this game.
Yeah, I mean, I do really like Falcons draft here. I think, especially, you know, signature hero for Amar as well. One Mars, it's just does so much in this lineup.
But the only thing that I think that Falcons are lacking a little bit in is their lanes outside of mid aren't as strong as last game. So that is something where you can get away with a bit on the side of Xtreme Gaming here.
Yeah, I have to agree with that one. Maybe there is a little bit of a snowball effect that Xtreme Gaming could go for if they win the lanes and play from there. But yeah, I don't think this is going to be an easy game for them by any means.
Okay, right. Well, we are about to get into the action. So I will hand you over to the commentators. It's going to be Odie, Pixel, and Fogged. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, looking forward to see how this one plays out. And yeah, some continued variation from Xtreme Gaming, right? We saw in Game 1 with the draft here, in Game 2, bringing in the Ancient Apparition.
4 position.
Yeah, something that he's done it 10 times in officials, and it's another one kind of like the Undying, 50% win rate.
Okay.
So obviously with the Undying's Undying, unfortunately for him, the stats have lent into the under 50%. Let's see if Xingqiu can push it above 50% for his performances.
I'm pretty curious to what his approach is going to be. So just little, he does Bone Chill. So it's kind of, I actually didn't look to see how split it is on this facet recently. I know most people like to have the other one to build a farm a little more, but this one is just all aggression. And in the lane that he's playing as well, I guess he's trying to have that damage. And he goes Orb of Venom. So I mean, he's already cooking something. I'm not sure what it is, but we'll see if that actually ends up adding up with that good range that he can just poke and prod with. Because I'm a huge AA fan, and it's not the greatest hero for a long time.
Yes.
But every time I play this hero as 4 position, I feel so worthless, and Lacoste just gets so mad at me. He's like, "You're useless. You're doing nothing." I'm like, "What do you mean? Look at me."
Yeah, look at the moment. It's pretty split on the facet choice.
Right,
but
it's pretty split.
Bone Chill does have a significantly... Oh, wait, no, never mind. No, it's pretty much the exact same. It's very balanced. This is a very balanced hero.
Yep.
Apparently, according to the stats and the numbers.
That's kind of what I thought as well.
Apart from if you play him off lane, then you have a 36% win rate.
Okay,
but position 4, 52% win rate right now.
That's not bad right now.
In the leaderboard pubs.
Okay.
It's not a bad hero.
We'll have to see. I'm curious. Yeah, I'm really curious what build it's going to be and how they're going to protect him in particular. Like what Lacoste was saying in there, the supports, they have to do a lot, and I'm definitely worried for them.
Sure.
If they get caught in arena, they're dead. There's going to be a Dawn ulti follow-up, and they're just gone, right? There's a significant amount of damage, too. So, yeah, it does feel like their work is cut out for them to protect these heroes. And yeah, when I see Centaur versus Mars, I also get that concern, because just you want the Stampede to either disengage or to get on top of Sniper, and the Mars just completely counters it. So
yeah,
and we'll see how these lanes end up going down. It feels like XG ideally really wants to have good lanes this game.
Let's have a look. Yeah, look, Xingqiu, he played it 4 days ago, actually. Went 1-6-5 and lost.
Okay.
So, well, let's see if we can do better here when it counts the most in the official game. And he ended the game with a VIP booster, so it looks like he was just trying to build Atos.
Yeah,
from,
I think that's the I don't know if it's the build this game. We'll see.
Sure, yeah.
Because he doesn't need extra catch, right?
No.
In this game in particular, looking at the heroes he's playing against, there's no one that an Atos is very good. Of course, it's synergized with Cold Feet, but yeah, we'll see. Fissure block bottom, so they're getting better lane positioning for Amar. It's kind of the only thing you can do as an Earthshaker to help in the lane at the start. And yeah, glad we're seeing more and more of this Force Shaker. Because it's getting flexed, but some teams are just showing that it's actually just not a flex too. They can just pick it and have it decided as that for Mar. Taking quite a beating, but he should be fine. Let's see how the mid lane goes in particular, right? We saw Falcons dodge the matchup.
They dodged it, yeah.
They put the Ember in the off lane to not have that horrendous time for Malrine, putting the NP in the mid lane. So let's see how XM does as the Sniper Master. Does he know how to play the Ember Spirit versus it in the lane? So far, so good.
And overall, other than the potential tough time in the lane, right, it's not a bad Ember game, right? You're just looking at Amar and a Crit to sort of have the catch on you. Right? No, the other 3 heroes, you're going to be able to dance around.
Yep. Sometimes it can be a little annoying playing into the March, right? The sustain that can come out, but...
Oh, Amar's the jump. Amar does have the stick charges.
What?
Amar's going to be fine. He might have seen the angle. I mean, ooh, yeah, Ame's lucky that did not latch onto the tree. That looked very close.
Is that just a distance thing? I think that was, right? Because it's lower cast range at the earlier level, so I think it was just shy of connecting to the tree. That was close.
First few waves, XM's been doing them very nicely.
It starts to get harder.
Sure, it's what, like the level 3-4 territory that Malrine starts to really be able to just harass the Ember with the damage.
Nice last hit there with the double impact. He actually gets it. Yeah, Malrine. Orb of Blight.
And top.
Physical damage, and yeah, top.
It feels like it's just not an easy lane, which we're seeing a lot of the times, right, against these Tinker lanes. You know, Tinker's just...
This hero actually looks insane.
It's pretty wild.
It looks
this is a
pretty
very,
insane.
very strong support right now,
Yeah.
and there are some teams that I would say give it a few days, maybe give it just today, and if you're going up against them, you're just not going to let them have the Tinker pick.
No, I actually think this hero might be like borderline broken in some ways in the position that teams are playing it. Like this 5 position that just becomes like a 3 position. It's not like it becomes like a 4. It becomes a 3 position with
Oh
the
yeah, you
farming
get
gets.
that much farm.
Yeah, it's crazy how much sustain it brings out, how much it protects your core. So yeah, definitely going to be hard for them to bully up here.
I love it, because do you think this is one that Snaking has been practicing a lot? Has he got a lot of Tinker games under his belt?
The newer Tinker, not sure. He's definitely played it at least a couple games here and there, but
That's a super solid lane for Skeeter with Snaking's back up.
yeah, he's just
Like, well, what do you
one
do
thing
is
is
this
just-
Centaur AA? You
exactly.
can't really harass them. They're going to be perfectly fine each time.
No, and AA, this is just what AA contributes in the laning. Sure, his damage is going to be like, it's high because just the right clicks in the laning phase, but you don't have any, like, your spells just don't do much.
So, like, overall, what would you consider were the main reasons for going for the AA? Like,
Then
what was
just
the
to
thought
stop
process?
the heals, right?
Just the anti-heal
prevent the AL,
factor,
yeah. 100%.
Oh, mate.
And it is Jin Q. He likes to play different things, right? So. Fisher.
Oh, this looks a bit risky for Undyne. Yeah, they get the spear angle. Chant. So, that will be first blood from Arm. Arme jumps in,
It's a big stick.
and he's going to be able to get Amar. Okay, so Arme at least able to find a trade.
And they needed that kill for Amar. His CS was actually quite low with the way that the lane was going for him, so getting that kill fixes his lane at a necessary time. And yeah, we're starting to see the mid matchup. Right after that level 3, you know, right when he hits 4 on the sniper, you start to see the difficulties for XM.
Right, I'm gonna look actually a fun little fact for Snaking.
What's up?
When was the last time we saw him play Tinker in an official game?
Oh no, is this gonna be like 8 years ago?
2016
I was close.
was his last game
I
on
was
Tinker
close.
in pro level. Back in 2016. What was he playing back then? Who was he with?
Was it
You should know, right?
was it
2016?
Storm? VGJ Storm?
2016.
Was he playing with SVG?
Was it with SVG? I'm gonna look this up now.
Check that out, you got it.
Snaking back
So,
in the day.
other-
Yeah.
Other thing to talk about too is I don't want to keep like ripping on the AA in particular, but another thing that the 4-position AA doesn't really contribute is being able to rotate. They walk into the mid lane, he secured Rune, but you don't have anything you can throw out too well
Oh no.
to gank.
I got a good one. You'll never get. The last time he played it in pro, obviously in a different position. What was he playing? He was indeed playing mid
He's
back
mid,
then in
yeah.
2016. He lost the game. Guess who he lost to?
1 sec, Maureen.
2016. Well, Maureen.
The AA
Get a
came.
TP backup coming in.
It works.
There you go. Easy gank from Jin Q.
All right.
Makes it. Yeah. Moves over to mid. Sniper ganked. Easy lane there to sort of set up XM to have. You know,
It is with the
bit of a
slight
chance.
chance. It is one of those combos.
All
that can't
AA.
catch, but
It was all AA.
AA.
All AA. I'm giving it to Jin Q for that.
All right, who did he lose to? Sorry.
So back the last time we saw Snaky Tinker, he lost to BSJ.
No way.
It was, and then before that, it was 2014. So it took 2 years. He picked it, lost to BSJ, and then never played it in a professional game again until today.
Wait, 2014 might have been with me.
2014 was with Navi US.
That was with me.
you? So the last win he ever got. Well, I don't think you're on this team though. This is IX Mike TC, somebody with a name in other characters, and Pang.
Oh, maybe not. I guess I wasn't playing anymore.
So that was the last. So the last win he had in an official with a Tinker was over 10 years ago, Snaking, and here he is
Crit,
today.
mid lane.
A very different Tinker and a very different position, of course. And Snaking.
Snake is so deep.
He's just casually walking past the tower.
He was invis behind it, and they put a sentry, and now he's just there.
Maybe he was also reminiscing about 2014 like I was. He was sitting there thinking, I remember the last time I played this hero in a pro game. Nearly 10 years ago.
That was an interesting move.
The good old days, losing to BSJ. And here he is now.
TI winner.
Yes, times have changed.
Times have changed.
He's ready to get the win on the Tinker, absolutely. You know, we've seen already with the win rate, I think, what was it, got through 1 or 2 games? It's won all the games that
It's
it's
one
had
of the
here.
games, yeah. All right, but yeah.
Yeah. Very, very. It feels like the kind of the Warlock of this new patch, even though Warlock's still the Warlock of the patch. It's just in terms of like how safe it makes the lane, right?
Absolutely. But he farms more.
Yeah, it's like kind of Warlock on steroids.
Yeah. Undying gets caught. Rotation from Malrine will connect. Amar's lane starting to get better after they've rotated out of it. He still was like 11 last hits until they moved to the mid lane with the PA as well. Now he's up to, what, 20, so he's fixed his lane a decent amount there. He's almost caught up there with the Centaur. But Skeeter's full free farming. An absolutely free start for the Dawn, Malrine as well.
But I think you're happy with this, right? That you managed to secure a decent game for your Ember mid.
For the Ember, yeah. It's not that big of a difference between him and the Sniper at this point.
He might go for this, yeah. The Coldfield's going to kick in, but uh-oh, Solar Guardian's there. XM's got to get out.
XM, can't he?
Oh, he did! Uh-oh. He went for it. Now Sasha's coming over to Xingqiu. Malrine cleans up the double. That's rough. As I said, things were going pretty well with how they were setting up this mid lane for XM, giving him a chance against the Sniper, and bam, just like that, Malrine gets a double kill, and he's now back to being 1k gold ahead of that of XM's Ember. That was rough.
You truly cursed him.
I mean, it was... I think for that moment... Oh, XXS. He's fine. It definitely seemed to be one of those moments in which you see the Sniper and you just kind of forget that there's a Dawnbreaker.
Yep.
And then there's a Dawnbreaker.
The global potential. I mean, we saw it catch them off guard last game so many times just from the wrath of nature. Yeah, there's Dawn ults as well, too. Gonna be a problem. They have a ward behind this tower. Crit actually gets a sneaky one down, so they see Ame backing away. Snaken is with Crit here.
Yeah, he's ready to help out. I mean, Crit's fine. He's chilling, and in fact, he's trying to just bait this in. As they can walk up and now set up onto Undyne. Now, that was an easy bait there from Crit.
Yep.
He was like, okay, you want to go on me? Sure, I got my bros here.
And now he just gets healed by the March, and he does get the mana drought, and he gets a mystical version too, so extra mana regen. The dream for an Earthshaker at this point in the game. 2k lead after these quick moves from Falcons. I still want to see XG play aggressive in this game, though. I don't really want to see them doing kind of what they did last game, where they just sit back and farm. I want to see them go for kills. They're losing heroes.
They can't go at him like this anymore. You know,
they need to bring a third.
He's just going to turn and shoot them in the face.
Playing AA versus Sniper is quite miserable.
Oh, mate. He's coming with a rotation.
Skeeter.
He should have him here. Stampede to stay on top of him. Ame with the switch up to the top lane will manage to take Skeeter down.
Ame's got his work cut out for him, it feels like. They get another kill. XM. Got it. We'll get away. And Ame, he is having a pretty good game so far.
He is,
He's got his treads, he's got his corrosion, he's moving around the map, he's making plays. He's going to have that first component in the second here of the Battle Fury. They're starting to try to give Xingqiu some XP. He wants to get this 6 online ASAP. Then they can do those ganks. Then they can look to set up for Malrine with 2 heroes, and then an AA blast can come through.
I mean, because that's the thing, right? It feels so bad to make moves against the Sniper where you just don't succeed.
No.
You know, you can't afford to mess up when you're going for these early ganks. And Malrine sitting 4-1-0, well on the way to a good timing on the Maelstrom. Yeah, he's
bottom.
Xingqiu time in the mid.
Mid.
Now we able to find Snaking beyond the top. Bottom lane indeed. The setup's there. Mark takes down Xingqiu and ready to throw out some tips.
Xingqiu accepted his fate. He just stood there.
XM?
I'm dead. XM?
And there's a Fisher at the ready. I'm going to have a lot of damage here.
Stick.
He's going to be fine.
Dodge. Nicely done. Amar getting chased now from Ame.
Oh, Undyne. Malrine, can he finally with a blood grenade? But no, he's into the trees. Undyne will survive. Amar.
Oh, the spear.
Again, it's just a bit of a bait. They're very good at the baiting here, Falcons, today.
I was watching this. The way Amar played that was beautiful. Bulwark toggled, so he's just facing the PA the whole time, or damage reduction. His Spark of Courage turns to 50% threshold, so he gets the armor bonus. He just full baited him.
XM wants to kill. But there is backup for Amar, and XM knows he can't commit for this.
Yeah, these Dawn ults really catching them off guard there, back to back.
Yeah, they've got to keep better track of the timing. It's a few times, indeed, where these baits have been happening, where Skeeter's more than ready.
XXS will be able to get this top tower, and his farm is good. So the one thing they do have also is the Centaur versus Sniper, with the Stampede, of course, but the Blade, just the damage that he can actually return back to the side of Falcons is going to be huge with him having this start. And pretty close to a Blink Dagger as well.
Let's see what they can do here with the 2 of them.
Got the blast.
Nice blast coming out. And will indeed pass over Malrine.
XM?
I mean, XM, you'll get away with it.
The spear!
The spear gets him!
I
mean,
don't even know
he
if that was
just runs
intended.
across, and indeed the spear just randomly kills him.
It actually didn't even look like it was intended for him, but it hits him. Xingqiu,
I think on the arena, they'll get another one with another spear. Amar!
he's getting a lot of kills. I'm glad that they're playing aggressive on XG. Crit, they might be able to get him.
He's got Amar ready to come and help him out. They've got Echo. Amar's in trouble.
He's gone again.
Oh dear.
Amar with the triple.
They're making it, XG is making it look easy for Amar. They're just walking into him.
They're truly the biggest difference from the last game, how aggressive that they're playing, but the moves aren't hidden every single time. They did get Malrine. It was close to him being able to kill XM first.
Yeah, but
very close.
XM played it very aggressive, very riskily, and he gets punished for that risk as he just sort of swings across with the remnants and finds himself eating a spear.
I'm still, the one thing though, I'm still, even though like some of these hits aren't connecting, I'm glad that they're playing aggressively, playing postured around the Ember Spirit, trying to get the space for the PA.
Oh, Amar
Yes.
with the setup. Good long distance spear push back into the Starbreaker hit.
Stanky.
And it is very tanky. Oh. Amar should die for this one. He'll get him this time.
Bleed for me.
Definitely still at the point of the game where if they can get a setup into an Ice Blast, it would pretty much do the job.
And now XXS has Blink Dagger, right? So should be easier, in theory, for them to be able to get those connections now. And they're literally just playing around. I like this. The two supports are just following XM, just making sure that they can secure the power runes for him. Another catch onto Malrine, but not quite enough follow-up. This game comes out.
So they still want to look. I mean, it's been hit by the scan, so Falcons...
Low creep camp here. They could take out some of these newts. Tormentor. Could be the choice next if they'd like to set up. We're at Snaking's already making the call for it, so definitely wants to get vision down there. Very hard to fight into the Tormentor area when you're playing against the Tinker. Let's see where that next move is going to connect. Amar, crit, they're paired up together. Echo up in 10. XXS is showing top.
It's going to take quite a bit to take him down.
And the TPs are coming in already. They got the scan connection.
Ame, the first to turn up.
He's got backup.
Yeah, they want to try and go for this, but Amar out with the blink just in time.
That was crazy timing. Still going to try.
It's pretty deep, and Arena's down. So the Guardians won't coming in. I mean, they went pretty aggressive for this one. They're going to get punished hard. Starbreaker hits fly through from Skeeter as he gets the double. XM's got to run.
Oh,
But
way too deep.
assassinates it. And efficient timing as well from Crit perfectly.
They got, again,
They're getting baited.
so baited.
They're getting baited.
Amar playing it perfectly again. Just, I mean, such a quick blink that he's able to reset away, and they really overchased for this one.
I mean, that was deep.
That
Going
was
up
very-
past towards the side of the tier 2.
And now they're going to be able to get
And it's
the
at the
Tormentor for free.
15-minute mark. That's a risky time to make those plays.
Yep.
These
Trying to
risks,
be aggressive, but
yeah, they're not paying off for XG. Falcons having sort of some of this game kind of played into their hands.
Does feel like it at the moment. And Amar, I mean, really masterclassing it though on this Mars so far. These little plays that he's been able to do, and there in that scenario, that's probably the worst case scenario for XG. The two supports get caught in the arena, so just instant death for them. No follow up. Ame. So Jakiro tank these neutrals for me. Thank you very much. 5K lead now. Quickly accelerated after 2 fight wins for the side of Falcons, plus that Tormentor. And even though they don't have Arena up, they are looking for a play. Crit does have the Blink Echo at the ready.
See what they find down here. They get the jump. Straight in for him. It's a high-value kill. He's the most farmed right now on XG's side. XXS, they get him.
And he actually dies pretty quickly, even though he has 2,500 HP. They have a significant amount of damage for him. Falcons truly starting to get that ball rolling, and the threat of this Solar Guardian just seems too much for XG to deal with, and they never can hunt Skeeter. That's what I'm noticing in these, at least a pattern of the 2 games now. The Skeeter's always playing in a place that just he can never get caught, and they always have superior numbers in the team fights. It's really a problem. Brigand's Blades. How many are we gonna get? We got 3 so far.
Because now, XM, they're watching him. They're gonna try, yes, set up into the... Oh, okay. They might be able to have to look towards Skeeter now. They'll use the arena defensively.
Nice
Still, though,
play.
XXS is able to jump in. They'll get Skeeter this time.
Does it? I thought it latched to Fissure.
I mean, it depends if you're lucky. That's how the mechanic works.
But what? Oh, that's weird. My brain just was like, wait, what?
I think genuinely it is just kind of like a little
It's just
random.
random,
It's
I guess,
just
yeah.
if you get the angle right, maybe.
Yeah. All right. Oh,
Maybe not. you know.
Undying. We'll walk into the ward.
Depends how the game's feeling.
Yeah.
On that certain time, certain day. Depends which planets are aligned.
I wish we got
What
some
star sign you are.
I always want to hear the player comms and stuff like that happens. They're just like, what? So it doesn't connect. Skeeter will die. Pretty high value kill, but they do end up losing another one out of it immediately. Echo back up soon.
Yeah, they'll be ready to go again. TP's coming in around the mid. They're ready to group up and play.
It looks like he is. He does have Atos. He's going to go Leipnir on Jin Q, so AoE bonus.
There you go.
That's kind of
easier to hit the ice blast.
That's actually kind of... I kind of like it then. Okay. I guess I don't know what else you build on it, besides like Yules or Glimmers, and Jin Q wants to be more of a playmaker.
Oh, they're
As
gonna try.
Skeeter,
First Skeeter to the top. They're getting with the ice blast. He's going down.
Snake tries to save him with the Glimmer and the barrier, but not enough. That's 2 back-to-back kills onto Skeeter. Good aggressive move from XG.
That's giving a good time for Arme to really get the farm going.
Yeah.
Catch him back up. Nearly level with everyone else in the game, and with this Battle Fury online, if he could continue to get this space, he's going to be doing pretty good for himself top. Trying to make the jump onto Snake King, but it's not an easy hero to kill.
Definitely don't want to make the same mistake going under the tier 2 again versus the Mars. He can just TP you up and trap you all. Mid tower. Looks like it's going to be the call here for Falcons. XG. Looking to continue. I mean, they're still just playing as this cluster around the Ember to get these kill setups. While Ame continues to try to get that farm into a good position. This doesn't feel like the easiest game at all for the PA in particular, with all the disable, all the heal and sustain. Not going to be super easy for him to stick on targets.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant or scanning.
Vision placed by Crit. I think that was spotted. And now they see the whole map. So they see that they're hunting in top and know that XM and Jin Q are up there. Amar immediately making his way.
Oh, and he's in.
He just wants Jin Q.
Yep. Gets for the easy setup. But Jin Q, nowhere to run.
Level 11. Pretty value kill. BKB now finished up for Amar.
Yeah, it should be pretty hard to kill with the BKBs. You know, still yet to be at a point where Arme can really turn up. So
that's probably the next big timing for Falcons when they maybe even go for something like the Roche is triple BKBs. They're getting pretty close to having it.
Yeah,
and that's
that's
really
making
good in
up
this
already.
game versus a lot of XG. Pretty much all their aggression they can do from 4 heroes can be stopped from those BKBs.
And as long as they have either Echo or Arena online, they can get in with that setup that Skeeter's able to follow up with the Solar Guardian. So they're in a good spot to fight.
And they're looking to steal Wisdom again, so they'll be able to get this Shrine. Level 12 for Crit, so level 2 Echo online. And they want the fight.
Oh yeah, they're not scared right now.
No.
Falcons know how strong they are.
They are smoking up. They also are potentially looking for a fighter. BKB's been finished on XXS, so...
They've got to be quick with the burst with this Ice Blast, though. Solar Guardian's back online. So it has to be under the cover of the Ice Blast that they get a kill. And then the question is if they can get out or get anything more out of the fight after using that Ice Blast initially on the first target.
It's got to be clean. It looks like they've got vision of the sniper for a second with the ward on the left side. So they're continuing to hunt up here.
They might find him here. Maureen.
Oh,
I don't think you don't want a Solar Guardian for this. You let him go. You let him go there.
Oh my god, imagine the neutral just stole it. Good kill. That's a big one. They finally find the pesky sniper. It's been some time that they've not been able to find him, so a good one to find before the BKBs come online. And now Ame does have that separation between him and the sniper, so it's a pretty damn good kill. He's on a bit of the sampler build too on Ame. I was looking at Mike, he's going S and Y, and then he's like, actually BKB is needed. Playing versus the Shaker and the Mars, you have to have.
Exactly, yeah. There's so much stun that Crit's going to be able to get out.
I actually really like that he's pivoting back to that, because then it's going to allow him to stick on the targets. That's what I was a little concerned about for him in team fights. So it could be pretty big. 4K lead. This is not that much. It's definitely something that XG can play versus quite easily here with their lineup now.
Excellent. Just 600 to go until there's no BKB. We'll see Falcons start to group up.
They're accelerating it before Malrine has the BKB. A blast will connect onto 3. But doesn't look like they have any intention to go over here.
Yeah, they know that XG's nowhere nearby. Unlikely to be looking to contest this.
If Falcons is set up, like as the squad, it's very difficult to fight into. The March plus the arena, it's always going to be very problematic for them to just run into. They have to ideally get a pick off in the front.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And there it is, so Gleitner online.
But they're online.
Ready for that setup. Shinky's ready to kind of do the combos on his own.
Watching him farm without the other facet, though, is pretty painful.
He's getting there.
He's getting there, though.
Ame.
Well, saw Malrine. Ame sneaking in.
But it's, I don't know, this is a sniper with an Aegis and with a lot of friends around, so not really what you want to be jumping.
He's got so much protection, too. We're seeing the Tinker start to get into that levels of 3-position kind of style. He's already got Glimmer, Solar Crest, Holy Locket, and he actually has a greater healing Lotus. I think I've been seeing Snay gather the most Lotuses in the last few days. I feel like I always see him have a greater healing Lotus. XG trying to find a catch here, trying to catch Falcons off guard when they split up, and they might be able to if Malrine continues farming down here. That'd be a pretty massive kill if they can actually get on top of him.
Oh, they're going to miss him by the looks of it.
Falcons.
Oh, they're going to need the jump on Crit. Everything pretty much thrown down onto the Shaker. Mars able to put the BKB, get the catch onto the two of them. Solar Guardian coming in as well with the backup. We'll get the spear onto Undying. Skinner moves in with the combo. They'll take the Chikira out, and Mar, he'll TP out with the rest of the BKB. Sound to be said for Skeeter. BKBs and TPs out. So just the support for support.
It's 2 BKBs and an arena use just for support, so I just think XG can be pretty happy. Amar actually blinked into the ice path afterwards and got caught there for a second, so the damage came out a little bit slower than they maybe wanted. And that's how XG wants to have these fights. They always want to get a pick off initially. Catching the Shaker or the Mars can be very ideal.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Stampede was used. See if Falcons wants to play a bit more aggressively or just still continue just chilling back and farming.
It's definitely going to be a bit of concern, right? Because they are against this Ame PA, right? And we've seen many a time, it's still very much that hero that the PA at a certain point can just kind of take the game home on their own. Ame's in good position to do that. He's top net worth. He's hitting these timings. I mean, how clean of a PA game does this have the potential to be if Ame kind of gets there?
I'm just curious. The Tinker is an issue, right? The heals and the sustain that he can provide can be very problematic for the PA. So that's the one thing I'm watching out for Ame. He is TPing. They have a ward there too, so they saw the portal.
Yeah, they know he's gone.
So they're looking for the fight now.
Absolutely, yeah. They've got the slam at the ready. No arena or Solar Guardian quite yet.
Oh, early AA blast.
Okay. Get the pass over on the two of them.
That is not what you want to see, though. XG, they're probably like, oh, we gotta back away for a second. Falcons, they've got the sustain. Take no damage. Snake just ports in the front.
And now Falcons do have everything back online. And in position to look towards that Tormentor. They can probably just look to take it. Knowing that XG sort of pushed back under the tier 2 and Ame up on the top. But XG can't really get over and stop them from taking this.
Malrine gets it. It's a pretty good one for him this game. I think, what, did everybody else buy theirs already? It looks like almost everybody except for Skeeter. So yeah, Malrine gets gifted a very valuable concussive grenade versus PA and Ember.
They can look to push the tier 2. Those last minute the Aegis. They're not afraid of fighting here, Falcons. They've got so much jump.
We did see this be the position where they did give up Maureen last time.
That's the Aegis. This time, I mean, Amar's going to get it on the back lines. Gets a beautiful angle. The spear as well onto the both of them. Skeeter comes in with a follow-up solo guardians. They clean up the support. Maureen just gets completely collapsed on, though. Change on the Skeeter under the tower. Put the BKB, drag himself away. XXS is going to try and stay on top.
It's 2 buybacks. XG wants to get more out of this.
See if Amar and Crit can keep Skeeter safe. And watching for the angle to get the spear on towards XXS. Still, though, the chains are in. On towards Skeeter. Snakey's got the protection. XM popping the BKB. Nothing to stop the TP out from Snaking. Crit also able to get away. So 2 buybacks. A BKB used at the end of that. Doesn't really grant XG any bonus.
No. They get Maureen. It looked exactly the same as the Nature's Prophet position that he was in the last game where he died. But anyway, Falcons ends up coming out ahead because of the double buyback and because Amar gets the catch and the double supports again.
Yeah, straight in. Yeah, a few times now he's been getting some good angles, and now with that shard online, he can get the 2 of them at each time. Yeah, expensive fight for XG. Doesn't work out in their favor.
They do at least hold the tower
alive.
Yeah, exactly.
The
they
tower's
keep the
up,
tier 2 alive.
but they had to invest a decent bit of gold for that.
Ame, level 20. Still continuing to be at the top of the net worth. Ooh, so he goes for the attack speed. I mean, this is, I feel like most of the time you do see it, but I could see the value in the cast range this game as well, too, versus the sniper, but all about the damage. So you see there, win probability, it's still very, very even.
It is close. And I think that, Dota Plus does like the PA factor.
It does, it does.
It likes the PA. For good reason.
I still just don't know how easy it really is for him this game. Because just the barriers. The barriers are really going to be problematic for him. And there's a Gale Guard now for the Sniper too, a Gale Guard on the Mars, so they've got multiple different barriers to protect themselves.
And it is going to get to that point where if the Ice Blast isn't there on a hero, like they won't kill that hero.
No.
Right? They have to make sure that Xingqiu's hitting the Ice Blast and then they're going on that target. Without it, at a certain point, bringing down these big cores, it's not going to be easy.
I think this is the closest game that we've had, though. Because we had,
we had
super stomps yesterday.
We did have that 1 hour game, right, with Nigma Galaxy.
Well, we did.
We did. The tournament.
I was like, wait, we did?
Yeah, we didn't cast that one. That was a close game that we had here, out of the games that we had yesterday.
So Snay, I think he passed over the Great Healing Lotus, or Greater Healing Lotus to Maureen now, so he can carry on to that one. Because Snay wasn't in full position to be able to protect him on that bottom engagement.
We're looking at Amar. Immediate BKB. TP out as well. Is away.
Can't catch crit either. Nice try from XXS.
They might see if they can still try and find something here, knowing that they forced at least one of the BKBs out. XG.
Falcons are reading it. Anticipating the movement. She really wants to get a kill once this BKB's on cooldown, but yeah, just not given the opportunity. Amar getting closer and closer toward his Hex, so that additional catch versus Ember and PA. But he does step up.
Oh,
he actually steps forward.
Straight away, caught vulnerable here whilst his BKB was on cooldown. I mean, pretty much the dream catch, right? They were looking for him.
And it's a gem.
And
it's literally the dream kill for them.
Yeah, he's been having a clean series, but yeah, quite the slip up there. Didn't have his BKB ready to press, been on cooldown, and underestimates the fact that XG was still in the neighborhood.
It seemed like they had known too with the way they backed away, but then I guess he got greedy. He wanted to go up and get that farm. Gets punished for it. XG at the ready, get the gem. XXS now at the heart after that kill. This is looking better and better for XG as moments pass. Even though they're playing into this farmed Sniper, this farmed Dawnbreaker, the PA factor.
It is, yeah, the PA. He's hitting all of his item time as the SMY on top of the BKB.
And then he can go Satanic into Nullifier, so then that's the answer.
And then he's pretty much good to go then, yeah. Mate.
Yeah, that kill is it's just so massive that they're able to get the gem out of it as well. Falcons in a more defensive posture now, which just means Ame can continue to grow and grow and grow with no pressure on him. Feels like XG is going to be pretty ready to fight at most moments now. They're going to have the Shivas finished up for the Ember Spirit also for the heal counter. XXS jumps forward.
Oh, they'll drop down the Macropire. Mar's looking for the angle. He'll get the catch onto Undyne. So the Guardians, well, they're throwing a lot to try and kill this Jakiro. They will get him.
He's down for a long time.
Skidder has the BKB and start to run. Got the Stampede as well. They're going to look to try and punish this Xtreme Gaming. Ice Blast flying across.
Chains connect.
They've got any follow-up. The Ice Blast not getting the connection here. The Snake King's going to go for the TP out. Success gets the jump stun onto the backlines on the two of them. This is enough damage to take out Crit. Now with Arme jumping in on towards Maureen. Maureen's going to try and run and bounce himself away with a grenade. Amar's in with the arena, catches Arme, kills the PA off.
Maureen, are they going to bring him down?
The shields are coming in.
The Gale Guard.
He's gone.
Enough.
The fight will continue. Skeeter with the Starbreaker shard, able to swing around, dodge the Who Stomp. Now XXS, he's the one having a BKB and run away from him. He'll go for the BKB TP out. He'll get out of this.
A wild fight. They get Ame in the end of it, but they also get a lot of kills on the side of XG chasing forward, forcing a buyback on Snay as well. That gold lead is gone.
This game's getting pretty crazy.
It really is. This was actually a cool interaction that happened here too. GQ, this Bone Chill really started to add up in this fight. I saw, I think, 16 stacks on the sniper. So even though he had the Gale card to protect himself in terms of damage with the barrier, his HP actually was at... He lost so much max HP that it ends up ticking him down. And they committed a lot for the Jakiro.
They did, right. It was straight in with the Solar Guardian and very deep into the middle of the fight, and they had to sort of spend a lot of time here, you know, Skeeter BKBing and trying to run back to safety, trying to bail each other out one by one. And then just a very good read from Amar towards the end here. You know, he sort of sees the opportunity as Arme tries to commit in to finish off a big kill with just the last few seconds of the BKB. Amar's able to wait it out and immediately punishes as the BKB comes to an end.
And look at these stacks. Wait, how many did he actually have? It doesn't show it now. Yeah, he's at 14, right? So you see, yeah, he gets brought down from that, from Jinq. It didn't show it for a second there on the UI, actually. So. Very cool fight. Greater Healing Lotus almost is enough to save Maureen at the end of it all. And XG, again, smoking. They're ready for any battle. They have hit their timings completely.
Yeah, they're ready to keep going.
Ame's got the fresh Satanic too. He's got the Serrated Shiv. He's ready for the jump.
Yeah, they can kill anyone. If they get XXS in with a Stomp, followed up by an Ice Path from Undyne, that's enough to lock them down.
If they can start the fight, it's incredibly ideal for XG. Falcons now at this point. They have the Hex on Amar. Let's see if they're the ones who start these fights.
Smoke dispels.
Whoop. Instant ward.
Yeah, both of them dropping wards down.
And the gem that they've stolen, yep, continues to just really harm Falcons.
Yeah, they don't want to go here, Falcons. And Chris still sticking around, but yeah, he's just going to tease with them, get out in the trees. Not easy for them to take the fight head on, Falcons.
Skitter almost having an AC. That could be one of the next things that they could use to fight versus the PA. That extra bonus armor can be pretty useful. It looks like they are. I mean, Snay is going for a pretty pipe dream item, but another Hex potentially that he's going to go for in this game. The BKBs are down to their almost their minimum, right? Yeah, so almost 6 seconds now onto Ame.
They could go for this Roche. I mean, Falcons, they do have all the ultimates up.
They are smoked up.
But they can take this risk, Xtreme. XXS is in good position to stop any sort of play, you know, or response that comes in from Falcons.
They're not stacked up either. This is good split up here from XG, the way that they're positioned.
I mean, Falcons, who's going to get in there? They are going to want to send someone
stuck. Isn't he stuck in that spot?
He bounced. He's got some grenades.
Yeah, he does, but okay.
Jump. Bounces himself down pretty aggressively. Arme's going to be straight up towards him. Arme's trying to chase Marin out of the fight, but he's caught by the Hex.
Chain stun.
With the lockdown. They turn, they bring the damage. Arme's gone.
He gets nothing off.
Gets caught out by the Hex, out of the fight for 90 seconds. XM also in a risky position, trying to jump away with the Revenant, but he didn't quite jump his way off the cliff. He's caught here. Dodges the spear, but there's no way out for him. He's out of mana. He's gone. They lose the mid. They lose the carry.
Huge fight from Falcons. Amar, he catches him with the Hex.
Yeah,
They've got the chain stun.
Didn't put the BKB early here.
Maureen will say it was a bait again. Knocks himself to the low ground with his grenade, but it ends up working.
And they're going for more. They are absolutely going for more. Straight in, on towards Jinq. Undyne's going to try for the TP out. It's not going to make it.
Falcons sometimes are they're so good at getting those type of team fights. When the other team starts to get to their peak strength, they sometimes just get these catches, and it's Amar really to lead the charge there. It goes up to a 10K lead just from that fight.
Yeah, that was a really, really rough one. It just wasn't ready for the Hex play, Arme.
And he had just committed his goal.
Oh,
too.
XXS, he's going to try for it, and he's not going to get it. It was close, though. Not a bad effort.
Not bad.
Nice
Not bad try.
Nice try.
Soon 25 on Skater. Almost 25 on Skater. Wait, what? Oh my goodness. He has just been farming the entire game, of course, on this Dawn.
Yeah, we'll see the replay again.
We'll see it again. Look, it looks weird. It looks awkward, right?
Mauri's
He's
just jumping in like,
and then it works.
And then Arme's onto him, and then suddenly, bam, Hex. And Maureen able to turn with the BKB and just shoot down Arme.
It's just a big, like a big blunder kind of in a way from XG, but a huge like just catch from Falcons. The way that they approached it, jumping Amar, they got baited.
Is under attack.
Again, I mean, right? I think 3 times in pretty big scenarios they've gotten baited from
It has
Falcons.
been a great baiting today
Yeah.
from Falcons.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah, they've really got a challenge now in this next fight. That sent them quite far behind XG.
Incredibly far behind. Now they have a secondary Hex in a second, right? I think Snaking's nearly got it done. Level 20 finished up on him as well.
I mean, and then it's just going to be so difficult for Arme to sort of decide when he wants to fully commit, put that BKB before he jumps in.
He has to. I think he just has to.
but-
They have to get like a stun connection, and he needs to jump and kill the targets in the stun. I don't think he can do that type of play where he's the only one
just
jumping in.
goes.
If he does that, I don't think the time on his 6 seconds on his BKB is going to be enough to kill a lot of these targets versus multiple 4 staves and all these other items that they have at the moment. Until he has Nullifier. But yeah, he opted to go for the Satanic first just to have that extra sustain, but
Radiant's top tower is
it'll
under
take him a lot more time to get that Nullifier now. And yeah, Skeeter, he's 25. Now he's got a Bastard too, so that BKB TP play that XXS did before in the Rush pit, not gonna work. And Snaking soon to surpass XM, it looks like. The Tinker things. Another Tormentor.
Lots of money.
Lots of money when they've all got those shards. That's it. I think that is, yeah, that's almost his Hex done. So, he's picking up all the Healing Lotuses as well. Maureen will have a greater Healing Lotus. They built the block of cheese yesterday, right? Was it Falcons who built it? I know somebody
Someone
built
did,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, we had the world first block of cheese, I think it is.
No,
In
no.
a pro game.
No, we had a block of cheese as a Dream League.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Really?
We had a couple, yeah, of the new one.
Okay, then. I didn't actually see those games. Sad.
I think it was only maybe 2 times.
Okay.
Maybe just one. No, I think it was 2 games at least. We had it.
Amar now has a refresher. So yeah, the BKB timing from Ame has to be pretty much perfect. There's 3 hexes.
Yeah.
So much disable now at this point for him.
Can XG find a way to fight into this?
Amp damage
Here
on
comes the
Maureen.
smoke.
The barriers are all placed on him already too. He's got
Arme.
800 barriers on him.
Oh, he's getting a BKB's off. But he's got to run. And now he's not going to have BKB.
Amar's committing.
And he's going to try the Stampede there, though. Gets him out in time before the arena goes in. XXS jumps in aggressively. They're in looking for Amar. Amar pops the refresh. He's not able to get his second round of spells off those. Amar will fall. Can XG get anything more?
Maureen is peeping.
I mean, still super hard to fight this 5 versus 4. Xingqiu just dead outside the base.
If Amar gets that second, if he gets the second spear or hex off, it could actually be a kill onto the PA potentially. A super aggressive play, great stampede to just a fraction to get the PA out for a sec.
But the hex is there. XXS tries to go
Taking.
aggressively towards Maureen. Arme's gone for it. He jumped in.
He jumped way too
He's
deep.
dead. I mean, they're looking a bit desperate here now, XG.
He's not respecting the grenade. He buys back.
Okay, they're going to try again. They're in onto Maureen, but again, he still has this Aegis.
He grenaded out.
He's going to be back for a second time. Crit is controlling XM. As Crit's able to walk away, they'll get snaking. Maureen's back for round 2, but he's ready to BKB TP out of here, and he is gone. So
Heavy buybacks.
can they at least get Skeeter as well? Chains are there. Looking for Skeeter, get the Starbreaker off, but he should die. So they will get kills out of this. They don't get Maureen, but but they do get the rest of them. But it does cost them Xingqiu buyback and, of course, the big Arme buyback.
But needed buybacks. They want to be able to just turn
it gives them a
slide.
shot. It gives them a chance.
Yeah.
We'll see how much they can kind of get from this.
It's pretty big that they get these kills. What, it's 80 seconds also on the Tinker, so if Falcons, if they show themselves, they could feed here. Some extra kills. XG, are they gonna? I think they can continue.
I think you got to try, right? You got to take what you can right now, XG.
Yep.
You're down 13k. You've just used your big buybacks. See what you can get.
This could be a Rax if they don't want to buy out. Amar, he's in. They're gonna buy back.
And he's got that arena ready to go. They get the spear connection. It wasn't Chris with a
Huge
buyback.
connection.
Arme's gone for 2 minutes.
And they get XM in the back.
They tried their luck. They saw what they could get. They couldn't get a lot. They were quick with the buybacks, Falcons.
Oh, Mallory dies to the, I think, the Pyrrhic cloak. But they do lose the PA, and they went pretty all in for that one.
They did. That's 4 heroes dead. 3 of them the cause. 3 of them the cause without buyback, to be more specific. They went all in.
They really did. But it felt like they kind of had to.
They,
go for the
they
jump
had to
plays
try
there.
something. And yeah, Falcons were just very quick with those buyback plays.
Instant. The
It's
second the
just
Hex
bam.
comes out, yeah, Crit just buys back. Echo right in the face of the PA. Chain lockdown, can't get anything off.
Solid defense from Falcons. And now Falcons' turn to see what they can take here from XG.
Should be able to get a
quite
good chunk. Yeah.
Should at least be, what is it, 2 sets of racks?
Feels like 2 sets, yeah. 40 seconds on the Ember.
Yep. Of course, they don't have that main hard hitter with the sniper. They do
blessed.
still have plenty of time. Oh, maybe they do want to get the 1.
Still 50 seconds on PA.
Yeah, that is the big one. Chris gonna head back and get the outpost, so
Yeah, okay.
Marine can join.
Skitter is going to continue. It's 40 seconds still. Ember respawning, but they're trying to get as much as they can. It looks like they will start to back out a bit. Not 2 sets.
Yeah, I mean, they don't need to risk it. They know there's still going to be this timer where Arme, no cooldown for 5 more minutes. They win one more team fight, that will be the game. We'll see this replay again. They're pushing in, as you say, as soon as Amar's in, bam. Both Skeeter and Crit ready to combo off the back of it and put a stop to XG's attempt to just try and see what they could get. Very, very nice defense from Falcons.
I saw you, Amar, queuing up Gleipnir. He loves the AoE bonus. he got rid of it now, but he was queuing it up for a second. Because he used to do the Bloodstone on the Mars quite a lot.
Radiant are scanning.
XG.
Yeah, they have to be careful just because those lack of buybacks, and Ame now seeing that he's not able to stick on targets very easy, and his Satanic, it's not really being able to be used either to keep him sustained because he just either gets 100 to 0'd or he gets grenaded away or hurricane piked away. His growth has just completely, after the last big fight that they had around that Roche pit, his growth has completely stopped. Snaking it, almost level 24. Alreen soon 25, and Amar has hit 25. And he's gonna go the regen, so full defensive route.
I like
Definitely
it.
feels a better choice this game for sure.
And XG, do they even dare step out of the base?
It was too scary without the buyback available. Sacred Relic purchased. Nullifier closer and closer. He really needs that, it feels like, to stick on a target. But more than anything, they need to have the synergy of the jump on XG.
They're gonna try.
They have that ward.
Who do
was
they
placed. I feel like Amar might be priority number 1.
With the double BKPs, double hexes, double arenas, absolutely. If they can take him out, they get the jump. They'll get him.
Big kill.
Very good start of the play. They didn't need to use any BKPs themselves. They didn't panic. Now they're going to try and turn this into more. Obviously, Amar does have buyback available.
They do have to watch out for that. XXS is going to show himself. They're going to make the move. Bit too tanky.
I mean, did they have any further smokes on XG?
Don't think they did.
They don't, so it's difficult to make a play off the back of that. I mean, they really do want to try and fight You know, this is quite the window, this opportunity to try and go where there's no Mars. Pretty much the biggest threat for them in these fights with the Hex plays that Mars has been pulling off.
It's just scary, right? Versus the Earthshaker and the Dawn, right? The counter initiation that can come in. It does feel like they're hesitant because of that. Even though ideally they absolutely want to try to get more out of it. 50 seconds. No Roshan spawn for them. They're sticking in the area of it though.
And they've got smokes coming out now.
There we go. Smoke. Let's see if they can get the wrap
30
around.
seconds. I mean, now's the good time to get it because, of course, it feels that more painful when you're expending the buyback when you've got 20 seconds till you respawn.
Marine gets the grenade off.
Just in time. Still, they're going to try and close the gap on towards them. They miss it with a sleight of fist. Marine's got the BKB. He'll walk it off.
Insane reaction. Gets that grenade off onto XXS. No BKB now for the fight. But Amar, he's coming back, and they're going to smoke. They're going to look for the jump themselves. Stampede is at the ready again for XXS.
Roshan coming up very soon.
Skeeter's level 28. My goodness.
Oh, they're going to get a chance to find Amar again on his own.
He's playing with snaking behind him.
This is risky.
A risk it feels like they need to take.
Okay.
He's bringing it down pretty quick.
They're pretty far away, Falcons.
I don't think they're anticipating this.
And this was a slightly longer respawn time as well.
Amar now he's gonna be fishing. He's looking.
Okay.
Now they have information.
Well, they're a little scared now.
Yeah, now they immediately start to disengage. Here comes Falcons. Crit, looking for an angle.
Almost back in, but they get. Whoa, XXS is gonna get the jump. It's the hoof stomp onto Amar. Amar puts the BKB. They get the Hex away, straight away on towards the end, but the spear fall off. They're locking him down. Skinner's got the star break, and that's XM gone.
He's got buyback, and he has a remnant down.
Mate, trying to finish off the Roshan. They get the jump. They found over to the side. Crit. He's trying to find the setup. He gets the Echo off, but he will die, and he's out for 2 minutes. Amar, he's in.
He gets the BKB off.
Arme puts the BKB. They're going to turn towards Amar. They get the Ice Blast coming in as well. Arme's bringing in the damage. Amar will fall. He's gone for 100 seconds. Has the buyback available. We'll see if he uses it as XM.
Marine.
Making moves over towards Marine. The chains onto the two of them. Double kill for
Huge.
XXS.
Massive plays. Fast fingers from Ame there. He got the BKB off on the jump from Amar. And they have the buyback from XM. They'll get the Roche. That was huge there for XG. Exactly what they needed. Ame with the quick fingers this time around.
Yeah, he was more than ready.
Yeah, and we're definitely seeing like Retaliate, Aura, the Pyrrhic Cloaks, all these little things adding up in the team fights too, and catching Crit before he's able to get a combo. They literally caught both initiators pretty beautifully there at the start of everything from XG.
Now, what's the situation for Falcons? Are you using buybacks? Are you letting the racks go? I mean, you do still have tier 2s on the side lanes, right? So will you just let this mid racks?
If they commit, you have to buy back. So they're gonna use one.
Do you need to use more?
It does feel like you do.
Yep, there's a second. If you're XG, do you feel like you can maybe force another one out?
They're just continuing.
They can see if they can force another one. They'll get the fortification from them.
Amar really doesn't want to buy back. His ult's not up yet either. Towers are dropping.
20 seconds. They're starting to back off now, XG. Oh, no, okay, they got a big creep wave, maybe not.
Double catapult wave, too.
Back in on the tier 4. That's the Ancient exposed. 10 seconds still until the Mars is back.
They'll respect it, though. They'll start backing away. They got an insane amount in that fight, and also getting these racks. Huge. Now they can back up snaking. We'll get the Shrine of Wisdom. They won't be able to catch him there. Kind of close, though.
Radiant are scanning.
The biggest move XG has made all game.
Absolutely. We'll see it again, this Roshan fight.
Perfect way to pretty much start it off. It's, well, I mean, XXS dying, but they bait Amar to use some spells that he's not using on Ame, right? So I feel like that's actually pretty important. And then Ame's able to, do quite a lot when they catch Crit on the side here.
Yeah, that was a big catch. I mean, he gets the Echo off, but being able to make that jump.
And then, yeah, look at this. The BKB comes out super quick there, Amar. Maybe lost vision or something for a second before he could get that Hex off.
Falcons. What do they do now? They've got to be careful for sure this moment whilst the Aegis is on Arme.
Is under attack.
And Ame's going to have that next big item pretty soon. Echo cooldown. This game truly delivering, even though it's a 20k gold lead.
Yeah, they're bringing this one back.
They are bringing the fights.
That PA factor.
Yep. Even versus all the barriers.
Yep.
It's just he has to get the BKBs up and they have to kill target. They have to start the fights themselves pretty much on the side of XG. With this Aegis, it gives him more of a blanket. 2 minutes still on it for Ame.
And what's he trading out of his build next? Like, what are we looking at? Are we in Rapier territory? What do you think he's considering? He's got a lot of money. Just
gonna
refresh.
go refresher. It
Okay.
looks like. Okay.
The safe. It's the safe one, especially in this game against all these stuns, all these hexes, right? You need the BKB durations.
There's not that many other items you can really go for at this point either.
They're on the hunt.
Invis. There's XXS with the gem.
Okay,
Sees
they're
him.
gonna see him. But Amar's quick with the BKB. He'll get it off. He's gonna offer the TP out. There's a lot of damage though. Woo! He's out in time.
Only just. The casual gem catching through. AA blast will hit the fountain, but he's already healed up. Falcons not wanting to take a fight until that Aegis goes down, it looks like. Still 70 seconds on it for Ame. Or they continue just to look for kills. Looking for spots on the map to catch anyone from Falcons, but Falcons defensively postured together. Maybe gonna go for another Tormentor.
Because this is the thing, right? Even with that shake-up to the game, like, at the end of the day, if they get that Blink Hex onto Arme,
He's dead. Yeah.
and the PA's dead, the fight's kind of over, right?
100%.
So
It still is, I mean, it's super close, right? This game is delivering on all fronts. Great team fights, great little pickoffs.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And the 4 AA, he's actually making it, he's actually making it work.
yeah, a crucial part of this game. Without these Ice Blasts, they would not have had the opportunities they did. 100%.
He's very close to Wind Waker too, so another factor that could actually make it even harder for him to go for Ame, right? Like even if they get the Hex set up, then he can get the position for this Wind Waker too. Could be pretty huge.
Aegis is coming to an end here for Arme.
Let's see if Falcons wants to go out and fight with that being reclaimed. How's their buyback scenario, situation looking? It's 3 minutes on Sniper.
Definitely something to have in mind if you're XG.
Falcons a bit afraid to step outside fully. We see Crit. I see the two supports stepping out, but the cores are pretty afraid.
He's got eyes on Amar. Amar? BKB turns with a Hex in the arena, but he's not fighting this.
Forcing defensive arenas over and over again. Success. Trying to start these fights over and over again. Yeah, that's a couple times they've been able to find Amar. He doesn't die, but getting the initial jump on him to force a reaction.
And imagine Arme, with a refresher, he's not going to spend up, right? He wants to hold buyback.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty close to having both soon. XG. They drew a line directly to the top area, kind of expecting that a move like this is going to happen from Falcon. So if they get the catch while BKB's cooldown, could be huge. He does, of course, have Refresher on Amar, but if they can force him to use that, the next team fight can look pretty good for them. They don't have to worry about the double ults. Amar won't get caught, though.
Oh, mate.
How many shrines of wisdom have they gotten? I feel like they're still getting the majority of them throughout this game. Super, I mean, crazy high levels in this game. Everybody's hitting the 25 pretty soon.
Well, they're looking for crit.
Jakiro. Crit.
They know he's up at XXS. It's been excellent.
That's another gem.
Yeah, very, very good plays from him multiple times now on this toughest stage of the game as XXS been getting that initiation.
I feel like he's been the X factor for the team, absolutely, this game. The catches he's been able to provide, his itemization is nice too. And this overwhelming blink is actually very annoying to play against with a lot of these heroes.
Now he's chilling with 6k HP, 39 armor, And yeah, with the Blade Mail and a Pyrrhic Cloak, good luck hitting him. Can they get in on the push?
Yeah, how much max HP has he gotten? Does it? Oh, it says it. Oh, that's nice. 840 HP he's gotten from Rawhide.
He's in!
Jump. It's on Maureen.
True line, he finds Maureen. Maureen has to put the BKB. He's going to get the back with the Solar Guardian. They're going to try and burst through the Centaur, but it's taken so long. He's so
Maureen.
tanky. Can they actually finish him off? Finally, they'll get him, but Skinner took so much damage in return for this. He's dead, and now XM chasing them towards the fountain. He's ready to dive in. He's able to pop a bar in the base as the Ice Blast debuff was still on him. They've killed off the 3 of them. A buyback will come out from Bar.
He's almost shatters. He actually survives.
Great. Echo, onto the 2. The Arena, the Spear follow-up as well. Solar Guardian coming in, but it's not enough to kill Arme. Maybe with the 10 damage it is. Maureen provides the damage required to finish the job. XM's going to go for the BKB TP out. He'll make it away. They have to use the buybacks. It's a triple buyback. Crit, Amar, and Skeeter. They pushed them back, but it's expensive. They've got to run it down mid, try and get some of the buybacks out of XG now in return.
Maureen has queued up a refresher for himself. Just he needs to have that activatable as much as possible. I don't know how I thought Maureen had like died in this fight, but I think he got like double force-staffed and pushed and then grenaded all the way back into a defensive posture, and he somehow survives in the midst of everything when he gets first jump.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah, was able to get away a bit with that BKB at the start.
Because I saw him caught pretty much in the middle of everything, and then it's actually the Centaur who ends up going down from them just hitting him, going through 7,000 of his HP.
And we'll see again. Yeah, XXS, no fear from him. Straight in. Does, of course, end up dying, but a good explosive start to the fight that gives Arme the chance to find his target, look for Skeeter first.
Yeah, it was the grenade that pushed him pretty much perfectly all the way
So
back
close. I mean, obviously, we saw Amar going down under the Ice Blast threshold with the damage there, so could bring it onto the base, but Maureen, not quite. Surviving.
Very close, though.
But still, yeah, expensive defense from Falcons, and back in the game, doesn't look like they're going to be able to force any of the big buybacks out of XG. It was only that buyback coming out from Xingqiu to start defending. The cores of Xtreme, they don't have to end up buying back at all. So these next 6 minutes or so are scary times for Falcons.
Next fight could potentially be just the number advantage that comes out from XG and just overwhelming Falcons. You can feel, you can see Maureen, he's feeling a bit of that pressure now. Looks like they're doing the gem tech inside the Roche pit, right? So that they can see as soon as it does come up. I think that was Snaking who's been dropping his gem in the pit to get that vision. There's the Wind Waker, so potential saves coming in. I think there's also a Wind Waker about to be finished on crit. He's quite close. But yeah, this is a pretty crucial next couple moments, and we've got some neutral items
Those
to
tier
farm.
5s.
Let's see what they get.
Get that Mad Stone. Let's see what good stuff people are able to find.
Amar?
Well, they see him. Should be able to get a BKB out of him, I'd imagine. There it is. BKB's popped, took over the BKB TP. Nothing to stop for it.
He had the A on disc just in case that he can slot in as well. Constant BKB TPs. I'm surprised that no one's like, someone get a basher at this point. So I think we've seen like 6 or 7 BKB TPs out now. They just don't really have the slots for it.
Yeah, they don't, right. It's like, yeah. I mean, Arme can try and play, obviously, with something else in the slot other than the refresher, but...
Yeah. Maybe you tell like XM to buy the Ember Basher.
I mean, that's my kind of build. If you're feeling lucky.
I mean, it is what it is,
If you're feeling very lucky, maybe on that slight you'll get the bash.
What do we get? Oh, no.
What we got? What's the hot stuff?
Minotaur Horn. It's back. Nice. Timeless one as well, too, for Snap. So that debuff amp is going to be very significant.
The Falcons.
This game is getting to crazy territories.
Yeah,
Mar also gets a Minotaur Horn. They get the crude Stygian Desolator. Ame takes the Magic Lamp.
Okay.
So really looking to just be ready for those jumps.
I mean, that's big, right? If you get that strong Dispel, it's that extra chance to get out the stun, be then able to pop your Satanic and bam it, especially as a PA, right? You are that kind of hero that even if you get dropped that low below 20%, you can instantly
just
get back
heal
up to 100%.
Yeah,
the full
exactly.
heal from a crit or such. So
Spider Legs also. Man, they brought back some pretty broken at tier 5s.
Yeah.
Kind of forgot a couple of them that they brought back, but then I see Minotaur and Spider Legs, and I'm like, oh god.
Okay, so XM taking the taking the Ys so we can get that level 30. So that's 600 XP per minute.
Oh, all right. Sure. Stygian Deso, he's going to be applying a ton of minus armor now for the PA also to thrive off of Roche. He's up.
And they go. Well, okay, careful. It's getting aggroed out the pit here by XXS.
It's getting pinged.
Do they fight this, Falcon?
I mean,
you
Snake
don't have all the buyback.
That's Snaking's gem in the pit, is it not? Right? He has vision. Am I mistaken? I think he dropped it there, right? Yeah. So that Snaking has used his courier to drop the gem. So they have vision in the pit. And they're not grabbing it. So Falcons has full information inside that pit.
Why don't they grab the gem?
I don't know if they saw it. They're probably thinking about so many other things
Sure.
going on that they're not thinking about a gem being in a little sneaky spot.
But they did that. Yeah, they just stood next to it.
I didn't see it. Look, it's sneaky one. They're looking for the
guess
jump,
so.
though. XXS.
He's in. Who's stopped? There's the opening onto Amar. Do they have follow-up in time? The Eldest is going to be there. They made the jump over towards Amar. Amar's able to get the BKB off. Arme trying to stay on target. The Ice Blast did not clip on towards Amar. Clipped onto Skeeter. Arme's going to chase on forward, but the Refresher. Second on this. Stampede. Arme's doing everything he can to try and bring Amar down. Amar misses the spear. Arme should finish him off. Eventually, Arena's out, but somehow he's still alive.
He's still alive.
Arme couldn't kill him. Amar is going to get a walk away and TP out of it.
No way he gets
How
out.
he just walks away?
Oh, man.
Now they'll see the gem, so they'll get that now. But,
Now they'll get it. They get the jump again on XG, but nobody dies.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like everything was just focused on Arme trying to get Amar.
They both used their refreshers to double BKB to chase each other. That was a wild chase, but Amar, yeah, just turning.
GQ!
The
He's got an
bulwark.
Aegis.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was intentional. I guess, maybe?
Why not?
I guess because he doesn't have buyback?
It's time to shine.
All right.
That's true. Yeah, his buyback was up soon, though, right? Is it? A couple of minutes.
Yeah. I don't know, whatever.
Okay. Well,
We'll see if it matters. It could definitely matter. Ame will be getting his Ags next, since they did have the Roche, of course, on the bottom side again. He doesn't get gifted it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Book of the Dead shoving the mid lane.
oh, yeah.
This game is just pretty much all about team fights now at this point. It's been like that for some time.
But nobody's
gonna
got a
get the-
rapier.
who's gonna get the
Somebody's got to
catches?
get a rapier. I'm looking at Maureen. I'm looking at Arme. Somebody needs that extra bit of damage to push these fights over the edge.
Yeah, but nobody wants to get one on Falcons, because then if they die, they give it to the PA, right? You know? It's like,
Yeah, I guess that's Arme's plan.
it's
He's like,
like,
well, I'm not
and
gonna
same
get
as
one.
Ame. It's Ame's like, I don't want to buy one, because then if I die, they get one. So
Under attack.
they also just they have to sell something if they do want to go for it. Feels like their items are all pretty useful.
Yeah, but I said Arme can play with the slot right with the refresher.
Yeah, I mean, Ame of course can, but I mean, honestly, after seeing that versus Amar, like, his potential.
You gotta yeah, if you have a little bit more damage, then
Yep.
you're killing that Mars.
Yep, definitely potential.
I mean, Falcons, they're getting away with sort of that period of time, right, where the buybacks went up.
Buybacks
They're gonna
are
have their buybacks pretty much back.
Across the board.
Yeah, everyone's gonna have them.
Everybody in the
Just
game.
crit that's
so.
a few hundred gold short. Full Stampede. Successful catch, snaking. Not going to be able to play as well. This one, XXS hits a little too hard.
They finally catch him. I feel like he's been getting away with that a lot. He does have 8 deaths, but he has 530 blast hits on this Tinker, so.
I know the Sentinel got 8k HP. On
How much has he gotten bonus now? It's 990 from his innate. Jump!
Oh, Amar!
Amar.
Got the BKB off.
First
The
Ame.
Hex as well. But Amar's got to continue to run. Just the Minotaur Horn has got the refresher if they do make the jump over towards him, but they won't. He's able to get back out there. So this is one of the BKBs down.
XG trying to take advantage with this Aegis timing that they have. They want to try to force something with the Snaking being dead too. Can they look to poke the high ground again? They're thinking about it, but they have to be very careful how they walk up, because there's a ton of explosive damage.
They're ready to go.
XXS.
You got to watch the Centaur.
I think he's got to be the one to siege. I don't think Ame wants
They're
to.
looking at him. Skeeter trying to start some. It's a lot of damage. XXS though he's able to run, and now Arme's able to
Skeeter's
put
gone.
Skeeter's gone. Now they look to Maureen. They're closing in. Arme puts the refresher, ready to go for round 2. Trying to make the jump. Now they turn to Amar. They catch him with the opening stun, but the heal just gets there. Amar's going to be saved.
Ame's healing.
Going to heal up. Amar will fall.
Done.
So will Arme. He's gone. Instant buybacks. 3 coming out from Falcons. Arme, he'll buy back for XG. As Falcons, they've found XXS in their fountain.
Uh-oh.
There's 3 buybacks.
He was a bit deep.
There's a lot of buybacks. Can they get anything more here?
They get the stun. It's on Jin-Q.
Assassinate coming in. Spear's gonna miss. Arena
Another
dropped
Arena.
down. I mean, they didn't kill him.
He's out.
He's away.
A couple spear misses in some clutch scenarios. Amar not getting the connections there.
All right.
A lot of
Well,
buybacks, but Ame, the big one, did end up using the buyback on the side of XG also.
could have been one of those moments as well where Ame looks over to his AA and says, that he just could have been mine.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Jin-Q chilling at the back with his Aegis still intact after Ame ends up dying. We'll see it again. There's a good jump. You know, they start this up. They get tempted. They're like, well, we should probably try and go on XXS. But it's just so hard to bring him down.
He is absurdly tanky, but they do have so much damage. And Ame, he withstanded a lot of this with his Satanic, but the buyback's coming into play.
Yeah, good on-point Ice Blast as well.
Yeah.
Making sure he gets the connection onto Amar.
These fights are just wild, though.
And
And XXS somehow ends up in the fountain.
It's a combination with the spear. Yeah, gets him in there, and the
warp flare.
He can't get out.
I didn't see the warp just grabbing him in place.
But yeah, 3 buybacks from Falcons to make the magic happen there. So we're back in that position where 6 minutes. Can Falcons keep it cool and avoid getting into any other fights with XG? We'll see. 6 minutes.
Skeeter in particular has to be, Skeeter and Amar, they have to be the most careful. Still posturing pretty aggressively though.
Yeah.
Crit and Malrine
Well, they're going.
looking for something here. The Book of the Dead. That's what he wants. Money. Everyone has so much gold at this point. I'm actually going to look at current gold instead of a couple other things too, because everyone's just hanging on to like 6,000 gold. How big is that tectonic now? It's pretty massive, right? Yeah, you're showing that. Aftershock radius is pretty large now. It's going to be a game where we could honestly see like almost everybody hit level 30 in this game, it feels like.
Oh, yeah.
This is one of those games where it's just team fights back and forth and both teams just an inch away from potentially ending the game, but it's just not happening.
XG, I mean, they're the biggest team right to buyback status.
Yes.
So at the moment, XG are that little bit closer. If they find a good hit, get a kill, the game could just be theirs. Yeah. So you're going to see these smokes come out as soon as they're available. And Falcons, they're going to be very prepared for this. Like I said, we saw Falcons already manage to last out a very similar period early in this game.
Mm-hmm. Both teams are very ready for the scrumptious block of cheese when it does come up the next time. I think both teams have, like, I don't even know how many Greater Healing Lotuses in their bags. They have some also dropped in the fountain, so just trying to keep track of all of them, but... Dawn Vision. We'll scout all of XG.
Jin-Q's ready with his refresher as well now.
Ooh.
A little scared XG.
I mean, everyone contributes so much into these fights. It's like everybody has a very big purpose when they've all got so much farm and levels. Amar has been surpassed by snaking, by the way. Just wanted to point it out. Everyone is soon to be in the 20Ks. As Falcons very patient, waiting for their buybacks.
And they're stepping out a little bit with the smoke.
Amar is stepping out a little here.
Oh, he's going up here.
He's walking all the way in. They get vision.
Okay, they see him. They get the catch on towards the Jakiro. Should be Freebie's going to go for the Ghost Scepter TP out. Surely they've got ways to stop this. Okay, apparently they don't. I thought they did.
They did. They had lots of ways.
What? I mean, they couldn't stop that TP. What's going on? I mean, it's 71 minutes in. I guess give them a break.
They were wiping their hands or something.
Yeah.
You know, who knows? I don't know.
Okay, sweaty hands. Sweaty hands.
It happens. All these things matter. He gets away.
Yeah,
so
he gets away. That would have been a big kill.
It's a big kill because he's got Book of the Dead.
Yeah.
So he's gonna send it out again while he's alive.
They couldn't kill him.
And he is starting to rack up the levels. The wise Book of the Dead is adding up. And Jin-Q is just farming.
Yeah, they want to try and get these next round of Tier 5 neutrals. Yeah, XM wants to get his switched out because he's already had the benefit of the Wise. He's level 30 now, so now he can look to get something else on the enhancements.
What does he want to take?
On enchantments.
Enchantments, yes.
Enhancement.
Another magic.
Hey, it's the same.
And he's fleet-footed now, too, so a fast AA. Magic Lamp definitely feels like a very good Tier 5 now.
It's nice. It is very nice.
Arcane Rune top. Pretty big one. Jin-Q will grab it. Buyback still 2 minutes. XG inching forward. I'm keeping just pointing out XXS's HP gain. He's at 1,080 now. He's actually at 7,000 HP on the Centaur. That's the rawhide, sorry, it's the innate that he gets. Yeah. Infinite scaling, baby. And we honestly, Owen, you might be right. We might be getting pretty close to these rapier territories because everyone's
surely right.
9,000 gold on
It feels kind of right.
heroes.
It's a 72-minute game. There's no rapiers. We have a sniper and a PA. Nobody feeling the need for them at the moment. There we go. Yeah, he's got a new Stygian now. What did he get in it now? Yeah, he got fleet-footed as well.
Yeah, so he's very speedy.
Yeah.
At this point, they don't want to be using boots, right?
No.
So they want this extra move speed to the extra slot. XM actually has to carry the gem too, so he has to use a slot on that because he's one of those heroes that bypasses into the back lines, and he needs to have this gem versus the Glimmer. I'm actually shocked that they didn't. I'm happy, but I'm shocked that they didn't make like a tier 5 like plus neutral that gives you vision, right? Because gem slot is something people have talked about for a really long time. But I'm glad they didn't, because I think that would break things quite a lot. It help cores too much. We don't need to help cores more. Roche, it's back up.
Time to go for it.
Yep.
This time, I don't know if Xinkyu's taking another Aegis. Well, maybe
What if
he
he
does. Maybe he does. He's like, boys, that's mine.
Roshan going for a walk.
Yeah, ready to make that block of cheese. Yeah, in the pit.
He's got it locked. He's ready. Snag just pushing in as far as possible. He's hit 30. How many 30s are we on?
We're getting close.
4, 5, or 6, 7, 8 almost.
Oh.
Stampede can't catch him.
Oh, he's already out.
BKB Arcane Blink.
Yeah, he's fine. Here we go, energy.
And he does have the Aegis.
No more Aegis for Xingqiu.
Undyne.
Oh, Amar's in!
They get the catch. Ame.
They get the arena onto Undyne. He's got the Eon disc. This time, they will surely be able to catch and kill this Jakiro. Surely Undyne can't get out. They get the Hex as well. They make some of the BKBs out. Ame's ready to jump back in. In fact, Undyne, he's able to get the macro player. He gets his spells off. He's not dead.
He's still alive.
They couldn't kill him. Skeeter's the one that's dead. Amar with the second round of spells will manage to take down Jakiro finally. Ame getting caught low, but he's going to be fine for now. He's walking into the wall of the arena. He's not even going to die the once. The Aegis is fine. Jumps over to Snaking. Snaking TP's out.
And Maureen
though gets left behind. They've caught him out. He's trying to hold his own against XXS, but there's no chance against this beefy boy on the Centaurs. Maureen will fall. On the plus side for Falcons, their buybacks are back up.
They are.
But that was a fight.
But they didn't claim the Aegis.
And yes.
Super close.
And it took them so long to kill this Jakiro.
He had refreshers. I think he took the refresher shard from the Roche, so he had double Aeon Disc, double Ghost Scepter. It bought an insane amount of time. I think if he actually gets the cheese in his bags for a second too, he might even survive. That was wild. Got literally every single spell off, and yeah, Ame just doesn't die too. So he's still got this Aegis to play around and play super aggressive.
Amar.
Success.
They're looking at the Centaur. Sniper buyback from Maureen. Another Hex. XXS, he's out of there.
Force the buyback on the Sniper. Biggest thing that they can get right there. So they want to switch up what they have.
What does Amar want? Does he want the Fallen Sky, or does he want to stick with the Minotaur Horn?
Not sure, Snay. Jumps himself forward. Success.
Oh, they're
X
in.
again.
It's up in the air. He's got the BKB at the ready. He's ready to turn with the stun. He's able to get the control on Amar.
Oh my god, that
Amar's
damage!
Gone. Snaking trying to scramble back towards the fountain. XM's in with the Remnant. Snaking not going to be able to TP out of this one as he's gone. There's the buybacks. 2 more getting forced out from Falcons. XG, they'll finish the melee racks. Ame trying to get the range Rex done as well.
Nice blast.
So they can take back the ones. There's the arena out. Catch the 2 of them. Look at the spear on towards XXS. Can they pop the... Well, there's the jump. Echo onto the boat for them. Ame, he'll fall the first time. They get XXS. Ame's going to be back for round 2 off the back of the Aegis. BKB pops straight away. He's going to be able to finish off the job. And the Barracks jumps forward, but they will kill him. The Mega Creeps are out. The Falcons, they will hold the Ancient. And Ame now gone for 2 minutes.
And this game just continues to deliver. Now they have to deal with Megas, but their heroes absolutely can.
I mean, they have to try and force out this PI buyback, surely. They use 4 buybacks themselves on the course of that defense.
Can they get the waves?
They have to try and get this PA buyback out of Ame.
They have to deal with these waves though, because even this bottom wave, once it starts bringing in the mega creeps, someone has to be there to force it out. They have snaking, so he can go and deal with these lates as they go for the push, which might just be the answer. Let's see if they can. I mean, it's pretty all in if they do go for it without these buybacks.
Yeah, you gotta try though.
Probably do have to.
And it just be so ready to just get the hell out of there as soon as Arme presses buyback.
And the block of cheese is ready, by the way. So Undying, he does have it at the ready to be able to jump, just throw onto an ally.
Who do they catch?
It's full
XG.
Oh, it can no longer be cast on an ally. Okay, so they have to use it themselves. Got it. I actually didn't see that change in 3-8. Siege. So poke from the low ground.
Ice Blast coming in. Alright, tries to dodge it. Does just to get caught by the passover.
He set the second one too.
They're gonna get the mid creeps coming in, so the backdoor protection will get removed.
103,000 here. Oh my god. I mean, we are at 80 minutes. So.
Yeah, and he's getting to get a lot of hits in on the
jump.
Maori's low. It's still got the Ice Blast debuff on him. They've got to try and get him out of it. The Sleight of Fist comes in. XM's going to continue to try and chase this down. The Ice Blast will wear off on Maureen. Solar Guardian in. The stun clips on towards XM. XM is hit with the jump stun. Looks to sneaky, but the
Maureen!
TP's just in time. Maureen stands his ground, tries to heal up. The Yondis procs onto XM though.
He's alone.
He's surrounded, taken down, gone for 2 minutes. They couldn't save him.
He was completely isolated. He tries to turn with the Satanic, but XM is right on top of him. And now the push, there's no sniper, the majority of their damage.
It really was. I mean, they've got the sort of the 2 rounds of everything, right? Refresher on Skeeter, Refresher on Amar.
But do they have
Refresher
damage?
has just been freshly delivered out to Crit.
Okay, let's see if they have the damage. Maybe with a creep wave that comes in.
Oh, here we go. Finally, some rapiers coming out. XM, he'll pick one up.
About time.
He's ready to end it.
Falcons, let's see.
They know there's no sniper for 90 seconds.
The banner is down, the creeps are coming in.
XX's going to start the siege. Ma, he's in. Gets the arena hex combo off on towards him, but the ice pack clips on towards him. Crits him with the jump. The just keeps Undying protected. They're looking to close the game.
The rapier.
The dead. It looking to end it. X17 as well. The rapier. The fortification comes out. But Tinker's gone, snaking out of the game. XG, they can finish this as they'll get some kills on the way out. Focus the Ancient and get the game. GG is called. We're going to a game 3.
What a game. Super appropriate that we go to this game 3. This was a beautiful back and forth. XG endured the pressure of being down for a majority of the game in terms of gold, but getting these crucial jumps, getting these crucial timings, especially from XXS to get these catches in the end, massive stuff.
Yeah, just at the end of the day, it was going to be down to these buybacks. Managing to catch Maureen in that position where they just couldn't save him. They couldn't get him back to safety. Gone for 2 minutes.
That was a fun game.
Yeah, well, there we go. XG definitely leveling up after a bit of a tough game 1. This game 2, they got it in the bag. We're going to a game 3. 1-1 now between Xtreme and Team Falcons.
Yeah, we had some series yesterday that weren't necessarily the most exciting, certainly lots of predictable ones. This has been fantastic. When we identified this as the series of the day, you couldn't have expected a game like that. What a game.
Yeah, well, I guess where do I start on this one?
Well, look, just for everyone at home, how we do things when we do it on the desk, we put in timestamps and we say, okay, we want this, we want this, we want this. That feels like yesterday. So, I don't know, just try and talk me through it.
Sure, I mean, I think this game in general is absolutely insane from Falcons. And so there's a couple stats we have here. One of them is yesterday, the longest game of the day yesterday was from Falcons. And surely nobody's going to beat this one, right? So Falcons is probably going to have the longest game today as well. And this has to be the longest game of the patch as well, I would imagine, outside of maybe some minor leagues in between. So yeah, huge game. We all know that AOE teams, they like to take their time when they're winning. They like to take their time when they're losing too, apparently, as well. But overall, this game was so back and forth. I think it did come to a point where Ame eventually came online with this PA. And this is what this hero does. And that's why I think Lacoste said you can't really ever count out a PA's damage, right? Because it will come eventually. And this AA position 4, it was useful. It did things in this game.
He did a lot of work. We were thinking about what the itemization is going to be, but he did opt to go for... Because Jinkyu, game 1, Marcy, he's like, I'm going to be playing the support. I'm going to go with the other facet. I'm going to be building into Solar Crest. But this time around as well, like we always talk about him being the player that tends to be super greedy. He's definitely not greedy with his item build, because what he was building in this game was this Gleipnir, which does make his spells bigger. He was maxing out the Vortex, going for the Vortex talents as well. And interesting thing to point out is he did go for the other facet as well, which is called, let me just double check that real quick. It is called the Bone Chill. So you are losing the strength. They did go for the similar stuff in game number 1 when they picked Undying. So they definitely are thinking about this kind of a stuff when they're playing against tanky heroes on side of Falcons. And he was landing some really big ultis. In the end, he ends up going with the Refresher, Octarine Core, so double ulti. But they were very quick. It was him, mostly played with, paired up with XXS, locking in on a target and killing it from 100 to 0.
Yeah, and I have to say as well, you're playing versus a Mars, you're playing versus a Shaker. We saw Xtreme Gaming, they picked up 3 magic lamps on their side, so when you get low HP, it will hard dispel you and heal you on top of it. And I think when you are a Shaker, that's very sad to play against, and especially Mars. So the later this game went, it kind of went into territory where these tier 5 neutral items were a big component of why Xtreme Gaming was able to win this game. Drag it to 60 minutes and you'll be fine.
Yeah, it turns out that's all you have to do. That's it. That's the secret tech. I mean, look, it was just so good to watch and so back and forth. I don't think, you know, Falcons can feel like necessarily too aggrieved to have lost that. They were really in the ascendancy, it felt like, in the early game. Had some nice combinations.
Yeah, they definitely did, and we can see the MVP of this series.
Yeah.
Definitely Jinkyu. Like
Clinton was not a believer in this ancient apparition, but
I was not a believer.
Of course not. Yeah,
no. I still think the hero like needs quite a lot of time, especially from position 4. We saw him like rotating, trying to rotate first time to the mid lane. He forgot that he's ancient apparition and wasn't very successful. Second time they did get a kill on Sniper, but yeah, maybe they've been cooking something, and seems like it's working. Game 1, it didn't work out. They had those snap picks, as we said, but it was I'm not going to say that they had it in the bag on side of Falcons. Also, in a situation like this, a lot of the times you would see Phantom Assassin going for a Rapier when you're like 20, 25k gold down. Ahmed didn't buy it. I think a lot of different carriers would definitely opt to go for it, try to risk it a little bit more, but they kind of understood that it's not necessary and they can take the game. Late game Dota is all about the buybacks. If you manage to get the buybacks out, especially on the key heroes, you definitely have an upper hand at closing out the game.
Anything to add to that?
Oh, I mean, I think I'm just going to add the one last thing. This is how I want Xtreme to play, right?
Yeah.
Jinkyu's playing a weird hero. Ame's on his traditional carry. This is when they look the best. So I want to see them continue to do that. Game 1, they had Brood, didn't like it. Marcy with support items, nah.
Yeah, I get it. Right, we can take a look at some highlights. Dom's been picking.
Yeah, this was like an hour ago, I believe. This is some early triangle invasion coming out from Xtreme Gaming. They did manage to get a couple of kills there, but Amar, like, it's
always game 1.
No, this is from game 2, where Amar, this guy is always a treat to watch when he's playing some of his signature heroes, because he's really good. There's a big difference when he plays Mars and we watch other players play Mars. He's going to be getting a triple kill in this one. It also allowed him to stay on top of the network, something that is very difficult to achieve as a Mars, and you can see that every single spell, it's definitely landing. And I also wanted to point out something that we did say like 3 hours ago when this game did start, about how the supports are going to be having a bit of a hard time when they are going to get initiated on by Mars, follow it up by Dawnbreaker, ulti. These were the fights when they were kind of struggling the most until they got those support items online with some Glimmer Capes. They got Etherland so they can keep the distance, Wind Wakers and Aeon Disc to keep themselves alive.
Yeah. Anything to add to that?
Not really. I think we just had one hell of a game. It was really fun to watch. I think this game 3 is going to be a lot about really deciding what you want to do on Falcons as a team. And Xtreme Gaming, I don't know if they realize this. This is where I hope a player or a coach like Xiao8 comes in. It's like, I know how you guys play. This is classic XG Gaming. This is how we need Jinkyu and Ame to play. Let's not do a weirder draft. I mean, I guess game 2 draft we thought was weirder, but if you think about it, Jinkyu's always had the weird kind of like position 4 pick. Ame on his classic carry heroes is ideal. So I hope Zhao 8 realizes the strength of his players and continues to pick this way for them.
And we're highlighting just how much work that Mars put in there as well on the screen.
He did. He was trying his best. Like once he picked up that Hex, you could see like the fights were definitely going their way. He's also very patient when it comes down to his initiations. But let's see what's happening here.
I mean, this is the fight where I think they tried to like get this PA down. They revealed the Hex, so it was like right at this point in the moment, this is where Mars got his first Hex item, and then all of a sudden he jumps to PA. And at this point in the game, Xtreme Gaming looked like they're gonna win it. Of course, this is a swing game. It went back and forth so many times, but this is one of the big moments in the game where it's just kind of like, all right, Falcons are probably gonna win. Amar, he's been carrying the team. He bought the early Hex. He killed the PA. Now all of a sudden, how's this game gonna go? Nobody could predict the outcome, of course, but Amar, as usual, played amazing on his Mars.
Yeah, I mean, the team fighting was pretty immaculate for like large parts of the game. It really looked, I honestly thought Falcons were just going to 2-0 the series. I mean, the combo was so gnarly and ATF was playing so well. It's kind of like one of those where it's a bit of a head scratcher that they lost, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I think like this game, because they had what, 25, almost 30,000 net worth lead in classic Falcons fashion, they should be able to close it out. But also, I think sometimes in Dota, it's just the way it is. You are playing against certain heroes that are very popular. Then they throw in a couple of heroes that you didn't see in a long time, like Ancient Apparition. Suddenly, you don't really understand like how long that ulti is going to last on you, how much you can push for it. And we could see in the end where he got that Ice Blast on top of Sniper, followed it up with another one. They understood that they can take him down, and the rest of the team, they need to fall back, while Sniper didn't have buyback, and that was pretty much the beginning of an end.
All right. We will take a break. Cannot wait to get back for the Game 3 on this one, so make sure you join us.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
piei un picior di plai, più corre di rai, che devine in cali si cubo la pale triturbi di viecu, trece bănie. Unui moldovan, unui ungurean și unui brâncean. Nici ungurean și un cervecean, mări se băbire, se sfătuire pe la pozesoare, ca să vină mare pe cel moldovan. Că-i mai ortoman.
All right, welcome back. We are in the middle of a great series between Falcons and Xtreme Gaming. Guys, I know it's like hard to kind of like just catch ourselves after such an insane back and forth game, but now obviously, you know, that does tie the series up. We have to turn our attention to a potential decider. Falcons have been here a million times, totally unflappable. So it's going to be interesting to see what draft Xtreme can pull out this time, what surprises they can drop on us to maybe take the surprise win.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think this is a team that has a lot of cool and innovative ideas. But regardless of what they pick, I want them to play for their players, right? So I want Jin Q to have the freedom to pick whatever he wants, build whatever he wants. And that is what every team I've ever seen him be successful with. Him being able to be like, I'm not a support. I'm kind of like the third, fourth hidden core on this team. So I want him to continue down that route. As far as Falcons go, the game looked pretty good overall. They just need to tighten things up a little bit. They got a little bit sloppy at one point. They just need to lock in a bit. So both these teams really good, and that's why we got such a great game.
Yeah, for sure. I also think every single time Zhao 8 is back with his team, you need to have players on the team who can play anything that you imagine if you have an idea. Because I don't know, if we go back with PSG LGD when they had Zeal as their offlaner. For example, that team didn't work out because the hero pool was very, very limited. And Zhao 8, if he has an idea in his mind, he's going to be pretty stubborn about it. That's why he's such a great captain. And always having new ideas, new heroes, like some of the ideas, he's definitely bringing back some of the old school classics. As I said, we had Ember Spirit plus Coddle yesterday. That's also Team Spirit. We see Miposhka and Silent cooking some of the old stuff as well. Old ideas are coming back, but also really glad that Zhao 8 is coming back to the scene, because I think this team for Chinese scene and just like international scene is such a great addition.
Yeah, I wonder as well if they'll target Amar again in this pick ban like they did in the first game.
I mean, was it successful though?
No.
Like everything we said about Falcons in that game was Amar doing well, and they banned all his heroes. Sure, he's always going to have one. Mars is a standard hero for him. However, Mars was not the hero they probably wanted with Shaker. It's not a strong lane. They still won their lane, right? So you can't really stop this guy in the draft. You got to stop him in game.
Yeah, that's fair. We are about to get into the draft as well. We'll probably see some of the standard bans coming in as is Falcons MO. So
yeah, we'll definitely see. But I think the approach, and based off like what I'm already talking about stats-wise, Falcons has the longest games. I think you prepare for that on XG, and I think a big reason why they won that last game is they had the better scale. And of course, when you think of AA, this hero isn't brought up much, but this hero is insanely good in the late game. No Satanics, no regen whatsoever. If you get level 20, it adds 5 seconds to Ice Blast, which makes that spell even more potent. So they have PA on Ame, one of the best hard carries. They got this AA in the late game as well. So maybe that's the approach when you play versus Falcons. Just make sure you have better scale in them. And of course, you have to make sure you don't get ran over too hard and let them snowball.
Yeah, and for 3 times in a row, Team Falcons will have overall last pick. Even though they did win that game number 1, Weaver as a like position 4, on 24 doesn't feel as impactful, even though Crit had a great game on it. You did mention that there's a possibility they're going to run it as a position 1. But yeah, I think they managed to utilize it better in the second game, where they got Mars for themselves after seeing that XXS Centaur. And we're seeing the similar heroes, pretty much the same heroes being banned.
Yeah. 3 games, all the bans have been the same for both sides so far.
Yeah, the Dark Seer one is still super interesting. We haven't been able to theory craft why that's there, but well, have we?
Yeah, it's just that he builds into Vanguard. Marcy's popular. Tusk is also super popular as a position for some of these strong laners. Bounty Hunter that he loves to lane with are making him be super strong. And also his innate ability that he is getting that extra bit of a heal, makes him super strong in the lane, getting that extra mana. And yeah, it's just Vanguard makes him super strong. And then, like, even though Heaven's Halberd has been nerfed in the B patch, it's still a very strong item.
Let's see what adjustments. So everything is the same as last game. Same side, same picks. Now, is there going to be adjustment here from Falcons? And this is kind of gives you a good insight on what the teams are thinking. Was it gameplay related? Was it hero related?
Yeah, right.
And if they just pick Dawnbreaker here, then they're just like, okay.
I think they're going to swap that one. I feel like they want to have something different, and I already like the approach because Crystal Maiden, they did manage to get the hands on it in game number 1. In the second game, it got banned in the second phase, and now they want to maybe run the same combo. They're not going to be running the Dawnbreaker combo, but yeah, seems like they are valuing this hero because they love to play the map quite early. You said like the snowball effect that could come out from the Team Falcons. Crystal Maiden gives you that extra bit of oomph because you always have enough mana. I think there's also an important thing, something that did happen during the Dream League, is when people were playing like Jungle Venomancer and shit, you had those early tokens, like you had those early neutral items, and it does allow you to take some of these early fights, and this is where Crystal Maiden Aura could get you that like extra bit of a mana and 1 extra round of spells.
I'm curious on what they'll ban here. They've been banning Monkey King every single time here.
Yep.
And we talked about before they would ban Monkey King yesterday in the first phase, and I still am not of the opinion that Monkey King is a good hero right now.
Yeah, I think I was looking at the stats coming out of Dream League. It was at 40% despite being like, pretty highly contested.
He got nerfed pretty hard in terms of lifesteal. Like, it was not a direct...
Do you think about the AA, though? That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
You just lost to AA Jakiro. Was it a big enough of an issue where you'll finally let this Monkey King through and let Zhao 8 play support Monkey King? Zhao 8? Jinq. Zhao 8 will pick support Monkey King for Jinq.
Listen, that would be...
Player swap.
When was the last time he played? I think he was the one when he stood in for one of the tournaments and he was playing Spirit Breaker mid.
Yeah, he's been a stand-in a couple of times, but like he's still, from what I recall, very high MMR, still plays the game. Definitely helps when you're coaching, for sure.
Has a coach ever subbed himself in a Dota series?
Yeah, all the time. We're looking at one right now. Falcons. Howie was stand-in almost every single time.
Not as a stand-in. I mean, in the middle of his,
They're like, you stand up.
Like, yeah. Like, I've actually.
I don't know if that's.
I don't know.
I don't think you're allowed to do that.
It's happened in Counter-Strike.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's legal?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it is legal, but like, why would you do that? Their player must suck then, no?
Yeah.
You're playing bad. I'm coming in as the coach.
I mean, the guy who did it was an ex-player with like a huge ego, so I'm just saying.
Oh, okay.
Let's make it. I think
I'd love to see it, honestly.
Yeah, they should implement that, I think. New cool tech.
All right. Whoa. Okay, so you see a Pango. You pick a life stealer. I should have saw his look. He's like, oh, no. Well. Is there a possibility that we could get... Hear me out. I'm going to be crazy a little bit because this is a crazy patch. Can we potentially get Jin Q on a lifestealer who gets the Blood Fettered, I think it's called, where you can actually infest Ancients at level 6, and then you pop out and do a lot of cool stuff with the Shard maybe that applies open wounds. I'm just saying it could be cool mid Rubik. Yeah, they do have 2 supports in theory, but I can't justify lifestealer.
In the mid lane. Yeah, this lifestealer doesn't say
it has to be something cooler than carry lifestealer to me. Otherwise, I'm disappointed.
Maybe they just think like oh, we see this Pango. We don't care about the Rolling Thunder, and Amar will still get the hands on his Bristleback. Whenever they are feeling like kind of down, I would say Bristleback is always there.
Really brings them up. It's a pick me up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it's also just a hard counter to Lifesteal in a lot of ways. Like, sure, you are a strength hero as Lifesteal, but the amount of damage, that physical that goes through with the Quill Spray on Bristleback is overwhelming for that type of hero. And same thing, you're getting a Muerta, you've got the Silence, which is great. You can just go and pierce the Veil. Now you can't be targeted by Lifestealer. They're going to make it a hard Lifestealer game for you if you're going to pick it this early.
Well, this is what you were talking about in the pre-show, Dom, with the Muerta picks.
Yeah, right now she is not really doing well. This is I mean, Crit really excels at this hero. She also needs some kind of a setup, some kind of a slow, which makes it easier. But yeah, I think they definitely do have good lanes now with Muerta and Bristleback. Definitely a killer lane. I want to see what the last pick overall is going to be. I mean, this is still a flex pick because they can put this Bristleback in the safe lane. They could also play Pango from the off lane if necessary. But I think for now, they're just going to keep things simple, have this Pango in the mid, have Bristleback from the off lane. It's very difficult to guess what Xtreme Gaming are gonna go with, because like these two picks that they just did, Rubik against Crystal Maiden, is that what you do? Like, what's the reasoning behind it? Because I'm really not seeing that.
I mean, there's two worlds here. There's the one that is likely, and then there's a world where that's in my head right now. And the one is Lifestealer support. And then Rubik is very good versus CM because whenever you steal Frostbite, it's literally perma.
Yeah.
The duration, like, you cannot move. So it is incredibly good in that regard. So that's maybe why they're going for that. They're going to pick a Puck. This is a hero that historically has been pretty nice against Pango. He can't get his spells off. But if you do get your spells off, it's not like a hard counter. So it is a Vessel as well for the Lifestealer. So I think the world that we're living in right now is carry Lifestealer, mid Puck. We got Jin Q. He's going to be playing the Rubik because he saw Frostbite. He probably wants to steal that spell.
Yeah.
Lock heroes down for ages. Got the position 5 Jakiro. So it makes a lot of sense, I do believe. As far as the offlaner and what they want to pick, hard to say. They banned a Huskar.
So they still think that the flex that I mentioned is there, that they could play this Huskar from the mid lane. If we're talking about some of the other heroes that Puck doesn't like to play into, Sniper could definitely be the one.
That one's up there. I don't see a reason. I'm just thinking, but if you pick Sniper, we saw in the last game, reverse Lifestealer Puck with no save. Like, you're going to do well in the lane, but then you just infest the Puck in the late game and feel like he just dies. What is Skeeter going to play? Because, like, almost always when I see this Bristleback, it's like 99% Amar on this hero. Like, I don't see Skeeter play it too much.
What could they go for? Like, if they want to have carry to carry matchup, what
Carry
about
to carry matchup?
Yeah, against Lifestealer.
I mean, the thing is,
Maybe
like,
some explosive like Sven, Ursa.
nah, I mean, Sven, it's really hard to play. Ursa's good. Ursa's definitely good. I mean, TA comes to mind, but I don't know if I've never
That's a
seen
hero.
him
I think
play.
she has the lowest win rate on Dota
Yeah,
Pro
she's
Tracker.
not really
Like,
a hero right
might even be sub 40%.
Not in a great spot right now.
Terrorblade's banned, Slardar's banned. What are some of the other good ones? You just want high. Oh, PA, of course, is up there too. Honestly, yeah, maybe just pick PA. But yet again, that's not really Falcons' MO. They don't particularly like to play these hard carries on Skeeter. He'd rather be a Slardar in this game.
Yeah, we might be seeing Slardar.
It's banned first phase.
Oh,
so
never
we will
mind.
not
We're
be
not
seeing
going to
it.
be seeing Slardar.
I'm just
Back
saying
to
that's
you.
the type of hero he likes, and that's why it's banned first phase. They know. This is the type of hero that is good for them, so. But it's typically your agility carries that are going to be what you want to pick against Lifestealer.
All right, I got something.
Okay.
Legion Commander, last pick for Falcons.
All right.
You snap the coil as Pango, so you have a little bit of a protection. He gets you unstunned. He dispels you. You have always something against the Lifestealer. This is something that Amar did play, I believe, once during the Dream League. You're not sold, Fear.
I think that hero's awful versus Lifestealer, but other than that, it sounded great.
Yeah.
But he gets to see his matchup too, so it is going to be in a bad one that's picked up. I'm sure he would have loved to have Terrorblade, but that one's banned out here. Ursa doesn't sound too bad. Kind of like that one.
Yeah, Ursa looks good now. In terms of control against Puck, they have Deadshot, Rolling Thunder, that's it. So a bit limited.
Bissell Blade Ursa. I mean, honestly, this is kind of hard pick, and I think the carry role is so undefined right now that people are still trying to explore what's good right now. But like, it's also Skeeter, you know what I mean? If it's like some Radon, it's definitely an Ursa, or as most know him as Yatoro.
Yeah. I'm down for Ursa. I'm also might be down for some Rikimaru carry. There's been a new trend with Ricky carry. I think BetBoom team did run it a couple of times in the previous tournament where you are rushing the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Cloud could be pretty massive against the Shield, against the Infest, great against Puck.
It's spicy, I like it. But we're running out of reserve time, 5 seconds. I gotta pick something. And they're just gonna do I feel like I always theorycraft all the best heroes that could be there. Then it's always just Nature's Prophet, man. At the end of the day, every single time. I mean, it's never a bad Nature's Prophet game ever, in my opinion. But this lane is pretty good for him. They don't deal with the Treant whatsoever. CM's gonna kind of be annoying too. And this team they're nerds, man. They're so good at like stacking camps, putting vision there. That way you can just use your ultimate and just destroy the early game.
Yeah, I think in the previous game, at 12, 13 minutes into the game, they had like 20 stacks, while Xtreme Gaming had only 2 stacks. So that's gonna definitely help. And we saw what he can do with Nature's Prophet in the mid lane. When Malrine played it, I think pretty similar thing is gonna happen with the Skeeter to maximize that damage output from Wrath of Nature. But also in terms of survivability on Xtreme Gaming, you have Lifestealer with some like Infest Bomb, you have Abba as well with the Shield. So I think that both of the teams got the drafts that they wanted. Maybe Team Falcons didn't want to go with this Nature's Prophet as like the overall last pick, but they were like, okay, we got to decide what is it going to be.
Stable, right?
Yeah, it's just like a stable mid/carry type of a hero.
Yeah, so do you feel about evens on the draft then?
I feel like this Bristle's entirely unanswered, and Amar is not the type of player you want to leave unanswered. So just off the fact of what I saw last game and Amar this series in general, this Bristol might just take the game by storm, and that's a problem.
Yeah, he's really good on that hero too.
Yeah, definitely is. And also Malrine, we did talk about his Pango, one of the better Pangos out there. And this team also loves to play for super late game, and I think that they could definitely also outscale. Like I'm seeing Bristleback with seeing Red Facet, Amar having like 1,000 damage, going for a refresher yesterday when he did play with the Lincoln Sphere and stuff. So his itemizations is always going to be on point, but I think we're in for a treat for another banger of a game.
Yeah, I think so. I'm really liking the look of this one. Clinton, final thoughts before we get into the game?
I hope the Lifestealer does well.
Well, we will see, but we are now ready for the deciding map in this series. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, let's find out who's going to be able to take the victory here in this Game 3. Xtreme Gaming up against Team Falcons. Fogt, what sort of stands out to you when you kind of look at these two drafts coming into this final game?
I'm really in line with what Fear was saying. I think a lot of the game for me is going to be up to how Lifestealer's games go, if game goes. Otherwise, I'm worried for them versus the Bristleback. I don't think they really have the greatest answers versus him, and I've seen Amar just literally carry from the offlane so many times, especially on this hero. So let's see if they can withstand the pressure of that, because it's not just the combo, it's not just the Bristleback, it's the combo. I think every time I see Falcons play Bristle, they have Pango as well. So they have this crazy minus armor from Lucky Shot with the quills, and it just synergizes really nicely. So that's my concern. But for XG, what they do have nicely is a Rubik, which is not really a hero that's played too much, but it's a Jinkyu Rubik, so I'm kind of hyped for that. Doesn't have the greatest of spells to steal, besides, I mean, he has CM, Pango, and Muerta, which are pretty nice. But I'm excited to see what he can actually do with it, because sometimes this hero does literally nothing, but it's Jinkyu, so excited to see it at the least.
I mean, what's up with the Rubik? Why is it not considered in a good spot right now?
It's just a hard hero to play. You always have some potential, right? You look and you're like, there's always something that you can steal, something you can do, but sometimes you just die before doing anything because you're very fragile. But hero has changed quite a bit. He went for the Frugal Filch rather than going for the AoE. I thought he might go for the AoE versus Bristle, but looks like he just wants to be able to spam out more spells in the fights. So we'll see what Jinkyu can steal.
And do you like the finishing pick there from Falcons, settling just with the Nature's Prophet again here, of course in a different capacity. We saw it earlier from Marine, now we're going to see it from Skeeter in the safe lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely strong in the lane that he's up against, right? It looks difficult for Rubik and Abaddon to deal with the Treant, so it's a comfort pick for them. They were running low on time. I don't know how many other heroes they had left because most of them were targeted, right? Like the Slardar, the Dawn, the DK. Majority of the popular ones that Skitter likes to play was gone, so. And I don't think there's like very many games where it's like Nature's Prophet's that bad, right?
No, it feels like a pretty safe. But even though the win rate has not been great, but as we've seen today, Falcons, they've been the ones to turn up and show that you can win with this hero, despite nobody being able to win with it yesterday on day one.
I'm really like excited and just really looking forward to just constant team fights that this patch feels like it's been bringing. I know I've been talking about it a lot in the last game, but I just feel like that last game was just literally like, wait 20 seconds, team fight. Wait 30 seconds, team fight. It was constant from both teams. And this is another game that could absolutely be like that. It's a lot of team fight from the side of XG. Maybe slightly less on Falcons, but either way, lots of different spells that they can spam.
Obviously down on the bottom side. I mean, did get nerfs obviously in the recent patch, but lifestealing, where do you sort of see that hero at right now?
I mean, he's pretty good. He's definitely pretty good, but he's not one of those. I don't feel like he's one of those heroes that can win by himself fully. Because I saw that Nightfall game from yesterday, I think it was, just keeps sticking out in my mind when he ends up 0-0 and 4, right? Like he got full farm, he just couldn't do it by himself. So. But he's good versus the tanky strength cores that are definitely going to start rising more and more in popularity. And they do have Infest. So I tend to usually like at least one target that you can Infest jump with when you do have a Lifestealer, and they have the puck. So that can be really nice for the initiations to burst potentially the Pango at the start of those engagements.
Yeah, pretty close so far in the mid matchup. Yep. 14-2, 14-0. XM and Marine getting equal amounts. At the moment, it's a bit of a slower start for XG on both of the side lanes, especially that down bottom. Only 6-2 for Arme so far against the 13-2 on Amar's Bristol, so proving to not be an easy time in the first few waves.
Yeah. Amar's already got the null, the spam continues coming out. He's got extra mana regen to spam too. The top lane is the one that I'm most it doesn't look like it gets much easier either. Like Jin Q can't really contest with the Treant plus a Crystal Maiden to assist the Abaddon too well. They will get the Healing Lotus on the top side for XG, but bottom side we do see Crit able to claim it. So difficult to ever go onto Amar.
Yeah, especially Jakiro with another carry maybe, but with a Lifestealer early on, Arme doesn't want to spend any time trying to chase a Bristol out the lane.
It's too slow of damage, right? He's gonna get like 7 quills off by the time that you potentially bring him down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Of course, Crit can put a stop to any chance to chase Bristol with the dead shot.
I'm wondering what build Ame goes to. Because we did see the Radiance one yesterday, I think it was, right? And then I've seen, I always like Armlet. It's like the best hero in the game with Armlet, but I feel like people have gone away from it a bit.
Yeah, some people do still go for this Armlet first before the Radiance.
Yeah.
I feel like that has kind of, it's not the preferred build. Like the preferred way is to just be able to farm the Radiance first. And that's the sort of dream situation.
Amar, he is alone. Crit's not in the vicinity. The Quills, it's not enough.
They'll get him. I mean, that is a surprising first blood.
Yeah,
Arme on the Lifestealer been able to take out Amar on the Bristol. I didn't see that coming.
No, I think it's just because Crit left the lane. Crit walked away, and the second that he left, they immediately just go on the wraparound and go for the kill.
Oh, very good stuff there for XG. Big stuff.
Yeah.
For Arme in that lane.
Because, yeah, Crit's the one carrying the Healing Lotus as well, too, right? So, pretty darn good kill. Still at a deficit in terms of gold, even though they got first blood. Dying.
Yeah, we'll go down and return it slowly but surely. They make sure Amar gets the last touch on that.
He's going to drag the wave. Ame should pretty much be starting to get full free farm down here, though. And yeah, very nice that he gets the kill for that extra HP. Amar is actually contesting him with Goo to pressure his top.
They want to go for Jinkyu. I mean, they dropped the Blood Grenade down for this. Another Sprout. Shields at the ready there from XXS. Skidder trying to get in position for some body blocks with the Treant, but it's not going to work.
Amar is alone again.
I can they do it again?
I mean, the second he gets left alone, he's pinging, he's asking for help.
Yeah, he can't afford to go down a second time. This time the Quills do start to cause a bit of an issue for XG, so they won't push on for him.
Like, Crit was walking over, and he actually ends up TPing because I think Amar was telling him, he's like, hey, don't stop leaving me alone. Passes over the Healing Lotus, puts him back into a comfortable spot, but he's getting pressured a bit down here. Power Rune, rotations coming in. Snaking feels like he can leave the lane easily top to assist Malrine get the rune. And Malrine is 6, and he has Thunderbolt facet, so he can actually chain stun the puck with this. Who's it gonna be? It's bottom. They might make the move on XM soon. Yeah, he jumps away. Stacks beginning. Crit will get a couple of those picked up for Amar. Bayame. Full free farm now.
Yeah, that first blood was really huge.
It's massive for him, really. Gives him the phase boots. They're still playing around the mid lane. Xinqiu's in the area to assist, but he's only level 2. It's a level 4 CM. Malrine looks like he's gonna invis and maybe go for what? Shrine of Wisdom? Potentially, if he wants to go for that play there, because he's got the roll.
We'll see how set up they are for that on the defensive XG.
I mean, they're beelining it to the shrine. Xinqiu sees snaking it, but Malrine might catch them off guard.
They're bringing it back up. Backups on the way. They're going to try and get it on towards Xinqiu, but it's a good ice path down onto the two of them. They're still with the shield crush. Rolling Thunder's there. They'll look to Xinqiu. The shield will come out. Give Xinqiu a little bit of extra chance to live. Malrine can even find him. He can't. Xinqiu's going to be fine. And Malrine has to TP out with the remainder of that Rolling Thunder.
Wow, I mean, they bring the squad. They brought literally the entire team to secure that. So it does give up lanes, at least, to the Bristleback now completely. But they will secure that shrine. And they do save Xinqiu. So Rolling Thunder used to not get a kill, and they go back to their lanes now.
Yeah, they'll switch it up. XXS down to the bottom. Arme will stick up on the top.
I think that's the first time I've seen 5 heroes turn up for the
7-minute wisdom.
Actually, I think we maybe had that happen yesterday, too, when they were... Because both teams have been... A lot of teams have just been contesting those wisdoms a lot more. Arme.
He can't do this on his own, but maybe with Undyne. Look, grenade down as well.
He's on Skeeter. Skeeter's got no backup.
There's nobody coming to help him. Nobody had a TP? It's cooled down all around the clock. It was... I guess they're in problems down bottom. They're looking to get aggressive down bottom at the same time, so they'll lose Skeeter top, but they get XXS on the bottom lane. So they're going to trade.
Yeah, I think they only had the one TP available. I think Crit had it at the ready, but that was it. So they went for their own aggressive move instead. Look to pressure the tower a bit here. A trade of kills. Xinqiu stays bottom. They should have him here with the goo.
Pretty dead. Nature's Wrath comes in, he's got the 1 charges, but Amar will continue to chase him down. Dead shot on point from Crit. Amar, even though he gave up that first blood, he's the one on top.
There is.
Very good game overall. Start this off once again, and as you say, he's going to be the one to watch. He's carried many a game on his bristle.
And he's got that minus armor that's always going to be provided from Pango. It really does all start to add up very quickly. And now up to 2K lead for them with this early aggression. They've shut down that off lane super hard on the side of Falcons. Both XXS and Xinqiu are quite broke and low level as well on the Rubik.
XXS, he's got to be careful on this bottom lane.
Still level 5.
They can dive in for him.
No, they will.
Straight away. And TP's going to be coming in from Arme. I don't know if Arme's going to be able to do much to help XXS.
He gets silenced.
Silence flips onto him. That's going to be XXS going down. Arme trying to find somewhere to run, somewhere to infest to. He'll go for Undyne. XM will get the control and burst to take out Amar in return. And honestly, with the state of both of the offlaners, they'll take that
They'll
trade.
Get another, too. They should have Snay. There's actually 2 heroes on high ground, too, but Snay... Yeah, will go down.
Good stuff, good response from XG.
Yeah, great move.
That they're down there and getting 2 kills, one of them being the big one, taking Amar out.
But they do lose XXS again. He's really, really struggling, and he was the X factor in that last game. His Centaur was amazing, so him struggling could be pretty problematic for them. Even though the Lifestealer and the Puck are doing well, just having this Abaddon have such a hard start. But XM definitely off to a hot one. He gets a regen rune too.
Radiant's
And Falcons
bottom tower
immediately ready to continue to put the pressure onto this bottom tower. Pushing Ame out of the lane. And Ame's trying to hover around, grab the creeps, but again, it just sort of continues to be a dangerous place. He might just switch up to the top lane, yeah. He'll
think
take
he
the
is.
twin gate up it.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to risk things around that tier 1 tower.
And they do see it. They have a ward, so immediately Skater's going to leave that top tower also. He was actually trying to defend it, but once the Life Stealer comes through, he ditches. And that should be a tower and some recovery for XXS. The pressure mid here with the catapults. XM
Radiant's bottom
All right. Oh,
doesn't have mana for the jump.
yeah, not able to make it over the
Doesn't
clip.
matter.
Silence comes in. Crit, having the control, and Skeeter brings in the damage. Marion going to see if he can find more potential under the tier 1 tower, but TPs are coming in now from XG. Ame trying to chase down Crit.
Shinkyu, he survives.
I mean, Ame's going pretty deep for this one. Rage at the ready to dodge the dead shot. He wants the kill. He's not going to get it. He's got to use the Infest now, but he's still caught in the Sprout. Ame frostbitten up as well. He's just dead.
Oh my god, and
Crit
now he lives.
survives. And Undying, he'll fall as well. Deadshot comes in. Oh, that was... I mean, we're talking about, you know, they were getting baited last time around. Obviously, it didn't matter in the end of that game, too. They did end up winning it. But this game, so they're getting baited again. Ame, he just really wanted Crit.
Oh, and
They didn't get him.
They had like, what, I think 5 HP on both heroes. The Pango was getting chased by the Jakiro because he went for a swashbuckle
Yep.
under the tower, lives, walks away, and Ame commits so hard it ends up getting brought down. I think it was, what, a Lotus that ends up healing Crit at the end? Saves him the last second.
And then the counter play as well. I mean, he tries to get away with the Infest, but Sprout's there, and you can't Quelling Blade out of Sprout when you're inside a creep. You're stuck.
Too deep from Ame. They get punished pretty hard there, and we saw the big Wrath of Nature damage coming into play from the side. Skeeter does have the Maelstrom finish now too, and Amar will soon have his Aghanims after this timing, so...
I imagine Ame will not go for those sort of moves. I feel he doesn't need to go for those aggressive plays, right? He was having a pretty clean start. Before that, he was 3-0-2.
He crippled his game pretty hard.
He's got to just stick to the creeps for now. Get that farm.
He does not want to fall too far behind in terms of farm, because that, you know, Lifestealer overall, the farm rate can be quite a bit slower than something like a Lifestealer or a Bristleback. Or sorry, than a Nature's Prophet and a Bristleback once they start getting the ball rolling.
Yeah.
They can just clean up the map so much faster.
Feels the necessity to fight. Obviously going for this armlet first. We'll see if he does still go back for the Radiance afterwards.
Yeah, he hasn't committed for anything else of it just yet. He just went for the Helm, so we will see. But the farm for Falcons is looking at very good now after that fight.
Yeah, I mean, there's the thing, right? You know that Amar's going to be farming very quickly on his Bristle, and as we've seen on a Nature's Prophet,
They always farm.
you can farm in a manner that none of the cores or heroes in general on XG's lineup are going to be able to keep up with, right? Nature's Prophet, once he starts getting the ball rolling, he's going to be the fastest farmer on the map.
Exactly.
Amar, the only one to contest that.
Yeah, and Malrine, he can sack a bit of his farm because he has these 2 carry heroes from the side that he can just play more of the playmaking Pango. He's got a shield rune too for this next engagement, which should be pretty huge, potentially. Diffusal's done, and he got Orbit Destruction.
Yeah, big
Didn't point out
timings.
earlier, so he's got some big timings. They're going to smoke with that.
Yeah, super fast Ags as well on Amar.
He does have it finished, yeah. Okay.
13 minutes.
Yeah, this is the timing. XG has to be able to withstand the pressure that's going to come in these next few moments. Get the time for Ame to be able to try to farm. But yeah, he really got slowed down so much from that death.
Yeah, he has to be so confident that the fight's going to go well if he turns up.
Yep.
Other than that, he's got to ignore the action.
Oh, they're stacking
Get at least this armlet online.
Jinkyu stacking some camps. They get the scan. Amar is getting the wraparound. XM. He'll scout it. They might just settle with stealing the Ancients. Yeah, looks like Amar is going to do that. Hanging on to their mid tower, XG. A lot of damage onto Puck. Malrine feels confident with that shield rune to show. As he steals the Ancients.
Yep, it's going to be level 12.
Yep.
Well on the way to having the money for the shard.
He pretty much has it. Yeah, he'll have it at the 15, it feels. And XXS, looks like they want to start to poke him. They have the Diffusal. They don't want to commit. And Snay is immediately setting himself up for the ward down bottom to set up for that Tormentor. Undyne also doing the exact same thing, so both teams at the ready for it. But you can see Falcons really prioritizing it, and they're going to bring it down fast. Can there be a steal from Undyne?
It's risky. I mean, it'll drop the Macropire down very early. Not really going to do a whole lot.
And he...
I mean, they're going to go straight towards him. Oh,
He gets caught.
Shot! Critty, don't miss!
Ooh.
Maximum range there, it felt like.
Falcons just, this time, one step ahead. Ooh, 78.9%. I like that.
Well, okay, he missed sometimes. But most of the time, he don't miss. 78.9%.
Setting up for the gank. XXS top. Blade Mail is finished just now. Quite late. And yeah, they're afraid to fight, and for good reason, it feels like. This lead at 16 minutes is quite high. Crit does scout out XXS. He's got backup behind him.
He needs to run. Trying to poke out the borrowed time from him.
Oh. He just gets popped.
All right, doesn't get the chance to... Oh, okay, no, he skilled it when he was dead.
Yep.
Unfortunate.
Skilled it literally right after. Don't think he expected the big wrath coming in from Skitter. 25 seconds. Yeah, this top lane really struggled so much, and we're seeing the results of it in this game now. Not feeling the impact from Xingqiu on the Rubik either, or the Abaddon so far. Samar, the siege begins. That shard's done. The Axe is done. Coil comes out, catches a big target.
They'll be able to blow him up. Submarine out. Armate.
It's a prime target.
He does have his armlet, so he's a bit better kitted out to turn up to these early skirmishes.
That's ideally how they want to start or do every single one of the fights, right? Just immediately pop the Pangolier and then potentially look for something afterwards. But at this point, they want to wait until a little bit more farm comes out from Ame for him to get involved. Armlet's done. Talisman Evasion. He is just going to do Armlet Radiance. So.
Yeah, it's pretty much what most do right now.
Yeah.
It's just that some lifestealer will just they'll go for the Radiance Rush first.
Yeah,
and I think honestly some other carries in this, if they were in this game, they would have still just gone Radiance first.
I'm glad though he goes Armlet, not only just because it's one of the, in my opinion, like one of the best items on lifestealer, but he's also playing versus
it's the order right.
Sure,
like,
sure.
Could he have gotten away with getting Radiance first this game? Maybe.
But yeah, it gives you like the extra armor is really nice versus like Pang.
Oh yeah, it's a must buy.
It's a must buy. Farm continues to just grow that much faster for Falcons during the downtime, and smoked up. Now they're ready to fight again. They want to get Malrine to have the angle to get the start, not to get jumped himself. Power Rune coming up in a moment here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ame getting some good time to be able to chill under no pressure to get that farm. They are making the move toward him now, though.
Uh-oh.
See if he sees it coming. See if he's ready for this. Mar, his call is to go for the Roche. They do get the scan out. Looks it's not going to be the case. Slower paced game. Both teams patiently waiting for timing. They're going to smoke up now. Coil's at the ready.
Or snaking.
Looks like it's going to probably just be Snay. Looking to save the Coil if they potentially can. They actually end up throwing it down, though.
They missed a few spells here and there.
They did, and they're scared to full
Are they not going to kill him? Come on.
Give it Ame.
There we go.
XM takes it, okay.
Quite the effort, but they get the job done. The Crystal Maiden has been conquered.
It's quite a lot used, though, right? They use a Macro Pyre and a Coil to bring him down. So now Malrine, he's under no threat for the next 40 seconds or so, since that Coil is down. And Amar immediately goes to siege toward the mid lane. So they do get a kill at the least, but it's a pretty expensive usage.
How's Arma doing on the progress?
It's getting closer and closer.
Okay.
But it's not the same growth of the Bristle or the Nature's Prophet. They just farm that much until the Radiance is online. They just farm just naturally that much faster. Blink picked up for XXS, but yeah, he is truly like a support Abaddon, it feels like, at this point in the game. If he can get a successful team fight, it'll salvage this game, but yeah, he's falling behind. Tamar.
Yeah, I just know where they can go on this Bristle right now with the Glimmer done.
The Glimmer is insanely valued this game. right? All four of the heroes are just completely countered by Glimmer. Roche could be on the menu. He's shifting toward bottom. Falcons are at the ready here. Amar. XG looking for the swing around themselves. They've got the blink on XM. He's got Witchblade too, so he can get the distance to try to find Malrine, but that's what he has to do. He has to find the Pango. If they don't kill Malrine at the start of the fight before he gets Rolling Thunder, it feels like it'll be disastrous. Unless Xingqiu can steal it or something, but we'll see. Roche is dying.
They're gonna make the jump. So they're gonna quickly do a crit. They'll drop the Macropire down for him and the Dream Coil.
They threw everything onto the support again. Guess they didn't feel like they could commit into the Roche anyway. They just wanted to settle for the kill, but a lot committed again.
Now Falcons.
And they steal the shrine.
And they continue to get what they want this game, holding on to that lead. Radiance will be done now for Ame. We'll see how much this does allow him to catch up in farm with the Skeeter Nature's Prophet.
And let's see if this is the indication for him to also start joining fights, because now he's actually able to commit something into these fights as well. He's able to get that constant burn when he's infested in Puck. Malrine's got Blink. He's got the way to initiate and jump into backlines. Also, he's queued up Shard. Very good Shard game when you're playing versus Puck versus that Coil.
Amar. Pretty confident with these Aegis.
They don't know where the rest of the heroes are, though, so they can't really commit to try to bring down this Aegis. Snaking in the vicinity. Good steal of the rune there, XXS, taking away that shield rune from Malrine. Actually pretty important.
Ame.
Turning himself.
Ame has to rage and run away.
His team is starting to connect a bit. But Amar is just posturing very confidently down here.
Yeah, he knows it's going to take quite the amount of spells from them. Dream Core's Macropires if they want to bring this Bristle down even the once.
Yeah. Xingqiu, he's got the 4-step to get away, but the roll's coming in.
Yep, they'll catch the Rubik. They may even catch the Jakira as well and deal with the Rolling Thunder clipping on towards him. Ame also gets clipped by the Silence. We get the Rage off him and infesting towards the Jakiro for a little bit of safety. XM has the Dream Core. Macropire come down. They'll kill Snaking. Can they get Malrine as well? Jump forward. He's got the Shield Crash. Essence Ring. He should be fine. Did have to use the buyback there from Xingqiu. Doesn't look like they're even going to be able to get that Aegis out of Amar. Amar should be fine.
Away. Double Glimmers.
So they only lose the CM and XG. They did expend a buyback.
And all in the meanwhile, Nature's Prophet continues to just farm. As we said, Alme, he's recovering, right? Not recovering, but he's starting to catch back up, at least in particular versus the MP. He's level 15 as well, too, so his levels are good.
That's the damage. Look at the Parasma now on XM.
And XXS in that he didn't also get a decent amount of time to sit back and get some extra farm too during that, so he's actually recovered a bit there too. Malrine's the one who's starting to fall behind on this Pango. He just has to play very careful, and I think there's just not really much farm on the map when he's playing with a Nature's Prophet and a Bristle, so he is getting behind because of that naturally.
We'll have the amplified damage room for the next fight. Could still look to take. We've still just over a minute and a half left on Amar's Aegis.
He still wants to play incredibly aggressive. He's looking for Undying. Can't quite get the kill there. Stop XM. He's just got to go for the TP. Actually gets himself out. If he jaunted, he could be in trouble. Snaking was there. Very farm-heavy game. After such a such a constant fighting one last time, now it's just 9 to 10. They've got a timing. They're gonna go. With this Parasma, with the Infest.
I mean, still, it's into a Bristle that still has a minute left on the Aegis.
It's true.
Is that really the target you want to find?
Malrine is still heavy priority. I think his shard is about to get delivered though, so this could turn the tide of the fight if he gets that shard off.
We'll see Amar here. And they don't want to throw anything.
That's not the one they want to see.
Yeah, they can't go for the bristle.
The worst target they can possibly find. But they wanted to try to set up, because Tormentor also is coming up, so they wanted to be in the vicinity for it. Falcons, they're just going to wait for it. It must be pretty chill for Skeeter, I feel like, in these games when he's just playing Dawn in Nature's Prophet. He's literally playing his own game while the team does, literally, they play team game. He's just like, hidden creeps, call when you need a wrath. Like,
yeah, I mean, they do feel very nice to play.
right? It's like,
I mean, the map is just designed for this sort of hero, right? You just got so much space, you can be so far away, it can be so hard to find, or at least takes a lot of resources for the team to ever come and hunt you down if you're like this Nature's Prophet or Dawn.
And he gets gifted a free shard there, so his net worth inflates even more over the Lifestealer. Set up bottom, they're TPing in. Looks like they're gonna bring Skidder for the action. Mystical Gale Guard on Amar, a really good neutral item you could find here with the extra magic resist. As we said, it's majority magic damage on the side of XG in this game. Looks like Falcons will start to back away. And bye-bye, Skeeter. Back to the top lane. They're infested up, so they're looking for a catch, but Falcons have already retreated.
And this is the thing as well, when you see this sort of playstyle from like the Nature's Prophet and the Dawnbreaker, it just makes you kind of wonder, is Spectre just really that bad that it's just not viable?
It got banned.
It's that same style.
It did get banned this game,
It did get
right?
banned this time.
Yeah,
okay,
it did get banned this time around.
There is a chance we will see some Spectres, you think, here?
I do think so. I feel like Global, it just feels so good right now when the map is so massive to farm, and yeah, it's hard to really find these global heroes to punish them, because in the past it's like, oh, you go hunt the Dawnbreaker, or you go hunt the NP so he can't join the fights, but when they're in these positions, how do you hunt
so
them?
far?
Like, how the hell are you gonna find it? Look where he is. He's like literally in his base. What else did we see get picked up? The neutral items, we see a tough Gale Guard, I believe it is for Ame.
Radiant's top tower is
The
under
big one.
attack.
Whispers of Dread for XM is also a pretty massive one, but yeah, lots of Gale Guards. Gotta get used to it.
Yeah, even with that significant
Yeah.
still, like, what was it? It was like, remember how much did it remove from the barrier? 200 or something?
I believe so. I think it was like it was 150. It was 400 before, right? Maybe you're right. Maybe it was 450. Whatever. I mean, barriers are a thing, you know? When they first introduced them, it was immediate that people were like, wait a minute, these are good. When was our last kill? Five minutes ago, they killed Snaking. In some time, just downtime. Both teams just trying to maximize the farm, but the maximizing the farm looks like it's going better for Falcons as time goes by. It just continues throwing.
It was always going to be the thing, like, who can keep up with this Nature's Prophet?
XM. Maureen got to find him.
Oh, he's close.
He does.
Maureen knows exactly where he is.
He's got the chain stun with the Thunderbolts. We'll be able to jaunt
up to the end, but already TP's coming in. Snake King. Oh, XM, he should be fine.
Snake tries to fish in the trees for him, can't get him. Maureen does find him again, but yeah, XM, he's played his way out of it. And now they're smoking and making their own move. Top, XXS.
Oh, he's in trouble. He's got borrowed time.
His team is starting to connect over as well.
Yeah, but do they really want to connect if he ends up going down? He's able to get the blink off with the remainder of that borrowed time. Ame steps up. Does he want to go for it? He's looking at Amar. He can't fight this right now. Ame's got to turn and run. The ice path will hold them back, at least get the space for XG to back up out
They
of
all
that.
get away. It looks like they can. Undying with the smoke still under effect on him. He's actually speedy enough to outrun that TP.
You're definitely sort of seeing signs of it, though. Like, Ame's not going to be able to touch this bristle. Who is going to be able to touch this bristle?
I honestly
Who kills
don't
the
know.
bristle?
He needs the next item and maybe the one after. Or if they can just fully isolate, because yeah, they just don't really have great they're all magic damage on. Like, he does some physical damage at this point, but it's majority magic, and he's very resistant versus it.
It's looking like a very good bristle game for Amar.
And yeah, triple scaling cores, right? On the side of Falcons. Maureen, as we said, a little bit more of that sacrifice this time around, because there's just not the space for him to get the farm, but getting a lot out of the map. Roche back up. Can you, I mean, this is the question, right? Can XG contest a Roshan?
I mean, I don't think so. They've got like the Dream Coil and the Macropire, but it just seems like the damage outside of, like, it's just not that terrifying, right? Where is that damage that's going to be able to bite through a Bristle?
XM hasn't spent his gold yet, so he has the gold if he wants to go for a counter, because there's an Orchid just purchased by Nature's Prophet.
We're looking at Amar. Amar committing with a rage. They get the jump on the backlines. It's a nice
big coil.
Do they have the damage to kill these heroes? Snake King might die, he will. So they got the CM, but Snake King straight back in with the buyback. Undyne will get caught by the Rolling Thunder as he tries to TP out. Army's trying to hit Amar, but Amar's just perfectly fine. He's ready around the fight wherever he wants to. Skitter a little bit more vulnerable, but he's able to push himself away with the Hurricane.
Gets lifted.
Tries to TP out. Shinkyu will stop it. Skitter, he goes for the Sprout TP. Is that enough to get him out?
It is.
Skitter, he gets out of this. A buyback now will come out from Shinkyu. Snaking, that's a dieback from him. So the support's the only ones really suffering in this sort of fight. The cores from both sides remain untouched.
And XM, he did buy the Euls, so he did see that Orchid. He had saved his gold, so he has the Dispel versus that Silence. A beautiful Dream Coil. He gets the 3 in the backline, and now they're actually the ones setting up for Roche themselves.
Okay.
A lot of ultis used on the side of Falcons.
I mean, they know they've got everyone up, and Snake King's not back for 50.
Skeeter's gonna scout it. This is huge for XG.
Yeah, 30 seconds, no Rolling Thunder. That's the big one that would threaten them. They're getting a little scared, though.
Bristle starting to come back into the fray.
I mean, they want to try and force this. They know there's no Rolling Thunder. 20 seconds. Mar.
It's so low. The Silence, he's got the Euls.
They're going to jump in XXS. Trying to head over towards Skeeter. He's trying to bring Arme over towards the Nature's Prophet. They got the Dream Coil.
He's no BKB yet.
They've caught Skeeter. XM brings in Arme. They're on top of the Nature's Prophet. They take him down.
And they're kiting Amar. This Roche is still very low. They do get the kill on Undyne. The Roche is sitting at 1,900 HP.
I mean, they can kill Skeeter, but can they kill Amar? As Amar ready to try and scare them away from the pit.
Rolling Thunder's back at the ready.
It is. Arme trying to chase him down. Gets caught by the opening of the Rolling Thunder. Has the rage. XM jumps in. Silence on towards Amar. Crit keeps his distance. Amar, he's ready to get back in over towards XSS, trying to pop out the borrowed time, but
Man, this is
forced out yet.
This is still very good for XG. Falcons is just trying to withstand the time so they can have their Nature's Prophet, but they can maybe make it back in time for
they want to try and finish this right, get back in the pit. Xtreme.
They've got it.
There we go, Aegis for Arme.
Oh, the banner, don't forget. Okay, they got it. Whew. Huge, great play there from XXS again. Just literally just bypassing everybody and just getting on top of Skeeter. Just 2 or 3 fights now in a row.
Yeah, as long as they can get Arme on top of the Skeeter Nature's Prophet, then the fight starts in a good position, right? Sure, they might not be able to kill the Bristle, but a large amount of the damage output of Falcons is removed if they can find Skeeter at the start.
Because they have pretty good ways to kite him, as we're seeing. Like Amar, he's having, I mean, some difficulty sticking on targets. So of course, once he gets on them, they die in like 2 seconds, but really good last fight. And now an Abyssal Blade for Ame. So got this extra lockdown that can be pretty nice to bring down, I mean, yeah, pretty much any of the targets. The NP, the Pango, the Bristle. AC finished up from Amar. So they're matching the AC that we see picked up from XXS.
Now Falcons just got to do everything they can to get Skeeter away from these attempts from Xtreme in the middle of the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying, right? They have even the Glimmer on Crit as well, which is something you don't always see on a Muerta. But Snaking's gone down his greed, the same route that he did last time, just more greed. So only having that 1 or 2 different potential to protect the Nature's Prophet right now. And XM he's starting to get pretty massive as well too, right? He's had a pretty flawless game so far, 8-1-2 on the puck. This time he's the X factor to get those backline jumps. He's got an Octarine now. It's level 20 too. Yeah, he's literally caught up to the Bristle back in farm, so. Looking better and better for XG again. Even though it's a 7K lead for Falcons, it doesn't feel like it.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, XG.
Saw in that last fight.
They've got the solutions to dealing with the Prophet. Just straight in with the Dream Coil or the Blink initiation from XXS. They can get on it.
Yeah, it's a cool game. It's another one where it feels pretty damn close. Yeah, looking at the graph, it's thinking similar. It's kind of ping-ponging back, even though an AK lead, it does have confidence. Amar. I feel like they're going to need a Hex pretty soon for XM. He is getting it too much off. And the Orchid is not a full answer at this point versus that AVULUS. They're going to infest again. They're going to look for the fight. It's pretty good spell stolen still from Xingqiu too. He does still have that dead shot to catch from a distance.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tormentor time. Everybody's got the shard. Cash money.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Almost getting away with hitting this tower.
Yep, trying to get as much as they can with this Aegis timing. Falcons just splitting up. This has to be one of the lower kill games. Both teams just avoiding each other. Eg's now done for a crit, one of the stronger ones, and he is queuing up the Hex afterwards. That's going to take him a long time to get. Yeah, cleaning up waves nicely. Yeah. XXS deals with the top lane. He's gotten level 22 now. He's farmed up. Harpoon is ready. Lots of different ways to get in and get on top of that Nature's Prophet. Falcon's a bit afraid right now. Oh, you see that? You see the Battle Fury queued up?
Oh yeah. There we go.
He's like, Nature's Prophet, man. I don't know.
I mean, this is the build. If there's a Nature's Prophet in the game, doesn't matter what hero you're playing. I don't care if it's range. You can just buy the Battle Fury.
Marine, they catch him.
That's a good jump.
It's a gem as well.
That's a beautiful jump there. Dream fall onto the 2 and Arme gets the cleanup.
Wait, they didn't check that high ground. They had the gem on Malrine too, and they didn't check it.
But they only just got it?
They had it for some time on him.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that ward survived.
Because he had it when he was inside the base when I checked him earlier, so... I mean, I can't believe that ward actually ends up surviving and getting a big catch. Catches the Pango perfectly there from XM.
All right, let's see what they can do with it. Okay, Aegis will be gone.
They can poke, though. It's 30 seconds, no Pango.
That is a huge catch.
Big damage onto Ame.
XXS, he's in.
Ame almost dying to the Bloodthorn.
He's fine. Calculated. He's going to be able to get out of here. Whoa! Okay.
Oh, that was close.
It's always, yeah, always scary when you hit C, so let an arm that toggle as an Nature's Wrath come crashing through, but Arme's fine.
Yeah, and he's committing for that Battle Fury, so
Where's the
wants
build?
to make sure that he keeps that Quelling Blade. Yep.
It's either buy a Battle Fury or buy a Hurricane Pike.
Which I have seen, actually.
Yep.
On Lifestealer.
You know, because sometimes you're like, well, I actually prefer the stats at this point.
Yeah.
You're not ranged here, and you want to have that way to slide out the Sprout, but yeah, Battle Fury, that'll do it.
And Falcons, you can see they're feeling that pressure. Malrine in particular has to be very careful with his positioning.
Oh, up the cliff you go.
Oh, he has TP in forward.
He does. They got some forces, right?
Yeah, they have 2. Or 1, actually. Snake doesn't have his still. He doesn't want a TP. They're actually just going to use the Sprout even better. Doesn't even have to use the 4-step. Satanic finished up for Skitter. But look at these networks. They've now surpassed the Bristle with the Lifestealer. The Puck also surpassing.
Oh yeah,
the Madden doing better. Yeah, this is looking just better and better for XG.
They've stabilized this game very nicely, and I think large part down to just what XM's been able to do on the Puck. Some really nice dream calls the last few times round, getting that setup, and just getting that farm.
I'm excited.
Massive.
The big clash is probably gonna be like one big clash that decides this game. It feels like at this rate. Both teams almost feels like they have like this a bit of a similar style in terms of just wanting to be as efficient as possible with farming map, but also wanting to still make some aggressive plays. But for Falcons, those aggressive plays have stopped quite a lot in those last 10 minutes. It's been pretty much XG constantly making the moves at the infests. is for a second there. They pinged him immediately. And they're gonna smoke to look for a move. All right. Let's see where they want to go. Roche gonna be respawning pretty soon. Can respawn pretty soon.
So if they... I mean, if they go for the Roche fight, but yeah, both teams are going to want to have something to say about it.
Oh yeah, but now at this point, you absolutely just take any fight you can on both sides.
And if anything, I think it's just... It's actually kind of scary for Falcons. We'll see in the mid though. Exam.
Jump. They don't get the puck.
Marine, is he able to get on top of him? Oh. He's not. Good jukes there from XM.
They might re-engage.
XXX is thinking about it. Looking at Amar. It's definitely the toughest target to try and tackle. It's XXS. Caught in the sprout. That's the borrowed time. Mate, ready to try and help XXS get out of there. Use the infest.
That is the infest used.
Mars still trying to poke. Skeeter's in as well now.
They want to get something out of the fact that borrowed time and infest was used. Can't fully commit forward for them. Good dodge from XM. Clutch timing that he's able to get that phase shift off. Otherwise, he could potentially die if that initial Rolling Thunder connects onto him. And he committed his gold there too, so that was actually a pretty opportune time for him to survive, because he did go for that Arcane Blink. Did we see the... I didn't point out, but Ogre Seal Totem is kept still for Skeeter. Very important in this game, just having that extra distance that he can make between himself and the Lifestealer and Abaddon. He opted to keep it as his tier 4.
Yeah, because he knows as soon as he shows in the fight, there will be someone on top of him.
Yeah. And he's now hit 25, so that Treant, it's online.
Oh, here we go.
Big boy tree. And Roche, it does spawn. It's one of the quicker spawns, too, and they kill it very fast with this minus armor. I don't know if they make it in time.
They're not going to get the chance to get over it.
XM, hit by the Shiva.
Can't make the jump in time. He gets caught by the dead shot. Falcons get the space.
Oh, that's
that
huge.
Aegis on Skeeter.
Huge if they can get that one.
I mean, Arme, he's looking at Amar.
He is very durable.
And backup comes in from Marine. There straight away. They get the stun control on towards Arme. Arme, he's in trouble. What the rage?
He's dead. He's got no buyback.
Oh, he's out for 90 seconds.
He committed for the Manta. Oh, no.
They've got to try and defend for 90 seconds without their carry and against the lineup that's got an Aegis.
And XM.
Frostbite's there, but all about.
Can he get himself away? He's dancing. He's making them try to keep chasing.
TP over. Another TP as well from Snake King.
He's wasting a lot of their time.
I was going to say, yeah, they got to just keep pushing the lanes out.
I mean, look at Amar. Amar's doing the right thing.
He's like, guys, stop chasing this puck. Let's get some objectives. There's no Lifestealer for a minute.
Little greetings comes out. Can they go? I don't know if they can actually go toward that high ground. Amar wants to try to poke it. They're going to go bottom. Okay. I was going to say going mid, maybe not the right choice, but bottom with a greater tree, and definitely one of those that they can. Amar. Too durable.
Yep. Skeeter's bringing in the bottom lane.
Big hits from the Treant.
30 seconds, no Lifestealer. And Sam.
Getting some good harass damage. He's got 25 now on the puck.
Skeeter still has that Aegis, of course.
And he's got the Treant. Here it goes.
Somebody's got to get rid of that trio. Marine's ready with the Rolling Thunder, and he's in.
It's in the back line.
He's ready to get pretty deep here. Diving in on towards the supports. Flattens Xingqiu here as he jumps in with the shield crash. Rubik gone. XM will be able to jump out in time. The Frostbite catches him. Anything further to follow up? The dead shot pushes back the back lines.
The
Space is there for the buildings to fall.
Two-shotting. The double Treants is killing the building so fast. The mid tower even taking a big beating there. Falcons have opened up the game after that move pretty massively.
Just got so much money now. Skeeter's got like 6.5k gold in the bank, ready to spend on his next upgrade.
I feel like everyone just got an injection of 3k gold on the side of Falcons now. Got the Aegis. They killed Ame after he used his buyback. Or sorry, after he used his gold, so he didn't have buyback. Yeah, he felt like he needed the Manta, just have the Dispel versus the Bloodthorn. But yeah, committing that gold did give Falcons some big opportunities, and now they're hitting again. About to hit 25 on Amar.
Oh, it's just so hard now to deal with the Nature's Prophet.
Trees.
The game's gotten to that point.
Ame buys whatever he can at this point too. He actually commits his gold again for a Crystallis. He feels like he needs all the damage he can get at this point. You saw when he was hitting Amar, he hit him for literally 0 damage. Amar is sitting at 50 armor almost.
Oh!
Instant Hex!
They get the instant Hex! The silence as well, into the dead shot. Maori's on top of him with the Rolling Thunder. Can he get out of this XM? He's up in the air with the Yules, but gets caught by the stun again on the way down. He'll still get the phase shift on in time. XM will be able to reset. Still though, Undyne gets destroyed by Amar.
And XXS can't move.
He's trying to infest XXS to help him out. XXS is on the retreat. Amar will hold back. They're coming in with the buybacks now from Undyne. They managed to put the Aegis out of Skidder once.
XM! Oh.
Crit, he waits out the Dream Coat, comes to an end, he's able to walk it off. Arme's going to try and step up, chase down. The Muerta looks towards Crit. Can they even get him? They will. They'll get Crit. Telekinesis onto Amar. Amar ready to turn back at them here. Aggressive with the Receiver's Gun, ends up popping Xingqiu. That's Xingqiu out. Xingqiu will buy back. He's back up to full HP here, Amar. Can he deal with the 3 of them trying to take him down? They'll get him. Takes a lot, but they've got him.
XM finally gets caught after dancing with 4 heroes for the entirety of that
they've
fight.
got to try and chase for more. They're going to lift up onto Skidder. Skidder's got the BKB, but Arme's in on top of him.
Satanic.
He's trying to heal up, but the bashes are coming in from Arme. Skidder, he's going down. XG. They'll hold. Just takes them the 2 support buybacks. They keep the middle racks alive.
Oh my god, look at the fight recap. It is insane damage. You don't get to see all the numbers of spells casted, but I do. It's like 8 orbs used from the puck. There we go. 5 comes up on that one, but he danced with 3-4 heroes, and Amar got completely isolated during it. An instant Hex comes out for Malrine, but they somehow were able to keep XM alive during it. He lives. Pretty crazy.
Tempest wins for the 4 stops, so we'll see it again here.
Because he was pre-clicking it. Malrine was very ready for it. Did he not use to get the refresher Hex? I think he tried to, but the Yules came out, so he didn't get the secondary connection onto it. Next time lives.
And it was just clutch. So it was Xingqiu with the first 4 stuff, and then Undyne with the second one after XM was able to get the self-Yules out. So good support play allows XM to get out of that and gives them the chance to turn this fight around.
I mean, honestly, beautiful coordination from the team there. And you can watch in the backline while all this is happening, look at XM. They chased him literally for like a minute and a half while Amar is just fighting 3 heroes on his own. Very cool fight from XG. Rax does get finished off, at least from my Greater Treant. I believe it did end up getting that ranged Rax at the end of it all, though. But yeah, pretty good fight at the deficit that they're at now.
Absolutely. They were 21k down, as you can see at this moment in the team fight. And this was against an Aegis push coming in from Falcons. XG managing to hold on and push Falcons back.
XM queuing up his Lincolns next, too. So just making it a lot harder for them to get him again, too. He is very annoying in these fights. Amar now with a full Satanic. He's hit level 26. His damage is insane. And XG. They've got the Silver Edge. This could be another thing that catches Amar off guard. That's a big one to look at there from XXS.
XG. I mean, do you think, will they try to go for a smoke play?
Very dangerous now at this point. You go for a smoke play and PTPs to your base, gets a tree out, takes the racks. Yeah. It's just quite difficult for them to fully get outside. They can take fights inside their base, as we've seen, but I think getting out is a bit complicated right now. They're holding on. Skeeter just continuing to get scarier and scarier. The Butterfly and another 6,000 gold on him.
Here comes that Treant.
Someone's got to deal with it. Again, it takes 3 heroes to deal with it, just like last time.
So how do you ever?
You get the Dagon. You need the Dagon. Yeah, Xingqiu's got it queued up. He knows. But yeah, it's a question of how do they get outside now. Bristle shoving in 1 wave, Nature's Prophet shoving in 2 waves. And Falcons just kind of patiently awaiting for the next opportune time to fight outside the base. Wait for that Roshan, wait for the next set of items to come in. Because they are close to a couple big ones too. Silver Edge almost done for Crit, the Refresher for Malrine. They are continuing to get that scaling.
we saw the last time round.
Oh.
XM.
XM. Got the Yules.
All right, but
Second dead shot.
It's going to be there. Got anything else to try and catch him? No, the blink's up. He's over to the creep wave. And yeah, we've seen that stuff. Do they really want to spend time chasing him? Ooh. He's got Yules again in a second. Blink's there. I mean, you just can't catch this man. Where is he? There. Okay, there
they got him now.
Okay, now they will catch this man. They've got the Hex. That's the solution they need, really. Maureen to be there with the Hex.
And he's got 2 now.
That's the one
he's
thing
got the refresher.
Yeah.
They never picked up the banner, I realize. So there is a banner inside the pit.
They're going to try and fight.
Okay, they're trying to catch him off guard. Maybe they have a buyback as well. Let's see who they run into.
Who are they going to find? Crit smoked up as well. Do they want to try for Amar in the mid?
They've got the silver edge. They see them, though.
Yeah, they do.
Very defensive Rolling Thunder to protect his ally.
Yeah, get that tree in.
He's got to chase it. Needs to kill it. Dagon also for Undyne. So they're going to have potentially double Dagons if they do want to go down that route to kill it.
And can Falcons force out this buyback? 50 seconds.
Going to try.
Look at the Hex. And the break on towards him. He's going to get forced back to safety, though. So chance for the borrowed time to still go off. It'll be fine for now. Army moves in on towards Crit. Crit gets pierced the veil off. So can't be hit for now.
The Rax is in jeopardy, though. Only lives with 1 attack left.
I mean, they want to finish this off. Falcons.
And the Roche, they know it's up. Snaking just keeps doing the gem tech. He puts the gem in the pit, so they immediately know when the Roche comes up every time. He just picked it up. But yeah, he did have the gem there. So the instant it spawns, they're able to go, reset, not lose anything, and get that Roche, very likely. Difficult to see a way for XG to get out there and fight in time. It dies too fast.
That's how much money on Skeeter? He's nearly got 10k gold.
10,000. Okay.
Nice.
Surely he can get a Moonshot if he doesn't want to replace anything. But we'll see. Lead starting to get pretty excessive now. 31,000 this time around. They were starting to close that gap slightly until those fights happened from Falcons in these last like 7-8 minutes. And now they're getting 25s as well. Maureen, he's hit 25. He has his refresher that we were mentioning, an arcane rune in the bottle.
Amazing what you found laying around.
And for XG, it's how do you get out? How do you get out to take an opportune fight, or is it just really going to be all about the base fight for them? It might just have to be all about the base fight.
I think it might. I mean, they.
Falcons is just like, okay, I mean, if you're just going to sit in the base, we're just going to farm everything, right? This is what they do. They
True,
farm
they can get a crazy lead. I mean, they already have, right? 35k gold. That will only continue as the game state stands as it is. With them stuck in there.
Snake took the attack speed down too, so he's farming faster and faster too. He's got the Blink Hex, soon Aeon. Yeah, they're just getting so much out of this map. And yeah, they just keep I see them drawing the lines. They're just like, yep, keep the lanes shoved in. They're stuck in their base.
I got a block of cheese for Amar.
Yep. Scrumptious.
I imagine that they'll probably try and do something with the Aegis. Might as well try and see if they can progress the game a little bit whilst they have this 3 minutes and snaking. Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
they can't do the tree and poke anymore as much.
No, they've got to get in there.
Yeah, they actually do have to commit forward for it. And looks like they will start to, as the lanes are more and more shoved in. Here comes Skitter.
I think someone's got his eyes on them. Seeing if he finds an opportunity for a nice dream coil.
Well, they seem to know that he was there.
They're going to lead in onto Amar. They're going to break it. And they're bringing in the damage. Amar's in trouble. Amar's
He's gone. He does not get a chance to use
They destroy him, and now they can turn over towards the Pango as well. Caught by the Dream Coil 25.
XXS dies in the meanwhile without able to use borrowed
Oh, but
time.
they take that.
But yeah, they bring down Amar very quick. He couldn't get anything off. No satanic, no block of cheese usage.
Yeah, XXS he gets the job done. All he needs to do is get in with that silver edge hit, and then bam, they can tear through this Bristle now with the damage that Ame's pumping out.
And it was a nice coil afterwards.
Ame?
Just gets the follow-up. Ame?
Oh.
Ame? Oh, cannot live.
That's an unfortunate death there on Ame. Got a little too carried away there, I guess. Figured that the rest of them had run away, and he was like, guys, we're doing it. And they're like, Ame, what are you doing?
He's buying back.
Okay.
Skitter.
Oh, well, if they get Skeeter.
Buy back from Amar.
All right, okay, you know what? All part of the plan here in the long haul. They did get that trade there. Sure, Ame buys back, but Amar buying back as well. That's, for the team that's 33k ahead, that buyback could be punished.
Push is coming in. The Treants double daggened. Or Fade Bolt daggened.
And they go.
Amar.
He knows whilst there's no XXS, he's got the chance to do this. But now XXS is back in. Ame, with the Abyssal, they make the jump. They're going to try and take down Amar. They got him again. He's gone for 2 minutes.
Submarine buys back.
No Bristle. The master plan there from Ame works out as he baits Amar's buyback in, and then the team, they punish it.
I mean, they have no defense. They only have glimmers, so they have no force staffs to reset the position to try to help this Amar Bristle back. They've all kind of built for themselves this game on the side of Falcons, so he does get brought down back-to-back from the break hits.
And that's risky. It seems that they were 35k ahead, and they didn't need to take this risk right buying back on Amar and trying to push, but they did.
I think his idea was, if I buy back, then we can find out if the Abaddon has buyback. And then I can get away if he does buyback. But, oh god, I didn't get away, right?
True. So. And indeed, he could not. Aghanim's now on Ame. A little different to how it was before. Of course, no disarm, but you're doing a bit more damage, right? You hit a bit more frequently.
Yeah. And very useful versus any of these range cores anyway, just to be able to have an extra tool to, just get in and survive.
You can't kite what's inside you. You know, it doesn't matter if you're trying to sort of get Skeeter out of there. Ame will stay on target.
It also makes it, I think 20 seconds, right? So 20-second cooldown could actually become a factor also in these fights. Treant, it's coming in, and Dagon.
50 seconds.
Skeeter,
Amar.
round 2. He's going to try it again. Dagon's got a cooldown. The tree's coming in. Oh god, the range racks. Oh no, there's no Dagon for 13 seconds.
Help him!
His attack speed slow is actually owning, and now he's got Dagon up.
He doesn't want to Dagon it now. He's like, well, I've come this far on the damage alone. I'll save the Dagon for the next one.
It almost got the racks anyway. Oh, yeah. They're hunting. Yeah, they're like, he might be over here. They'll find a ward.
Falcons. I mean, what's the play now? You know, you just kind of got tripped up there when you tried to go and end things. You still have a couple of your buybacks not available.
You still probably just keep trying to poke. Maybe you just wait for the next Roche, right?
Do you poke in the next 5 minutes when you don't have buyback on Malrine or Amar?
Perhaps not.
You probably wait, right?
You probably wait. They do have Aeon disc on Malrine. They might need something like that on Amar too. Maybe just BK. Okay, yeah, BKB would be nice. You can just BKB and commit and just go for the racks if they use a glyph. Looks like Snay is going to go down the Wind Waker route. That's a defensive item that they can use to potentially protect. That final set of racks. XG is holding on to it. 50,000 gold on Skeeter. What's XM gonna do with his build too? Because he can start transitioning to some more damage too.
Yeah, he can do crazy damage on the puck. There we go. So we had a little last hit swapped. It was previously was Malrine's Nature Prophet, right?
Wait, 834. This game actually has more last hits than the last game, and they had an 80-minute game. It's wild. I mean, he literally has been in creeps the entire game. But still pretty crazy. And yeah, he's got another 9k gold, another Tormentor. Oh my, it reflects quite a bit there. Snay definitely having to use the Yules.
Time to get those Mad Stones. Get your tier 5s.
Oh yeah, we're at 60 already.
We're already there.
Let's see what we get.
Another 60-minute plus game here in this series.
Can XG do it again at this deficit? They did it last time at a 25K deficit it was when it started, but this one does feel a little quite a bit harder. But we shall see.
That is true. Wait, what was the swing that they managed to?
I think it was. I think it peaked at 28K, right?
I'm
or
having a look right now.
22K. I can't remember.
I didn't show them the numbers, but yeah, probably was around 20 something K.
Yeah.
So this one, if they're able to pull this one out the bag, Xtreme, it's going to be even more impressive. And there's definitely signs of them having a chance of doing so.
Well, not the only, but one of the big difficulties is that they've lost all these Raxes and they are versus this NP. So even if they do win these team fights, getting out, going all the way to the other side still is complicated. Skeeter will get the Unrelenting Eye, so status resist.
Oh, they're going to get the jump!
It's on the puck!
They found XM! He's gone!
It's a huge pick. 90 seconds, he's probably going to just have to use that buyback if they want to hold on to this melee Rax. Immediately just purchases another gem.
Let's see if they can force it out.
They're not able to get their neutrals, Owen. They can't get out to get the Mad Stones.
I don't know who can afford to try and get out. Maybe one of them can head down to the bottom camp.
What does Amar want? Snake gets a Fallen Sky. And Boundless as well, so he's got the cast range. That'll be very nice. And now he'll be able to save Amar almost in every situation with the cast range plus Wind Waker.
That's for me.
Up to 41. Falcons. Just, yeah, waiting for the rush, it seems. As you said, I might as well, right? They use the buybacks. You don't want to risk
buybacks. Far too risky. Especially with these tier 5 items coming out on the table.
God, they can't come out to get them still. They really want to be able to try to get someone down
at least in that bottom camp, you know what I mean? Down on the bottom side.
They're probably just
surely
scared.
That's safe to go for.
I guess they're just scared that something they're just going to gone on, but
there you go.
Undyne's doing it.
There we go. Get some Mad Stone for the boys.
Let's see what you get.
Who's even the closest? Wait, Jinkyu's got one ready to cry. Oh, is that just an earlier one, maybe?
You can click it. Remember? You can click and check now.
You can nowadays.
It's very nice. It's
yeah, it's just his earlier one.
That is probably the best change, by the way. For spectators,
you can see the options,
I can check what neutral item options they get.
Jandy Jinkyu's still from the earlier tiers, yet to have anyone cross that 10 Mad Stone threshold for the tier 5s.
Roche is up. They've got the gem inside of it again.
Okay, XM's got his now.
XM does.
He can make the choice.
Okay.
So what's he looking at? Is it Stygian? Yeah, he wants the damage.
Yep. And what did he take with it? Timeless. So
nice.
He's got the debuff and the spell amp. Looks nice. Falcons not fully committing for the Roche just yet. Little Octarine now for Muerta. Crit. The dead shots, I mean, he's having so much fun now at this point in the game. 7-second cooldown on double dead shots that are AoE.
Yeah, it's kind of like, good job dodging that as XM, right? It's going to be difficult for the puck.
Yes.
Especially if they get the opening hex into these dead shots flying across the middle of the fight. You are just going to get caught as the puck.
And they're also just like silver edges all over the place, right? Blinks and silver edges, so there's a lot of different ways for them to jump and catch them now. Did they ever use that block of cheese? No. So they have a block of cheese and 2 banners in Amar's in his backpack. And then I think they have another block of cheese being made right now from Crit. So we've got double block of cheese at the ready.
Buybacks.
Ame is able to get it tier 5. He gets fleet-footed Fallen, so Boots. He's got that speed.
Yeah, they got the buybacks back on the table. Ame. Okay. Yeah, as you say, ready to jump in, extra little bit of a chance to get in on top of someone.
And there we get to see all their neutral items that they were able to get. A couple magic lamps, look at the deads. It's actually Amar the one who hasn't gotten his yet. Somehow they were the ones farming all this, but... Oh, he did, he just hasn't selected, apologies.
Can they make this jump? They're looking at Ame. Ame knows they're looking at him. They've got the Sprout, he's able to cut his way out here. Got Battle Fury, jump forward, XM. Just the waning rift onto the 2 of them, doesn't want to commit anything else right now. Seeing what sort of response they can get out from Falcons.
It's got to be such a perfect fight. I don't know how they approach it from XG. Let's see how they want to. Ami's just going to try.
They're going to try. And then going towards Skeeter, but Skeeter's forced away. He's able to get away with the invis. XM commits him with the BKB, but now it's XXS in trouble. He's caught by the break. He's up in the air with the Yules. They catch him on the way down. They get him. He's not able to get the chance to get the borrowed time off. He's the first to fall.
Not a good start to that fight. They only coiled the Pango. They kind of whiffed on it. Tried to just commit to force reaction, but end up losing the Batten.
See, seemingly inevitable that XXS will have to buy back soon. XM in with the jump on the backline, starting to get a couple of them pretty low. Skeeter nearly dying the once.
He's got this, yeah, he's got the block.
And back up to full HP. And on with the push. XM's gonna make another jump. Now the buyback comes out from XXS. So Falcons, they've managed to get that out of Xtreme. Mark tries to lead in, they get the harpoon pullback. There's the Hex on towards XXS. XXS is in trouble there, we get the heal up with the Infested, who gets the chance to get the borrowed time off. XXS will be saved.
The Rax, it's going down.
The damage being done. Here with the Treant, they've got the fortification. Armin trying to get them off it.
Last hit, they got it.
They got it.
And waves
creeps are out.
Waves are heavily pushed into the constant Wrath of Nature spam, so both these side lanes also just at the base. Onslaught from all sides. Borrow time on cooldown, 35 seconds. XXS has to be careful how he walks up.
They want to keep this pressure on.
Ame.
He's going to get the silence removed straight away with Lotus Hunt. He's in pretty deep here, Amar. Got the Abyssal on towards him, but they need that break hit coming in. The block of the cheese is there to heal him up, but they get the break hit in from XXS and Silver Age, the bash as well. Amar,
Satanic,
low, but he's healing up. He stands his ground, turns towards Ame. Ame having to run back towards the base. Will get back into the fountain in time, so they'll heal up. But the game, they're looking to end it here. Skeeter hits onto the Ancient. Now close this one up as Game 3 goes to Falcons. Takes them 67 minutes and a 53k gold lead, but they get the win, and with that, they get the series. 2-1.
Couple clutch fights that really made it just get out of control. The gold lead just was way too much for them to deal with, and really just the map control. They couldn't get out of the base for what felt like 20 minutes after they lost that big commanding fight in mid. Yeah, big plays from Falcons, getting to incredibly high gold leads. It's a good comeback from XG in Game 2, but this one was a bit too much for them to get through.
Yeah, this was going to be quite something else if they were able to turn this one around. But yeah, Falcons, they had this under control, and they knew exactly what sort of lead they needed to farm up to be able to safely close this one, despite Xtreme's best efforts. Another crazy long game here in this series, and one that this time Falcons come out on top of them. As I say, with that, the series is Team Falcons, 2-1 today against Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, as I was saying to Dom in the green room, we would be up to the Battle of Helm's Deep right now if we were watching the Lord of the Rings trilogy. It's been a very long series, a very exciting series, though. And I have to say, Clint, just to start it out, you were right. You were worried about the Bristleback getting out of control and them not having an answer to it, and you know how well to illustrate that point at the end.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But at the same time, I think Xtreme Gaming did a really good job playing around the Bristleback. Sure. They did kite him out in most all the fights, because he was a big problem, of course. But you'll see in most of the fights, the puck is especially goes into the back line, kills the supports, really kept him in this game for a long, long time. And this is what I really wanted to see in this matchup in particular. I wanted to see China come back strong. Sure, maybe they lost this matchup, but they look damn good still while doing so.
I mean, absolutely lots of positives to take away. And you can see they're a very exciting team in terms of just how they construct their draft.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is Zhao 8 cooking. You saw Game 1, the draft that they had. I don't think anybody can expect draft like this because they're using heroes that nobody else has been using. The support duo, we saw Ancient Apparition being very successful in Game 2. But in this one, I think they had a couple of issues. They had this, again, they were playing against Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet that did start day 1 with 0-6, and now we're seeing him getting some dubs. So in this series, he did win 2 games. In the series on the other stream, he did lose. But overall, we're seeing that the hero feels very strong when it comes down to like itemization, what he brings to the table in terms of damage. And I really like when we talk about the itemization is these hexes that they did pick up. 1 hex on Pangolier, 1 hex on Crystal Maiden, and they had no like real saves other than Abba. He did have a Blink Dagger, but they've been locking them down, like multiple refreshers that they got from Roshans as well, which made the fights so much easier for them.
Yeah, and what about Falcons? I mean, we've been observing how long they like to take these games, but they really play well, like just solid, clean Dota, and when it does go late, more often than not, they're just going to kind of choke you out, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, they're an incredibly good late game team. They don't like to take unnecessary risks. That's why the games typically don't end super early. But I think in general, this team is just incredibly efficient.
Yeah.
And we talk about how Nature's Prophet is a hero that other teams aren't really winning with, and they've already had 2 games with it now. And it just, their understanding of this hero is so good. We saw in the first game where Malrine played it, and he took the game by storm with 1,000 GPM, 1,100 XPM. They are really good at using this NP ult, and every single time you see it, it's like printing money essentially. Every time he presses ult, he's killing heroes, he's killing every creep on the map with it. So this team knows how to get these late game situations, and they know how to get there pretty quickly as well, just through their itemization.
Yeah, I also want to talk about something that they have been like, as a team, they always find something to abuse in the game. And in this one, I'm seeing some pattern because barriers, they are super strong. They've been super strong ever since they've been added to the game. I see Crystal Maiden Facet, the hero that they did run 4 out of 5 games that they played so far. So you have barrier from that. You have Pangolier with the shield barrier. You have Nature's Prophet deeping in. Then they start to stack the barriers with the Glimmer Capes and the Solar Crest. So definitely something to look into if they're going to be doing that throughout the rest of the tournament, because we saw in game 2 with all these barriers, they're not that strong if you're playing against a hero that can build into Nullifier, something that can dispel. And Skeeter this time around, he had a great game.
Yeah.
Nature's Prophet, like the reason why this hero is also popular is he is being a universal hero right now. He has one of the best stats gain in the game, so he's getting that extra bit of a damage. And finally, this hero can also build into items like Butterfly, which before you did not want to buy on the hero.
And look at the last hits as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, insane numbers.
I mean, the first game, it was like 1,000 GPM,
Yeah.
1,000 XPM. Game 3, same thing. This hero was just like, it's a global hero that has global ultimate, global TPing. He can be anywhere, farm everything. The map is so big. There's so many creeps on it. This hero is going to be the highest farming hero of this patch. We don't see many alchemists anymore. So this is the hero that's going to put up the numbers for farm. It's more of a question about, is it going to translate those that farm into items that are useful? And it seems like so far, yes, Malrine and Skitter have done a really good job on making this hero look very useful with a lot of items.
Yep, I have to agree with that one. And something to point out in game number 1, like they have been abusing, as you said, this Nature's Prophet ulti. They did pair it up with Dawnbreaker. So every single time it turns into day, you have the full vision of the map, which means that it's going to bounce around. So you're going to be getting that extra gold. You're going to be getting, like, this is the time where you want to make a move because you're going to be seeing enemy heroes where they are. And you know the ulti is going to bounce 100%.
Yeah. Well, look, we've spent a lot of time talking about Amar because, of course, he's just insane at everything he does. We've got this here. This is the Bristleback, the monstrous Bristleback.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the game looked really scary to me. It's 13 minutes in the game, and he has Ag's treads, right? And that is not what you really want to see. And this pretty much caused the game to be a situation where you just have to dodge this guy, because in every single team fight, if he's there, you're either going to die, and I think we have a clip here showing, like, this is what the Ags kind of does. Like, you're there, all of a sudden he'll turn his back, you're gone, and you want to infest and save him there, but he's dead before you can even get there. And all these early fights are pretty much the same here, where you have to avoid Amar, because he is so incredibly strong at this stage of the game, on a hero that just can't be really dealt with until the ultra late game. Sure, in the late game, Abaddon did get that silver edge, they were able to lock him down, but for the first 40 minutes, it's like, you can't fight this hero, you have to kill the backline, and it was a problem.
Yeah.
He has his own idea how to play the game with the red facet, seeing red facet in terms of scaling. So he's still believes in it. Other players do not, and I gotta give him respect because I mean a lot of people will still try to copy after seeing the way he plays Bristleback. I think that seeing red facet is definitely gonna be back on the menu for other players as well.
Okay, well, guys, we're going to take a break after that super long series. Make sure you come back later. We're going to have Team Liquid versus Aurora in just a few minutes.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet. It's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello everyone, we are here once again with Insania from Team Liquid. So good to see you yet again, Insania.
Good to see you too.
Well, sir, I want to have a pseudo-serious interview with you this time.
Okay.
Okay, we have some jokey ones, but in this one, I'm actually really interested in, how you guys are doing in the competitive season this time. Obviously, things are going. How would you rate it? In your own words, how do you think things are going for Liquid right now?
I think this is the lowest we have felt since Matu and Zai joined the first time. So I would say in terms of our results and how we feel like we're playing, it's probably the worst since 3 years or something, 3 years, something like that. Which is in many ways a result of not being able to figure stuff out. Because I think before, whenever we put an effort, we've managed to get the ship back on track again. But this year we haven't really been able to do it. So I think internally in our team, we're a little bit lost, if I'm being honest. Yeah.
Wow, that was a lot more intense than I thought you would put it, but thank you very much. Very good. From the outside, at least, when I see your team, nothing but smiles and positivity. You guys seem like you're still having a really good time and still enjoying each other's company and still grinding from the outside perspective. So what is that like? Because, results could obviously be a little bit better. I'm not going to put it as darkly as you put it, but you guys still enjoying being together and having that process and getting back there?
I mean, there are enjoyable parts. I think anyone that is a player that's watching this interview knows what it's like. When, things aren't going well, I think trying to keep a positive attitude is the hardest and probably the most important. Because when you're winning and things are going well, you kind of it's easier to be critical of each other when it's you're winning and then you look at something like, yeah, this was not good, we should have done that better. It's a lot easier to take that when you're losing and you're being very critical of each other. It becomes very quickly, it adds up, stacks up, and you it's hard to stay positive in that environment, but you also need it the most when you are doing the worst. Yeah. So I think we try to balance out the negative with being happy, I guess, to the best of our ability.
So how's everybody else on the team doing? How's any new things going on in Team Liquid here?
So we're actually gonna have Nisha draft for this event. Yeah, it's gonna be first time ever. Mick is taking a little bit of a break.
Okay.
And Nisha and Jobs are gonna do it, which is, I guess, the biggest new thing for this one. And in scrims, it's been quite interesting. Nisha has a very different approach. And I think he's a lot more. He has some ideas of what he wants to do, and he cares a little bit less what everybody else thinks. And he said something very funny, I think, which was I'm just gonna pick the best shit, and you guys need to know how to play it. And I thought that was very inspiring, because I feel sometimes we have a tendency to pick heroes that maybe aren't the best in the meta. So this felt you know what, we're gonna actually try to pick the heroes we do believe are the strongest and make them work.
With the big patch coming out and a lot of new stuff, what's your favorite thing about it? What do you think's good? What do you think's bad?
My favorite thing is probably how fast you are on the rivers. Just in general, moving fast, I realize is the most fun thing ever. Being able to just run through the rivers like really, really quickly, especially if somebody's like trying to chase you down and they can't really like hit you because you're so fast. I found that part very fun. I enjoyed that a lot. I feel like it hasn't been abused yet, but I'm still waiting for someone to like, you know, like let's say you're Tidehunter and you're gonna ravage like 5 people, but they're in the like speed river, and they're just like running away faster than the ravage pops out. I feel like that's gonna happen at some point. It's gonna be really exciting. The Tormentor thing is at 15 minutes now instead of 20. So like you have to, the game forces you to like compete a bit earlier in the game.
Super early.
Which, yeah, when you're playing, it feels like the game starts and then you have to go Tormentor.
Yeah, I feel like I'm still laning. Why is that popping up?
Yeah, exactly. For me, I think it's a little bit too early. It's like the game is like forcing you to play according to certain timings a bit too fast. So probably I would say that is like my only main negative for now.
Okay. All right, well, Insania, as always, thank you so much for the huge insight in your team into the game meta in general, and always just a pleasure. So thank you so much for your time. We'll see a lot more from Insania and from Team Liquid here at PGL Wallachia.
Yeah, welcome back. Always great to see Slax's cheery little face. We're going to be breaking down this series. It is Team Liquid and Aurora, and we're going to start by talking about Team Liquid, obviously reigning TI champs, and we've since had a roster change. We've been kind of trying to feel out whereabouts they are right now. Clint, I'll start with you. What have you made of them?
I think this is a team that is continuously improving, and as Insania mentioned in the interview, he feels this is the worst they've been in like 3 years. And I feel like a lot of people can feel that as well. They're not looking their best, but when they look good, they look really good. But when they look bad, they also look real bad. So that's just called inconsistency, right? So this team just needs to be more consistent. They can play with the best, they can beat the best, but can they do it on a consistent basis is really the question.
Yeah, last 3 tournaments, they got 7th place at Fisher Playground, Blast, and a Dream League. So not where they want to be, but I also think that Team Liquid, when they're playing against like really good teams, that they are playing much better. Sometimes you see them playing some of these teams that are like in the middle of the pack, and they're still going to be losing to them. I feel like they are lacking a little bit of that like inner fire that they need to ignite one more time, because this team definitely has it, what it takes. I mean, they showed it at the previous TI. Sometimes after you win the big tournaments, it does feel like, okay, you achieved something. You don't need to put as much effort in it, but I think it's time to stop for Team Liquid, because this team can do much better than this.
Yeah, and obviously as well, you know, we've talked about Saberlight and, you know, Big Shoes and everything else. That's kind of an emerging storyline here. There was some ups and downs on day one.
Yeah, I mean, game number 1, I think he played Primal Beast, and like he was lower net worth than his position 5, right? And then game number 2, he plays a Tidehunter, and then he just solo carries the game, right? And that's that inconsistency we're talking about as well. And a lot of that comes down to, well, team environment is one of them, how he feels on the team when they pick his hero, because they first pick the Primal Beast as well. Figuring that stuff out can be a little challenging, and it does take time.
It definitely does. I mean, Saberlight, like if you check the social media and stuff, you're going to see that he is the one taking the blame most of the time. But he does have a lot of good games, but he's been, like when he's having a bad game, he's really having a bad game. And I think that one needs to be fixed. But overall, a very interesting player. He has some really cool ideas, cool heroes that he does play. I think that you mentioned Primal Beast as their opener. This is the hero that they also use as a flex, coming out from position 2, coming out from position 3 if necessary. But yeah, I also want to see that he gets slightly more priority in terms of the way they play around him, just so that they enable him.
Yeah, and we can also talk about some of the things we might expect to see in their draft based on Tinker.
Yeah, absolutely. So they've had a couple runs with this Tinker. They're the first team that I saw to run it. And like, what makes it so good? And also their Sven, why is it so good? This Tinker hero is very good, especially with heroes like Sven, for stacking. You just drop the robots down and you're healing your Sven, so he can do these stacks a lot earlier than usual. Does a little bit of damage to help as well. You have the keen convenience where you can teleport around the map and you can just keep stacking for your team. And that's exactly what Insania did yesterday with his Tinker. He's just stacking and then joining the fight with his team, helping out out with the robots, go in the early Holy Locket, and then on top of that, he can farm all these neutral camps. So time and time again, you're just seeing the same thing. He's just stacking this hero over and over again. That'll help the Sven get top net worth, as we'll see in a little bit. You'll also allow heroes like Nisha, whatever he's playing. In this case, it was a Huskar. But this is, I think, Tinker is the best hero for Liquid. This is like something that they execute super well. They do it multiple games. This isn't the first time doing it. First time doing it here, but they did it in the previous tournaments as well, and it looked incredibly strong for them. You'll see the net worth. A lot of that net worth on those two cores is because Insania is stacking the map and allowing his team to get extra farmed.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the key hero for them. And I also want to point out some of the heroes from the offlane for Saberlight. You did mention the Tidehunter. That's going to be the top 3 for sure. But I'm also thinking about him maybe playing the Dawnbreaker. I think this is one of his better heroes besides Primal Beast, because he does have this global presence. And when he's like joining some of these team fights as a counter initiator, he's not losing any kind of a farm. So he's playing on a different side of the map, rejoining with the rest of the team, and then still being able to get some farm afterwards.
And you can see Aurora, they've obviously done their homework, the Tinker out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is necessary, but I think the main reason to kind of like show why Tinker does what he does and why he does it so well for Liquid is like, you need to find something similar for Liquid, because you're not getting that hero most likely. Because if I can see it, I'm sure the coaches from other teams can see it as well, right? So you have to come up with something new as Liquid to prepare for this. So stacking with Tinker, picking these heroes like Sven. Can you find another hero that can do it as well as Tinker? Maybe that's the approach here. Or do you find a completely new type of strategy? But this is the strategy they've looked the best one. It was Tinker Sven specifically. It was like stacking the map, Sven getting farmed. Can they replicate that? Because that works for them.
Well, they're going to keep things simple for now. Just going to pick up Jakiro, which is super strong laner. It gives you a lot of team fight. With the double ice pad, gives you enough control as well to counter some of these more elusive heroes as well. We've seen some like really big combos as well, mostly coming out from the Darkseer and Jakiro. Darkseer is banned right now. What happened to him? Kiyotaka is not here. Maybe there was some beef between him and Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka has been officially announced as the player for the team, but we have not seen him here. Even though I'm really glad that Lorinov is on the team, because I do consider him to be overall a better player, like more stable player. And I think he had probably the best tournament of his life during Dream League. Him and Panto completely popped off. Team unfortunately disbanded, but Aurora as a team, definitely an interesting one as well. I think we're gonna be looking more how Nightfall is gonna be playing, because he's been playing more of these traditional carries. He's been playing Lifestealer, he's been playing Sven, Terrorblade. These are kind of his signature heroes.
Yeah, we had kind of high hopes for the Aurora lineup as well. We saw an interview on day one where they were talking about they do feel top 6 realistic goal for them. We kind of agreed with that. So,
yeah, I would agree. They have the talent, right? They've got the roster. Yeah. So it's more, not so much like, do they have the players to do so? Do they have the right players meshing together? Do they have the teamwork? Do they have the right dynamic to make it work? And that is something we'll have to see. I mean, the one thing that I am questioning a little bit is just the fact that there's a lot of history between Toronto, Tokyo, and Nightfall. Some of it not such good history from what I've seen in like the past. Can they resolve that? Does that bleed onto this team? Because I hope it does not.
Yeah, my question is whether Toronto, Tokyo, because this guy, this is his 3rd role that he's playing. He was playing mid back when he won TI with Team Spirit. He's been playing position 5 afterwards because he wanted to make his own team, and now he's playing off lane. So I think this also influences a lot how you play. I think role swapping is not the easiest thing to do in Dota, especially if this is your 3rd role in the last 3 or 4 years. You definitely need to have a big hero pool. When he was transitioning to position 5, he did play only a couple of heroes. If you remember, Twin Protector, Clockwork, basically had 3 heroes that he could play. So this is going to be my kind of a take to see whether he's going to be adapting to the meta and how big his hero pool is going to be. Yeah.
We've been talking about that just as a general talking point as well, about offlane and kind of how many offlaners there are out there right now. A lot of people are transitioning into that role, you know, that kind of thing. It kind of feels like it's a strange place to be.
I mean, I think that's exactly it right now. There's not enough offlaners right now at the highest level of competition, where a lot of these players feel like, you know, the role I want to play is highly contested and we need an offlaner. So oftentimes you'll see a player like, I'll step up to it I'll become an offlaner, because if that's what we need, that's what's going to happen. I think that's probably what happened here too. I'm sure Toronto Tokyo was going into the team, I'll be pos 5, but then all of a sudden maybe it's a package deal from Chimera, Pantos wanting to play with Lornoff, and then okay, we need an offlaner. No one's better. I'll step up to it. I've done it before. I can make it happen.
No, I mean, it's not the easiest thing, but we also seen Nightfall, who did transition to the offlane. We saw Pure playing offlane, back to carry role. Nowadays, they did look good on the offlane. However, they were playing on American teams. They were part of EG.
What's that supposed to mean?
That means that they got shaped by the American organization, and Toronto Tokyo has not been on this kind of org, so want to see if he's going to be able to like replicate some of the things. So far, he did play only Darkseer, which has been removed. I think this is also one of the easier offlaners to play, considering the meta right now. But
he played a Dazzle one game too, actually, but that's also banned, so he has to play something new, essentially. Ember comes out, and Nisha has played Huskar at this event specifically, so this has always been a pretty bad matchup. But I wouldn't say it's been unbeatable though. The lane might be bad, but oftentimes we'll see supports run to the mid lane. I think Weaver's especially good versus Huskar as well. You can just get the bugs on him, maybe get a vessel as well.
Yeah.
And we saw Ancient Apparition. Apparently, it is a viable hero. I don't know if it's like back,
No,
but
it's not back.
we saw it once, and it did look good in Jinkyu's hands in a position 4.
But you still have to realize as well, like, if Jinkyu didn't pull it out, right? No one would ever think about it, but since he did pick it and he did win a game with it, it's in players' minds now for sure. So that does have some weight as well. It's not really back, but even though this wasn't played by either of these teams, they probably like it has been played. It did win. It is potentially viable. So you have to think about that as well.
It's Dark Willow as well, Don. You like that?
Not a big fan of the hero right now. I feel like the facet comes online way too late. The accumulation damage that you get from the Curse Crown, a lot of the times you don't even have a Curse Crown, or you have only 1 point in it, which is on relatively long cooldown. But I do like that the 2 supports have a bit of a protection for both of them. So you have Dark Willow with the Terrorize, taking care of Jakiro. Maybe some good Ice Pad could save Dark Willow just enough so that she can get a Shadow Realm. I like when 2 supports kind of complement each other, especially if they're a bit vulnerable. So want to see what kind of a approach they will have. I'd be down to... I know that Liquid loves Monkey King, but we've seen from Team Falcons that they also love to run some kind of an offlane Mars if you want to be able to kill some of these offlane heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the Monkey King's okay, like, in this game, because worst case scenario, I'm sure this hero still destroys Ember mid, right?
Yes.
And Ember is a hero that I wouldn't say never flexes after watching Amar play it today, but it rarely flexes. But this hero will flex as well as a Monkey King, so a Monkey can follow Ember, unless you're willing to put Ember as a carry, which you're not because you have a PA already. So I would like to see this Monkey King just follow for as long as it possibly can to make sure it gets this Ember matchup, because Ember has no tools to deal with Monkey King.
I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of what they have right now on Aurora. There was Pugna plus Keeper of the Light yesterday when Team Spirit did play it, but they also had other cores that complemented some of the flaws that these 2 supports are giving you. Like, you don't have a reliable stun right now. Like, you don't have a way to start a fight. Sure, you have... Pugna, who is great against Monkey King, and I really love this Primal Beast pick. You see 2 supports who don't have anything to stop you with, and this Primal Beast is going to go brrr this game. It's just going to be very difficult to stop him, other than Searing Chains.
Is there something Aurora can pick that like brings the draft together, do you think?
Oh, they need an offlaner technically, right?
Yep.
It has to be some team fighter.
I'm down for Mars. I still feel like Mars could be okay, but I think this draft is in a really bad spot right now with the heroes that they have, because Phantom Assassin, she needs a little bit of time to come online, even though she tends to join, especially if the team is playing well. Both supports are going to need to play with Ember Spirit. It's not like, wow, we have this insane combo, but I think they need to run together and try to make something happen so that Phantom Assassin can come online.
I just think we can't talk about the best possible pick for the game in this scenario. Because like we
there
are
isn't one.
I mean, even if you talk about Mars, right? Like you have to talk about who's going to be playing the Mars, and Mars is a very specialist hero.
Yes.
And you have someone coming from mid to 5, and Mars has never really been in either of those roles. Like we saw him play Dazzle once. I mean, Darkseer is pretty easy to play in my opinion. Like anyone can really pick this up easily. Mars cannot. So I don't know if Toronto Tokyo can have the best possible pick for the game, just because like he probably doesn't play the hero, right? So he has to find something that he plays, and a lot of his crossover heroes are either going to be mids or they're going to be supports that he's played, because at least you're familiar with the hero, and that does limit his pool a lot. And we've seen this time and time again. I like critiqued Boom in the last couple seasons, right, about his offlane hero pool. It's because it doesn't happen overnight. You have to learn these heroes over time, and I'm very curious as to what Toronto Tokyo has prepared for this tournament. And I know the list isn't going to be big, and that is something typically that can be exploited, and I don't like seeing last pick on a player like that as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he also, if you'll check his Dota Pro tracker, he did play a couple of heroes, basically playing Dazzle, Tidehunter, and Razor. So I think the team has been scrimming a lot, or you know, something else is going on with Toronto Tokyo. But yeah, definitely not the easiest hero to pick here, because you're going to be playing, like, they have a good amount of team fight. They have some like really cheap spells that they can throw. So Team Liquid doesn't really rely on any big cooldowns to take the fight. On the other side, Aurora, they also don't have any team fight at all. First of all, they don't have long cooldowns, so we might see some more skirmishes.
Yeah, we'll see. We will know where the Monkey King most likely is.
Looks like someone's been skirmishing before the game began. I want to know what happened there. Someone.
I will get slacks on it.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. Sometimes there's a staircase, you know, you hit your head into.
Yeah, I don't know who's that stupid to do such thing. It was me. One time I knocked myself out in the studio as well.
Oh yeah, you got wrecked by a jib cam, wasn't it?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Who does that?
That's Dom's superpower.
Yeah, at least it didn't affect my memory, because I still remember of the occasion, so that's a good thing.
Interesting. Okay, so they're still leaving it open to some degree. Tiny can be carry, can be mid. But knowing this team, I mean, do you want to pass up the opportunity of putting Monkey versus Ember? Because I feel like...
I think you want to still play that matchup.
The thing is, Toronto Tokyo can be Ember. He was a mid player. You know what I mean? Like, if he can take it in the off lane, it's like, this could be his hero, very much so. Like, when I see an Ember and a Mars, I would be more likely to see Toronto Tokyo play the Ember off lane than a Mars off lane, right? And I don't mean Amar, I just mean Mars.
Yeah.
Not to get confused there. So it's interesting here. I would like to see them pick a new mid and just give Toronto Tokyo the mid off laner that's kind of okay in this patch. I don't see why not.
I'm thinking, where's the damage from Aurora? What kind of damage is going to kill Primal Beast, Tiny, Monkey King?
60-minute PA.
These are very tanky. How do you survive up until then?
So you called it. We're going to see December in the offlane. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Yep. Like, his hero pool is mid laners and position 5s, right? He hasn't really built his offlane hero pool yet, so this makes sense. They do give Lornoff, no matter what goes mid here, you're not happy, right? So... for Liquid, that is. So they made sure mid is good, safe lane's fine, and because PA will always blink strike away. Maybe it will get ugly, who knows, but maybe bot lane might be a little bit ugly. We'll have to really find out, but it's an Ember. At the end of the day, he's still gonna have some utility. Toronto Tokyo has a lot of games on it. He's at least comfortable on it, so I like this direction more than shoving him on an uncomfortable hero.
Yeah, I like that they swap things around, that they put this Huskar on the mid lane, because Lorinov Huskar, during Dream League, he did look like the best Huskar player. Like, this guy has been spamming the hero, and I've been really impressed by Lorinov, what he's been able to achieve in the previous tournament. He just looks so stable, and pretty much every single game, no matter that he wins or loses, he goes like 24 and 15. So definitely something to look out for, but they also have some of the counters for him. They do have good amount of stuns. They have good amount of physical damage coming up from Tiny and Monkey King. But looking at both of these drafts, I kind of think that Team Liquid outdrafted them pretty heavily.
Yeah, I mean, the Liquid draft looks a lot more, I guess, cohesive is the word.
More normal.
Yeah, normal. Yeah.
I think that's the word I would use. It's a little more normal, but I think if you are going to win with this lineup that you do have on Aurora, it's going to be interesting way of doing so. It's going to be not through the laning stage because I think bot's going to get owned. I think Toronto Tokyo has to be very creative this game because he's versus a Monkey King. He's not going to have a good game. He has to find utility.
All right. Well, I've got a couple of creatives up on the big screen. Looks like the game's about to start pretty quickly. So just some quick thoughts about this one.
I gotta be honest, I kind of like what Aurora's got. I would not go against a Lorenoff Huskar after seeing what he was able to do in Dream League. This Huskar pick, I think, is quite something. I think Aurora's going in with a favored hand.
All right, keep that energy up as you watch this game.
I like it. I like it.
Take it away.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, looking forward to see how this one plays out. I mean, these two teams coming together here, folks. What do you make of this? It's a Lorenoff Huskar. Can you really doubt that? He's been incredible on this hero.
He has absolutely been. It's two completely different styles of drafting, right? One team with heavy amounts of team fight, tons of different ways to play the lanes. While for Aurora's, it's a much more skirmish-heavy style, and then just finishing up a draft with trying to snowball off of the mid lane. So we'll see if it ends up working for them. My worry is really that they literally have zero team fight on. They have great ways to poke and prod. You know, some bugs, some sleight of fists, and some PA daggers, but overall in the team fights, Liquid has them in, like, yeah, tenfold.
Oh, let's have a look.
So let's see if they can get those little skirmishes happening, and let's see if they can have these good lanes, because I'm with Fear also. I'm very worried for Toronto Tokyo in this game.
Okay.
He's playing versus a Monkey King, and it's in the off lane, so it's even, maybe potentially even more scary than that mid lane, since usually you can play near your tower. We shall see how he does.
Liquid. Oh, they're going to have Mika getting found by Mira and Panto.
He's got backup. He's feeling a bit afraid that there's other backup behind Mira and Panto, though, so he is pushed away from the rune. Looks like it should just be a 2-for-2, though. Unless somehow Nightfall is able to steal this one, but no, not the case. Okay.
And Mira's still able to play around with them a little bit.
I think he took a fair bit of damage. I mean, he's backpacking his branches to get efficiency from his tango, but yeah, he took about 300 or so there just from the harassment from the two of them.
So as the panel was saying as well, looking at the top lane matchup, this is a lane that Liquid should be able to excel in.
It does look like they have the side lanes in a pretty good position for themselves. Yeah. Pugna is one of the better heroes at just like constantly harassing and poking, just so your distance and your right click is very effective, but it's a very oppressive lane that Liquid's gone for here with the Willow plus the Primal. Let's see how Boxy plays the lane, though, because from what I've seen a lot, he does leave Saberlight, right? It's been something that a lot of us have talked about, and a lot of people have talked about, at least, with Saberlight getting sacrificed a lot.
Amira. He's going down. First blood for Mickey.
I'm sensing.
So not what Toronto Tokyo wants to be seeing in his lane.
No.
This Monkey King getting fed.
Definitely not an easy lane, especially once he gets Corrosion, and if he gets a first blood like that, that Corrosion's gonna come very fast, pretty much after the next 2 CS or so.
Amira, gotta be a bit more careful down there.
So yeah, the side lanes, as we said, for Liquid should be pretty damn good, but the mid lane, that's gotta be the one we have to talk about, right? Because that's what you're looking at. You're looking at Lauren Elf, you're looking at playing the Huskar. You have confidence in it.
I say he's carried some difficult games
some pretty beastly games
as the Huskar. A very, very strong Huskar player.
4-4 CS, Nisha 5-1.
Bottom.
Just continues to throw some harassment. At the moment, he's getting decent CS on Toronto Tokyo, but
he's doing fine.
It gets very bad very fast as that level 2 Jingu comes out if he wants to go for it. But yeah, he's got the lane in a good position, so he's actually getting a fair bit out of it right now. Mira trying to contest this pull.
And top lane, so far.
So much.
Yep. Yeah, not so bad here for Nightfall.
A couple extra denies, of course, coming out from Liquid, but yeah, he's getting the CS. Saberlight. We'll take a bit of a beating here. He's got the stick charges, so he'll back away.
And mid. I mean, we'll see sort of what the plan is going to be from Nisha when it comes to just trying to get something out of this.
Yeah, does he
step forward, play around the Avalanche usage, but it's going to continue to get a lot denied from him.
Yeah, does he get boots and try to just drag some waves and stuff? I will have to see, because yeah, he actually even misses the money creep there. Doesn't get it with the tree throw. Lornoff. Sorry to dominate this lane.
On top, ready to try and fight here around the Lotus.
Takes a fair bit from the Nether Ward.
Yeah, I mean, they can fight this Aurora. Nightfall's going to be tempted. He's looking towards them. He's getting very low himself, but they could jump back in and try and finish off the job. Over he goes towards Boxy. They'll get the kill.
Nice play.
Yeah, the power at the ward here early on proving to be very, very strong for Aurora in these little skirmishes.
And they didn't even have to use the healing Lotus too. So Nightfall still has it for the next go.
Nice. He's going to be happy with the farm that he's getting up it. Nice big wave pushing in as well against him.
Should have the corrosion soon too, which is going to be very effective versus Saberlight. So yeah, those lanes, not too bad. Bottom, we're starting to see the effect, but he's still getting something, right? 13 and 3. But yeah, it does feel like it's going to be very difficult for him to get too much more. Mika is actually holding the point in case he sees a tree dance opportunity to go for aggression. Yeah, Mira's getting a side pull, so his bottom lane could be much worse. Saberlight again.
He's got to be careful underneath the ward. Yeah, honestly, if that blast hit, Nightfall might have been tempted to try and pull up. They might still go for it, and they might just still have it.
One more. Can Panto close the gap?
I mean, if he throws a blast into the trees north of him, he might find it. Saberlight's going to be able to get away, but again, this still doesn't feel good, right?
He just feels miserable. He might have to just TP back. Yeah, he has to go all the way to base. So this lane, it's going actually incredibly well for Nightfall.
Panto with his Pugna ward. It's just a little bit, just one spell cast underneath it. You're taking a hefty bit of damage.
And he is also getting a lot of extra right clicks off, and Nightfall, I think, has dodged 3 Shadow Realms, if I'm not mistaken. So that evasion, the 20%, definitely coming into play. Yeah, he's full free farming, actually, 19 and 8. Not full, but yeah, pretty solid versus a oppressive lane.
Mid lane, Nisha's doing some good stuff. He's able to kind of grab the creep wave as well.
He's cutting.
And not finding a bad amount of CS out of this at all. Still 18 CS so far. Sure, you know, the Huskar 27 and 13, but he's not getting completely bullied out of this, and he's still managing to find some progress early on Nisha as the mid-tiny in this matchup.
And he's holding the wave to even catch onto the next wave, and maybe even like half drag it. Yeah, Nisha's trying to half drag the wave, so he kind of gets it. Lets the one melee creep through, and he's going to be able to deny a fair bit out of this. So yeah, nice little shenanigans. Toronto Tokyo will be able to get away.
No, they won't get him.
And talking about the Jakiro versus the Weaver, we see just he can just farm the bugs, just double hits. So those bugs actually get cleaned up very quickly in the lane.
On top lane, Nightfall's continuing to farm just fine.
That's a big deal. I mean, we saw the stats, right? PA at the moment at this tournament is 100% win rate.
Every game, and that's 5 games as well. You know, decent amount out of just the 1.5 days of play that we've had.
And it hasn't been always like a game where the PA is just like having a good start. It's been comeback games sometimes from these PAs too. So phenomenal start here for Nightfall.
Yeah, honestly, this mid, I think it's just been very impressive stuff from Nisha. The level situation, they're basically even.
He's only it's only 300 or 400 gold behind.
Yeah, it's like you absolutely take this for a melee hero going mid and getting what you got out of this matchup against the Huskar.
And he can rotate. That's the thing too, right? About the Tiny, you just need the levels. He is 5, so he is potentially looking for a move top Boxy.
He's looking pretty dead here. Mira's going to come in as well. Saberlight's going to try and see if they can fight back.
He's just here.
See what they can do with this. A lot of damage here with a trample. Panto will fall. Mira, can he get off another Shikuchi? He can't. So Nisha turns up and shows that they clean up the double kill for himself. A very nice movement from the Tiny. Yeah, Nisha, that's good stuff so far from him.
E6, he might even stay up here. Nightfall could get caught off guard if he doesn't expect Nisha. A charged trample is up in 2 seconds. Nisha's going for this.
Yep, under the tower. As the Avalanche set up, they've got the burst here with the toss. It's another kill.
He did not respect the potential that Nisha stayed.
Saberlight's out of there. Nisha should be able to walk away from this as well. Loronov's turned up with the TP, but they can't get their hands on Nisha. Yeah, this early game for Nisha on the Tiny. It's hot.
Very nice. He's actually same net worth now as the Huskar after the laning phase, so 1 rotation's all it takes for him to catch back up. Toronto Tokyo was able to back up, get the Shrine of Wisdom. It didn't get stolen. I thought it might because they have the Monkey King potential, but not the case. And I thought Toronto Tokyo was he's still struggling, obviously, but I thought he was actually gonna struggle a lot more. He just rushed the phase boot, so he's got the potential to always distance himself with the extra move speed. Not too shabby.
I guess this is the thing. Overall, it's kind of like what Toronto Tokyo on the off lane. Ember's done better than you'd expect, and mid lane Nisha on the Tiny's done better than you'd expect in the matchups they've been given. So a bit of balance here.
Which I think for Liquid matters more. Because the Tiny is, pretty damn powerful this game versus these squishy heroes.
I'm going to try for this. Mira did miss the bugs. Insania's here with the back.
Mickey's here too.
The balance strike. Make the jump onto Lorinov. They catch him. They were ready for that play, and they'll get the two of them. I mean, with these sort of moves, Nisha, he's going to continue to excel and have that lead now against Lorinov's Huskar in this early game. Panto, ooh, that's a risky way to walk.
There it is, the toss. It's up again in a... Yeah, he doesn't have the mana. No.
Okay.
Good quick move there from Mikke, getting involved, slowing down the momentum there from Lorinov. And Nightfall actually opts to... He's just going to go... He's rushing the Battle Fury, so no corrosion for him. Just treads Battle Fury this game for now. Saberlight has hit 6. He's actually pretty close to level 7, so now they do have even better burst to deal with Nightfall. It's a pretty fragile lineup now that I'm looking at things on. Like, they have the Huskar, who's kind of tanky, but everybody else is some of the squishiest heroes in the early games, and they're playing versus Tiny and Primal. Two of the highest burst early on. So they've got to watch out for those Nisha rotations.
Liquid on the hunt here. They get the setup onto Nightfall. Backup's coming in. Nightfall is going to be okay, and now maybe they can try and turn. They're going to look towards Nisha. Nightfall dodging the bramble there. He will manage to sneak away. Gets a dagger thrown out. Mira and Panto, can they get anything in return from this? They're looking for Boxy.
There's another toss combo in 5 seconds.
Mira is going to try and finish up the Willow, and he'll find Boxy on the backlines. Boxy goes down, stabilizes him with the grab onto Panto, but Panto's able to get the Celtic Crepify off, doesn't matter. He gets trampled down by Saberlight.
Toronto's here.
Time for Toronto Tokyo to turn up to the action, has the chains onto Nisha. Nisha goes down.
So many rotations toward this top waterway. They bring 5 heroes potential on the side of Aurora. Even the Huskar is making his move over. But they get Nisha.
Toronto Tokyo was prepared, is able to get back down towards the bottom lane. And obviously with the kill going the way of Nightfall, it's going to help him on his way towards that Battle Fury.
Pretty even early game.
It is.
I think after that trade exchange that just happens there, it completely levels things out. Toronto Tokyo now, Phase and Corrosion finished up. Yeah, pretty good. He's almost the same as the Primal Beast. In what could have been a very difficult matchup.
Oh?
Well, still difficult, but not completely shutting it down. Small pause.
And I think sort of on the upside for Aurora, especially for Lorinov on his Huskar, what's been impressive from him in the past isn't really his ability to get ahead at the start, which of course hasn't happened here. It's just what he's able to do down the line. Once he's sort of got that items, the build up in towards the Aghanims, once that's there, that's when he becomes quite the threat.
Absolutely. As long as he can withstand the pressure of all the disables, right?
Sure, they just
Ice Path, Charge, Pulverized, Avatar. Everyone has a disable or more.
Yeah.
That's what I was mentioning. It's like for Liquid, it's just the ease of going into team fights. It just feels like it's going to be there. And for Aurora, they're going to have to really like poke and prod with their low cooldowns in a lot of those fights. Just find an opportune time to take a fight. They're looking to make a move now. Mira, Lorinov, and Panto going toward bottom, wanting to shut down Mikke.
Yeah, that would be the big kill. See if Mikke expects this. He might not. He's feeling pretty confident.
He does not expect it, it looks like. Slight hits him.
And in they go. They get the jump, the chains to control him, nowhere to run, and no one to save him.
Very nice gank. Nice play from Toronto, too, ensuring that he can't get the tree dance off if he does get this moment that he sees them.
I feel there's just a bit of pressure on Liquid to find a bit more on this early point. They don't want to give time for this game. They're against the PA, and as I say, if Lorinov can get kind of the BKB into the Axe build up online on the Huskar, then things are going to get difficult for Liquid.
Saberlight. Want to potentially go for him here, but they do not have the greatest ways of just, holding him down. They have like no stuns, so. Foxy in the vicinity.
That's a good angle for Sania. Nice pop onto the both of them. They get the jump on towards Panto. They'll take him out.
Here's Mikke.
Primal spring towards Nightfall, but Nightfall's able to jump away now. Lorinov's in the midst of the fight. Looks for Saberlight. Saberlight gets the grab off. Saberlight, he will die, but not before he's able to take down Lorinov.
And there's the toss and the cleanup. 4 for 2. They actually get the Jakiro at the end of it, I believe, with the bug or last hit, but.
Nisha able to get
striking
immediately out of there at the end of the fight, straight over towards the mid, and be very close to having this Blink Dagger timing done.
I mean, that's pretty crazy, honestly. In a matchup versus the Huskar, how much he's been able to get. He's got a haste rune, too, for the next one. Yeah, he really has. Really has crushed this early game so far. And that move, that's a very impactful move. They get 4 heroes, but importantly is that they get Nightfall when he's very close to that Battle Fury, so they really slow down his timing. Mira
got the setup. Rambles into the fear. Wukong's command on the battle list. Not a chance for the Weaver. That's the tower gone. Liquid.
Bit shocked they Wukong there, but either way, well worth the kill. Mid. Toss back.
He's in with the toss back under the tower. And Panto will buy some time here with the Decrepify and the life drain. But surely can't walk out of this one. No, Mickey turns up, cleans up the kill. Nisha continues to set up a lot of action here for the team.
We have the same kills now as we did in the last game at like 40 minutes, by the way. They are super active on the side of Liquid this game. And now, feeling their power with this Monkey King having this good of a start and Nisha having such a good start too. Looks like they do definitely want to take every single one of those fights if Aurora wants to bring it to them.
Yeah, they definitely revel off the action much more favorably here at this stage of the game, Liquid.
And just early game items they're going for. The blink stun, I feel like they're just going to make moves literally non-stop. It's just never going to stop for them because they don't have to.
I shouldn't. They're
not really
keep the pressure
down holds either.
You don't want Nightfall to get to players' game.
No. And look at the line drawn. They know exactly where he is.
Yeah, shut down this PA at all costs.
Oh, but he might. Oh,
they're going to find him. Strong moves here from Liquid continue.
Nisha goes north, the rest goes south.
They might lose Boxy on the way out. No, they'll take that. Yeah, a reaction, they kill a PA. It's all part of the planet for Liquid.
They might be able to, is Mick actually able to? No, he's not. I was going to say he might be able to jump and steal the shrine, but not able to. Toronto Tokyo is in the area. Battle Fury, it's done, but they did get the kill again. He's been slowed down a good chunk now after that good laning start that he's had. Those 2 kills really slowing down Nightfall's progression.
Anisha might get something with this. He's got the Invis rune.
He's getting all the power runes.
He's going to try his luck bottom.
It's the HP looking on Toronto Tokyo.
There is a fair few heroes here. Panto and Lornoff are in the area. Does Nisha get tempted to try something? Sentry's down.
Oh!
They're going to get the chains opening, Nisha.
That's what they should have.
By surprise, Lornoff brings in the damage. Nisha to fall. At the same time, Nightfall. So we get the chance to clean up Insania. Sable's got the grab onto Nightfall, so he'll die in return. I'm trying to make the action happen on both. At the side lanes there goes a little better for Liquid up top as they're able to end Nightfall's life once again. But that bottom lane, Aurora, they were prepared for that Invis play.
Liquid setting up for this Tormentor. Nightfall has died literally 3 times back to back to back. And he's gotten, what, I think only 200 or 300 gold during the in between those deaths. So some big ganks from Liquid. And yeah, set up for this bottom play. Panto.
Oh. He's going to want to get away from this. And, not a chance. Again, the trample just destroying him through that Decrepify fight. And now in the mid, look at the mirror. They got enough burst. So Avalanche toss, it's enough to keep him in the Macropire.
They're keeping it up at over 1 kill a minute. 17 at 15:30, and they're setting up for the Tormentor right now. Liquid firing on all cylinders. Marnoff is still farming very well, but everybody else is starting to
This is risky. I don't know if they do this. Okay, they got it. It's close. They got it. Shot for Boxy.
Good thing Boxy had that Pavis there. He was probably dead. Oh, and he gets a shard. Oh, that's nice.
60-minute power in's going to be amplified damage rune top.
Nisha. He's got the blink up.
Can he stop Toronto getting this?
He's going to toss him away.
That amplified damage rune, it's his.
Oh, Toronto. He's got to be careful for the next combo. Looks like he will be starting to back away. He is going down the Mage Slayer route, as expected. He's going to get healed up here. Mira.
Oh, he just walks into Tiny. Careful.
Saberlight guesses wrong. Saberlight, after the lane start, his game has gotten also very well from the rotations from Nisha. His farm is really nice. He's actually halfway toward an Aghanims already.
They're ready to go in the mid here.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
It's just really awkward for Aurora to set things up. Like, the only way that they get catches is if Toronto Tokyo slight chain somebody.
Yeah, they just got to farm, honestly.
They really do just have to farm.
You just avoid this. Yeah. Just get your items on Lornoff, get your items on Nightfall.
Farm and take small skirmishes where you have a number advantage.
Yeah, if they start diving under tier 2s, you know, that's when you're going to be interested if you're Aurora.
Head-on team fights, not what you want to do.
No, not right now.
No, you want to do small pickups, small little skirmish engagements, and just get that farm, keep that farm going. But yeah, Liquid, they're hungry, and they've found quite a bit of kills. So 17 at that 17. Mira, just being annoying.
I should be able to settle for the push onto the tier 1 down bottom. Liquid.
Is that the Vessel finished for Mira? It is done. I mean, Vessel, it's very super value Vessel game. All 3 cores do not like playing versus it. There's a dispel, of course, for Mikke, but not a bad timing for Mira. Well, I mean, he's pretty poor, but good effective use of his low net worth.
They'll let this tier 1 go down. Of course, no interest to try and defend that. They have smoked up on Panto and Lorinov. Toronto Tokyo joining as well. Maybe see if they can catch someone from Liquid that splits away from the rest of the pack after they take that tower bottom.
Exactly.
But Liquid's moving as a unit, so
Lorinov?
difficult for them to get that sort of catch.
He does have BKB.
He is strong.
He is, and they can potentially start to threaten the Roche soon. They can't sneak it if Liquid makes a move away from it.
Yeah, that might have been the temptation there.
I think they were thinking about it. If they had Mira there with the bugs, I think they probably could have snuck it while Liquid set up for the tower. But a risky call to make. Showing back, getting that farm. Mikke has yet to show what route he wants to go. If he wants to go full physical or if he's going to hybrid a little bit. We don't see it too often, but there could be arguments for Dessa when he's playing versus Huskar. Mikke has been one of the ones that used to do it, is the only reason I say it. But we'll see which route he does want to fully go.
Oh.
Toronto.
Oh, lucky there. It looked like they were kind of set up.
Yeah, I was like, wow.
But he's able to Remnant over and walk away.
They haven't, I mean, nobody else has gotten picked off again on Aurora in the last 4 minutes, so.
They Lorinov, Nightfall, they're getting the farm.
Getting to slow the pace down, stopping that aggression from Liquid. Panto steps up through that ward that caught Nightfall earlier.
That should be surely a dead Panto. Not a chance for him.
Mira's gonna cancel the TP. They're set up for this tower. There's a glyph available. They'll just use it immediately. Mid lane, okay. Okay, he's queued up the Orchid, so wants another way to disable. See if they can set up onto Toronto.
Oh, they're coming in.
Lots of TPs.
See if he gets out in time. Boundless into the ice path. And they've caught him.
Picture perfect gank. I thought Saberlane might have actually been a second, or like a half second late, but no, they actually do have enough lockdown at the ice path.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Might even continue looking for another one. Liquid all about hunting.
Diving Lorinov would be difficult though. They want to look for something a little easier before they try and turn this advantage into the tier 2 tower push.
Yeah, looks like they're just cutting top and potentially going for that one there. Mira just trying to cut waves. He's even going to throw the bugs to make sure that they can't get this wave in. Boxy wants to try to hunt him. He actually stays for the Lotus for a second there.
Can these two catch him? Boundless not going to hit, neither's the Bramble. It's not going to happen.
Off the mark. Yeah, Mikke. We will see that Orchid coming up pretty soon, though, so very effective versus the Weaver and the Ember in this early game. Nightfall almost has BKB, so they're going to hit a double BKB timing. Is that going to be an attempted call to go for that Roche? Go for a fight, potentially? We shall see. The fight still, as you said, very complicated playing versus this Liquid team fight draft. Full Ags now finished up for Saberlight, too, so very scary for the Huskar.
Now Liquid. See if to smoke them out for Panto on Aurora. They got any left here on Liquid? Yeah, they do. Yeah, Boxy's got them ready, so here we go. Now with the smoke up.
Yeah.
Panto, Orchid.
Arcane Rune on Nisha as well. Yeah, they're all connecting. They have, I mean, what, like 3-4 item timings all together. The Ags, the Orchid, Echo Sabers. Yeah, tons of different things about to get revealed.
Somebody's surely going to die here.
Will Aurora be ready?
There it is. They get the jump in. They've got the silence onto him. There's no saving Toronto Tokyo. Lorinov's going to try and jump
he gets grabbed.
He gets grabbed. He's gone.
He just jumped in.
He leapt straight into that.
And now they're going to lose another Panto.
Slowly on Nisha and under the tower. I guess the toss back onto Panto. not the fight to charge into there.
He literally just jumped into Primal Beast's hands.
Yeah,
That's
same
right.
like
They literally
just
jumped
catches
into
him.
Pulverize.
Oh, no.
Oh, Liquid. Now getting that ball rolling. They're able to find early kills, get the momentum going, and now they find huge ones. 3 big kills. Lornoff doesn't even get BKB off. They're starting to have more and more answers.
Is under attack.
Nightfall is getting some farm, but he's gotten slowed down from those 4 deaths that he had. He's actually behind all of the cores still on the side of Liquid, even though he's just been farming and farming this entire time. And they're going to be the ones to actually go get the Roche.
Oh yeah, it's all theirs, this Roshan. We'll see the replay again. Sure, Toronto Tokyo dies here, but Lornoff, he decides it's time to go and fight this.
I mean, that just looks so awkward too, because even if he gets the BKB off, he's dead. Right? If he BKB jumps, he's just going to get grabbed anyway, so...
And back in action, Aurora, they did consider trying to get involved towards the end of it, but not in time. Liquid take the Roshan, Mickey, he's got the Aegis.
And Liquid's playing this very clean, to be honest. We've seen a couple games of theirs when it's been a little bit sloppy, especially from Dream League, but right now, this one is looking quite clean. And a lot of it off the backup of Nisha. When he was playing in this hard matchup, his moves have just hit.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that he dealt with the lane that he was dealt, it's been top stuff from what he did on the Tiny throughout this game so far.
And because it's like he had some difficulties in mid, and top was having some difficulties, and he salvaged both kind of in a way, right? From the move that he made top, he helped the Primal Beast, and he shut down Nightfall, and he salvaged his mid, so. For Aurora, I mean, it's... That was kind of like their ideal timing, was getting the BKBs and trying to get a fight somehow, like some split fight to get to an opportunity to go for Roche, but it actually goes in the worst possible way for them. They lose 3 heroes and they lose the Roche. So from here, they might just have to wait until this Aegis goes down before they even want to try to go for any type of fight. I don't know. It just looks so hard for them to fight ever with this draft.
Toronto. It's got to be careful poking around in the mid. He gets caught out by a silence.
Mira is the Orchid.
Well, they should have him here.
He's juking Ice Path.
He is, and in fact, well, won't save him. Same time, Nisha and Boxy on the aggressive. The smoke, see if they can get another catch over on Aurora's half of the map.
Just making moves everywhere. Just a ton of pressure on Aurora. Just limited for where Nightfall can go to farm at this point. Liquid. Maybe expecting him to be in this area, but not quite. They're gonna have vision down if he does make the move over here, though.
On top lane as well. They're coming in with the setup. Nisha. He gets the jump, the combo into the fear. They have enough damage. Stabilizes in. He's gonna have the grab. Any chance to jump out of this? He's got the sleight of fist of the Remnant. Toronto Tokyo will get out to the side. Another Remnant away will save him. This time around, they couldn't do enough damage.
Pretty tanky. Saw that magic damage. Now potentially setting up on bottom. They're looking to catch while Liquid had moved away. But Mickey reads the move, gets away. They're gonna smoke to try to still get something since they know Liquid is on the opposite side.
I mean, they could try for the Tormentor.
That's true. So that's probably what they ideally want to try to set up for, but Liquid's already making the move.
They want to see if they can get Insania first. Mira sets up with the Beast. Dust out, Insania's gone.
Big kill.
It's a good start to the play here. They can turn to the Tormentor now. They've got the numbers advantage.
They did use the bugs there, but Huskar should be able to finish it off anyway.
Nice little move here from Aurora.
Very big move. Chunk down that net worth lead. And give some salves to Nightfall too, so back up to full HP as SNY is done. Starting to get more durable to deal with the Wombo combo from the Tiny. So yeah, just get those small pickoffs, reset, go back to farming, wait for this Aegis to time out. 1 more minute left on Liquid with that Aegis. See how much more they can try to force with it. Looks like it's gonna be top tower.
Top tower is under attack.
This is the thing right here. SNY is there for Nightfall. He's getting his item time.
Getting big now.
And PA yet to lose the game here at this tournament.
There is going to be a lot of... Oh,
they found him.
Nightfall.
They get the grab, they're gonna have the Wukong's command and the boundless strike to lock him down. He's able to put the BKB, jump to the side here as Mira provides a target to get away with.
Oh, he cut the tree.
The TP out of the rest of the BKB, he's out of there.
Saberlight cut the tree. There's going to be a lot of breaks that he has to deal with. So that's the other thing that Nightfall is going to have to be careful of versus the Primal Beast and the Silver Edge that's coming out. Mira, can he get out of this?
He's not going to get the chance. Too much damage coming out now from Mickey and the Bloodthorn. Still the big kills, the cause of Aurora. Able to continue to remain elusive for a little longer. Loronoff getting the space up top.
They are doing their best to try to avoid these ganks. They're not really getting many kills, but that's not what their draft's really about. Their draft is about just farming and getting to a point when the PA can just carry. I think they've gotten, 1 kill in the last... I can't even remember, actually.
I see Saberlight going for the solo smoke here. Oh no, sorry, he's got the ninja gear. He needs someone else to set up first if he wants to try and get the chance to close in on Toronto Tokyo. Mickey does turn up, but Toronto Tokyo is already out of it.
Good awareness.
Secure the wisdom. Oh, I say, he gets back in there. That was, I mean, he nearly got caught by that. He could be silenced.
He still potentially can.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful.
I mean, Mickey's trying to chase.
Can't quite. Panto shows himself down bottom. Nisha's already right on top of him. The amp damage just 2 shots him. I mean, they're trying their best to just keep splitting up and avoiding. But yeah, inevitably, some heroes will get caught when you are playing the style. Mira.
Oh.
I think they saw Nightfall for a
Nightfall is
second.
dangerously close to them.
He got to sneak away.
I mean, they're looking towards Insania, which they will get, but can they get out? Jump
Nightfall.
Nisha's in with the Avalanche. They get the Fearful up as well. They lock down the 2 of them pretty much perfectly. Nightfall, get the chance to get the BKB off, jumps away, but he's so low.
Can he get out? 150 HP.
He's going to try for the TP. He is out of there. Ooh. Living on the edge, Nightfall.
Loronoff
got dragged into the action. He'll get the BKB off.
He's in the middle of the Wukong.
But it's a lot of punching coming in, not enough. He gets out as well.
Man, he didn't even use the... I thought he Gale Guarded before he TP'd, but he actually didn't. But either way, he gets himself out of there. That was close. Right in the middle of that Wukong TPing.
Straight back to getting the farm.
Double BKBs used, though. Double defensive BKBs. So Liquid, they're just going to immediately look to hunt again.
This is the thing. Liquid, they've looked good so far. They have the 7K lead. Can they keep this up? As I mentioned, I think the key timing is if Loronoff's able to get the Aghanims, then crazy stuff starts to happen. But they're on the hunt for him.
He's been found.
They're going to find him. Nisha. He's got the setup.
It's truly a game of cat and mouse, though. It's Liquid just hunting, swinging across the map, looking for Aurora constantly, and Aurora is literally just trying to avoid everything as best as possible.
They're ready to push in. Nisha
does get caught.
He's going to take quite a bit of damage here. And Mickey looking for chances to maybe get aggressive into the base there as he's scouting from the tree line. 30 seconds without the Huskar.
Looks like Liquid will back away.
I mean, ideally they want to try and catch Nightfall.
Yeah, I think they saw that he was clearing that creep wave, so they're actually looking to cut him off from 2 different ways. Are they going to go for those camps? No, Nightfall. He knows better. 8K lead, 27-12. Loronoff is very far from his Aghanims, by the way, so he felt like he needed to go for the plate mail first because he needed some extra armor versus all the physical. But
that's true. He did build, just pick up the casual one.
It's going to delay that Aghs a lot. And yeah, I feel like he really needs that Aghs, though, because besides the Ember, there's no ways to make plays until he has Aghs. They're going to try right now. They have Shivas finished up on Toronto Tokyo. See if they can catch Liquid off guard.
Yeah, they're trying to bait him with Nightfall pushing out the wave.
Boxy.
Boxy's watching.
Boxy.
He's going to stop this smoke play. They're going to search around the tree line. They're going to have eyes on him. He's got the Shadow Realm. And he's going to go for the TP out. And they've got the way to counter that with the Atos. They'll get him. Mickey gets the balance down into Nightfall. Do they want to fight this 4 versus 5 though, Liquid?
Looks like they were thinking about it for a second.
They certainly are.
Nisha still just thinking about it.
Aurora won't let them. And Nisha's trying to chase on.
Mira on the high ground.
Oh, they get the jump. Mira is completely burst. I mean, still though, they're thinking about fighting this Aurora. They look towards Saberlight, but Saberlight's able to turn, gets the grab off, on towards Loronoff. Loronoff's
He's
dead.
gone. Nightfall has to run.
Try and fight into this, but the Wukong's command is down. They've got to get away.
Thinking about going back in.
I mean, it's without Loronoff. I don't know if they want to.
It's too risky. They don't have their BKBs either.
Yeah, this is not a fight for Aurora. They're going got to back off.
Did you see what killed Saberlight's courier? Was it I think it was a neutral creep that had his blink. It has blink dagger on it. Like, I think he could have actually gotten another catch if he didn't get his courier killed. I'm not sure what happened. Either way, Liquid does get big cleanup kill.
Nisha might be tempted to try and see if he can get another catch here. He's got the regen rune pumping. Top lane. Toronto Tokyo yet to show.
There's so much physical damage now too, right? From the Tiny and the Monkey King. Lorinov just can't withstand that.
He does die very quickly in the middle of these fights.
Yep.
Not really able to get much done at all when the team fights kick off. Now Liquid, they can get the lanes pushed in. They can set up for the space to get into the Roshan, get that Aegis.
Yeah, they'll easily be able to get this one. Doesn't look like Aurora has any way to be able to get over there in time. This PI continues to be clean moves from Liquid. Aurora, like you said, it just continues to be the same kind of game plan from them, but I'm really just wondering when it's going to be that they can actually take the 5v5 fight versus them. Will it be when the Ags comes out for the Huskar, or will it just be when PA feels strong enough to kind of 1v5 in a way?
Yeah, Boxy did try and see if he could get a sneaky setup on Toronto Tokyo. He wasn't going to play his chances there.
And these multiple breaks just are, yeah, they're going to continue to be a big nuisance versus the Huskar and that PA.
Definitely seeming like they've got the answers here, Liquid.
Yeah, it still is continuing to feel that way. Aurora just trying to get to that time when they feel like they can actually fight it. Satanic is almost done for Nightfall. But they are playing into this Aegis now, so even when he has it finished, unlikely that they want to fight into Mickey with an Aegis. Continuously does the same thing. Yeah, bugs to cut the creep wave. Nisha sees him for a second, instantly TPs to Hunt, but Mira had already TP'd out.
Okay. Seeing if anyone dares step up to this wave in the mid.
The bugs do hit him. But with no stun, very difficult to punish.
I mean, for Nightfall, what do you imagine his options are going to be next? You know, where's he looking to go after the Satanic? What's the big item to finish this off? To try and carry the game as the PA?
Seen most people do that. Actually, it's actually a good question. I'm just wondering because they're very tanky, right? It's like this Tiny has 27 armor. Monkey King, when he gets Wukong's off, has like 50. I'm trying to think what the best choice for him would be. It's just a nullifier.
Yeah, it might just be actually.
I'm trying to think. If not, it's Basher maybe.
Yeah, it's even Nullifier Abyssal.
Yeah, okay, he's gonna do Abyssal.
It's got the Abyssal queued up.
I think I like the Abyssal more because it gives him the extra HP, right? So he can't get burst as easily.
Yeah, it gives him a bit of a chance if he's not the one getting grabbed right.
Yeah.
Put a stop to Saberlight getting his hands on someone. And we'll try to get their hands on Anisha. He's able to walk up and find the setup here on towards Nightfall. Don't have the follow-up though, so Nightfall's going to be okay. Definitely a little spooky there for Aurora.
I'm just watching Mira.
He's doing his best, which is just cutting the creeps, looking for couriers.
He's been doing this for literally 15-20 minutes now. He's just throwing bugs onto creep waves, trying his best to give them more and more time.
I can finish off a tower here.
Yep.
Getting a nice little bit of money for the team. I'll say that fortification does come out, and TPs are coming in as well. They want to try and do something about the Weaver.
Can he sneak his way out of this? He's in a very, very sneaky spot. He's going to continue to cut. He completely misses the wave with the bugs, though. He completely whiffed. It's actually pretty funny, but we didn't see it. It wasn't on camera. It's okay.
I think, you know, Liquid, they're not trying to force things too heavily.
Scared of going for high ground early. They're just trying to hunt the cat. Yeah, it's just a continue cat and mouse kind of play. Mickey is very close to having MKB, though, so we'll unlock that true strike versus the PA on top of this Bloodthorn.
I'm going to run out of this Aegis soon.
Halfway toward the Ags on Lorinov, too.
That's the time.
That is probably the crucial timing, yeah.
We'll see if it matters, because obviously they've been behind the whole game, but this is what I was looking towards at the beginning when I saw the Huskar come in. It's like, you give this man BKB Ags, I believe he's got a chance to carry this.
We shall see. Into these breaks, into all this control, we shall see if it's going to be enough. Just that one taunt that they have, because literally no stuns. All they've got is a root, and then it's going to be that Huskar Ags taunt.
He does die very quickly.
And he does.
Against what Liquid have.
He does.
Seen many a time.
Does have a brawny Gale Guard. Let's see if he gets something else. All tier 4s crafted here. Liquid continuing to try to find Mira. Nisha.
They want this weave.
The gem, it sees him. But Mira's just too sneaky.
He is. And this is coming up to the end of the Aegis, so Liquid, they won't be able to push the effort up to the high ground with this
Panto.
one.
He did show himself there.
Oh, they're going to get him.
Risky one. He saw Mira having fun. He's like, I want to join. I want to cut waves, but he won't be able to.
Boxy does get caught out on the high ground here. Was away from the rest of the team. After the rest of Liquid did start to move down towards that play to Panto.
Hey, those kills matter when you're behind. Lornoff gets the last hit. He's got the Ags.
Nightfall.
Smoking instantly.
Saberlight's trying to get the grab. He'll find him. He's got him caught. They got enough to take him down. Nightfall puts the BKB. He's going to turn over towards Nisha. Nisha also puts the BKB. Mira's trying to Shikuchi away with the last bit of HP. He'll live on Mira. Turns with the Aegis onto Saberlight. Want to jump back in on this though. The Wukong's command is down. Lornoff bounce out. He's going to live. No!
It ticks out.
The tick damage from the Bloodthorn ends his life.
Almost a save there from the Pugna. Very close to getting the bailout. Walks into the Wukongs though. Doesn't respect it. That was double BKBs.
But they did find a couple of support kills, so not coming out of that one empty-handed, Aurora.
But it did cost a buyback.
It did. Yeah, Panto having to come in there and, as we saw, indeed, not able to quite save or do anything to keep Lornoff alive.
And it is just supports that die, so still having difficulties finding these core kills. 9-1-11 on Saberlight, Nisha 11-2 and 11.
Yeah, Saberlight's gonna have what Shiva's guard finish for the next fight.
So tanky.
Oh, they're looking for Nisha. Nisha's BKB still on cooldown.
Mickey is in the area.
See what he can do to help out. Gets to bound this out, but that is Nisha. That's a big kill.
That's a huge kill.
And Mickey,
and the bash.
He's going down as well.
Oh!
The PA factor, you can't slip up.
And they get the gem and 2 core kills.
Looking for Mira top. He's got the time lapse. Can he get away from Boxy? He can't, so Mira does go down to get the pulverize from Saberlight. But yeah, that's 2 massive kills.
The 2 biggest they could find.
That Aurora just got bottom.
And it's right next to Tormentor as well, too, so they can clean that up.
I mean,
that was huge.
This is why this game, there is kind of like a spookiness for Liquid in this. They may have had a lead, like a 10k lead, but that's not a comfortable lead.
And look at the win rate.
Can still
See it
take
again.
this away from you.
I don't think you can ever count PA out in this patch.
Absolutely not.
He goes through the 2 tanky cores just like that too. And you see the swing.
That's why that sort of lingering concern has been there for Liquid throughout this 40 minutes, despite them having the lead.
Yeah, they were peaking at like 80% or so. Almost level 25 since he gets the 2 big core kills too. He's about to hit it. I think that's, the full Abyssal also, so a lot tankier for the next upcoming situation too. Liquid probably kicking themselves for that.
Can they punish Nightfall? He is pretty far up in Nightfall.
I mean, that gold lead is totally gone now. And yeah, his 25 is about to be hit. And stealing that gem away, it's very important because Liquid, do they have another one available? Do they want to purchase another one is the question. Because they probably need one in order to hunt the Weaver in particular.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Liquid, I mean, the next move is going to be a very important one.
Likely around that rush. That's probably going to be the big fight.
But this is the thing, right? It's not a guaranteed fight now.
Definitely not.
Aurora can absolutely tackle them around that area of the map.
Especially since they have like gem and they can get ward vision around the area. If they can just see a couple of heroes and get the jump, this PA will start to just eviscerate everybody.
But they have to basically kill Nightfall like during a pulverize, right? A break and a pulverize.
Breaking a pulverize or just the combo. I mean, they also have to know where Panto is the problem. He has to get dealt with, otherwise he's just going to decrep and then potentially turn.
Absolutely, not bursting the PA. with the right clicks with the Tiny and such during the break.
They're smoked up. Level 25 is hit. Nightfall is feeling the power. Double smoke.
Yeah, he can go in first. As long as he's got the protection behind him, he's not too afraid. They've been hit by the scan, so yeah, this is something the Liquid know.
Ooh, amp damage.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, Liquid, let's see if they're aware. They say, I'm going to continue to move into this area where they hit the scan and...
Saberlight hit 25 also, so he's got the pulverized duration. Panto?
They get the jump, they get the burst on towards Panto, but it's not enough to kill him. And now Nightfall's ready to turn. The flame mail's out though. As Saberlight will still fall. Nightfall pots the BKB, he's ready to turn. Nisha jumps in, cleans up the Tiny as well. Mickey
Nightfall
trying to deal with the PA, but Nightfall's able to keep his distance. Caught by the root, Mickey now.
He's on Mickey.
Back over towards him, jump onto the Monkey King. Mickey's to fall. They're using buybacks here, Liquid, but what are they for? They're not going to do anything to turn this fight as it's all Auroras.
Nightfall with the amp damage. He, what, 4 shots to Tiny. Panto baits him. They didn't have detection in the front lines. He gets the glimmer off.
And this Roche is going to be theirs. And honestly, I feel that the game as a whole, it's not going to be easy for Liquid to try and regain the control that they had earlier.
Absolutely insane.
It's gotten to that point.
It was so clean for Liquid for so long, but Aurora just patient.
They were
super patient.
They just had to avoid the fights the best they could. Get the farm on Nightfall, get the farm on Lauren-off, and now we're at a point where we're seeing the benefits from the way that they managed to play out the duration of this game so far, Aurora.
And that amp damage really putting in an insane amount of work in that fight. Nightfall full healing after just 2-3 hits. Almost gets brought down at the end of it, but then the quick jump forward. Now they still have 40 seconds to go for this push.
They've got time.
I mean, Nightfall is feeling very confident. He is queuing up the aggressive rapier.
Oh, there we go. He knows.
Full refresher shard also. Lauren-off has it in the bags. Got the banner down.
Tower gone. Onto the barracks. They camp in 10 seconds. They've definitely got to respect that.
AC is being delivered on the courier also to Nisha right now. He had the full AC on the courier for that fight.
She's going to try and get the angle in on towards Lauren-off. They get the toss back on Lauren-off. Saberlight, I'll get the charge cross, but Lauren-off's able to put the BKB.
It's a bit
He's
awkward.
able to bounce away from this. They got what they came for. The melee racks are taken. They back out. They don't even lose an Aegis. They are able to push again with that, still with 3 minutes to play on it.
Awkward attempt there from Liquid. Almost gets very scary for them. They need to buy that next gem, and they do. So Sanya, he's got it.
And Nightfall's just straight up spending up.
Did he go for it?
He's just spent up the money. Rapier is on its way here for him. He's going to keep it hidden for now. But he knows as well. With if you consider the situation with the buybacks, if they're able to make some sort of fight happen where Liquid is not ready for this Rapier, it's just going to be game over.
Yes, absolutely. And they're setting up for it. Do they have another smoke at the ready? They do. So they're going to look for that play. See if they can catch Liquid. This could be that moment where the game could just end if they find the right catch.
It's rough. I mean, Saberlight, you consider the big buybacks, right? Saberlight doesn't have his buyback for 5 minutes. Nisha is 1,800 gold short of his.
He's spent for his AC.
400 plus gold short of it. They just don't have the buybacks prepared.
And they just saw the Boundless strike in the bottom wave.
Mickey. Okay. He's going to be very, very lucky that Insania was seen first.
Nisha. He's thinking about going for a jump here.
It's risky. He's got an Aegis. He's got a Rapier. He's got a BKB.
Going for the toss.
But the BKB's off. They've got the Pulverize. But I don't know if they want to dance around with this PA. I mean, they've got to start backing off now. The root is going to connect in on the walls.
Lauren-off.
They'll Saberlight. Lauren-off. BKB forced out. He lives.
Oh my god, I think he almost just killed himself on the blade mail. He does get hit by the rock.
He gets hit by the rock.
What a throw.
Literally. We're back in the game now.
A throw by the rock, that is.
Okay.
I mean, he actually
defense.
He like one-shotted himself. That was crazy.
All right, Liquid, they hold. 60 seconds, no Husker. That is a lot of damage. That 536 from that rock. I didn't know that rock hits that hard. It does.
No, I didn't do so much.
Wait, what did it hit so hard?
Am I stupid?
Did he have a lot of minus armor? Okay, I thought that said 500.
Oh, he got hit by all of them.
Oh, yeah, okay, he did. Yeah, he got hit by
the first
one,
and then the
split.
two. Oh, wow,
He got hit by the split. He got hit by everything. It was a perfect rock throw. All right, Liquid.
Not too often do you see that ability do much, but it stops the push.
They're gonna, they have to still have to do something with this. Still, the game state not great for them.
Oh, Mickey.
There we go.
There he is.
There he is. Still 11k down, and still not with the buybacks at the ready as a whole. Just Mickey with his buyback ready.
60 seconds till Aegis gets reclaimed. That's probably the timing that Liquid's looking to strike with.
Sure.
See if they're able to. I don't think Panto has left Nightfall's side in the last 10 minutes. He's literally just hugging him.
He's got to make sure this Rapier stays safe here in the hands of the PA.
He's got the Glimmer, he's got the Force, he can feed him the cheese. Yeah, he's got a lot of different ways to bail him out of a bad scenario. All about buffing up Nightfall. Mickey has a Bastion of his own, going down the Abyssal route, wants to have the extra lockdown. He has hit 25.
They're looking at mid.
The Aegis is about to get reclaimed. 15 seconds.
Liquid outside of the base, have to be careful.
Poxy. He's spotted. That's the gem.
They're making moves. He's going to try for the TP out.
He gets out.
He's away.
Black at Disable still there. That would have been a big kill. They just bought that gem, so would have been pretty huge if they're able to just keep that vision advantage more and more.
Radiant are scanning.
Liquid. Looking for potential catch here. Lornov.
He's quite far from the rest of his team. They get the Boundless opening. He's having to get the BKB off. They got the Pulverize. The rest of Aurora's trying to get over towards him, but he's dead during the Pulverize.
Oh, now they can get a wraparound. They can do a 5v4 here.
I mean, it's a risky. Nisha gets the jump in. A little off with the toss potential. Only gets the avalanche out onto them. They get these rock throws hurting big time.
Fear off the mark.
Liquid's still going to want to try and chase this. They've got the numbers here, 5 versus 4. Nisha gets the break hit, he gets the toss up, they've got the control of Nightfall, but no, the BKB comes out, turns with the Vissel over towards Sableye, but Sableye puts the blade mail and the BKB is able to trample away.
His BKB's down.
Nisha is in with the avalanche, he's got the jump towards Nightfall, can they finish him? No, he's able to jump out safely to the side, throws out a dagger over towards Mickey, and Mickey's in with the balance strike, Nightfall's going to try and get on top of him, he's able to put a stop to the
Pulverize.
Come on, Mickey, he's gone, they've got the grab on the Nightfall, can they finish? Want the Decrepit find the heal, they're able to keep Nightfall alive as Nightfall survives. Aurora, they can collapse back in onto Nisha, back in onto Sableye, the fight is theirs!
What a save. Panto gets it off onto Nightfall. Is able to live, and that looks like it should be it. They've only got, what, the 2 buybacks on the cores?
Yeah, it's still a minute. Still a minute here for
Sableye.
Sableye, a minute for Boxy. Aurora looking to try and close it up. Here's the buybacks that they do. They've got the 3 of them, Liquid.
Okay, he will back away. Might look to re-engage. They've got 20 seconds left for these BKBs.
And if they've been keeping the timings, they're going to know that the buybacks aren't there.
Maybe they didn't. That could be why they're being a bit hesitant versus Saberlight. Nightfall.
Tower is under attack. Are scanning.
Liquid really wanted to try to get something out of that there with that number advantage, but not quite having enough to bring down Nightfall. Just a bit too elusive, jumping from side to side.
It looked close numerous times during that fight that they might be able to get him, but they could not.
Nope. And then Panto, yeah, comes in with that clutch decrep toward the end.
It's a full minute without Sableye still. He's going to have the option of buyback in 5 seconds.
Radiant structures are fortified.
10 seconds on those BKBs.
Look at the tier 3. Liquid. What do they want to do about this? They're just going to let this top set fall by the looks of it. They don't want to expend the buybacks. Not yet.
Toss it back.
Maybe now. Okay, they get the toss back. They're going to try and burst through Nightfall. They get under the table. Down. They've got him.
Rapier hits the
They
neck.
built the PA. They're able to grab the Rapier here into the hands of Mickey. The rest of Aurora have to run. The rock throw catches onto Lorinov. Jump forward from Mickey is closing the gap. He's going to settle for. He's going to get caught by the A-toss. Buyback now comes out from Nightfall. Neon just procs on Panther. He's going to get the chance to walk out to the side. Nisha's getting bullied by Toronto Tokyo. Jumps in aggressively with the Remnants. He's looking to try and finish off both Insania and Nisha. Another slide of fist. Catching onto the 2 of them. Nightfall jumps in. They kill Nisha off. Nisha out for 2 minutes. Now they can turn the attention over. Sableye will charge the high ground. They may have lost the Rapier, but Liquid, they're now the ones, again, dead without buyback.
3v5. They've got the Pulverize plus that Rapier, but they don't have BKB on Saberlight to guarantee that grab.
Can the 3 of Liquid do this? They've got that Rapier on Mickey. Is it enough to allow him to enter into the fight? Still no BKB for 45 seconds on Mickey.
Final racks. It's dropping. It's gone.
the setup here. Okay, trying to run, but the Atos catches onto him. Aurora just pulling them back so they get the space to hit onto the tier 4s.
Liquid's got to go soon. AC delivered. Building's dying faster.
The first tier 4 to fall. Liquid, they've got to try and make a move soon. 20 seconds still until the BKB's ready to press again for Mickey. The Ancient is exposed. Aurora looking to close this one up. As Liquid, they've got to try one final attempt. Mickey's in. Make the jump at a straight
He's
away
caught
with
instantly.
the Abyssal. Mickey gets caught. The Rapier hits the deck once again. Sableye gets the pulverize onto Nightfall, but it doesn't matter. Nightfall perfectly fine. As Sableye will try and trample them down. The heals come out. The game is over. GG is called. Aurora will claim game 1.
A fantastic comeback. Honestly, all about that bottom situation when they get that double kill. After they kill up 2 supports, they weren't able to clean up the cores, but then they find the 2 big ones. They get the Tiny and the Monkey King and the Gem, and things really start to accelerate from there. I mean, Aurora, this takes quite a bit of perseverance from them to be able to do so.
It does.
They're getting killed all over the map. They weren't finding many kills, but the patience, that perseverance, it comes into play.
They knew exactly how to play this game out with the sort of style of draft they have, and they sort of anticipated and were ready for the fact that their lanes might not go too great. They had a recovery plan. They were able to pull it off, and yeah, Liquid just not able to end the game in time. When they had that lead, had that advantage, they couldn't quite do it. Aurora, they get the chance to turn things around, and once again, another win here for the PA. Aurora, take game 1.
Yes, great comeback win there. And, of course, the emergence of PA, another update happening over the course of this tournament. Great game to watch. Liquid in full command, it felt like, for so long, and then just ultimately it faded away at the end.
I'm gonna say that they had
slowly faded away.
They had this one in the bag. It's just that one big fight that did happen turned the whole fight around. And also, I love the fact that Nightfall is not afraid to pick up the Rapier, because he was so ready to jump in. Like, even though they lost the Rapier in the end, they still, with the buyback, they're still able to close out the game. But we saw Ame playing Phantom Assassin, and he didn't get the Rapier in a 75-minute game, which is a bit of an odd one. I think Nightfall, he has, I mean, in terms of being a risky player, I would say that he is really not a risky player by any means.
That's true. So, big true.
Big true, exactly. But this time around, he did, I think he needs to adapt his playstyle, and we can already see some benefits from it.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that one. I think him going for the Rapier is really out of characteristic for him, but maybe that's what he needs to do to elevate his game again. I think this game in particular is exactly what Aurora needed to have going into this tournament. They need to get some wins on the board, right? They're a brand new roster here. They're a squad that needs to prove a lot. They got big names, but they got to start winning versus big teams. And I guess if you're Liquid here, just yet again another disappointing game where you're ahead. You're locking down the whole map essentially, but it just 1 or 2 mistakes down the road. Unfortunately, you're playing versus the PA. So these games, it seems like whoever has the better late game is typically just stretching the game out for as long as they need to. And PA has been the victor on that end for the most part. Just go late game, PA kills everyone. So it worked out really well for them. And unfortunately, Liquid, they didn't have the heroes to close it out.
Yeah, just some thoughts about that, actually. Do you think that the changes that were introduced in the patch, you know, to the map and stuff, do you think it makes it more conducive to stretching out games?
I mean, I think over time, like just the map being big has made it very difficult to go high ground for a long time now. I think this patch didn't really change anything about that necessarily. Yeah, they just changed, you know, at 15 minutes, there's Tormentors, Roshans are a different part of the map, but high ground is completely unchanged. It's very difficult to end games.
Yeah, it has always been one of the most difficult things to do in Dota. Back when we had, you know, the shrines, maybe that part, it was harder.
PTSD.
Maybe repair kit, but yeah, it's still very difficult. But yep, standout player, Nightfall, with the methodical facet. Even though this facet has been nerfed in 7.38, it did, like, you're losing quite a lot of damage. You did lose 25, 50, 75 at level 3.
Oh no, you have to build damage items on PA now. Oh no, you can't just go Glimmer Cape S and Y and kill everyone.
Yeah, that's
sad.
the problem with the hero and meta right now, because the hero still feels very strong, even though you're not really building into damage items like Abyssal Blade, Satanic, Battle Fury. This is like your farming tool, SNY. These are like not real damage items.
But Deso in there?
Yeah, there was a Deso in the end, but overall, like you're becoming so tanky, having that status resistance, basically having a guaranteed crit, having a second life once you pop that Satanic, and also Pugna. I think Panto had a pretty good game on this Pugna. He had some really nice performances when he was playing during the Dream League on Pugna, but this time around also keeping the distance and keeping him alive in most of these fights when he got initiated on.
Yeah, we had some thoughts about the Huskar as well, but you've highlighted a clip here, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to look at the early game of Team Liquid here.
Yeah.
The Huskar was dominating mid lane, as he pretty much should, right? But it was at this point in the game where I'm just like, okay, nice. Nisha's making some rotations. He goes to the top lane, helps Saberlight's lane out, helps his own game out by just moving away from the Huskar lane, which is very, very nice to do, because if you make that rotation, it doesn't work, and guess what? It feels bad. Now, right after that, what happens is the Huskar tries to gank the Tiny, but Mickey, he's here. And honestly, Mickey was always there for all this early game. Every single rotation that was happening, Mickey was there. They killed the Huskar. And it was around like 20 minutes into this game, I felt like this game might be unlosable for Liquid. You can't leave your base at all on the side of Aurora, and it just looked really tough. But all it takes is some late game carry and one mistake in the late game, and all of a sudden, the game can flip over.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight what Saberlight has been doing in this game, because we said that it was going to be a very good game for Primal, considering the amount of stuns that he did have in this game. I mean, in terms of what he was playing against, but you can see his score 22 minutes in, 6-1 and 9. He just finished off his Aghanim Scepter, which is his first big item. So you're playing against Phantom Assassin, you're playing against Huskar. That break mechanic is going to be very valuable, and we're going to see the team fight when he actually got it. So he rushes in knowing that he has the backup of his team, doesn't need to care too much about it, immediately grabs Huskar, who dies. They don't even need to use the Ice Bat, and the rest of the team, they're so ready to back him up. And I think him and Nisha had a great game. They synergized well together. It didn't pay off in the end with the advantage that they accumulated at the early stages of the game.
Yeah. Definitely one of those games where like, how the hell did we lose this game type of feeling, for sure, because they were so far ahead.
Yeah, and it's a strange one because obviously we've highlighted a lot of Saberlight, betting into the team. He gets the Primal, which he wants. It's a comfort pick for him. He gets a great Primal game as well, has a great game, and they still lose the opening match.
It's rough. I mean, it's definitely rough. I think this match in particular, did you have this one?
Yeah, I wanted to show the difference that they did have at that moment when he picked up that Aghanim Scepter, because he was doing so much better. He was kind of on receiving end inside of Toronto, Tokyo, wasn't really involved in many of the kills. He was keeping up. He was up there in the middle, but he had so much more impact. Like his KDA at the time was 0, 2, and 4. Didn't get any of the last hits on the kills. But Saberlight, that's why we say whenever he plays the hero that this is one of his better heroes overall. He was staying pretty much on top of the network throughout the whole mid game.
Yeah. Anything to add to that? Or
I mean, I think this game in general is might be a little bit of a tough pill for Liquid to swallow, right? But I think they're
going to need more Liquid, to swallow that pill.
I think we'll go to break.
Go to a break, production.
I'm not even going to do an outro. Bye.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
So welcome back. Yes, Aurora are ahead in the series, having taken the first game against Team Liquid. We're about to break down the second one and where it might go. Clinton, as always, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah.
Say something spicy.
Did Notel go through a time machine? Because he looks 10 years younger.
He does. He looks like he's in high school right now.
Literally went through a time machine.
Okay. Well, not what I had in mind, but we can start there if you want.
It's not really spicy.
No, it's a compliment.
Yeah, it is. Anyway, moving on, I suppose, to this series. I think Liquid also might need to go through a time machine on this one as well.
Great segue.
I think they are having some difficulties at the current point in time. These are defending TI champions right now.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that.
It's very easy to forget that recently, but they've been struggling right now, and they need to find a way to get back on the horse here. And I think in general, this team is so close to being great, honestly. Like we saw it in this game too. They were ahead most of the game. They just couldn't figure out how to close the game. I'm not sure if that was something 33 really helped them with when they're winning, like how to actually close games out, but they seem to struggle in that department right now.
Yeah, you definitely lose some confidence when like you're not winning anything. Insania in an interview before the series did talk about how they're not feeling the greatest, and it could definitely influence also how you think about the game, because whatever you have, like Dota takes most of your time, and you're thinking about like how to implement that into all segments pretty much of the game, and suddenly you start losing, and suddenly you start doubting everything that you kind of know about Dota, because you see other teams are doing well, you're losing, maybe you're winning some scrims, but in the official matches you've been losing. So doubting is kind of what eats you, I would say, even alive when it comes to Dota, especially if you're on a losing streak. And Team Liquid, they've been losing quite heavily in the recent couple of months.
Yeah, meanwhile, at the other end, we were talking about, you know, Aurora, and maybe there could be some, you know, friction between some of the personalities on the roster if things don't go well straight out of the gate. But, you know, here they are ahead in the series. It would be a really big statement win if they're able to close this one out 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. This is a team that, of course, you look at players like Toronto Tokyo, you look at Nightfall, but that's not even what I'm hyped about this team. It's more like the old Chimera guys, like the Panto, the Lornoff, Mira coming back to. And we haven't really mentioned it either, but Toronto Tokyo and Mira, they used to be on a team together as well, and they are laning together, so they do have that synergy as well. So this team in general looks like it has a lot of promise. They just need to get a bit more experience on their belt, see how they react when they lose, and not really just like spiral out of control as we've seen some other teams do in the past. So this team is very exciting to watch, I think, overall. But I do want to see this go 3 games, because I definitely don't want to see Liquid just go out on a 0-2 here when they're already like down.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Toronto Tokyo, because this guy, like we showed the score at 22 minutes, he was like 0-2-4, and he ends the game with 5-0-20. So he didn't die for a good half an hour, which makes it pretty impressive considering what he was playing into. Like he was playing into Orchids, Abyssal Blades, multiple stun, multiple Blink Daggers, Shadow Blades, but they did
lane
not.
versus Monkey King.
Yeah, his laning stage wasn't the greatest because of the lane matchup, but he definitely did some heavy lifting in the mid and late game.
I mean, that was really impressive though. You're laning versus Jakiro Monkey King as like an Ember, and you don't die. You actually get out with pretty decent farm as well. So I got him props for that one.
Yeah, draft about to start. I had an update on the head injury, by the way. Apparently, the head injury was, it did happen outside of the studio. It's not something that happened in here. I want to make that
usually do.
Clear. Yeah, exactly. Wasn't a Lacoste moment. Nobody walked into a camera.
I did not do anything.
Yeah, so.
Let's see. I believe the draft is ready, and we're going to be hopping shortly into it. Maybe some... I think they still got outdrafted when it comes down to the heroes. They also outplayed them at the early stages of the game. Team Liquid just were unable to close out this game, so I don't think Team Liquid needs to do anything in terms of how to like deal with the draft.
Maybe ban PA.
Maybe ban PA, because this hero just seems still super strong. And looking at the bans, we're kind of having the similar bans, and it's going to be Jakiro one more time. This time for Liquid again.
But they're on Dire. That's the only difference there. So they were first pick Radiant in game 1. Now they're first pick Dire. Which means I think one of these teams likes to play second pick, which is Aurora.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Or Liquid like playing first pick or
you
both.
got to remove PA right now. Like you want to split up the combo because this combination between two heroes just worked way too good in the lane. You have the sustain, you're building into Orb of Corrosion, so you have extra bit of a slow, and also the way Shadow Word works, it's basically an ion shell that heals you, and PA is the best hero in the game to stick to a target and close the gap.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
I like this. That's good. They needed to make a change, and just how that last game went. If you give him PA again, as all the things the cost said, great with Warlock, but more so than that, Nightfall looked incredibly confident on that hero with buying rapiers and stuff. So already you know he's great on that hero. So get it out of the game, and of course they just won with it. So that is good. They get one more ban.
How's Warlock been doing since the nerf?
Haven't seen a lot of it. I know it was picked in one other game, but you know I'm old, so my memory doesn't permit me to remember which game or the result of that one.
There you go. We got the numbers. Look at this production. I love it.
Well, they're faster than me.
Yeah.
I was trying to scroll. I mean,
not really
I'm getting old, yeah, so that's not a surprise. But Warlock, yeah, he looks pretty stable. The nerfs that did happen to him aren't really the greatest nerfs, like the upheaval nerf, so it lingers for 1 second compared to 3 seconds. That's not what the hero is about. It's more about Fatal Bonds, being the counter initiator, and also being a super strong laner.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Shadow Shaman, okay. That's an interesting pick.
Yeah, this, I'm just going to throw it out there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Reminds me of the previous series when they picked Life Stealer blindly, kind of.
Sure.
So this Shaman doesn't say anything. Like usually Shadow Shaman has been used, especially when he had his facet, sorry, was that facet or innate, where he was able to, you know,
cluster
clock. Yeah, that was the one.
Now he has chicken fingers.
Now he has chicken fingers, which is not that great of a.
You can't make this up. I'm not making it up.
No, I know. Did you ever think when you were a young man? Did you ever think you'd be sat on a broadcast one day saying chicken? He used to have cluster cluck, and now he has chicken fingers. Yeah, it's just like I don't know.
Sounds like a menu item.
Well, yeah, you know, listen, if your career goes south, you've got a great skill set to work in the fast food industry.
Chicken fingers is good for trading in the lane. You get one extra hit. Shadow Shaman has pretty high base damage, so you hit somebody, you hex them, and then you get an extra hit. So it gets pretty difficult for position 5 to trade against you.
Yeah, I mean, I will say the reason why they wanted a hero like Shaman with Warlock is the typical is Warlock, he doesn't have any disables, right? So you want your position 4 to almost always be some type of lockdown hero. Typically, you see more of the melee type of heroes with it, generally speaking, but Shaman is the closest thing to like your melee initiator you're going to get from a ranged hero. It's got tons of lockdown, which will help a lot.
The negative thing is both of them are super slow. These heroes literally don't move, and you're going to be playing into Tiny, Muerta, and Jakiro with all kinds of slows. So I want to see something that can give them a little bit of protection, or something like I want to see a bit of a different hero for Toronto Tokyo in this game, because I feel Warlock gives you good protection for the rest of the team. He's keeping in the back, but I also want to see something that's going to be able to initiate. This is a very early Ursa. Maybe that's the reason why teams have not been straight up picking up Tiny, because it feels like Tiny has been answered from what I'm seeing, that we haven't seen Tiny being like the first overall pick, and Ursa has that stacking damage, which makes him a viable carry-to-carry matchup against Tiny.
Yeah, we did see Nisha just play mid though, but I think they play kind of similarly. I don't think the mid Tiny and the carry Tiny are much different outside of how they build their skill build, right? Because you're going to max your nukes if you're mid, you're likely just going to max your tree grab if you're carry. However, they both usually go for the insurmountable talent. They itemize very similarly as well, so it's just about the speed in which they play slightly different. And I think the insurmountable is pretty good this game as well. Whenever you're playing in heroes like Shadow Shaman in particular, reduce the time in that. They want to also try and kill this Warlock and Shadow Shaman as fast as they can in the regard as well. But overall, Ursa does come out with the Pango, and I think that's kind of like trying to answer Tiny in a way too. Like they don't really care about insurmountable or status resistance whatsoever.
Yeah, also these two heroes synergize nicely because you have everything is physical from both of the heroes, but you also have a bunch of minus armor coming out from Pango, and also this is going to be Ursa plus Warlock, another hero that can kind of stick on a target. So it's going to be Beastmaster for Saberlight. A little bit of extra root, a little bit of extra slow. They are trying to punish this Ursa in the lane, which he doesn't like to play into Muerta. This is a bit of a difficult one for him because he's trying to go for the target. He gets pushed back, he gets feared away, or he gets silenced. So not the easiest matchup for him. So Muerta is going to be providing protection for Ursa.
I don't particularly
mind.
mind.
My bad.
Oh, yeah, no, it's definitely good versus Ursa. I agree. The dead shot is quite annoying to deal with. But I don't particularly mind playing Ursa against Beastmaster, especially if you have a Warlock in your lane. You just have to make sure you Fatal Bond like the boar. And then you have to get maybe 2 points in your queue. You can just jump on the boar and farm them. But it does make you have to build your hero a little bit differently, which a lot of people don't like to do. But I think in this matchup, you might need that extra point in your queue on Ursa. That way you can just kill the boars. But then again, yeah, maybe the dead shot pushes you back by the before you can kill it, then all of a sudden you got the boar on you and you die. So it's a bit of a tricky lane matchup for sure. I'm more curious to see like where this Tiny and where this Pango is going to go, because they both could be your mid, or it could be your carry for the Tiny, or the Pango could be off lane. I'm sure Toronto Tokyo is eyeballing mainly these mid laners that can also be played as an off laner.
Yeah, I don't remember during Dream League if Lorinov was playing Pango. I think he was playing completely different heroes. He was more on Puck, Queen of Pain, Storms, these type of heroes. Huskar that he did also bang out in the previous game.
He was on a lot of Leshrac too.
Oh yeah, he played tons of Lesh.
He might play. I'm pretty sure he plays Pango. I think in this day and age,
you have
if you haven't played Pango in the last 3 years, like what the hell have you been
playing
doing?
mid?
Yeah, have you even been playing mid?
Just thinking if they have some other mid possibilities, some better options other than Pango.
Just Huskar again, you know. F it. You see Tiny. I mean, they get a chill though, right? They have last pick, so it's really Liquid who have to come up with a hero right now, and then they can just choose where is this Pango gonna go. So the real question is, where's the Tiny going? Don't need to think about the Pango yet. Is Tiny gonna be their carry? Is Tiny gonna be mid? I'd prefer it to be mid, I think. Can we bust out a... I mean, in this situation... Oh, never mind. NP's actually banned this time. I was thinking a ranged hero for Mickey could be enticing here.
What would you like to see? Something... What about Drow Ranger?
That hero's terrible.
Yeah,
I know.
We've had this conversation.
You already had a conversation?
Yeah.
Loop me in.
The hero's terrible.
that was the conversation pretty much.
TLDR, okay.
There you go.
Now, I'm fine because they don't, like, sure, you have Pango, but the Drow Ranger is very maneuverable and she has pretty good front line. I'm just thinking, like, against Ursa, he doesn't like to play, like, he dies in one silence. You're building into Hurricane Pike, but it's going to be Carry Tiny, and they will go with the Puck last pick. Not too many lockdowns for this Puck other than Shadow Shaman. So if he's the one getting jumped, if he's the one getting initiated on by Tiny, by Puck, they're going to have a hard time locking Puck.
I want the Green Dragon to come out. You can do it.
More physical damage?
I mean, just a classic hero against Puck too, right? You can... I mean, yeah, I think the Green Dragon looks pretty solid here. We've seen it a couple times now. Haven't seen too much of the red one nowadays. But if you're looking for a hero mid that can bully Puck, that would be it. Other than that, you're looking at offlaners. But then again, it's like, I don't know my Toronto Tokyo 2025 offlane too much to know what he's even thinking about at this point. So I'm thinking Pango looks pretty good to me, I suppose. Just get the double jump in the Tiny. Sure, it's fine. I don't know. Because I can't think of anything better in the offlane unless you're looking at Underlords and stuff like that. But haven't seen that hero in forever.
Yeah, I want to see what he has been cooking because there's not much information about what Toronto Tokyo has been up to in the last couple of days. This is a new team. His Dota Pro tracker also is not showing many heroes, so it's kind of hard to see in which direction this team wants to go with his hero pool.
We'll see if it's green, though.
Now, it makes a lot of sense. It's also a hero with high armor. You're going to be playing against Carry Tiny. Classic old school matchup against Puck, so you have a guaranteed stun on top of the Shadow Shaman. I don't know if I'm favoring one draft, but maybe slightly gonna be leaning towards Aurora. One thing that Ursa always had a problem with is sieging the high ground, not having enough tower damage. There was one game when he was playing on Tundra, grand finals against Team Falcons, and he did go like 20-0, and they still lost that game because they couldn't push the high ground. This time around, you have Dragonites for the tower damage, you have Shadow Shaman, and you also have Warlock. So yeah, I'm kind of feeling that a lot of these things that Ursa does lack has been... They have some other good stuff that Ursa is lacking coming out from different heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the only concern I had about this game is Toronto Tokyo going to have a really rough lane and have an issue, but after seeing the last game, I don't think he's going to have an issue because if he can make an Ember versus Monkey King work, I'm sure he can make a Pango work here. I think the Ursa is the ultimate trump card in this game. I think this Dragonite is unanswered as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the double jump makes the Pango from the off lane quite viable as an off laner, especially because you're getting that extra bit of a value, you're getting that extra bit of a shield from the jump, and Mira. This is his kind of a classic as well, Shadow Shaman. I want to see if this hero is still viable in professional Dota, because after the recent nerfs, the Cluster Clock, the hero didn't feel as strong. You can't even use it on allies, even if you pick up the Shard, which was a big thing, but gives them good amount of control, and support duo, Warlock, Panto. I feel like the bottom lane is going to do really well for them. I want to see if they're going to be able to maybe even get some kills against Beastmaster plus Muerto.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to really see if Nisha can make this Puck work. It's a hard Puck game. He's playing for Shadow Shaman and DK, so a lot is on his shoulders for this game because Tiny was picked early. It's not the trump card carry that they need.
All right then, gentlemen, thanks for your thoughts as always. We're ready to get into the action. I'll hand you back over to OD Pixel Unfogged.
Yeah, here we go, ready to get into this game 2 now between Aurora and Liquid. And yeah, indeed, we're definitely going to have quite the test for Nisha, right? He definitely got tested last game. He did pretty well with the test, didn't manage to win the game, but yeah, he was kind of Tiny against a Huskar. He did great. This time he's a Puck against multiple instant catches.
Yes, this one does look like it's much more difficult for him. And also they did reveal, that the Tiny is this carry, so they have this Ursa, which is definitely the trump card versus it, so yeah. Aurora's completely switched up their draft this time around with much more team fight to be able to pressure and attack Liquid earlier rather than just having to play the catch-up game, which last game they did great for it, but this game they can actually fight head-on a lot easier.
And did you also like this last pick here, going for the Dragonite,
Absolutely.
going for this Corrosive? One of the things we're now seeing, right, you're actually getting a variation in the facet choices from these Dragonite players.
Yeah, it turns like all your damage turns physical, right? So it's even better versus something like Puck, that you can just blast him with all that high physical damage that comes even from your spells as well at that point. I actually didn't know it turned the Fireball physical as well. That's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, I wonder if that sort of means that you're maybe prioritizing Shard a little earlier in the build than you normally would, right?
I mean, probably not, but it's just kind of cool, right?
It's a nice
something
bonus
different
when it's there.
Yeah, it's actually kind of neat. So yeah, multiple different instant catches, and also the lane in particular, DK versus Puck. It's been very DK favored for a very long time, so yeah, we'll see how Nisha does, and let's see how these other lanes do in particular. Saberlight on his Beastmaster with the Muerta versus the Ursa plus the Warlock. Warlock tends to guarantee a lot of these lanes, and Ursa, it's one of Nightfall's absolute best.
So that's the thing, right? Well, mid lane should be Aurora favored, bottom lane shouldn't be too much stress for Nightfall on the Ursa. Is the top lane at least a stronger one for Liquid, or is that also one where Aurora could do pretty well?
I mean, if he did well, I'm exactly with what Fear was saying, right? Like, if he did well in an Ember versus Monkey King matchup, there's no way to say that the Pango shouldn't do well versus a zero armor Tiny and a Jakira when he's got the backup of Mira. So, it looks like they have, I mean, kind of like, I wouldn't say top's a winning lane. Top would be a trade lane, and bottom would be maybe a slight advantage for Nightfall. So kind of I would say two lane wins for Aurora. Plus heavy team fight that they've got versus Liquid's also heavy team fight.
Sure. Because that's the thing, right? If we do consider that some of these lanes aren't favorable for Liquid, what is it that you can see that they were probably going for with this draft that is going to be their strong point?
they have a lot of ways. It's just tons of skirmishing, right? Super good skirmishing, good ways to break the coil too with the tiny. So, and even with the roar, they could do some pretty cool combos with this. I think Liquid just tends to stick to their guns, right? They like to just play their heroes. They don't really branch out too odd in most situations. It's usually very, very cookie cutter for them. Aurora, tough to say because they're kind of a new team, right? So you saw that last draft looked a little bit odd on paper, but ended up working out as the game progressed.
And the thing is, I just want, if Nightfall's able to get a good lane and gets a good Battle Fury timing, the Ursa, it feels pretty scary.
It looks very good this
And we saw what Nightfall was able to do on the PA last game. Like, if he gets the chance to farm, and this was a pretty confident Ursa pick as well, right? Came out third pick in the draft. He should be dead here. As this is going to be first blood. Surely for Nightfall, if he gets the last hit in, he's going to try to deny it. The creep's not going to work. Nightfall gets the hit in, gets the first blood.
Given the Ursa kill when he's already having a good lane. It does make it so Saberlight does get a bit of an advantage down here. Gets level 3 at the least, but yeah, giving up the kill to the Ursa. Not what you want to see when your lanes are all going quite poorly versus Aurora at the moment. Yeah, just 0 armor Tiny definitely gets hit pretty hard from these two. Shadow Shaman, he does hit pretty hard as a support hero, 73 base damage. And of course Pango just all physical. And mid lane, it's gonna be very, very one-sided, so.
They're trying to put pressure onto Nightfall. It's just, it's
too hard,
right? You got to, as you said, this Warlock lane, always going to be safe against any sort of harassment early on.
Yeah, and the big thing is that you really don't want to hemorrhage kills down here on Liquid. You don't want to give Panto the Grimoire stacks. Of course, you don't want to give Nightfall any extra farm, but so many games I've seen these Warlocks get 4 kills in lane, and then they have like a level 6 at 6 minutes or something. So.
Top Mirror did step up pretty far there. He's going to turn towards him, but they got the shackle. Shield crash onto the both of them. Going to try and see if they can finish Mirror off. And they will. Sure. I mean, is he going to get out with that?
They actually get the kill bottom.
He actually might get away. Blood Grenade. Okay, that'll do it. Leave me alone. So Liquid able to get the kill top and indeed down bottom. We're able to find the chance to take Nightfall out.
The double boars just added up. He got rooted and they just continued just getting beaten on. Good play there from Saberlight. I was looking bottom. Mira just started. He just was too far out of position, I guess, when they started going on him. I got up there late.
I'll see what the move's going to be coming in terms of the support rotations. I mean, is there any sort of potential twin gate play early when you look at these heroes?
Definitely not. I mean, if Warlock gets enough Grimoire stacks, perhaps you could see it. I would say Liquid maybe has a little bit easier ways to make the moves on through those gates early on. And they get the kill cleanly, and they don't lose anybody for it down bottom, so a good pickup there onto Nightfall. And now it's time for Nisha, I think, to start cutting the creep waves again, at least in the mid lane. He's trying to. Saberlight will be able to play himself out of that. Larnov catches the wave. I mean, this mid lane is very awkward. Nisha's trying his hardest just to at least get the guaranteed CS, and he's at 22, so he's getting some. But those denies really starting to add up.
And definitely so far what you expected.
Yeah. Just not a whole lot the puck can do to counter this. Just, yeah, Breathe Fire reduces your damage. He's got way higher base damage.
And bottom lane. Let's see if they get the chance to catch out Nightfall again.
I actually don't know if Lornov's missed too many CS at all. He's at 36 at the 5-minute mark.
Right?
Almost perfect CS, I want to say. And that's a big deal. This DK, as we said, it's going to be a big nuisance for them. Especially for Nisha to allow Mira to always get the follow-up afterwards with the lockdown. And besides that, too, I always like to mention this because I feel like it sometimes gets overlooked is the damage reduction on Breathe Fire versus Tiny. Mira.
They're going to bring in a TP as well here. Boxy turns up. Make sure that they're going to have enough to try and threaten Mira. They'll get the Mira kill. Good dead shot as well on the Toronto Tokyo, but he has the 1 charges.
Ooh, the Ice Path though.
Shield Crash does close the gap, but not enough damage to take Mickey down. So Mickey's going to get away. Toronto Tokyo will have a swashbuckle in a second, but the dual breath and the blood grenades down upon him. Liquid get the both kills as Boxy makes good moves.
Nice rotation. Lorinov has hit the 6. Nisha still not quite there. Catapult waves coming in. Lorinov, he's going to start beating on tower. Moves are coming from both supports on Aurora. Sentry's down.
Well, they see him. Does manage to jaunt away in time, though. Backups inbound for Nisha. Boxy's here. They're going to drop the Dream Coil onto the 2 of them. Lorinov will snap it immediately.
He's got 18 stick.
Fatal Bond's down as well onto the 3 of them. The stun catching onto Nisha. Nisha!
This Bond is killing him all.
Blood grenade down as well. Nisha's going to tick down pretty low. I mean, if Lorinov can get a hit onto someone else.
Boxy!
Nisha, one more hit. The Bond, the phase shift. Nisha!
Blood grenade!
Blood grenade's going to hit. That won't kill him. But yeah, it gets ever so close. Nisha gets out.
Oh, that Fatal Bond, it blasted them with the level 3 Breathe Fire. And now the tower just continues to get beat. He cuts the wave. Yeah, Lorinov is having a beautiful time. And yeah, top, even though Toronto Tokyo did die, he's farming very nice.
Oh, look at this 7 minute.
Is this Mira? Sneaky.
Is he getting this? Hold him outside with the shadow with the dead shot. Boxy. And with that, I mean, Mira's going to get back up from Lorinov. So Boxy cannot stand his ground here. He's going to be going down.
They're going to get it.
And indeed, the Shrine of Wisdom is theirs.
What a move. Heads up play there. Mira, he has TP up in 2 seconds.
Oh, he's dead.
He's dead. See, let me heal off you. Thank you.
Oh?
Can he get it?
Ah, no, he can't.
Not happening.
Doesn't last long enough there, that little bit of protection.
Saberlight gets a solo kill also in the meanwhile onto the Warlock while that was happening as well. So he gets 2 big kills, will accelerate his timing massively. And he is going down that Dominator route, so looking to apply that pressure early on. Saberlight, rifle's on him.
They're going to drop
the golem, it's already online.
And Senia's heading over to try and help out, get the ice path on towards Nightfall. Gives the space for Saberlight to back off. And they'll start beating onto the tower.
Yeah, that 7-minute golem, I feel like it happens every game whenever there's a Warlock. They did get the benefit of those double Shrines of Wisdom, which also helped him. Mid tower continues to get beat on. Mira is in the area to get the catch.
And Nightfall's looking for the wraparound bottom.
Oh, look at this.
He gets to jump onto Insania. They've still got the golem up. Couple more hits onto the dragon, brings Insania down. Panto will get caught by the stun.
Should have the golem as well, it looks like. Does the clap come out? Comes out onto Saberlight. Nightfall will respect the summons. That Centaur creep is up with the Dominator. So this lane, quite strong here for Liquid now. There's Aurora available as well, so they might look for Nightfall.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here, especially with further backup coming in. Insania's on the way back down.
He's bailing.
It's not the spot of the map to be in. Nightfall pulls back.
Doesn't mean the tower is very likely going to go down. But yeah, first starts, more kills for Liquid, but Aurora coming out better on the economy out of these lanes.
They TP in actually on Panto.
Okay.
Look at the Fatal Bonds out. So the tower's gone.
I guess they're going to smoke and fight after. That's the only thing that I would imagine if they TP down here. They are making the move. See if Liquid retreats in time.
I mean, Lorinov is very strong right now. Elder Dragon form is back available.
Panto kind of
steps up, but they got the Hex. Into the Dragon Tail stun. Still though, Saberlight able to turn with the Roar. They've killed off Panto. And they've got the mood and room to reset now. Lorinov caught in the roots.
What a fear.
And they'll get him as well. And now with the Dream Coil to Nisha. Beautiful catches. They can continue the chase. Liquid get the kill against Mira. Nightfall will have the freedom to run.
Saberlight, he's owning this game. It's huge having this Dominator that early. Just see how much damage it can actually do when he's got all his summons up at the ready.
And even with the catch on him, they couldn't kill him.
Yeah, he's got the Wild Hunt. Usually something, I mean, we don't really see that one too often, but he's gone for this facet instead on the Beast. And it looked like Panto was baiting them to go on him, and then it actually ends up, they get triple Ice Path inside of the Calling as well, and it's just far too much damage.
Yeah, a little bit of overlap there between the Hex and the Dragon Tail stun, but I think even if they'd staggered it perfectly, Saberlight would have still had the chance to get this Roar off, start the turnaround.
Yeah, he's a bit durable, you know, 1400 HP. Nothing to laugh at here. Good move there from Liquid. Again, they're getting all the kills, similar to what they did in that first game, but the economy, as we said for Aurora, it's still quite good. And we did see them grab those double shrines, so they do have that experience as well.
See if they can do something more around the mid. At least try and take these tier 1s as early as they can. Golem's back up and at the ready, though. So if Aurora do want to try and field together a defense, there is that option available.
I'm very glad that Saberlight did this build, though, to be honest. The early pressure it can provide, these two supports hate playing versus summons.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bonds will catch onto the south side. Lorinov still no Blink Dagger just yet. He's quite close. That's the thing that'll unlock the opening for Aurora to play much more aggressively. Because right now, just still a little difficult to get on top of Nisha. Nightfall. Nice try, Boxy. And how's Toronto Tokyo doing? He's doing the Echo Saber build from the offlane. So the old standard build. And he is farming still very well. Do they have enough damage for him?
Some of them got the
very
coil.
tanky.
The coil and the Macropire
Not
should
tanky.
be an easy job. Get the smoke out in response from Aurora. And they want to try and use this Blink reveal, follow it up with the Golem drop.
Was that 2 cancel TPs top that they did? I think so, right? Or one, at least 1 cancel TP. Blink is out. They see the summons.
Saberlight would be the big catch here.
Yeah, he's super value kill.
They want to get this Beastmaster.
Top tower drops. I mean, Liquid getting momentum.
I mean, they've seen Boxy, but Boxy is not really the hot target.
It looks like they might just settle.
Yeah, they will. They get Boxy, but Saberlight easily out of there.
They actually have very deep vision still inside of the triangle of Liquid, so if Saberlight makes his way over, they could potentially set up for another gank. He ends up going to the right side, so at the moment, not going to be the case.
Dire are scanning.
And Nightfall.
Radiant's middle
Just halfway on that final broadsword towards the Battle Fury, so
It's not bad.
timing's going to be fine for him.
Yep, not bad at all.
It's a close start once again here in this first 12 minutes. But what overall, you would say what the pressure is again going to be on Liquid to be that bit more proactive with what they have?
It does. It feels like that.
Because the Ursa, right, it's not quite the PA potential, but it has a lot of late game potential to sort of
Another
tackle
gank.
the scores.
The Macropire's not fully
The
hitting.
shield crash off, and he's actually able to get the Rolling Thunder off as well. Get the opening stun into the Hex. They're
They've
locking
got the
down
cash.
Nisha. Dragon Tail to follow things up. They're going to be able to kill off the puck.
Okay, they golem the floor, but that's okay.
Why
they get
not?
the kill.
Just to celebrate the fact that they killed off
Fireworks.
Just dropping the Golem on his grave.
Roar under the tower.
That's not going to do anything.
Nightfall will easily shrug that one off. Toronto Tokyo, he played that nice. Because he's got all these little small items, he's quite durable.
Yeah.
If he just gets out of that Macropire for a second, which he did, he's actually able to survive it and get the turnaround.
He played that perfectly there.
Yep. Nicely done. Yeah, Nightfall now Aurora on cooldown, so yeah, 65 seconds without that. Coil was also expended, so Aurora can chill.
Dire's top tower is under
Where's the golem going? You always try to be as efficient as possible with golem.
Yeah,
Looks like
cut
he's
a
trying to
quick
cut a wave or two.
I didn't quite catch it though, just the range creep. And as we're seeing, so far
Radiant's middle tower.
they have got the ways of killing Nisha.
They do. Whenever Mira and DK are there. And even Pango.
Even the Panga, right? Yeah,
Yep,
that
it's
Rolling
quite a
Thunder
bit.
locked him down at the start of that one.
It's aggressive going forward.
Dropping
here.
the
They use
Dream Coil. I mean, he's going to get the Serpent Wards off. But they get the kill. And baiting the Serpent Wards out, they'll take that.
Yeah, they can farm a couple of them, but they'll have to retreat as the bond goes out. Mage Slayer out for Lorinov. After the blink. Very value this game, of course.
We're going to see Liquid ready to connect down bottom, maybe try and set up for the 15-minute Tormentor.
Yeah, with Saberlight having this type of timing, definitely something they can go for. It looks like he's going to go drums as well, too, so he's really going to look to play around these summons with this facet. And without Golem used, without Golem, I don't know if they want to even attempt to go to contest.
Nah, they'll let this one go.
Just let it drop.
I mean, I think we're going to see sort of a similar approach as was had in Game 1, right, from Aurora,
Yeah.
where it's very much don't turn up to any fights unless they really have to. For the moment, they just want to focus on getting both Lorinov and Nightfall into the dream position on their DK and Ursa. No need to be dragged into any unnecessary altercations with Liquid.
I think this one they can do a little bit more of the hunt, though, right? Because they do have the DK and the Shaman.
Sure.
So if they do see opportunity, they can, but yeah. similar type of style I would say that they're going to go for as well.
And they're looking for Roche. Whoa!
Toss the dragon. And they should get away with this.
Yeah, it looks like they will. Here with the Ursa.
So a good exchange. I feel like we're going to see more and more of this, right? It's like one team's going to go Tormentor, one team's going to always go for the Roche. I think I've seen this now like 6 times. Tier 2 bottom, there's no glyph.
And they might just let this one go as well, Aurora.
I mean, that attack speed is pretty significant. 90 bonus attack speed onto the Ancient from that facet, so it is pretty quick, this Prowler.
I mean, they can poke the base, see what happens. Hey,
yeah, they have Catapult plus the Summon, why not? Gonna have to react on Aurora.
Toronto's in. Managed to stop the push for now.
Yep. Liquid immediately off of that, when they see a hero or two react, they're gonna smoke and look to catch it around the Ancients.
Yeah, they've got the blink on the way here for Nisha, so they've got great setup.
Radiant are scanning.
And they'll have that follow-up, whether it be Saberlight or Mickey. The damage. Aurora seem very prepared for this. They're in fact going to go for the smoke themselves. I mean, you got to remember, right, this is still Aurora with this Aegis on Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, they can definitely put him in the front line and just bait for the counter-initiate.
Oh, Nisha. It's close to showing there. So blinks back. A safe distance from the creeps.
Does show how important Toronto Tokyo is, though, right? For them, like them giving him the Aegis just says he is the most priority target at the moment to survive, since he provides that big team fight. Blink now finished for Nightfall. So now they absolutely have ways to hunt Nisha, right? If they have any stun that comes out, if Nightfall's there, they have the damage that can provide as well. He's gonna have that blink to catch up. Deep Vision placed by Liquid that probably won't get dewarded. We see this one that's scouting Lauren off at the moment, and we see the one that was around the Ancients. So getting very good information. They do see that ward at least on the bottom side now, so Aurora will be able to take that one out.
Yeah, Liquid, yeah, they don't seem too afraid to still make these moves into the Aegis. You know, they can get ready to maybe set up for a bit of a wraparound play for the Twin Gate. Insania and Saberlight.
That is the call there. This might catch Mira off guard. Oh, they're bringing even Boxy to bottom, so they have 4. Maybe anticipating a move.
If they can find Lauren off, that would be the dream catch. Toronto Tokyo as well, right? Getting the Shaman's nothing to write home about, but these two would be quite the catch. I'll see Mira, but I won't want to try and close that gap or go for that one. So, yeah, again, it's Aurora doing what they did last game very well.
Yep, avoiding.
Played it, just avoiding these sort of moves from Liquid when Liquid do kind of try and come at them at all angles through these Twin Gates. Aurora don't get caught for the most part.
Nisha trying to set up onto him without the Shaman or the DK.
I mean, they can scare him if they want. Well, they'll be able to scare him away, but getting the kill's not going to happen with these two.
Now they start making the move. They start shifting the DK and the Shaman up there. Interesting that they do have the Warlock playing. I guess it's just for the counter-initiate onto Nightfall, but not having Mira there. They'll just make it that they don't really have the kill threat onto Nisha. $4K lead. Similar to that lead of last game. I think they had a little bit higher lead last time at this point, but...
Yeah, I think they got up to like sort of, what, 10K lead?
10 at some point, yeah.
And they're sort of early to mid. This time round...
Mickey he's farming very well too.
He is.
They're all kind of just matching each other, at least on the cores. Just slightly behind the Tokyo.
The problem is, right, that this Tiny can die at most portions of the game to like the DK and the Ursa getting on him.
Sure, absolutely. That's
he's
why they
not
wanted
going to be
Ursa.
unkillable. At least he's a long, long way away from being potentially unkillable. And it's going to take quite the difference to come out between his progress and that of both Lorenoff and Nightfall. But as it stands, you know, Nightfall and Lorenoff, they're getting just as much out of the map.
Sure are. Mickey. Not going to commit for it, Boxy.
Well, they drop the Serpent Wards.
They have the follow-up.
Drop the Golem. They really want to get Boxy. Aurora's going to be used to allow Saberlight to step back. Boxy getting a bit of safety here with Pierce the Veil, but Toronto Tokyo will still be able to chase down. Ice Path catches on to Toronto Tokyo into the silence, but Lorenoff jumps him the Dragon Tail stun onto Boxy. They got what they came for. Takes quite a bit.
it starts awkwardly. Mira doesn't get the shackle connection off of the Serpent Ward, so kind of wasted Serpent Wards, but either way, they will be able to invade and get some kills.
I mean, dream situation, obviously, if they could take the tier 1 and then maybe go for
the Shrine.
Yeah, go for the Shrine.
Could happen, but Liquid is respawning, and Aurora used all of their ults.
Did they want to try and see if they can get this 21-minute Shrine?
Nisha's here. He's got the whole team connecting.
Yeah, they're backing off.
Ooh, the coil connects onto Tokyo.
Nisha, he's ready with the follow-up here. Mickey takes down Panto. He's going to go for the TP. Have they got anything to stop this? They don't. Ooh. He gets away there. Bold TP from Toronto Tokyo pays off.
Mickey using the toss there on, I don't know, was that imp from the Warlock or something? Instead of saving it, ends up actually costing them a potential next kill.
Well, Liquid, they'll try and get something.
They want to get more.
I mean, Tier 2's already been taken down here, so the only thing they can really look for is a high ground push.
Or a kill, right? If they can find one of these kills while the ults are still on.
That's hard, though. Can they get their hands on Lorinov? Lorinov's going to try and get the jump on a Boxy, but Boxy's able to dodge it with Pierce the Veil.
He gets the BKB off.
Mira might have to be left behind here.
That shot connects, but he's going to be able to live.
And in fact, yeah, with the haste rune, he's out there. There's no sort of damage over time, ready to connect. So Mira survives this one.
Liquid swinging toward mid. They have Roar available. Ults, as we said, still 60 seconds on that chaotic offering. They do have Rolling Thunder back up for side of Aurora, so they could look to fight if Liquid does overextend. But as we see, it's Saberlight, he's debating if he wants to do the Blink or the AC, because he's like, if I go Blink, I'm always going to be able to roar whatever target I want, right? But if I go AC, he's like a carry.
I think I like the AC better, right?
I think I might like the AC.
They've already got the jump on Nisha. And even Mickey, you know, having this Shadow Blade, another sort of entry into the fight. So getting the AC timing sounds pretty strong on Beast.
And also, like, Pango doesn't have Blink Dagger, right? So, like, he's going to roll in very slowly. You're going to be able to
get that roar.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think I'd be cool if he does save. He wants to probably save for the bigger item.
Yeah.
We'll see in a few moments, because it fits so nice with his, with his facet, but also with the Tiny on his team. Nightfall, he is spotted by a ward down here, but yeah, they can't actually set up onto him. He's very close to his BKB. So they're going to get a timing of BKB Ursa, they have BKB DK, and they're going to have their ults back up, so they could look to fight again on Aurora.
Yeah, and that's just going to be a sort of a test for Liquid in these team fights on, and sort of Saberlight in particular, right, who he goes for with the Roar. Is he trying to hold back the Ursa during some of that BKB around the enrages, or is it just going to be a situation of trying to keep Toronto Tokyo held in place?
It's pretty hard versus the Ursas, right? Because the wind-up time of the Roar, they usually have time to get the range off. So, and most of these players, they like pump fake, you know, to try to ensure that they can get that. Nightfall.
Well, smoke time from Aurora. They are strong.
Hey, Nightfall really wants to go for an aggressive move. He's like, Lorinov, you have to be right next to me because you need to get that blink stun, and I've got the follow-up for you.
Yeah, if they both jump someone,
they're probably dead. Maybe not the Tiny, but
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Liquid splitting up completely, not getting caught from this.
Yeah, they just want to get the next items done.
I mean, top tower is getting beat on and no one's reacting, so.
They're going to settle for Boxy here. They know he was hanging around. Toronto Tokyo. They'll get vision of him.
There he is.
So nothing crazy. Boxy actually,
is he going to get the TP out?
No, Lorinov's in with the Dragon Tail. So Boxy, I'll make him work for it.
Liquid gets a lot of info with that. I mean, it takes them, what, 30, 40 seconds to kill Boxy, and they know that all 5 heroes are over in that area now. They have that ward around that triangle as well, too, so they maybe go for Panto and Mira if they step up too far, but they back away. And yeah, he's going for that AC, so I think he knew because of like the timing delay, he'd rather go for that big item rather than just go for the blink. He's having a pretty flawless game. I mean, Saberlight. Both games, we played pretty well. Even though they lost the first one, his Primal actually did quite a lot in the mid game. There's that AC.
They can look to set up for the for this Tormentor.
Are they going to be prepared on Aurora to look to fight it? From the positioning they're in right now, it doesn't look like it.
I imagine they want to be. I mean, they do have the means to fight them.
I think they're maybe like just, it's pretty new, they're not in the right position at the right time because it's going to be spawning soon, but they're actually starting to shift over, so they might be able to make it.
Yeah, and Liquid's actually ended up shifting away from it.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like they're fully set up for it.
Yeah, I thought Liquid was going to be able to set themselves up in a bit of a better spot then. Well, this is going to be Aurora's. They get the Tormentor and Shard for Panto.
Good one.
Yeah, Liquid weren't interested this time round.
I guess they were looking for more hunt plays with the ward that they have, but yeah,
I mean, it may be trying for the Roche trade, because it is going to be around this time, but not quite the same. So there would have been the window for Liquid to do something about the Tormentor and still be able to contest the Roche.
They are trying to use this ward that they have. So they see Mira. I think they saw Lauren off for a second too with it.
Or Mira. Surely pretty dead here. The glimmer off. I mean, he's going to get his spells off. He gets them all off. And now the rolling coming in, the sub was down. Nisha gets caught. Lorosh wants the BKB. He'll turn over towards Saberlight. Toronto Tokyo's caught by the Crystal for now. Saberlight's on the run. He's stuck in the corner. Tries to turn. Toronto Tokyo's in his face. They'll drop the Macropire down onto the Pango. Toronto Tokyo should slowly but surely fall. They'll at least get the Pango at the end of it. See if they can set up for anything more. Looking towards Lorenoff. And Nightfall's heading over, thinking about joining this. Panto still has the Golem ready to drop if the fight continues, but Aurora, they will manage to pull back from this.
I think they lost to the Doodad there. I think the Crystals just completely own Toronto Tokyo. Otherwise, they maybe get an extra kill. Instead, he overcommits and just ends up getting isolated. They do get Nisha, though. So the exchange, it's slightly beneficial there toward Liquid. If they can get the Roche, it's obviously
yeah, they'll take that for sure if they get this Roshan.
No BKB for Nightfall, no BKB for Lorenoff, so yeah, they can't commit to this fight, even though they have Golem. Orchid will soon be finished up for Lorenoff, so there will be another form of disable for Nisha. So he might have to opt to go for that Yule's route that we see most do when they see that reveal. Liquid. There it is. Yeah, he just was banner. Now you gotta go through 6,600 HP of this Tiny.
Radiant are scanning.
Liquid. Last game, there was a few situations where it did feel like they didn't get enough done with their Aegises. We'll see what they're able to do this time. Still definitely got to put the pressure on because Nightfall continues to be a growing threat here as the Ursa.
Yeah, they're still matching. The cores are matching each other pretty consistently throughout this one. Nightfall. He's bailing out of here. Mira is looking to get the Shrine of Wisdom.
He might just get it as well. Like yeah, he's gonna have this.
And Insania doesn't want to risk going for the opposing one too. So yeah, they're gonna have both.
Perfectly timed from Mira.
Is he gonna get that shot? It's a bit of a long TP.
It was a scary one there with how long he was going on that. But he makes it out, and yeah, Liquid they had sort of the idea, but just not quite the timing to get there. Before Mira gets that Shrine of Wisdom and gets out.
That gives him a slight level advantage now coming into this next thing. Only 2 level advantage across the board, but it's something. Ooh, amp damage top. Even though there's an Aegis on Liquid, that could allow Aurora to try to go for a fight.
Liquid, what's the plan? I mean, surely they've got to consider maybe even looking towards a high ground push, right, with this Aegis. Can they really afford to get away with not getting at least that minimum?
I mean, they take buildings unbelievably fast. They have Beastmaster Tiny.
But that's their strength, right?
Yeah. All they need to do is get one moment to be able to hit those towers.
Let's have a look.
They're going to look, yeah. Yep. This Aegis, they're going to definitely look for a timing. I think that was those were both Ninja Gears, though, so yeah. Just kidding about the smoke. Okay. They know. They see the AC aura on the creep. Lorenoff, though.
Ooh. He's fine. Just wanted some creeps before he gets back to base.
Mira placing some deep vision. Is he going to cut the wave? Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the case of pretty much the same thing that he did on the Weaver. He's cutting the bottom wave to prevent some of that push setup on the Shadow.
Probably look to cut it again if he wants.
I think he's going to with the ward that he has. We'll see. I mean, Mira honestly bought so much time for them in that last game as the Weaver. Yeah, he might just cut another one. Let's see. He's bypassing that one. He has his Pango coming in. Foxy. Scouting Lorenoff.
Can they make this jump? Do they want
a bit far.
It's, yeah, behind the tier 2, sort of around the tier 2 is a bit tricky.
They do have the blink now also on Saberlight, so he can, now he'll always roar whatever target he wants. And they can get the chain lockdown on whichever one they do want to go for.
Time is ticking on that Aegis, though.
Tower. It's destroyed.
Yeah, they
got
got
the
it.
Granite Aura too, so now it's a 4,500 HP Tiny.
Here we go. This is going to be the push.
This is it. Let's see.
Liquid know they've got to try and get something from this Aegis. Try and push this advantage whilst they can.
Mira's going to drop Serpent Wards on bottom. Tower's dropping.
Onto the barracks. What's the response going to be here from Aurora? Liquid, they get the range tracks.
dropping.
Kronos in with the jump. They get the Dragon Tail to open things up. And pushing them off the barracks for now here, Liquid.
Still a minute on the Aegis.
Okay, he tries to step back in and get the toss back, but the shackles come in from Mira. But stopped by the dead shot. But Aurora keep the melee racks alive for now.
Liquid still hanging around the area. They still have 50 seconds.
I mean, Aurora, what's the plan here? Some sort of long wraparound?
Perhaps to catch the back line while the Aegis is timing out.
Oh, they get the jump. They're straight away. The golem gets dropped down perfectly here under the three, and then Boxy will be able to get the pierce the veil off, but they've been caught with the fatal bond. Shackle on towards Mickey. They got the dream call down on towards the Dragon, and now Mickey's ready to turn. Comes in with the toss back on towards Nightfall. Nightfall is trying to get back, but Mickey will be able to find him here with the help of Nisha. Nightfall is gone. Liquid get the big kill. They're prepared for that jump that Aurora tried to make.
It's an awkward jump. Aurora jumps, and I think he got the Pierce the Veil off right away, right? So Ursa BKBs and rages and couldn't hit anything. His whole BKB was spent him running around, hitting literally nobody.
Good preparations there from Liquid.
Yeah, now they'd be able to continue this push.
Yeah, this push is definitely going to keep coming in. On the mid, they get the setup. Toronto Tokyo. That's the shield crash. Shackles from Mira hold Mickey back. A 3 versus 5 here. They're going to struggle to push Liquid off the base. There's this mid-racked. It's gone. Liquid, they can clean up the top. As with that taken, that's exactly what you want to be seeing from the team when they have the Aegis. They're getting these objectives.
I mean, Aurora committed everything for that last fight and got literally nothing.
Oh, they get the trap. Toronto Tokyo. He's gone. Does have the buyback available. They drop the Serpent Wars down on Saberlight. Toronto Tokyo buys back immediately. With the setup, and they should be able to finish it. So Saberlight falls out for a minute. Aurora going to try and chase for anything else. Liquid, they are out of here.
It's an expensive buyback, and they only get the 1 kill. They prevent the racks from dropping, or for the tower at least as well, but expensive to get that hold. And Liquid, this is probably how they wanted that last game to go, of course, to get that push.
Yeah, this sort of 30 minute to 40-minute timing around the second Aegis or such, getting that high ground push, getting the 2 sets of barracks. This is, you know, everything going as planned as much as they could hope for against the fight that Aurora's giving them.
Yeah, and Aurora, they have to do these jumps just cleaner. That one was quite sloppy the way they
because
they layered
really
their stuns, they layered everything.
Do they need to sort of take that risk heading out of the base?
Probably not.
It feels like they would have stood a better chance just sort of sitting, waiting on the high ground and then dropping the combo if Liquid came in for the push, but they took the risky option. Doesn't pay off.
Maybe they were just worried about the consistent, the siege that comes out right from the Tiny, so they just wanted to stop him from even getting to the tower, but ends up costing them quite a lot.
So they can get here, Aurora.
Mickey, he is down bottom here. Nightfall is here with Lorna.
Oh, they're going to turn straight towards Jakira. Insania's out.
Mickey, can he get himself out as well?
It's hard to catch. He's got the silver edge.
They've got a gem, and they pass a dust over to Nightfall.
Oh, they do. Nightfall gets the detection upon it. Toronto Tokyo comes through the twin gate. Mickey's got BKB and a TP. But he might not get the chance to use it. They're in the back. The Roar's there. Now Mickey's going to look to turn.
Enrage.
They're trying to burst through the Ursa, but the goal gets dropped down. Nightfall's going to get the chance to put the Enrage, but he still dies through it. Nightfall goes down. Mickey will die at the end of it. The Fatal Bonds tearing through them all. As Panto gets the double kill, Toronto Tokyo's going to look over towards Nisha, but Nisha jumps in trying to finish on Mira. Mira's going to get glimmered. He's fine.
They get the Hex.
They get the Hex.
They get the catch.
Serpent Wands are down, and they got any further control on Nisha. He's got the orb out. Should be able to jump away. Toronto Tokyo, can he chase this? He can't. Already out with the blink. Nisha will manage to bail out at the end of it. I mean, Liquid, they get the big kills. They kill Lauren off at Nightfall, but the Fatal Bonds are out, and Aurora, they were still able to do so much, even with their carry dead.
He did by far the most damage on his team with those bonds. I think it was on everybody, right? I think it went to all 5 heroes, if I'm not mistaken. It was very close to doing so. They got the Roar pre-enrage onto Nightfall. That's why the fight actually ends up even being okay for Liquid. But Aurora with a very, very good jump forward there. A very cool play of passing the dust off as he opens a slot in his inventory, so he blink forwards and gets that. That was actually hot.
And we'll see. Yeah, as you say, just at the enrage, coming out when he was on minimal HP, so he could be finished off.
He's on at least 3 or 4 of the heroes there. And it was latched to the Tiny, too, who is the 4,500 HP monstrosity that's dishing out that extra damage to his allies.
And at the end, they're lucky that...
the calling is there, right? Look at the calling is hitting Mira to stop him from getting that extra control.
And Nisha survives, but the rest of Liquid suffering in that last fight.
Aurora still showing they've got a fighting chance. If they can get the connections properly, if they can isolate the Tiny.
They may have got their timing, Liquid, of taking down the 2 sets of barracks, but it definitely does not mean this game is going to fall into their hands.
Not over yet. Satanic for Toronto, Tokyo. All right. How many serrated shivs do they have, too? I always like to look for this one when there's more strength cores as well. So they do, I believe, have... I think they have 2 of them on the side of Aurora.
Yeah, I mean...
So it's very good when you're playing versus, like, Tiny. I mean, sure, it's bonus physical damage, but 8% is 8% on tankier heroes.
Yeah, just sort of the combination between that and the fact that he's got this Revenant's Brooch. Nightfall's hit pretty hard.
Yeah, that's true. He actually did just pick that up, so... Yeah. That is going to be very effective versus the Tiny. We did see Mickey also do the same thing, right? He went for the Revenant's Brooch since he's playing versus the DKI armor. And he also has a serrated shift, too, so you have to point that out. Shaking Liquid up a little bit here. They're being more respectful now toward Aurora, being more afraid to kind of go onto that side for a moment. Tormentor's back up if they want to go for it, but looks like teams are eyeing the Roche, a bigger priority. All ults at the ready.
Who's going to get the jump first?
Walking into high ground, very difficult.
Radiant are scanning.
And keeps the Shiv, kind of as expected. Gets a mystical Shiv this time.
Liquid.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Very much ready for whatever Aurora approaches them with here.
And Mira is trying to walk up to get a ward. He's placing it. They have some vision.
They're going to try and burst the Chikura first. Straight in. They'll get the first kill to start the fire off. Now with the BKB and the Rolling Thunder, they're ready to turn for more. Looking towards Mickey, but Mickey keeps his distance with the Silver Edge and the buyback. He's come out here from Insania. They get the pullback on towards Lorenoff. They've caught the Dragonite. Saberlight in with the damage.
Mickey.
Ball's thrown down over towards the Ursa. But with the BKB out, he can maybe try and push on for more Nightfall. Toronto Tokyo's in onto Mickey, but Mickey turns. Stands his ground with the BKB. Toronto Tokyo looking to try to heal up with the silence. The dead shot fear catches onto him. Toronto Tokyo's gone. And now Nightfall's ready to get controlled as well. They have him with the Yules. Silence as well. He's not even going to get the chance for the range. He taps out.
They just call it.
He taps out. GG. Okay.
I think there was some miscommunication inside that team fight.
I get
going and not
went
going.
horribly wrong for them. They still had some buybacks. I mean, I guess Toronto Tokyo was dead without his, but they had enough. They tap out. We're going to a game 3.
We are. I mean, it's appropriate for showing Liquid. They dominated most of the first game and then ended up losing because of the great comeback from Aurora. This one, yeah, I think something at the end there, like one person's calling to continue team fighting. I think it's Tokyo maybe calling, come back in, because Nightfall was running and then he decides to kind of dip back in and dies. And I mean, maybe the game is probably gonna get cleaned up after that anyway. But
I think they had some buybacks. They started a fortification probably, but they just
want to go next.
They just wanted to go next, so which they can. It is going to go to a game 3. It's 1-1 now here between Liquid and Aurora. Game 3 coming up.
Caught us a little bit off guard there. They tapped out. They've had enough, and we are going to be going to a game 3, guys. So, what did you make of that one?
They wanted to make the day very interesting. We got some bangers for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this game in general, like maybe Nightfall is a little frustrated. That was like 2 fights in a row where he was not able to stick on a target, use his enrage, died twice, which You know, I feel like if he was in those fights, he could have been completely different if we're just going to talk about the tail end of that game. But obviously a lot led up to that game and how it got there. But that one looked like a little bit of frustration towards the end.
Yeah, they were not on the same page. Like, they were missing a fight when they're fighting they're near their outpost in the triangle. They're not, there is no Warlock. I think this is this fight that I just talking about right now. Like, you can see that the rest of the team is ready to go in, and Ursa's not there. Warlock is not there. You can see that he has a green light on top of it, so ulti is available. Pango got stuck a little bit, gets unstuck in the end, but the rest of the team not ready to back him up. So decision making from Aurora in this game, they were not on the same page in terms of like who needs to choose who, and I think this is going to be the other one where he doesn't get the BKB off. He gets the BKB off, but he doesn't get the enrage, and this fight is completely different. He would be able to clean up most likely. So yeah, a couple of mistakes, and also the way that the game ended, they just call it. They're like, we don't want to be in this game anymore. Like, well, Ursa's still alive. I didn't even see where he was.
Yeah, I need to see what happened in this fight. Yeah, like, where is Ursa right now? Right, he's down there.
He's down there, yeah. BKB on cooldown.
I think Puck is kiting him right now. Now he's... Yeah, I still don't know where he's at. He's waiting to blink in, got canceled. Okay, all right, so it's just he got roared again, essentially. So this Beastmaster was a big problem for him towards the end of this game. Just always getting the roar off at the right time. And you have to give props to Saberlight. He's getting these roars off like when Ursa is not enraged. Because if the roar happens when the enrage is active, then what's going to happen is it's going to do nothing. But it happened 2 times in a row here. He was BKB'd, so technically if he did get the enrage off beforehand, this could have been a different game. But that's just how this hero goes, right? You got to get all your spells off. You got to get your abilities off nearly perfectly. Otherwise, you do get kited extremely hard, where if you're playing like a PA or something, not really an issue. You can kind of like do damage from afar, blink in when you want to. So it's a harder to execute draft, I think, for Aurora. So yeah, I don't know. It's a weird game for me because Liquid looked better towards the tail end, worse at the beginning, and then Aurora also faltering a little bit in this game. So I really want to see one of these teams just have a flawless game at this point.
And speaking of flawless game, I think Saberlight did have flawless game in both of these games.
All the people typing Saber heavy in Twitch chat, eat your words.
Yeah,
Saberlight now for sure.
He is very, very good at certain heroes, like his Beastmaster, his Primal Beast, as he showed in Game 1 and Game 2. Really loved the itemization in the second game as well, because he didn't go for Aghanim Scepter. He understood that it's better that if he goes for the auras, because both of the supports on side of Aurora are not really good at dealing with those summons, and also building into relatively early AC, because most of the damage that they have, you're playing into Ursa, you're playing into Pango, everything is physical, Dragonite as well, not just his... right clicks, also all of his abilities because of the green facet.
Yeah, but back to the draft, obviously you did call the DK, and I know you want to highlight how that panned out in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it looked great. I think the beginning of this game was very dominant for Aurora, and I think this DK was a big part of it. So I think in the moment when he did manage to get his item timings, especially the Blink Dagger, first item, Blink Dagger, got it 11 minutes into this game, which is incredibly quick. So, I mean, maybe he got it 11:35. It's not in there at the moment, but this is about the time where he got it. And then that initially was like, okay, this is very quick. What can he do with it? Oh, there we go. A little bit of a refresh to 12 minutes there. Blink Dagger is available on the courier there. And this is the item that you kind of have to have impact right away with on it as a DK, because it doesn't really help you farm that much, but it will allow you to do this. You smoke right away. Maybe not the biggest kill in the world, but I think bringing heroes like this into the equation, getting the lanes pushed out, and this kill was really big. Toronto Tokyo played this fight incredibly well here. Just played on the edges as much as he possibly could. Didn't run back into the macro pyre. And then you'll see the Blink Dagger coming in from the DK here. Just get that needed stun to finish off the puck here. So early game looked great for Aurora. You're free farming on the Ursa as well. Of course, Saberlight still had a good game, but everything looked so good. Their late game looked like they should have been in advantage here too. But Liquid, they played incredibly well, but it was a little bit sloppy from Aurora.
Yeah, and also, I'm not sure if this is the item for Ursa. Like, I think people are kind of forcing Revenant's Brooch on every single hero.
Lacoste, it doesn't matter if you can't hit a hero.
What?
Nightfall did not hit heroes. So that was the joke.
I see. Yeah,
I was with you. You have to get on Dom's level with the humor, you know. It's like, if it's not worth
I didn't get too much sleep tonight, but yeah, I don't know if that's the item you want to go for. Maybe there's something to it that I'm not seeing right now, especially on Ursa, but it feels like carry players are kind of forcing the item in a lot of the situations. I'm not saying that this is why they lost the game, but also all of these things, they do tend to add up. And
So what I'm hearing is you're saying the pros are wrong and this is just a flavor of the month item.
it might be. I think like on Tiny, it's really good because
Why does it go to me? just close it.
on Tiny, it's really good this game because they have high armor and everything pretty much is physical with all of these things. But yeah, I think Mickey had a pretty good game. He only died once. He was all over the place.
Yeah.
We saw Tiny being played from the mid lane in the previous game where Nisho kind of popped off. And now they're playing it from the safe lane, still showing that Tiny can be flexed. We saw the crash landing facet in game number 1, the other facet in game number 2. So definitely a hero that Aurora might need to look into coming into the game 3, because this hero, even though they lost game 1, Team Liquid was so far ahead, and thanks to that mid Tiny. So I think they might need to get rid of it.
Yeah, I think there was one last point you wanted to make as well. You had another clip for us, right?
Yeah, I think so. I'd have to remember, though. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
But okay, yes, this is like what it looks like when Liquid get ahead with a lineup like Beastmaster Tiny. Your buildings can just be safely sieged here, right? Like, there's not much you can do about this because you do have the Aegis on this hero.
Sieging.
Yeah, there's 2 Tinies, 2 rocks at the top of your base here. What can you do? Not much here, as they will back out, but I think I also had another clip about this mid-team fight that might happen shortly after, and this is the beginning of the end for me in this game. Like, you had a couple more chances after this, but the damage that this Tiny is bringing into these team fights is so incredibly good. He's going to come in the side here, get a great avalanche onto Nightfall and to Lornoff's DK, tossing him back in, and just like being able to stay in the back there, Boxy as well with Insania, just continuously putting spells out into this fight with Tiny being in the front line was just a really good lineup at that point of the game, and it became very difficult for the course to play on Aurora.
If I see my Ursa with a BKB and Rage running away from the fight, I know that the fight is over. Like, we lost the fight already.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to take a break. Team Liquid are on the comeback trail. We go to the decider after this break.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, welcome back. Team Liquid versus Aurora. There must be a winner. We're going into the deciding map. Guys,
Yeah.
talk to me.
I mean, unfortunately, I want to see Nightfall play a hero that can actually hit enemy heroes. I'm looking at his hero damage. Lowest on his team as an Ursa. 8.9k, right? He was not able to hit heroes this game.
That's pretty low.
That's bad.
Worst on his team, yeah. So he's the carry.
Yeah,
He's supposed to be the damage dealer. It's the second worst in the game. Only Insania did less than him on Jakiro. With 8.1K.
I still want to see, like, because I think Lorinov had a pretty good game. You did point out his Blink Dagger timing. It was, what, 11.5-minute blink on top of three small items, even Gloves of Haste casual that he picked up. So he definitely owns every single time this guy plays. He's been so stable in the last couple of months. I want to see them play more around Lorinov. I want them to kind of utilize it, because right now what I'm seeing is that Toronto Tokyo, he's doing good from the off lane. Some of the matchups that he played into, he played Pango in the second game as well, did pretty well. Itemization wise, he did go for what I call a Mar build on Pango, which is Echo Saber into Glimmer into SNY. Then he tried to go for Satanic, so becomes a super tanky guy. But they were definitely lacking some of the damage, and yeah, this is where Nightfall needs to come in.
Speaking of that, Nightfall here, tower damage.
Go on.
0. He didn't touch a single tower the entire game. So it's very safe to say Nightfall had an incredibly bad game. And it's also safe to say that's where improvement needs to be made on either his hero pick. I mean, you can't just say play better, right? That's not really going to help very much. So either he comes like, I just played bad guys, like give me Ursa again, I know what to fix, or it's like, pick a hero that Nightfall can either be more comfortable on or enter these fights better with. I think that is going to be Aurora's like top priority right now, because yeah, I think right now, like, what more do you want from Lorinov? Honestly, he won his lane, he was very farmed, he was getting picks. Toronto Tokyo has the worst lane every single game, and he still manages to come out of it. So if you want to play this style, really just Nightfall has to step up.
Yeah, it's fair. Valid.
I mean, they did last pick overall 2 times, Lorinov. They do have last pick. They did have last pick in the first and second game. And in this game, they don't have overall last pick, so we'll see how the matchup is going to go, because he did extremely well in both of these matchups, forcing Nisha to be on the receiving end. And we see the similar things, and I did talk about Tiny, because Tiny did seem to be the key hero for Team Liquid, because they've been flexing it, and also the tempo that this hero provides you with, and also unlimited scaling in terms of damage, because this hero still is a mixed damage, and you're never going to be lacking. You have control. If we're talking about super late game with his level 25 talent as well, builds into damage items with the Echo Saber, Shadow Blade, Silver Edge, so a lot of the things that need to be broken can be broken with Tiny. He's the one of the few heroes that I kind of like this Revenant's Brooch to be picked up with. So yeah, definitely agreeing that Tiny needs to go.
Just looking at a trend as well, it looks like teams have decided Darkseer is just like OP now, right?
Yeah.
We thought about before, like maybe is there a reason why, but it looks like just this hero just looks just that good. It has to be banned in the first phase in most all these games.
Which is, as you can see there, kind of strange. And the numbers don't necessarily back up the story.
Maybe the scrims do, you know? Like, it's hard to say.
You never can tell.
Okay, Jakiro this time around for Aurora. Team Liquid did open with Jakiro 2 times on 8, and Aurora will do the same thing. This hero just gives you so many things. Double Ice Path is one of the biggest quality of improvement for Jakiro that we've had in a really long time. Just makes the hero so much more viable, and before you were maxing out your other spells, now you're maxing out your Ice Path to lower the cooldown, increase the damage.
Sorry, I'm looking something up here.
I'm just wondering what happened.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure out the story. I haven't got to the bottom of it yet. I'm going to put all my investigative skills on it. We will find out. But hopefully nothing too serious. Don't want.
Nah, definitely nothing too serious considering how he has been playing in the last 2 games, because he popped off.
We can rule out concussion.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Unless it's one of those concussions that you get and suddenly you know how to play piano, you suddenly can speak French.
Did that happen to you?
No, I'm just getting dumber and dumber.
Okay, so I'm counting games right now on how many we've seen where Jakiro was first pick, and this will make number 5. 5 games in a row of Jakiro first pick.
Yeah, it's just a good safe pick. You know, you can't really go wrong with it. If it's
I agree
there,
with
you
that.
take it.
And this is a hero that's been banned a lot on the opposite side in Liquid. We haven't seen a single Magnus yet, but
no,
it's been banned quite a lot.
It's usually been banned out, often first ban. So we are going to see a Magnus.
Which is exciting. This hero is very fun to watch. I know Mickey does like playing it. I know Nisha likes playing it. Saberlight might play it. I feel like he probably does play it as well. So this is probably a triple flex. And if maybe Boxy wants to play it, there's always that world as well. If you see an option to do some super outpick with flex picking.
Yeah, Magnus is just overall a strong hero. As you said, multiple flexes, gives you BKB piercing tool, gives you empower to your carry if necessary. And looking at what they've been picking, I see Gyro ban. Like, I immediately start thinking about Enigma. They also removed Tidehunter, which I do feel when we were coming into this series like 6 hours ago, we were talking about heroes for Saberlight, heroes that he does excel with, and Tidehunter is definitely the one. There was a game yesterday where he kind of solo carried the game.
Yeah, they might want Beastmaster too, right? Gyro's also good versus Beast. Tide is good versus Beast. So we'll see if Liquid ban that one. And they just lost to Jakiro Beast, right? So maybe they'll try and steal a little bit of strategy here. Unless they block pick the Beast now by taking it themselves, but Beast Mag is a very strange opening. Not saying it can't work, but we'll see how much they value that. But I think you could just prepare for the potential Beast. That might make more sense. But they're discussing it for sure right now, I think. The summons heroes. It could be Enigma too, as you mentioned. Enigma, Beast, Lycan, these type of heroes. And we're going to see Void.
Another flex hero.
Yeah. And I'm convinced now, like, if you see Void on your screen, it's not your carry. It's just going to be...
It's 4
off lane
4,
yeah. Maybe there's a world where mid Void comes into play, but probably not yet. We're not ready.
I'm just thinking what the itemization would be if you're playing mid Faceless Void. Maybe get that Road of Atos. Synderen has been cooking in the green room.
Gleipnir,
yeah. The Glib Glop on Faceless Void. Bigger AoE on his spells on Time Zone.
Oh, there you go. Good call on the Enigma.
Gives you the counter initiation against Magnus as well. Like, if he's going in with some big RP, they're going to be grouping around. Man, this is going to be a hype game. We have RP, we have Chrono, and we have Enigma's Black Hole in the first 3 out of 4 picks.
I will say, just Chrono is
Chrono Square.
It's a little less hype than what it used to be. It can be a little underwhelming sometimes, actually, because that's the hype. You know, you're expecting a big Chrono, and now you get this thing people can walk out of, and sometimes it's not so hype. But either way, I do like it.
You just pop the boots of bearing and whatever.
Yeah, I agree, and I think in this situation, maybe you can think about heroes that. I mean, Warlock is always good for like canceling the rock, but it's pretty bad in the lane. So maybe they want something that does a little more AoE damage, some Crystal Maiden.
Yeah.
Maybe a Rubik is something Insania does play. Really good Rubik game.
Just to touch upon the point you were talking about, you know, getting Nightfall, you know, being comfortable.
Yeah. I agree, and this is going to be the other hero that cancels Black Hole. But yet again, like the thing is, this hero's not good in lane versus Nigma.
No.
It's just good in the game. It's like same thing as Warlock. You'll cancel the holes, that's great, but they need to still deal with the Nigma in the laning stage, which is either going to come from the core or the support, but maybe Mag as a carry will be fine against that. It's probably passable. Yeah. But yeah, to answer your question as well, I really like Nightfall on these heroes that have like easy ways of getting in and out of the fights. Sometimes I feel like he plays very, very safe. And PA is a hero that's great at playing safe, you know? You can choose and pick your battles the way you want to. Whereas Ursa, you just have to commit. You got a man mode. You're in there, just use all your buttons and hope for the best.
Yeah, I thought as well that Magnus is going to be played from the carry role because you have a built-in cleave.
They got the guy with the bigger cleave.
Yeah, they're like, you know what? We want more cleave. We want that guaranteed cleave immediately. We want to have a stun so we can stun those Eidolons and kill them. There's going to be a lot of explosive damage coming up from Team Liquid.
So the difference...
You also made some sex noises when the silencer was picked up.
Yeah,
that's true. What was that about?
I'm a big fan of silencer. I think this hero is in a good spot. It's been a dead hero
for on camera right now.
Yeah, I'm butt naked right now, but don't show me on camera. It's this hero has been in a bad spot for a really long time, and I'm really glad that he is getting some play in a competitive scene. I want to see him move around. I want to see what the mid laner is going to be, but Silencer has been very active. I think Miposhka during Dream League was the one who kind of impressed me the most when he played it, where he was like rotating him and Rue playing together, completely destroying the enemy mid laner. So what we're looking for right now for Aurora is most likely going to be, I mean, they could shift this Enigma maybe to some position 5/4.
They could.
Is that possible if he's playing it to way too many counters?
What about, is there a Rubik game here? All these big spells?
Nah, not anymore. I think at this point, like, you have Silencer Void. That's probably your support duo, most likely. And on the other side, Jakiro. Well, the thing is, you want Rubik for Aurora. I mean, it's a little less good because typically speaking, if Enigma is going to go into the offlane position, I'd rather a roamer be with them, right? Because Enigma's pretty self-sufficient. Or if the lane starts going poorly, you can't come back from the lane. So the best thing you can do is roam, and Rubik's kind of weak at that.
If they're looking for 4, I'm down to remove Tusk. I think if this Enigma is going to be played from the offlane, one of the better heroes, either Marcy or Tusk. Tusk is my #1 option because it gives you the kill threat. But I also like Sven as a response to both Phantom Assassin because you are providing the armor for the rest of the team, which a lot of the times you would see Phantom Assassin blink in and solo kill the hero, but with the Warcry, it's not going to be as easy. I also think this is not going to be an easy Pango game by any means. Pango doesn't like to play into Faceless Void because he's getting leashed. He's playing into RP, which is also a difficult matchup because he can be killed by Sven during the BKB and also Global Silence. So I think this Pangolier pick is a bit of a bait one.
I'm very curious about that because, in theory, unless they really think this is like they're all in on some like carry Void, which I can't imagine that's the case, right? And they're banning the melee 4s as mentioned on Liquid. They also think that's going to be there. But yeah, like the time zone literally hard counters the Pango, right? You can't even play into that. So that's a little bit of a rough one. Bounty Hunter will be another melee 4 they'll pick up. It's probably the 3rd or 4th best, I would say. Tiny's band. Yeah. Tusk band. Marcy band. Those are all good ones. Little underwhelming, but it is one of those heroes that if you do manage to do well in the lane or you get a couple of kills here and there, track comes online very early on, you can just like kill Silencer and stuff like that, make his life very difficult.
I'm down for some like Queen of Pain that could come out from Nisha. Is Storm available or is Storm banned?
Storm is banned.
Storm is banned. So I'm down for Quap. I think this hero is extremely good against Phantom Assassin because it gives you the pushback during the BKB when she blinks in, even Satanic at the later stages. You're also dominating the mid matchup against Pangolier, putting multiple points in Shadow Strike. They're having a blast right now on side of Aurora.
Is there any offlaners they could think of? Because Nisha could also go mid on Mag too.
He could, yeah.
Which means
I think this is also a good call because I think that he.
There's no Puck though. Okay, that's kind of like the Co-op, very similar type of heroes.
Yeah, I think Magnus would also be a good option. They had multiple options coming into this 24 pick, but yeah, with Magnus, you don't allow Pango to use his abilities. Like, he goes in, you shockwave him, he doesn't finish off his shield crash, doesn't get the damage, doesn't get the shield, and yeah, I think they outdrafted them in game number 1 pretty heavily. I think they did the same thing in this third game, because I see pretty easy entry for Team Liquid, how the fights are going to be played out with this silencer to back him up. You have Puck to come in. Even if you make a mistake, you have so many ways of saving the fight on their sides with these multiple global abilities, like multiple team fight abilities that are so easy to execute.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think right now that this is Liquid's all warmed up now. Like, their draft looks really good. Hopefully their play matches that one. But this draft looks like it's very difficult to play against as Aurora. And I think the Pango's going to have an incredibly hard game here.
Yeah, it definitely looks to be like hard counted across the board.
But they have an X factor. I think Nightfall is playing a much better hero than he was playing in the second game.
Fool me once, I think.
Yeah.
I think also the prediction about this being a long one could be right as well, because you have to kind of stall out and get the PA.
You have to, yeah. I mean, if it does get to that point, PA is like the ultimate carry still. Will probably win this game. You do have Black Hole if you manage to get that off with Silencer dying. There's a lot of gameplay things that matter a lot here. It's not going to be just black as white. It's like, okay, it's over. But if you can manage to kill Void and Silencer, then your game becomes a lot more free. So I think that's the goal. Kill the supports on Liquid if you want to win team fights.
Yeah, that's what the Bounty Hunter is going to be doing. Like, he's going to be providing vision. Maybe they're going to be getting the first jump with the Phantom Assassin, with Pangolier, remove that global silence immediately, and they play from there. But a difficult game for them. I want to see if they can make this one work, because they surprised me nicely in game number 1. It was a bit of a longer game, and I think they also need to play a longer game in game 3 to be able to win it.
Yeah, I mean, just so many big spells as well. Really looking forward to this one. It should be great. Guys, as always, thanks for your thoughts. And now we go over to our commentators, Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, the deciding game 3 now between Aurora and Team Liquid. And we're getting a lot of fun from these drafts. In particular, Liquid's, of course, right? We're getting some good old support Faceless Void here, coming out from Boxy.
Honestly, I think it's... Me and Fear were talking about this quite a bit last night after we got back from casting. I think this might actually be the best position for this hero, as odd as it sounds now.
Okay.
Because he's very slow as a carry. You can't really play him as a carry at all anymore. And as a 4 position, time dilation is your main spell, right? So it's pretty annoying. And you can do a lot with this time zone potential. Not only just leashing the allies, or leashing the enemies, right? Leashing the Pango in particular, but amplifying these cooldowns can be pretty cool. So we'll see how it ends up going for Boxy.
Yeah.
We saw Jinq do a very good job the other day on it.
And we'll see what, because Boxy, you know, as always, when we get kind of a new player hero combo coming out,
you got to check it out.
Got to check it out on the numbers. It hasn't played Void in an official since back in 2019 on Alliance. Of course, this was in the core capacity, but it's been a long time since he's played in officials. In terms of his pup games, I only got to imagine this Void has been something he's been practicing in scrims, because he only had 1 game 11 days ago. Didn't do anything crazy, lost that game. Before that, I hadn't touched it for a whole year. Okay. So this is something that he's been keeping hidden or from within scrims alone.
It does feel like something that when I see it, I'm like, yeah, this is something Boxy would do, right?
Yeah,
He's like the 4 Morphling player and all that stuff, so you can throw this for Void. We'll see if it ends up working. Rest of their lineup does look quite strong. Aurora, they changed things up a decent amount here with an early Enigma pick to kind of change the style of the draft, but they do get Nightfall on his PA, so yeah, they're going to be looking for that later stage of the game again. So I feel like it's going to be kind of similar to that game 1. Perhaps Aurora takes a little bit more fights early on, depending on how the Enigma lane goes, but let's see how things end up going.
I mean, because that's the thing overall. I feel like this will be a struggle potentially for Liquid, because it's just hard for me to sort of go against the PA from what we've seen, right? This hero
biased for PA.
It's the PA. Yeah, good luck against the PA right now. Seems to be as hot as ever.
Has one
Liquid have it.
I think it also won on the other.
It just keeps
stream.
winning.
It won on the other stream, if I'm
look
not
at
mistaken, as well too.
100%.
It continues to be
just
at the top
keeps
there.
winning.
And he does have, he has track to be able to get the constant blink ins and outs.
Very
and he
nice.
has, if Lorinov doesn't get completely shut down, which he might, he's gonna have that lucky shot too, which is nice. But let's see, because I agree with what Panel was saying. This looks like a very difficult game for Lorinov. He's playing versus the Puck, he's playing versus time dilation, he's playing versus global. Does not feel too easy for him.
So look at the top lane. How much is Boxy going to be able to offer as the support?
Not a
laning
lot.
phase?
Not too much at all.
The Saberlight looks kind of dead.
The Blood Grenade. Can he just auto-attack Pantho?
First Blood.
He's going to auto-attack him. Look at him go.
I mean, he's not going to kill Pantho. That's yeah, a couple of right-clicks, that's as most as he can offer while Saberlight just dies in front of him.
I mean, if he skills Time Walk level 1, that's what's going to happen, right? Like, if you don't get the time dilation or anything to, you know, help, you're literally not doing anything. You're auto-attacking. He contributed a Blood Grenade, though. So this could be one of those games where Saberlight does struggle quite a bit at the start.
Now we'll see if
Mid
there
lane,
is.
though, should be... Nisha should have a pretty good time in the mid lane and bottom. I do feel like they... I mean, with the Sven, once you get some levels, they have some answers for the Enigma. Silencer, of course, not the best one to kill the Eidolons.
I mean, this is the thing, I feel, when you still look at it like that. Now, your support duo is this Silencer Void.
It's weird.
You know, they're not got the stuns.
I know, it's weird.
Sure, you know, Silence is very strong. Void, absolutely, I can believe it. The time zone, you can do crazy stuff with. But that is your support duo.
Mm-hmm. That's why they got the Sven, right?
Sure, and that's why I guess they've got the 3 cores that do have lockdown.
They have lockdowns and the
do
things
have lockdown on their cores.
Very good lockdown too, right?
Yeah.
Coil and RP, these are always going to be super efficient, and they have BKB piercing lockdown as well too. So,
but it does feel like it. You know, these 2 supports, if the game does get out of hand,
Tokyo.
These are supports that can feed pretty easily.
Oh, absolutely. They have to be playing completely with their cores. They don't really want to be doing isolated events with these 2 without playing near a core hero. But we did see, I mean, we saw what Spirit has been doing it a lot where they don't have Suns on their supports. I've seen them do like Pugna +1, Pugna Coddle even, and they always just make sure that the other heroes have that control. So, it's starting to become more of a trend. Yeah, Saberlight really struggling up here.
It's going to be a slow lane start for him. Which does usually feel like a concern when it's against the PA. Nightfall gets a good start.
This is a good lane for time dilation, though. You're playing into the daggers plus the Phantom Strike and the spells from the Jakiro, so it does feel very efficient. And wait, oh, that's actually pretty cool, too. Versus the Jakiro, when he uses one of the Liquid Fire or Liquid Frost, it actually puts 2 stacks on him. Because it's technically both on cooldown,
Yeah, both
right?
yeah.
So, okay, a little bit of meta.
So it's something. We'll see how much Nightfall cares about it, though, in the lane.
Sure. Nightfall should be pretty fine. I could see them get some kills on Pantho, though, right? If they get like an opportunity when he steps up too far, skewer Shockwave plus Dilation. But overall, yeah, Nightfall should have a very good time up here. I think that said, it does feel similar for Mikke in the bottom lane. Where
Yeah, he's having a chill time.
And he can just get extra farm, right? Because every time he gets the stun on the Eidolons, he can clean them up. This is actually a bit deep here for Mikke. Mira is turning on him.
Mikke, it will be fine. Toronto Tokyo also has to pull back there as Insania was going for him.
It's a lot of damage coming out from Mira there.
I mean, who sort of gets stronger as the levels come in on this lane? Is it the Enigma Bounty or the Sven Silencer?
I would think it's the Sven Silencer, but they have to be careful with how they go for those type of trades. That was really not efficient for Mikke. He lost like 600 HP. How's mid continuing to go? Yeah, still very Nisha favored. He's very comfortable in this matchup. I see some Pangos do pretty good versus some of the Pucks, but Nisha, one of the specialists, of course, on this Puck in this matchup.
And what are you building on the Void as the support?
Or like, just get them like, some of these like small items, right? Solars, drums, whatever he wants to do, if that's the case. Catch on Nightfall. Decent amount of damage, but he looks pretty safe. This is such a bizarre lane to watch.
Bottom.
Bottom.
They'll get Toronto Tokyo this time.
They do. The Eidolons are stacking up.
Though, indeed. Mikke, can he get away from this? Shuriken, the Eidolon hits. He's going to live.
And they get the kill top. Nightfall and Pantho, they're dancing around. Another time dilation. Boxy.
They might be able to get him as well. He's got one time walk to play with. Ice Path not going to catch him, so Boxy will live.
Such a, yeah, probably one of the more bizarre lanes I feel like I'm watching. Just 'cause they're literally just, he just walks around. How's this Void?
It's one that you can imagine Saberlight's not having a lot of fun in.
No, definitely not. And Saberlight has been, I mean, the games when Saberlight's had a good start, he's been super impactful. The games where he has a rough start, he does not have much of an impact. Mikke couldn't get the stun from Toronto onto him there. I mean, Mika's being kept very low. Does he have any more regen coming? They have a self. Okay. I feel like that play that he did when he walked up and tanked all the damage really hurt his lane. Even though they did get the kill here now. He has gotten slowed down a decent amount. He's 9 CS behind the PA.
Getting some pressure onto the tower here early as well, trying to Tokyo with the Eidolons and the siege creep.
Radiant are scanning.
It might just be the silencer factor in this lane that you can't actually take as much advantage with the Sven as you ideally want to. Panto's down here now too, so they could potentially set up onto Mickey. They might do it on this range creep.
Yeah, he steps up for the range creep, and they're just going to go straight for him with the dual breath and the Eidolons. Mickey falls.
And they can't turn for a kill either. 3 heroes.
Top, they're going to try and put the pressure on Nightfall at the same time. Boxy time dilation, and then that's about it.
Close the gap with the orb.
Do they want to do this? They're going to try.
Deep.
Yeah, they can't follow that up. Nightfall's fine.
Meanwhile, Lornoff in the mid lane takes some advantage of the time there. Catches back up in the CS. That was, I mean, it's the ideal move you want to try to do, right? You see the support leave the lane, the 5 position, so you want to try to bully and punish the carry, but you got to have 4 faces, Void, so quite difficult to do so.
Bottom. Rotation comes in, Lornoff ready to make use of his first ult, and for him from the mid, it will work out.
Whoop.
The rotation, okay. Oh, well, okay, it does. I jinxed him. It looked like an easy kill, but then he misses it all fucked.
I mean, Mickey with some nice little stutter steps there, but that swashbuckle does end up whiffing.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder not on the point, and even the swashbuckle. An easy kill passed up.
That was a nice rotation, too. That was very ideal timing.
Yeah, that would have been a
Lornoff.
clean kill.
Yep. Mickey now has the salve. He's back up healed. And now he's going to have level 5. So he's going to have that better cleave to be able to deal with those Eidolons. Boxy doing some kind of lane shenanigans here, pulling the wave. Nightfall.
Trying to send it towards Nisha.
I mean, Nisha's looking to turn. How long on the coil? 2 seconds. Get the jump out.
I'm in a power in.
Nisha gets it.
Nisha.
Boxy. He's fine. Yeah, Toronto Tokyo's doing quite well, though. He is a significant, like 500 ahead of the Sven, 700 ahead of the Magnus after they picked the Sven to counter it. So they've done a very good job of being able to play versus the Sven lane. And Mira actually sneaks over and takes both of the bounty runes, too. So that's a big deal early on.
I imagine for Toronto Tokyo this game, it's going to be completely down the Aura route, right? You're not playing for the Black Hole at all, right, against the Silencer.
There's nothing you can do. I guess technically they could, if they can find the Silencer and Scout, could play for something like a Blink eventually, but I'd imagine it's more along the Aura route. Because they do have good scouting, right? That's the one thing that the bounty provides you really nicely versus something like Silencer, is always giving the information of where he is. If you can get the jump on him first, then you can threaten.
Anisha.
Nisha?
He's got a good angle here on the mid. Boxy comes in as well. Nisha didn't want to use the Dream Coil to set up on the 2 of them. Felt that they didn't have the damage with just him and Boxy. Bottom lane.
Still got Mickey.
Turns towards Toronto Tokyo, but with the drums, it's got a lot of stats, decent HP here, so hard to go on.
We got the Ripper's Lash too. Very good item here with the Eidolons.
Smoke's coming in.
Damage can matter. Smoke coming, Lornoff.
Yeah, Lornoff from Panto, ready to punish.
He's got the roll.
And it's saying it's going to be a freebie for them here. Mickey, does he really want to show? He does.
He's got rotation coming.
Ice Buff comes in. They're going to try and do something maybe with Boxy, but the Rolling Thunder is at the ready. Lornoff's able to get it off. Boxy tries to time walk away, doesn't make it over the tree line. It's fine for him though, as Lornoff's got his focus on towards Nisha instead. Perfect angle, the hole's there as well. They keep Nisha completely locked down.
Looks like they wanted to turn for an aggressive play, but the numbers are here.
And Nightfall's turned up as well, made the rotation. They're able to get in under the tower and get Mickey on top of it all. They can even try and look towards Boxy. He's going to go for the TP out. Panto, not going to see him, doesn't have the chance to lay down the ice path, so they'll settle back towards the tier 1 tower push.
Aurora is making the nicer moves and having the better lane so far at the start. There's great rotations coming out from Lornoff. Even though that mid matchup did go Nisha's favors, Nisha's moves have not hit.
No, absolutely not. Tried to go for that very aggressive play with the first Dream Coil top, then missed upon an opportunity potentially on the mid, and then that rotation down bottom also doesn't result in anything for him.
Yeah, they're owning this early game right now. 3K lead, the Enigma lane's going great, PA is all the way at the top, and the Pango is fully recovered. This is a phenomenal start. And into the PA.
And it's just, yeah, it's not going to feel too good if they start to have to play from behind when they have these two supports.
No, Sven, I mean, Mickey, I feel like if he dies one more time, this game is going to be incredibly rough. It's already quite rough for him. Sven likes to play where he's just able to hit these ancients.
Oh, he wants that range creep. Same time in the mid. They're looking at Laurenov. It's a bit of protection from the shield crash, and now Insane's in trouble. Nightfall finds himself an easy kill, and down bottom, they're going to continue the chase over towards Mickey. Mickey turns towards Mira, but knows that he can't stick around with Toronto, Tokyo, and Panto here to back Mira up. So Mickey has to run. Can't even settle for the kill on the support. Nightfall. He gets the stick shot. Is he going to live?
Alive?
He's going to get away from this. I mean, Sableye turned up, used the RP to try and lock him down. Sableye ends up being the one dying.
Laurenov is playing his heart out. This is fantastic moves from him. Every single move is connecting for him.
I mean, yeah, some of these ults from Liquid just aren't
Mickey.
The Mickey.
He's dead.
Oh, dear.
Man, Mira is breaking him.
Yeah, oh, dearie me.
Sven at this point playing from behind versus this lineup, this is incredibly rough now.
This is, and you know, Nightfall's on a PA.
He is on the PA.
He's on a PA's at the top. Ooh. This is not good news for Liquid.
No, Sven hates playing from behind like this. He's super low level now at this point too. I mean, he's 6, but back-to-back deaths for him. And his jungle is going to be occupied. They have Vision already placed down to scout out if he wants to go there, and they always have this bounty hunter that can just turn up and really annoy him. Yeah, I mean, they're feeling really good about this right now. The pressure that they've been able to apply in the lanes. Toronto Tokyo's queuing up the pipe. And they probably just get this mid tower as well.
I think so. Not a lot that Liquid can do.
Can't even get the deny.
That's rough. So far, not so hot here from Liquid coming in with the kind of the new strats this game.
No, the Void Silencer is not looking like it's their forte, at least from what we've seen to other teams do it. You know, we saw XG do it.
Yeah,
but
it's just not something the box he's been playing much at all. Only one pub on it, on his profile. They must have been doing it a lot in scrims, but so far we haven't seen or felt the impact really of the support Void.
No, and they haven't. I haven't even really seen them do like double synergy with movements. As Mickey's found again, Mira.
Nobody can help him.
Mira just knows where he is at all times.
I mean, he's in the same spot he was before.
True. Very true.
This is not the place to be apparently now.
They're destroying Mickey. One of the roughest starts I think I've seen him have on a Sven.
Maybe this is Boxy's time to shine. He's like, Sven, step aside. I've got to be the carry now. Get that Midas on the Void.
No, this is beautiful plays from Aurora, really. Just great impact plays. They're playing just very nicely as a team, right? The synergy is definitely there. The synergy this game from Liquid is absolutely not there. We're not seeing the two supports kind of pair up to look for moves.
Nice all over the place.
Super aggressive, overextended coils.
I mean, because these are supports as well. It sometimes feels like, well, I say sometimes, quite a lot of the times, with your support, right, you get the 6 and it's like, nice, let's go for a move. But with these two, it's like, well, what sort of move are you looking for?
It's like
Time zone in the global. It's like you've got ways to react to the moves being made towards you, but potentially, I mean, apparently not this game, as we've not really seen Liquid be able to turn around and play. They'll catch Mira.
It's more like, nice, we can go join our actual heroes that do stuff.
I mean, Mira
is actually alive.
They got the time. There we go.
They got him.
Time zone will do the job.
Nisha, Eidolon's on him.
Bounty is gone.
He's healthy.
But not the greatest of feelings there for Liquid.
No, they have
to
to
use that to just get the bounty.
And the coil from before, too.
What's this guy doing?
Vibing.
He's the one that gives people money, right?
Yeah, very little.
It's just being a little. He's being a ward for now.
Yep.
Just getting some vision.
It's actually quite useful.
Yep.
Putting them up on the high ground. We used to see a lot of shovel plays to block camps too, so I mean, shovel's still super valuable. Smoke coming out, blink, it's up on the mag. So that's where the supports can actually contribute, when they've got these initiators that can actually initiate.
Let's have a look.
But Nightfall is getting away with literally
this
everything.
PA,
2,500 above the Sven at this point.
They want to go for him.
Yeah, and it's not just him, right? It's Toronto's also having a fantastic game.
Yeah, they got a lot of problems.
Yeah, and looks like they're already set up for this Tormentor.
Nightfall. And they got the RP.
This time they have him.
They'll get him. There we go. That's the kind of kill that they want to look for. Of course, at the same time, Aurora don't go empty-handed. They find the Tormentor. But Liquid getting Nightfall. That's what counts the most here. They've got to try and slow this PA down.
Finally slowing him down. Mickey getting some breathing room to get that farm going. still bottom of the cores. He's going to start getting him powered up, but I don't believe that he had any stacks to really go to either.
There was sort of like this triple ancient down here, but Aurora's just taking this for themselves.
Yep, there was only that one. Could we bring up the ancients or the stacks in general? Because usually Liquid has a lot. I feel like this one was one where I saw them stack a lot less than usual. There's still 7. Okay. But yeah, a good amount of those have gotten stolen.
Oh, they got the tower mid. Aura's continue to come out here. Toronto Tokyo's now got the full pipe. Nice and early here, 15 minutes in.
Super nice versus the puck and silencer. Boxy.
They'll black hole this. Because at the least it gets out of global. That's fine, right? That's what you're looking for there. That's the global used, and now Lorinov gets the freedom to get the Rolling Thunder off. He's just going to jump in, try and fight into this. He's got the phase shift, will be able to jump out to the high ground in time. Boxy will actually use the time zone to try and hold back Lorinov. They're going to turn towards him, drop the Dream Coil. Skewer's there. Can they kill him, though?
He's still alive.
He's still alive. He's getting out of there. The shockwave will pull him back. Lorinov. He's going to tick down low. He's going to live.
3 HP. Able to survive. Every little thing mattering.
Pretty much everything right.
And Isha. Okay, he'll be able to get him out. That was everything, yes.
And it kind of was sort of played into their hands. You know, that black hole, you're purely doing it to just bait out the global. Toronto Tokyo knows 100% of the time that black hole's going to get global silenced. So he's like, well, just get the global silence out the way, and then we could try and look to push on for the fight. They end up getting the kill, taking down Saberlight, and they don't lose anything themselves, Aurora.
Coil and the time zone constantly being used to just feel like get away instead of just dying. They're not really able to set up these good moves right now. Nisha shows himself mid. Panto doesn't have backups, can't go for the play. Mickey's gotten some breathing room though. He's starting to get that recovery.
Fine, oh, Mira.
Use the coil. Ensure that they get the kill. +1 for Insania.
Oh, still though, what are they going to do about the PA problem?
Yeah, and I mean, it's still like a bit of that Lorinov issue too. Like he's having still quite a hell of a game. We are seeing Nisha get ahead in terms of that net worth still, but Lorinov has had some really good connections with his Rolling Thunders. Rune be topped. Toronto Tokyo.
He's pretty tanky with the pipe.
Yeah, he's kind of baiting them a little bit here. And he was able to just walk in. He just gets the Arcade Rune, so it's actually quite nice. How's Nightfall's timing looking? Has he committed yet which one he wants to go down? Not yet, right? I think he's just got like the BKB components, but he can still turn it into the SNY if he wants to.
Yeah, SNY does feel kind of nice this game.
Yeah, versus RP.
Yeah.
He's going to be pretty valuable.
He could definitely get away with getting that one first.
Yeah, I meant first in particular. Yeah. He's definitely going to have both.
Yeah.
At some point very soon. Good old SNY meta.
Dire are scanning.
5k lead. It's slowed down. Liquid's gotten a lot of room to breathe, which they did need for Mika, as we said. He had one of the rougher starts I think I've seen for him. Starting to restabilize things, but the PA is still at the top.
Well, Liquid setting up for a fight. They've got the ultimates, and they've got the blinks.
TPs are coming forward. Wrap around Mira. He's getting information in the backline. They know immediately.
They just go straight for Mira.
Just instant sentry.
Have to back up a little bit now, Liquid.
I think they saw him go through the portal up top, the twin gate, so give him the information that he was wrapping. Where are they looking to strike? Aurora popping the drums to transition themselves across the map. There's nowhere to really farm here besides these small neutrals. Can't really set up for a kill, actually, so just settle for these newts. BKB's done. Nightfall used to be the one that said that BKB is like a farming item too, right? I believe he's...
That was, yeah,
right? It was him that said it a couple times. So, getting this early BKB definitely can pay merits versus the puck. And time dilate. I mean, a lot of different things, of course.
Yeah, that's true. I guess, yeah. It's hard to jump around the fights.
The dilation.
Without that.
Really
Boxy. Caught in the river. Perfect lockdown from Lorinov.
And Roshan will say hello. Ooh, the shadow walked roll. That's cool. They're going to set up for the Roche too with that kill. 20 seconds.
I mean, they could go for this. They've got, you know, pretty good AoE control between the black hole and the The Jakiro.
Yep, and they have the minus armor too, and they have high physical burst. I don't think Liquid's gonna look to fight that. Mickey not quite at BKB. I think he wants to wait for that before he looks to get into any fights.
And there it is. So what the boots are bearing online. Well, that's sort of what the time zone dealt with.
Who has it finished? They have it done.
Toronto, Tokyo.
Tokyo already? Yeah, that is a big one for sure. It helps him get out. The thing though about the time zone is about buffing the spells, right? Moxie
He
jumps
just
in.
time zoned all over them. They don't care.
He forced a BKB.
Okay. Aegis is still there as they got what they came for.
Coil on the back.
It's onto the three of them, but do they have the damage? I mean, Nightfall is very dead, caught separated from the rest of the team. Asenia's going to try and TP out, won't make it. Liquid, can they set up for round 2 on a Nightfall? RP, it's okay.
Oh, he caught the Enigma.
He does, he catches both of them.
Did he
Works
tumble
out beautifully, and they indeed get the easy kills off the back of that one.
I think he tumbler-toyed onto high ground and got pulled into it.
He did. He was not there, and then he was.
Because he was low ground in the water, and he tumbled in as the RP came out trying to catch the hole.
Oh, we got to catch that again on the replay, but yeah. Because at the start, it looked like maybe Sableye was going to wait too long and he was going to miss the chance to get the catch onto the PA, but it ends up beautiful for him. He gets both the PA and the Enigma.
It was literally the tumbler story. 100%. He bonked himself into range of the RP. Liquid's back. Completely caught back
off the
up
back of that sort of play. Absolutely. We'll see it again here.
Very disjointed from Aurora. Looks like they were, not knowing which targets to fully go for. Nightfall is going for one. The rest of the teams get caught in the back, and it's just kind of panic from them. Like that BKB usage as well, very early.
Absolutely, yeah. The fact that he uses it here meant that Nightfall did not have the potential to go for the rest of the fight and goes, pretty deep without the rest of his team able to get to him because of this dream call from Nisha on the back lines.
Yeah, look at this.
And
He's
look
trying
at Toronto
to tumble.
Tokyo. Jumps in and bam! Dragged in after he closes the gap with that tumblers. So unfortunate there for the Enigma.
That was pretty funny. And the Empower coming out into the Sven there, so you see how hard he hits on the secondary targets as well. Massive damage. Yeah,
he just smiles out from Saberlight after that RP.
They're completely back in the game.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a huge swing.
Yeah.
Huge swing. And we see that whole little bit of an advance that Aurora has, it's gone.
It's one of the fastest Aegises that get taken out, right? Almost immediately.
Big levels on Mickey. He's level
17 off of that.
You know, you sort of compare that to what Nightfall used to get a lot of space, a lot of free farm. He's level 13. There's 4 level difference between the carries now off the back of that fight.
Actually, pretty wild.
4
How
levels.
big that is, yeah.
Another catch, Mira.
Another one.
They're finding him a few times now.
Liquid needed to warm up in this game, clearly, because the laning phase started
quite
shaky.
They look concerning. And of course, the concerns does still lie in the fact that they're against a PA.
This is true.
So far has gone undefeated.
But they do have some answers, of course. You know, the war cry is always something we have to factor in. That bonus armor is not just about for the Sven, right? It's buffing up the allies as well so they can mess with him.
Nightfall.
Speaking of Nightfall.
Oh, if he shows down here. Oh, that creep camp might cost him his life.
Instant, he gets the BKB off.
And he's going to get back up coming in. He's going to go for the TP out.
Leash.
They've got the time zone. He's dead.
Oh, Mickey. What a recovery.
And they get the skewer back. All right, Liquid, they're stepping it up tenfold here after a slow start. It's now Aurora that's crumbling. And Nightfall getting caught.
And the big team fight ultimates, they're really connecting. The RPs, the coils, there's a 3-man coil before into a 2-man RP. This one, it's a single RP, but it's more than worth it when they have the time zone follow-up.
Just these levels. I mean,
so high level.
Mickey's nearly level 19. He's 5 levels ahead of Nightfall's PA. Coming up.
That is pretty wild. I actually need, let me look at this graph for him, just him in particular, like his, because his growth was pretty crazy. Oh, Liquid just playing it, very nicely, waiting for their cooldowns now too. RP's up in 45 seconds, so Aurora, feels like for them, it's the onus on them to perhaps try to look for something, unless they're just gonna full out have the confidence in Nightfall, but I'm not having as much confidence in the PA this time around as the game progresses. BKB gets low. They have a lot of ways to pierce through it, especially as puck gets closer and closer towards 25 too. That's a ways away, but they are going to smoke. They're going to look to try to take advantage of that cooldown. 20 seconds RP, 30 seconds time zone. Tormentor is back up. See how they start the fight. They have vision to start this fight, so this is one of the better approaches for Aurora here. They see Mickey. Get the roll.
They're in. Trying to look towards Sableye, but Sableye's able to get the BKB off. He's got the RPs, able to catch the two of them. Mickey bringing in the damage. Can they bring that back from the Black Holes? They get stopped straight away. The global silence. Mickey moves over towards Toronto, Tokyo. Now turns towards Laurenov, cuts down the two of them, and now ready to go for more. Nightfall's going to get out with the TP at the last moment, just before the stone connects. The bash is there though from Boxy onto Panto. He won't get out of here. Triple kill for Mickey. Sableye finishes off Mirror at the side.
Hey,
Fight the four of them and lose nothing.
He's been so clutch, Saberlight, really. It's not even fancy things or anything. He's just getting the BKB up, gets the RP. That's Aurora with full vision trying to start the fight, and they get nothing. Nika just walking from target to target. Nightfall not feeling like he can actually stick on anybody in that black hole.
Yep.
It's never going to go off if the silencer's alive.
Not at all, yeah. They're always ready with that. He's been holding it every single time. Insania. See on the replay here once again. They were just tempted to go, but it's always risky when you're trying to jump this Magnus, right? When he has the RP ready.
Honestly, if he had RP'd even sooner, it would have been even better, right? Because he could have caught the Pango inside of it as well. Ended up not really mattering because they get the cleanup with Mickey, but Liquid crushing it in those last, what, 7 minutes or 8 minutes?
Yeah, and obviously now with these sort of fights going... Oh,
okay.
Okay.
BKB's on cooldown. He's got backup, though.
He does indeed. Mickey, he's even considering turning. He's got the stun out to Nightfall. Steps up, he get a few hits, and he's able to cut him down.
You're up.
Okay. I mean, is he going to get out of this? Laurenov's looking to wall him. Mickey, he's on the run. Laurenov's going to try and chase with the Rolling Thunder. We'll get the connection. But he's juking. He's going to get the blink out. Mickey's out of there. They couldn't even kill him.
From probably some of the roughest starts I've ever seen on him to fancy footwork, just maximizing.
I thought for sure that they were going to at least, Panto was going to be able to lay something down to stop him from getting the blink off, but he couldn't.
I feel like this game is one of those those anime moments where the anime character pushes his glasses up, and that's what Mickey's done this game so far now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
glasses
this
got pushed in.
From 0 to 100 for Liquid. All right, 12K lead, and you got to be a little concerned for Aurora in terms of sort of the feelings that they have, right? We saw that GG in game 2. Now that this game's turned as heavily as it is, Aurora going to be able to hold on for this one? The pressure's rising.
They're definitely going to be feeling that.
Yeah.
Full Ags now as well on the Magnus.
We'll see again on the replay. Mickey.
Look at this, it's so quick. Just dodging it. Quick silence from Nisha.
Yeah, Nisha with the clutch play there. Clutch. Stops that ice path coming out from Panto. So yeah, Panto did try, but yeah, Nisha making sure that Mickey gets the freedom to get out.
Insane
and Nisha
gameplay.
can clean up. And it continues. I don't know, it's getting messy. It's getting a bit sloppy now from Aurora. Panto's going to try for the TP out, but the Yules is at the ready.
They're just getting picked off all over the place. Nisha, I mean, we didn't even get to talk about how his game has been so incredible after that full recovery since Mickey's just been doing all the damage. But yeah, Nisha, starting with that 3-man coil earlier in the river, has really started everything. 13K lead.
Can Aurora regain their focus?
He's got MK. This was all pre-MKB on Mickey too, right? And he was still able to focus onto Nightfall. Now he's got that True Strike. They're looking to threaten high ground. God Strength is available.
Liquid.
Yeah, look at that. Up to 78%.
What are they going to do?
Solar Crest. Raxes are going to drop quick.
And Mickey's ready to take these buildings.
They have no interest in fighting it, it looks like. What about if they continue?
Well, they go for a second set.
They're going to have to come back. They got to answer this. Oh, Mickey's courier dies, gets sniped. As soon as they start reacting, Liquid starts backing up, and they'll find a free kill there. Nisha, wicked sick.
I know. Aurora smoked up, but I don't know if they want to try for something. This would be into all of the ultimates pretty much of Liquid.
And they don't have the information, Hero, right? They don't have the bounty to get the information.
I feel like this might be a smoke up, lose the fight, and call GG kind of play.
It could be.
They're going to try and take this risk. I've got similar vibes to the end of game 2 on this one. Careful, Aurora.
Nightfall will reveal where he is. They're going to back away. Yeah, that was a pretty crazy smoke, right? Without the bounty, without being able to see anything at all, really. Just attempting to go for that with 4. Nisha finds an amp damage for the next fight, too. He's got the Yules for the Orchid. He's almost got an Octarine, I believe. Roll. They're considering it.
That's risky.
Boxy's on the side there, just waiting. If they do want to go, he can just stop it.
Radiant are scanning.
Level 22. How's PA doing? 17. Massive disparity in those levels. Amira trying to scout, get some extra information for his team, but the team, they are all kind of sticking together.
Liquid ready to go on whoever they find now.
Oh, yeah. Mickey, how long is this courier dead for? Still 90 seconds. And that does have the shard on it, if I was not mistaken. Very value shard when you're playing versus the PA. They're just going to go into the Roche pit. He's actually just soloing it, right? Doesn't even need any backup. Just that Vlad's and that life steal.
Go.
He's got it.
Aurora, what's the plan? What's their next big timing? I mean, Nightfall's desperately trying to catch back up now in the jungle. There's still just such a huge gap between him and Mickey.
Next big... It's a good question, Owen.
So for the
Do they have damage at this point is the real question, really. Even if they get connection onto these other heroes of PA, their damage is quite limited, and it's another catch. Nisha just keeps finding the prime targets.
He's styling on them. Had a bit of a slow start this game. I mean, they all did right. It was a slow beginning for Liquid in this first 10 minutes, but something about the last 15, this is Liquid just coming out at full power.
Yeah, Nisha's first 2 or 3 moves didn't work, but I think every move after that has connected. Foxy. Forcing them back to that base. All 3 waves starting to get shoved in. Nisha poking the bottom tower as well. That Octarine, it is done. They give him the gem too. So now for Mira, even harder for him to get outside.
Smoked up in defense here, Aurora.
Gotta get the flank, gotta find the silencer. Insania being very sneaky, even split away from Saberlight. I like this positioning.
I mean, if they don't sort of have a read on Saberlight will get these RPs off.
Boxy. I mean, they're all 3 of these are very important to try to jump on first. Either the Void, the Silencer, or the Magnus.
Can they find with this wraparound? They might see Insania.
Oh, they do. He gets a track on him.
Okay.
Actually, we'll find Insania at the start.
That's not a bad way to start, but he does have buyback global. Okay, pretty far up. That's the Aegis, of course. They've got the time zone to hold the Pango in position. Mickey's going to try and cut through him. As the stun to follow it up. Loronoff's able to get away with the swashbuckle, but Mickey chases him down. The Black Hole
instant
buyback.
buyback.
The buyback. Global silence comes into play there from Insania. They've got their hands on a Nightfall. Nightfall's able to jump back in time. But Nisha finishes off Panto. Panto will buy back. Nisha now onto Toronto. Tokyo. He's trying to retreat. Saberlight not going to get the skewer back onto those two, but actually ends up getting onto Nightfall. Nightfall now getting affected by the time release. Mickey just back in. Gets the double as he clears through both Toronto, Tokyo, and Nightfall. Mirror to fall. It's absolutely over. GG is called. Liquid will take game 3, and with that, the series.
What an interesting game. They started, what was it, 1 to 10? I think it was a 5 or 6K gold lead. Mickey at the bottom. Yeah. That was, quite a commanding comeback there, especially starting just, from that river, right? They get the Roche on the side of Aurora, but Liquid, they get the massive team fight win out of it and just snowball out of control afterwards, getting pickoff after pickoff after pickoff.
Yeah, they really did. Yeah, and doing it with the fun lineup, Smiles and Boxy there, coming in with this Void. Slow start from him, but you know what? He didn't feed. Only 1 death. And 0, 1, and 18. We'll definitely be seeing Boxy bring out the support Void again. And Aurora, that's a rough one. From going from that kind of game 2 GG into this game 3 that at the start looked to be set for another PA victory. But at the end of it all, we're finally seeing the PA get a loss. They're not able to close up the series. Liquid, they're the champions today of this series as they'll take it 2-1 against Aurora.
Yes, Aurora starting very well, Liquid coming back into it, and I'm sure the panel are going to be talking about that Pango pick in the end because just didn't seem to be able to do anything.
Yeah, it wasn't really that good of a game for Pango to start with, playing in multiple counters. There was one scenario where he actually did survive, but to start... they started the game pretty strong because they were playing, first of all, Nightfall gets the first blood. He's playing into Magnus plus Faceless Void. This lane is definitely not strong by any means. You have Jakiro as your position 5, which means that that lane is kind of secured. But I would like to show what happened. I believe this was around 6-7 minutes where they're still not level, maybe 9. Sorry, they're still not level 6 on their supports. You would definitely love to have global silence, maybe even the time zone, but it wasn't available. Pango gets a really good roll. They get multiple kills. Black Hole to be able to get another kill, because Nisha kind of had the pretty free entry to the game in terms of the lockdown, but also Nightfall. He's the one who's going through the twin gates. They bring the whole team, and I like how Toronto Tokyo played at the early stages of the game where they're pushing this almost tier 2 tower. Mira is the one who's providing the vision, so they get a kill on Sven. They kill it one more time, but they were unable to keep this advantage. Like, look at the score right now. It's 10-1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot to add to that specifically. Like, the early game, without a doubt, was Aurora, right? They were really, really good. It just comes down to, like, decision making. Mind games, I'm going to say, as well, like this boxy Faceless Void. It was absolutely absurd, I think. He just jumps into the pit while they're roshing, because they're ahead on Aurora, right? He throws the time zone into Roche with absolutely no follow-up, by the way. He's just there by himself. And then it's just like a situation that's just like very, very bizarre to me, because like he's never going to end up getting a kill there, but it forces a BKB out of Nightfall. And it's just like, now you don't have BKB, now he dies twice because of it. It's just like one of those situations where Boxy just completely mind gamed them.
Yeah, and this fight that we're seeing right now, this is the fight where they used pretty much every single ulti on Loranov, and he's still going to be able to survive using that illusion rune that he had in the bottle, and switches to strength threads, survives on sliver of HP, 4 HP, goes to river, digs, goes back to almost full HP afterwards. But it feels like they should have definitely be able to keep this pressure throughout the game. It's just that Roche fight kind of turned the whole fight around, the whole game around.
Well, yeah, and absolutely, they were able to kind of just steamroll through it and close out the game. Aurora obviously going to be feeling very frustrated and sore after that one. It's there were some bright spots, some positives, but ultimately not enough today.
Yeah, I mean, I pulled the trigger a little early there. Aurora had a couple more clips in the tank there of them doing well, but it eventually did come to a point where things were not going well. And that's the BKB. We saw the tell in there. Yeah. He used BKB just to walk out, because I don't blame him either. It's just kind of like, there's no way this Void is time zoning me by himself, but indeed he was, and they choose to take the fight anyway afterwards. And Saber God here, like whoever said Saber heavy before, they all have to take their words back. He absolutely destroyed this series. He pump fakes the first RP to see his team. He's tipping him. He knows what type of good play they made right there, and then he gets a double RP on the PA that just respawned with the Aegis and the Nigma, who was about to black hole him. So that clip was just showing Saberlight yet again. He's really starting to mesh with this team, and it's a good time to do so.
Oh, definitely. And look, people have been a bit premature in terms of like the criticism. It's like you say, we've highlighted it. You're filling very, very big shoes. It's a weird time anyway. Like the meta is not fully decided yet. And I think actually, like, he's probably got better just game to game over the course of the tournament so far. I know we're only talking about 2 series, but he was a monster in this one.
He definitely was, but I want to talk about the Nightfall, the classic Nightfall that does have to happen. This is why he's the most entertaining player to watch. He's like, RP has been used, I'm going to try to TP out, but you know what? He's going to get leashed, and there's not going to be the classic Nightfall that he
That's
usually,
not the Nightfall, that's
definitely
the
a half Nightfall.
And there it is. There's the numbers on your screen, how the match ended. I mean, just to touch upon your point about the Nightfall thing, you said, Clint, that he hasn't really kind of like maybe just come up to speed with where we're at right now in terms of like how you approach the game, and he still has that passive style.
Yeah, it definitely feels like his play style has been the same for a very long time, where a lot of carry players, even including Mickey, have had to evolve, playing a bit more quicker, right? Finding these openings. I feel like he's just playing a bit too safe in a lot of regards, and not this game that he was playing super safe, but it just felt a little more disconnected in this particular game. In game 2, for sure, I felt like he played way too safe. Should have just went in there with Ursa. Use your buttons, and see what happens, right?
The damage stats prove that one.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, Nisha, this guy at TI, his Puck and Quap are the reason why they pretty much won that TI as well. So I think him in general, whenever he gets Quap or Puck, he's always going to put on performance.
Yeah. Final thoughts from you?
Well-deserved victory from Team Liquid. In my book, this should have been 2-0. Just shows that some of the decision-making that they did in that game that they lost wasn't really the greatest, but also shows that they are a very strong team when it comes down to laning, and also a team that can make a comeback after being so much down in this third game. They had overall a better draft. Drafting has been on point, and really glad to see that Saberlight is popping off in all 3 games.
Yeah, we'll see what Team Liquid can do over the rest of the tournament. Guys, always a pleasure. Been cool hanging out with you today. And with that, we are going to go to a break. And I won't be here. They won't be here. It's going to be Shiva, T-Gov, and Jenkins. But do stick around, right? They're good too. Okay, we'll see you later.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello and welcome back to Dota Letters. Today I am here with Whitemon from Team Tundra. Whitemon, are you ready for a fun mini game that will change your life?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, great. This is a pretty easy game. I'm going to show you some hints that will tell you either a Dota hero or a Dota item. Now you're going to see how many letters make up the name, and then you have to guess. The goal is get as many as you can in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You have 10 hints that you can use. Okay. And you just yell out a word. What would you like your word to be for when we give you a hint? Be anything.
I don't know.
You could be it could be Whitemon. We could just scream your name.
Maybe W?
W?
Yeah.
All right. We will scream W. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Why? Why W?
I mean, just my nickname, like Whitemon, W. Yeah. Start with W. Yeah.
Great. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the game. Dota Letters. A phantom presence, I haunt the battlefield, striking from all sides, as if I was a illusion.
Phantom Lancer? Wait, no.
No, it's one word, one word.
Wait.
We can get the W's in the chat if you want. We can start rolling W's.
W?
W!
Wait.
A haunt the battlefield like an illusion.
It's only heroes or items, like not like skills?
No. Just heroes or items. Haunt the battlefield. We can do another W.
Spectre?
Yes, there we go. You're fine, Whitemon. We're a brilliant inventor. I unleash the might of my genius upon the enemies. No armor can protect you.
Dazzle?
No. Might want to use a W. We're going pretty slow.
W.
All right.
I don't know.
A brilliant inventor, Whitemon. Plenty of W's. Go on, Whitemon. Use your W's.
W.
All right, here we go.
Buckler?
Buckler is not a brilliant inventor.
No.
This is a hero, Whitemon. Whitemon, don't panic. You're crashing out right now. Focus up. Calm down, Whitemon. W. Starts with a T. Whitemon, calm down and just think. All right, you can use another W.
W.
Just take her. We gotta move faster. Okay, this is a talisman that radiates an aura, bolstering the spirits of allies.
W. I'm so bad.
Keep going, buddy. Keep going. You got four more W's. You can do it.
Okay, W.
You're doing really good. Focus up, Whitemon.
Spirit.
No, it doesn't. Spirit does not end in R. Watch it do another W, bud.
W.
20 seconds. 10 seconds, Whitemon. Hit another W, bud.
W.
All right, Solar Crest. Good job. All right, last one, buddy. You can do this. I'm a walking plague. No, you didn't even read it.
Phenomancer.
Yes! You got it. Oh, the clutch. Incredible job. Really, really good job, Whitemon. You got 4 of them done. Venomancer right at the end. Very impressive work. You're a man who knows when he needs help and you call upon it. So how do you think you did, buddy?
I'm doing so bad.
Would I surprise you to say you actually were pretty standard? Most people got to about 5 or 6. So you did well. Most people didn't use the W's though, so you kind of clutched on that, but well done, Whitemon. I'm very impressed by your knowledge.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll see Whitemon do much, much better in his games than this game here at PGL Wallachia.
And luckily for Whitemon, we did see him do very well yesterday. We'll see what comes today, though, as we are here for the second half of today. I know the first 2 series went pretty long. We'll see if we can make it an extra long day for you guys, as we got 2 series coming your way, starting off with Tundra versus Tidebound. And to talk about those 2 teams, I'm joined by Jenkins and Tigov. Jenkins, how are you doing?
It's good to be here, Shiver. Great to work with you again. It's been a while.
Yep, it's been a while.
How have you doing? You've been grinding those pubs, haven't you?
Yes, I have been. I've been playing many pubs.
How's that been going for you, T?
Fruitful.
Yeah, last day has been good for you?
No, I did finish playing Dota at 5 o'clock this morning. Had 5 hours sleep.
But you're prepared to go into the night with this one.
Yeah, I am prepared for the series, but I'm also not prepared physically and mentally, because I also just ate half a kebab very quickly.
Right, and then also there was it was very long up until this point.
Yes, so it's been a long day, 5 hours of sleep. I'm currently like 10 minutes off finishing a kebab, so it's rough.
I think we're going the distance today. I think we're
ready.
6 games.
I've had energy drinks. I've had multiple coffees. I'm so ready for 2 more 3-game series, and I want them. I want them. I need them.
Okay, well, let's take a look at what we got coming our way, see if we can go the distance here. Focusing our attention first on Tidebound. They are the only team yesterday to be able to cause an upset. So we seeded all the teams, so everybody has a team that they should on paper do better against, and Tidebound is the only team that was able to cause an upset. They 2-0'd Heroic. And when we're looking at Tidebound, maybe a lot of you are unfamiliar with the name of the team, but don't worry, you'll be very familiar with the players on Tidebound. And we did want to shine a little bit of a light on Nothing to Say a little bit more, Tigov here.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think Tidebound, of course, they're made up of multiple PSG LGD players from the past. They used to be, at points, the best players from the region. And in the last 3 to 4 years, they've kind of, fallen off quite heavily. They've been unable to kind of find that rhythm. But I think right now, coming into Wallachia, with the addition of Xtreme, with the Tidebound roster, maybe it's the start of that kind of return to form that we want to see from the Chinese region, of course. And especially for Nothing to Say, right? Like, the TI in 2021, 2nd place, PSG, LGD, nearly clutching it up, but they weren't able to do it. And ever since then, it's kind of been like a gradual progression towards not really making any statement on the international stage. We saw the last TI was, of course, nothing to really talk about.
Yeah. I was going to say, I feel like they were not only the best players from the best team in the region, but the best in the world at different points, right? You have Faith Beyond, who was Wings.
You've got 3 Wings players, actually,
so they were the best team in the world, and a lot of people considered them the best team of all time for a while, and then we saw OG Spirit, but they're up there in contention. So yeah, I mean, I will say this is a very exciting team. I feel like China has kind of become like NA, where there's a little bit of copium there. When it comes to wanting the region to do well. It's like, oh, this is the new Wings, but this is it, guys. This is the real new Wings.
This time is different. I will say it is fun to see the region having a bit of a glow up, because I think that's what this team kind of embodies, seeing if they still got it. And with the results they had yesterday, definitely still had it. We'll see up against Tundra, though, because obviously the opponent is a little bit more fierce today compared to yesterday. Focusing our attention on Tundra, I think in particular we should be focusing on what Tundra has cooked up, Jenkins.
Yeah, this team is kind of known for cooking, and I think this is a big reason why they've won a lot of these tournaments. You can see here they have been cooking with the Faceless Void in their pubs. So whenever you're picking a hero early phase, of course you want multiple roles to be able to play it so you can flex it. And so Saksa and Durachio are both playing this. And Durachio's build is what I found to be incredibly interesting. He's going Heaven's Halberd into Radiance on a safe lane Void.
I mean, it's just being able to join every fight, right? Like, Halberd is so cheap that it doesn't feel bad to buy it, especially if you're poking your head into the fight, especially with how important the Tormentor is at 15 minutes. If you go for like the old build on carry Void, you won't really be able to contribute other than your ultimate, your time zone. So I kind of like the fact that he's respecting the need for early fight with the kind of the nod to the Halberd.
Yeah, when we're talking about Tundra as well, we don't know exactly what they're cooking. Obviously, we just saw Faceless Void, but I'm sure they have other ideas as well, and Tidebound will be left guessing to what they have come up with. But there's one thing that Tundra does do every single time.
Stack camps.
What?
Stack camps.
Yes, but also they will go for that Tormentor.
Oh, yes.
If it was 20 minutes, they did it then. 15 minutes, they're going to be there. So that is something that I hope that Tidebound is going to deal with. I don't necessarily mean that they're going to try to take a fight there, but they might be able to get a trade out of it as well.
Yeah, maybe Roche trade, something like that.
So we'll see how they deal with that. As we are in the draft for game 1, it's a best of 3. And we got Tundra on the Radiant side, Tidebound on the Dire side. And the first phase ban on the Darkseer and the Ember, as well as the Nightstalker, Beastmaster, Abaddon, and the Invoker respect ban for BZM very early on. Love it.
Yeah, he has really made that hero work. I think there was a theory when the hero just got changed to 7.38 that, oh, Invoker is back to being this, late game hero. You sack the early game, own the late game with your spells and high skill stuff. But in reality, you get a Gleipnir, you're setting up for your own spells. If you're drafting Invoker, you're going to be drafting setup stuns for a Sunstrike in the other lane. So in reality, it's an early game hero and some insane late game hero too.
But also people forgot about Sunstrike on Invoker. I feel like when the patch dropped and then everyone went for the Cataclysm Facet, I think that was just like, a week or two of people just being shot away. I'm getting Sunstrike in laning phase. I need to think about my lane because, it used to always be you go Coswex, you didn't really care about it, you play the map. So yeah, it's really good. And we saw a first pick Lifestealer. That is, I'm not opposed to it. I honestly think Lifestealer is one of the more generic carries in the patch. You can play most lanes, you always have options with your itemization. You're not locked into one build. If you need a Radiance, you can go it. If you want Armlet, you can. You can still do like BKB, Deso style build if you really needed to. So I think there's like 3 or 4 styles of Lifestealer that enable you to feel like you can play out any game.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And I think, having the flexibility in the items is important, but also I'm a big fan of this idea that whenever Durachio is on a team, he's going to play the same way no matter what. And so, which is incredibly aggressive. And so if you can pick him something that has those flexible item builds, like you mentioned, where his game is going to be fine and he'll do his thing. I think this is when Gaimin looked the strongest, was when they were first picking the CKs of the world and Durachio would just do his thing every game.
But it also opens up for more information to be presented right now. Whiteman's going to get that better 5 pick. You're already expecting 33 and Xatsa to do well on the off lane. Yeah. I think other teams, if they try copying the Lifestealer in this position, wouldn't go so well because their offlane duo wouldn't win the lane as much. Their 5 position wouldn't have a deep enough pool to kind of utilize that information. So hence why Tundra are able to do this.
One interesting thing about Lifestealer is that he is not a good ancient farmer. He can do it, but it's very slow. Magnus, on the other hand, he can farm ancients. And I know the idea in terms of like carry meta right now is you either want a hero that can like go through the portal and be active, or you want a hero that is going to be able to like stack and farm the ancients for themselves. And Lifestealer is option B, where you're being you're being active, you're being aggressive.
I'll say like they really could still do like Bristle, the Tinker, these type of heroes, right? Where when you see Mag and Jakiro, if you survive the Ice Path or the RP, their fight kind of slowly disappears, right, over time. Like long fights against these heroes feels pretty good. So for Tundra, right, you get a Tinker, you can make stacks. Again, yet to see the person who will take them.
Yeah, there's got to be a stack taker, right?
If there isn't a core stack taker, Batrider will fill that void if required. But I think the key thing is when you have Jakiro and Magnus, they're good in lane, but unless the Jakiro is able to rally his team to maybe try and liquid fire a tower, there isn't really major map progression. So Tinker will always be able to calmly kind of make the moves he wants. Like Tinker support hates playing against the high skirmishing heroes that chase the map, break the towers, and make you steal farm from your other cores.
Yeah, Tundra had the same support duo yesterday, and they had the DK, as well as the Ursa that could take the stacks at that point. Obviously, they already got a different carry selected, but DK can still take stacks, I believe, even if you go green.
Yeah, I would like to see the DK or the Storm come out from Tundra right now, honestly. They really need some hero that's initiating like a low cooldown stunner, because right now they have one stun and it's Lasso. That's not enough. And then the Grimstroke comes out. I mean, excellent combo with Magnus, right? You just skewer on top of somebody with Inkswell, big damage. There's nothing to. I guess you can double the Morphling adaptive strike, but that's not really that sick.
Yeah, I think the question here for Tidebound is: are they going to go for Fine Art just to have more damage on stroke to be able to push waves, play like a quicker game? Or is he still going to go for Instigate, based on what you said, having that stun to choose when it gets used on the Magnus? I kind of prefer the Fine Art with Stroke, as it does so much damage.
I mean, you also have a Magnus who's going to be taking stacks, so you can probably stack multiple camps using that pretty easily from like low grounds.
But Tundra, they see through this like skirmishing aggression, and they get the 33 Tide Hunter. I'm just seeing unkillable heroes and a Batrider that can move around to any lane he wants, right? Tide is going to be hard to kill. He naturally is a very good counter to Morphling in laning phase. Sure, as the game progresses, Morphling can itemize to deal with Tide, but for CSing, Tide wins. Tinker, Lifestealer has Rage, Tinker has March, you have Laser. Killing that lane is difficult. So this Batrider, if he has free choice to move around, like wherever he goes, he can put pressure.
That's your stack farmer too in the Tide, by the way. So
yeah, also true, yep.
He'll take those stacks, but also what I like about it is you're playing an offlane Tide into potentially ancient stacks in the safe lane. Well, where do we think the Magnus is going? Think that's a mid-mag?
Yeah.
At the very least, Tide can show up with the supports, and they've got 3 heroes now that are good at contesting stacks.
I mean, technically, we can use the whole, it's flexible, Mag can be offlane or mid, but I think I would prefer to see it mid, and then we find the offlane pick.
Well, Tidebound is overall last, so they can just wait to see what Tundra is getting for them in the mid lane and put whatever fits best in that mid lane. They ban out the Puck and the Storm Spirit. Maybe that gives us a little bit more information about whether that Mag would go mid or not.
Yeah, how do those heroes do against Mag in mid lane? I would feel like Mag would do pretty well against them, but I also feel like for the game, Tundra probably needs the Puck or the Storm. That's more of the ban.
Right now, their team fight is built around enabling the Magnus to hit that one spell. So now if that one spell is forced onto a high mobility mid laner, Lifestealer has a free game, Tide has a free game, right? So I think it is just reducing the pressure put on the limited lockdown that you have.
I will say, I like low-key like Magnus against Tide, even though you can Kraken Shell and take off the RP. I feel like Tide is this guy that just like stands in front and he's like, come at me, he's a wall for his team. And if you get skewered out, it's actually really bad for the Tide.
Yeah, you can get out of position really
Yeah,
easily.
you break the formation. And it's just such an easy target to jump in. Nothing to say has looked so good on Magnus with the Harpoon skewers. Like, he was clutching in the game that they played with the Mag earlier.
I just noticed there is 100% bonus time remaining on Tidebound's side I mean, we're taking into the bonus time of Tundra, so people at home can't see that at the moment, but they're still... Tidebound has not used a single second of bonus time, and that makes me wonder how prepared they were for this and, you know, how well-crafted this draft is.
I will say, having played on the illustrious Fart Studios with Bach, he's a big feels player. He'll say, just give me this. I want to play this. And he doesn't really like try to justify it to you, even if you ask, and you trust him, and then he has some amazing games. So it wouldn't surprise me if his ex-teammates, like if this is something that he got from them.
I mean, I'm looking at his pubs, and he's also playing like off-lane Wraith King, off-lane Razor. Like, he's still doing like...
He's having a good time.
Yeah, he's just enjoying his pubs, right? And right now, if you've got 2 minutes and 10 seconds, plus your, actual pick time, you need to find your offlane. Yeah. Offlane Tide, mid monkey, carry lifestealer.
I mean, that'll dumpster a Magnus mid, right? The Monkey King versus melee here. You can get skewered into tower and a Jakiro Grimstroke. That's a pretty potent like ganking combo against the monkey. I feel like you have to be real careful.
So now the question is, Magnus into lifestealers, it's fine for Magnus. It's nothing special, but do you then switch it up, put him to offlane? Now you find a different mid to deal with the monkey? The Monkey King, yeah.
Is Dazzle
is banned out. Yeah.
He gone.
What are the... I mean, Phoenix mid would be some Giga Chad behavior.
That is true, actually. Yeah, I actually forgot about Phoenix, but right now, lifestealer can be annoying,
To
but...
be honest, Bach yesterday played Phoenix on the offlane.
Yeah.
So they could just go for the Mag Phoenix. It would be the exact same combination.
Just nice protection. You got RP to do with the lifestealer.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, I think Phoenix is the... If you can play it mid lane, you'd pick that to prevent Monkey playing the game. The only issue with that, technically, is Monkey then plays a lot more on the side lane, but then as long as Phoenix just follows him and respects that, then it's also fine. But yeah, I don't mind it. But let's say Mag's mid, and he just soaks the lane. Who cares?
Yeah.
What's the offlane pick then? What's the vibes pick?
I was thinking one less insane pick for mid is just Queen of Pain. That'll
sure. Again, it's another classic against Monkey.
Yeah,
King,
that'll
right?
punish the monkey, but Death Prophet, okay, interesting.
Do we like this?
I think the hero has climbed a lot in stocks recently because you've got the Witchblade for early armor, you then get Ags for a lot of damage, you then have the Facet, which is buffing up your exorcism. You don't mind buying BKB Shivas, which are specifically the Shivas. Like a lot of items you buy are good in the meta right now. So yeah, I honestly don't mind it. There's not many cooldowns you're really playing. Like sure, RP might be down, but you have Blink, you have Skewer, you have the Ink Swirl from Grimstroke. But unfortunately for DP, it's always that type of hero. Like if you die a couple times, you suddenly go from being the tankiest hero to always dying every fight.
Oh yeah, and playing against like a Lifestealer Bomb, Batrider, Infested, this can definitely burst a Death
volatile.
Yeah. But yeah, exactly. But I could also see on the flip side, if he has a really good game, he is going to do a lot of damage to these cores, which are otherwise tanky. Like Tidehunter versus Death Prophet, you can't just walk in and dispel her Spirit Siphon. You can't walk in and dispel her ulti. These are not damage sources that you can avoid by having the dispel.
And you just bring people to the DP with the Magnus, right?
Yeah.
It looks like we got a little bit of a brawl on our hand. I'm sure that Sunsfan and Cinnamon are probably pretty entertained by seeing this. Cinnamon, what are you thinking about this one?
We also have a brawl in our hands once we get off camera. Don't you worry about that.
Who would win though, actually? Like,
oh, come on.
If you actually had a fight.
Come on, don't do that to them.
I have no stamina, so I'll concede already.
I'll dodge until he faints.
But he has really, really sharp elbows. All right, he's very lanky. Like, you don't want to deal with this. I'm just a fat mess that's just going to play dead as Possum,
Yeah. We fight a lot.
I don't know where to go with this one,
really
guys.
good content, guys.
Great content. Keep it going.
Glad to have you here.
All right. Well, are you looking forward to this game?
Yes.
Yes?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Shannon?
That's right, Sheever.
Shannon,
we sure are.
Oh, you were waiting for me to do this, Shannon.
Just waiting for that. Yeah, you really like it when I throw to you with the huge Sheevers. We're not going to do it today, though.
Oh.
We got to keep it rare.
Oh, okay,
right?
okay. That's
it's a rare spawn RNG drop.
Yeah. Well, I'll mark it when it happens so that I can be very happy and maybe also, make a clip out of it and play it. Enjoy the game, guys. I know I will.
Thank you, Shiva. Tundra versus Tidebound. Game number 1 of this best of 3. Cinderman, I know you're a big fan of China in terms of the country, of course, and the teams. You always pick them as top 3 in tournaments and you're just perpetually disappointed. Will they turn it around this time for Team
So
Tidebound?
to give some context, you and I, we like to predict the outcome of tournaments in advance. And for, I want to say, probably 2 years, every time I've predicted, all right, the Chinese tournament, Chinese team's going to do well this tournament, it just hasn't happened. So I am at a point now where I've lost faith and I need to be won over.
Right.
Okay. So it is a good start overall in this tournament for the Chinese teams that they've been off to a little bit of a nice day one, but obviously the quality of the teams you're facing and the difficulty is going to ramp up pretty significantly. And this will be a true test for Team Tidebound. If they can win this, I think a lot of people are going to, you know, believe a little bit more in a nice Chinese team result. But it's been a while. It just has. And I think historically speaking, this region for me, the thing that always that I would say Chinese teams used to excel at the most was always teamfight execution for me. It was really good spell casting, really good itemization and playing around each other. And then they had a long phase where, well, let's see if we even get to talk about that before they die in mid.
Yep.
Why?
Why is it quite a bit of a pickle here?
It's all right.
They're not going to catch up though, but he does take heavy damage. We'll have to walk back to base.
Do you think it's fair to say that for a full year, the Achilles heel of Chinese Dota was laning?
A full year.
I feel like there was...
no. I would say the past 3 years, their Achilles heel have been you predicting them to win tournaments, which have jinxed them horribly time and time
again.
again.
That's true. I have a lot of power.
You've proven it.
So I think in both... I want to say, obviously, the region was doing really well in... A couple of years ago, there was always a Chinese team in like top 3 of tournaments, more or less. And then it started being less and less, and Western Europe started dominating everything. And I just think the downfall at that time largely came from the Chinese teams were just losing lanes too hard. And they had to play uphill battles constantly. Yeah. And I think they've got better at that. But in turn, the other teams have got better at the teamfight execution part. So I think the gap just narrowed over time in both aspects. So it'll be interesting to see in this tournament how it's going to go. Obviously, some Chinese all-stars in this team. You've got Faith Beyond in the off lane. You've got Nothing to Say, not Chinese player, but still has played a lot with the Chinese scene in the mid lane. And, of course, just plenty of legends with Y as well.
You look at their roster. I think before this event, they weren't even sponsored, if I'm not mistaken, right? They had a different team name.
I think so.
And you look at the roster, you're like, my goodness, this is like tier 1 players, but then you remember it hasn't gone that well recently in the last couple of years, so we'll see if they can get back to form. And of course, with these like giant patches, you never know what to expect from any specific region, right?
It's very true.
Regions really, like South America had a time where they were just surprising everybody at every tournament.
Yep, exactly. And that's a very good point, that potentially the way the direction the game is headed might favor certain regions over others because of their experience and what they've excelled at. We'll see if that is something that's going to play a role here in 738. That could be a better patch for that region.
Yeah, you need really high APM to select your enchantments on your neutral items now.
I don't know if APM was ever a big part of this game.
Well, either way. Now, what do you think of this matchup, though? Monkey King versus a Death Prophet mid. Not the most traditional thing we get to see.
I think it's just I would say this is a pretty even lane, but I think what matters a lot is later on in the game. I think Death Prophet actually has a quite nice matchup against Monkey King. You're very naturally fast heroes. You can navigate the Wukong's command very well. You're one of the heroes that can do damage to Monkey King in the ring without being next to him, because the ghosts just have really big search radius. You itemize armor naturally. And whenever Monkey King does not have his ult running, you can kind of just tank him with Spirit Siphon. As one of the few heroes you can stand up to him and take that fight. So we'll see. Monkey has been banned a lot this tournament. This is only his 3rd pick, but he's been banned 20 times. So getting him as the overall last pick of the draft is quite a rarity for Tundra. But you would think from Tidebound's perspective that was a risk they were willing to take, or maybe even baiting. But it was interesting to hear during the draft that Tidebound used 0 extra time, and then on the final pick, they spent 2 minutes to decide.
You might as well, you know? You have that
I guess so.
time.
I mean,
of course.
Not going to use the time for anything else.
There's a couple heroes that I did want to discuss before things get crazy. First and foremost, we see him on the screen. Planet playing the Grimstroke.
Right.
Is this the normal facet that players go with? The other one's the Inkswell one, I believe. This is the The one where you can redirect where your Stroke of Fate goes.
I think it's a little bit of a mix. I don't think there's like an always on this hero in Pro Dota. I think this one is actually very interesting in some situations. In this game, I don't think it's obvious why this would be the best, but it does give you some interesting angles and a different type of reach, which is nice. I also want to mention I was going to talk about this, the Grimstroke changes in 738. The Shard is no longer a hard dispel.
Yeah.
So they did not pick this as a counter to Batrider specifically to remove Lasso, because the way it works now is rather than when you explode Inkswell, it procs a hard dispel, now it works as a soft dispel immediately on cast. It's a basic dispel when you apply it. So it has some different utility. In this game, that means he can remove Laser Blind, he can remove the Sticky Name Palm charges, Gush, Open Wounds. So it's not like it's bad. Oh, actually, Whitemon could be in trouble here.
Whitemon.
Blood Grenade.
Faith Beyond also has to be a bit careful.
Oh.
So does Planet. He's the one that gets first blooded in the end. You see the rotation from BZM to help get the 2 kills in this bot lane.
Just got locked down. Daracho just ran into him with the boots.
All the action at once, it seems.
Yep.
It's 33 in stocks. It looked like they'll be able to shrug off that damage, though.
And obviously, we were talking a lot about Tidebound leading into this game because you love to bring up stories about my failures as a predictor.
Yeah, your inadequacies.
Yes, that's a great word. I have a lot of those. Tundra have been on an absolute tear recently. Just 2 tournament wins and a 2nd place is nothing to scoff at.
Ooh.
So they are definitely one of the teams of this tournament going in as favorites. I think a clear favorite for a top 3 finish, which means this is the type of game that they are expected to win. And so far, so good. I gotta say, all 3 of their lanes are going quite well, especially Duraccio's lane. He's winning by a lot right now. Dwarfing the Magnus by 1,000 net worth minute 6 is great.
Yeah, White, he's going to get Boundless struck. Does get in his Ice Path, and Nothing to Say is there with the Spirit Siphon to take out Soxa instead. So we'll pop the Exorcism as well. We'll see if he can push this lane a little bit as you see the extra spirits there.
Yeah, got to keep in mind that Spirit Collector, his next Exo will be stronger. It has a bat in it.
That's right, really strong. I think it was also changed to where it will buff the current one while they die as well, right?
It does both, I think, yeah. So you see the bat flying around there. It looks quite interesting. Bach,
double shockwave. Stroke of Fate gonna completely miss. A little too much curve on that one.
Yeah, that's the thing about taking the fine arts, is if you're not good at painting, it looks can get pretty ugly.
Wisdom Shrine time.
Yeah.
Some D-ward action.
All right, Duracho actually wants to do this together with Whitemon and Soxa. This is going to break into a bigger fight.
And
nothing to say.
Well. He does not have Exorcism this time, though. As Bach inside the area gets out the Skewer. They have the stun from the Inkswell as Whitemon looks like he's going to tick out first. Who's going to get the actual Wisdom Rune? This is just a full-out team wipe. We're going to have the BZM ult come out as well. 2 dead already for Team Tidebound. And that's going to be Nothing to Say dropping as well.
To me, this is one of the absolute biggest strengths of Monkey King mid, is his ability to do exactly this. The amount of trees and how condensed the area is around the Wisdom Shrine is just extremely good for this hero in this phase of the game. And that was a perfect showcase. Just BZM with a great rotation, despite the enemy mid being there. Obviously, they also take advantage of the fact that Exo is on cooldown. This would have been a very different situation had it been ready. But both teams were aware of that. And it looked good for a moment here for the side of Tidebound, but you see Monkey King coming in from the left. And as soon as he connected on that, that fight was just a done deal. Really nice Boundless here.
Oh, yeah.
Ulti, arguably kind of irrelevant, to be honest, but
it looks cool.
For good
That's
measure.
all that matters.
Yeah, he's testing whether the PGL computers are...
Yep, they passed the test. Yep. They killed Jakiro here mid with that rotation. Duracio was inside of BZM. Picks up the damage rune now, and the Tier 1 tower might just be taken out completely, as we're going to see Faith Beyond take out Soxa in a solo in the bot lane. And BZM, okay, they're going to Nothing Says can pop the X's, and they want to try to defend this. The Ice Path does not connect, though.
Oh, this
is... as well.
They need to get something out of this. This is a bad Exo if they don't.
Knows that Ice Path is down as Whitemon just simply TPs out. And yeah, they do defend the tower technically, but it is quite low already, so only a matter of time for that bad boy to fall. 33 on top of Shiro. This is where the Anchor Smash damage reduction really shines against the Morphling. Shiro just going to get forced out as the Jingu stacks are up and running for BZM to go get some nice farm. Early 2K lead for Tundra. And didn't really talk about Lifestealer because I know this has been the hero of the last patch. But he was nerfed relatively hard, I would say.
Yeah, and they still overall first picked it.
Yeah.
They
and
just
it's not even a
didn't
different
care.
facet either.
No, just running the same stuff. It's interesting how, you know, sometimes heroes get nerfed a lot and you're like, oh wow, this is gonna kill the hero or it's gonna fall off the face of the earth or whatever, but you always have to remember that in a patch like the one we just had, a lot of other heroes were also nerfed. So if you were nerfed in the A version, and then a lot of the popular carries get nerfed further in the B version, your hero might actually be kind of good again by comparison, right? I'm not going to say that I necessarily think this is just flat out a first pick Lifestealer patch. This could just be because Tundra are very, very comfortable with it and they have some nice strategies, but it is definitely not something I was expecting going into this
Wukong's with this double boundless strike. Planet trying to get to the other side. He does so successfully, nothing to say. We'll be able to walk away as well, but the rotation comes in from Y as well as Faith Beyond. But the lasso onto the Magnus.
RP!
He's gonna die first. BZM heals up nicely.
RP literal half a second cooldown when he died. That timing could not have been any better for Tundra.
That's unfortunate.
BZM still thinking about this here. Nothing to say with an Arcane Rune, though, is not an easy target. Back off, but everything very much going according to plan so far for Tundra. 4K lead, they've taken 3 towers. So all tier 1s down to 10 minutes is quite rare.
I mean, look at their lineup. It's not even one of those like obvious push lineups.
No, definitely not. It's the enemy team that has Death Prophet, but
exactly.
Yeah, just flat out just run the towers down here. You see Monkey King as well as Lifestealer doing over 1,000 tower damage each, and Team Tidebound combined having 255, all of it on Death Prophet. So yeah, that's not exactly a great look. They are going to try for something here. Only one Spirit Collector charge right now, and nothing to say though. It's not the strongest Exorcism.
Yeah, 33.
See if they can access this.
He's going to be a tough kill. Does not have any mana. He does now to activate Kraken Shell.
If you activate Kraken Shell and then Pixel, how fast are you?
That's a great question, Cinderin. Inkswell not going to hit. There's 33. There's the Spirit Siphon. That looks hilarious, actually, the pick pull. And he's eventually going to get cleaned up. It does take 4 members, though, of Team Tidebound.
And a big ult.
But then again, you can see Tundra, a lot of their members were making their way over, so they ended up wasting their time. But Doraccio is just free farming.
That Doraccio didn't make
issue. And we've been seeing a slight variation to builds overall on the Lifestealer in general. He's going for Orb of Corrosion. Sometimes we see Armlet afterwards if they're, depending on how fast they want to fight, but he's just free farming, so straight to Radiance he goes.
Yeah, I think that's the obvious choice here when your game is that good.
Boundless Strike. And Sox in the area, gets off the Wukong's command along with the lasso. That's 1 dead already, but BZM getting really low, but now he's trying to man fight. It gets nothing to say. He'll win the fight. Double kill for BZM. He even gets out with his life. Shiro couldn't even finish him off. So 2 for nothing. Tundra getting literally everything that they want.
And you gotta say right now when you're looking at this game state, what is the purpose of Grimstroke in this strategy? Like, we were looking at it quickly backstage in the green room and just didn't quite get it, like, necessarily. There's no, the way I see it, no obviously amazing synergy with the Soulbind. There's no great carrier for Inkswell. So I wonder what they were looking at with this pick, if it was just, all right, Phantom's Embrace is amazing against Tide and Tinker, like maybe that's where you're coming from, but I have to say this Grimstroke from Planet so far has not really impressed with what it's been able to offer in terms of utility in the fights.
Yeah.
Looking at the other side, both Tinker as well as Batrider doing tons of work. All right, well.
There's the Phantom's Embrace. They actually put the Tide on the cliff in 33. I mean, the question is, can they even kill him as the reinforcements are arriving from Tundra? Soulbind is there. Ravage is going to clip only 1 as 33. Eventually, he's going to die at some point, but no. Getting a defense matrix from the Tinker as Shiro coming into play as well, but Doraccio in the backline. He's going to get RP'd, looking for the skill route from Faith Beyond into the tower. Finally, they kill the Lifestealer. What is this fight? After all of it, 33 just casually TPs away. Looks like Planet will be the sole kill from Tundra this time, so it's a 1-for-1 definite favor this time for Tidebound. As 33 is like, that was fine, guys.
If Soxa manages to get this wisdom, I think they'll be quite happy with the trade overall, though, but that's not going to happen. Bach is covering it. Yes, yeah, you're right. If he doesn't get help, he will get help, though. Jakiro here in the neighborhood. Yeah. Gonna miss the ice. Oh, this is very awkward now. Soxa might win this.
Lasso kill onto Faith Beyond. Well, at least Faith Beyond gets the Shrine of Wisdom.
He got dragged through the Wisdom Shrine by Soxa, so he actually got it.
That's hilarious.
That's still a really, really nice kill for Soxa to pick up solo. Got a ton of experience out of that one. And yeah, it's a little bit of an awkward situation to be Jakiro in. That ice path is not easy to land. It's another very successful engagement here for Tundra. 14 minutes in, 7,000 net worth lead.
Yeah.
And yeah, 33. The previous fight, sure, he gets cliffed and dies, and
he didn't die. He didn't die.
Oh, sorry, he got cliffed, had to ravage basically nothing, and then ends up TPing out. In spite of all of that, he's got really good farm. He's getting his stuff. He has yet to get an assist, but you know the gold is there. He doesn't need to get kills as long as he's farming, and this is the bigger objective right now. If they can grab this Tormentor for free, which looks to be the case.
They're just hoping it doesn't go to Soxa. Wait, did they change that one actually?
I think it's still the same one.
Yeah, it is. That's all slightly different, I guess. They will go to Whitemon instead, though.
Much rather have that one. Warp Flare is actually quite interesting against a hero like Death Prophet. So having that guaranteed root as well as push can be quite nice. Death Prophet is the kind of hero that really needs to stick on top of heroes in the fight and not be controlled too much. Tinker has that extra utility, so now they have both Flame Break and Warp Flare as repositioning tools.
What do you think of Tinker? Do you like that it's a support?
I don't know.
The direction it's taken?
I think the hero is just kind of weird.
It is weird.
I know a lot of people were very frustrated with the old version of Tinker, the one with laser rockets. It's just, you know, you've been used to it for like 10 or 15 years, so it's such a major change up to rework him in the way that they did when they introduced Defense Matrix. I think it's difficult to... I guess what they have to some extent accomplished now is making him more of a flex, because you can play him both as a mid and as a support, where the older version of Tinker was more or less exclusively a core.
Right.
But I don't know if that was the intention, if that was the ultimate goal, was to make him more of an all-round hero, or just that Gabe Newell was tired of getting hit by heat-seeking missiles when he was playing...
100%.
He was playing Sand King, and he was like, it's unfair that this guy can hit me from outside of my screen.
As annoying as Tinker was, I feel like Defense Matrix is the most annoying.
It's very annoying, too. Oh, nice find on Duracho.
Macro Pyre, do they have the damage? Oh, he pops Rage. He's actually going to be able to get away. No. The last right click from Shiro is enough. That was really close, though.
It was. He got a couple of lucky Radiance evasions there against the Morph, but the final hit does connect. If that last attack would have missed, I think he actually...
Tundra still wants to fight, apparently. They're going to get the lasso, but you can see Morphling already got the attribute shift off. Still in the midst of things in this Wukong's command, getting his mana drained thanks to that diffusal, and he will tumble in the end. As why...
DZM's not going to let down.
Although 33 and Soxa will team up to make sure that at least the Bat Rider dies as well. So reinforcements eventually arrive for Tundra.
That was Jakiro. You can confuse them, they're both flying.
True.
And they are fire themed, so it's an understandable.
Now BZM on the tree line. And jump down the Boundless into a single right click is enough to take out Planet.
Uh-oh.
And Faith Beyond surrounded. See the Warp Flare applied. And he doesn't have Skewer for another 6 seconds. It's going to be an easy kill again for Tundra. Feels like I don't know what it is about Duracho. When he dies, things go well for his team, historically, right?
Yep.
As the carry, which is really weird.
That is such an amazing ability to have.
It really is. What is this animation? Why are he's got like the T-Rex arms all of a sudden? Is that always how he was?
I think so.
Yeah.
The Kobold really looks like it's out to like steal something.
It's got some problems.
Bottom tower is under attack.
All right, well,
I guess you gotta try. You gotta dress for the job you want. You know.
Yeah.
He's trying to be scary.
Being a creeper.
Why being AFK in front of the tower?
Yeah, that
almost worked as a bait.
It kind of did. Duracho was at half health after all. Now, I have a question for you in terms of Lifestealer. Do you see Aghanim's Scepter being prioritized anymore without the disarm? So they nerfed it in that, which is a huge nerf. But they did buff it in the fact that I think you get an extra attack now during the infest on an enemy hero.
I think it's gone down in priority a little bit, but it's still, I would say a lot of the situations where it was good before, it's still good now. It's just,
I mean, the cooldown reduction and the cast range are pretty quality.
First of all, that's great, but it's also a lot of the times when Lifestealer would buy Ags in the past was because he needed to bridge the gap between rages, right? And it still performs that function because it has the same duration. So you rage, you fight someone, you infest, and then when you come out, you almost have rage again.
Yeah.
And sure, you might not disarm the target that you're going to attack, so they can still hit your team, but they still can't hit you. So yeah, I still think it's good in mostly the same cases, but...
Roche attempt for Tundra.
I mean, this has to work for Tidebound. They're losing way too
Absolutely.
hard.
RP at its ready. Faith Beyond. The Shockwaves first. There's the RP onto 2, but the Ravage goes off thanks to the Kraken Shell eventually activating. Infest into the Tidehunter. He's going to be fine. Whitemon not so much. Big Wukong's command as the lasso connects on the Death Prophet. Nothing to say is already dead as Plan is going to be cleaned up very shortly, although the Ice Path is going to delay things as Roshan making his way to the other side. BZM being pursued by Shiro. Turned into the Lifestealer, so he gets that rage. Can't catch up to BZM though. And now he's completely surrounded. One Shockwave from afar from Faith Beyond. Ice Path, not going to do too much here, as everyone's trying to reset a bit as Faith Beyond. Gonna get the Open Woods activated on him. And they're actually going to get a beautiful Inkswell onto 2 into the Ice Path as well. 33 finally dies as Dyrachyo, all he can do is try to rage and run away. No infest for quite a while. And Team Tidebound, can they get any more out of this? Not going to connect on the nuke there as BZM still on the tree line.
This is a little bit awkward.
Really low, but he's down the south. As the Boundless Strike deletes Planet.
Bonk.
There's actually a shield rune down there as well, so...
This is a big one for NTS if this does break out into a fight, but I don't know if Tidebound can go for this.
Yeah, they have a...
They're going to try.
He is quite low, though.
Yeah. Bat in the neighborhood.
Soxa and BZM on their way over with the Infest target as well. The Boundless Strike, Dyrachyo kills Unlock, takes the Aegis, takes Roach as well. Why not? Shiro drops to BZM's right click. That is a disaster for Team Tidebound. Nothing to say, trying to run away. He's going to get blocked and will be destroyed as well. Very pathetically, I might add. Dyrachyo level 14 now with the Aegis. That was the time for Team Tidebound to come back in this game, Synderen, and now this feels like it's almost cemented things for Tundra.
I mean, that was such a cool setup with the Monkey King Shard, right? Just jumping into the pit and then Dyrachyo getting the job done, getting the Aegis immediately. You saw on the chase out there multiple rearm warp flares as well, just keeping them in place so they can't escape at all. They're making it look easy, Tundra. They really are. And it's interesting because you can't really say Tidebound spellcasting in these fights is bad either. Like, they're landing some pretty good ice paths. They had a nice Ravage. The Morphling was doing a lot of damage to the Monkey King, but they're just lacking that little bit of net worth that you're imagining these fights without them having a terrible early mid stage, and then they get to fight this on even footing. It would be really exciting, but yeah, it's kind of funny that we talked about that being the Achilles heel for the Chinese teams a lot in the previous years, and then I said they've improved at it, but in this game, they're just getting bodied in the first 15 minutes. So once again, your spellcasting can be incredible and immaculate. There's only so much you can do when you're down almost 1,000 net worth a minute. So Tundra just really... BZM is 14-0.
Oh my god, I didn't even realize.
Yeah, he is. It was a last pick Monkey King for his team, not last pick in the draft. They did choose DP into it, and well, now he's 15-0.
All right.
Begs the question, was Death Prophet the correct answer?
Yeah.
If you have overall last pick in the draft and you see Monkey King, you generally want to try to exploit the fact that he's guaranteed mid by counterpicking him with a lane matchup. The panel was talking about something like a Phoenix could have been a choice, but I have to say, I kind of like the Death Prophet angle. It just hasn't really worked the way they were hoping for.
Oh no. The neutral's not really helping out Faith Beyond in this instance.
Well, it did make Soxa lasso the creep.
I mean, he's just, that's a taunt. I
think he was...
Knowing Soxa, you know, We don't even need this spell.
I think he got baited by the warp flare. He was clicking on him as he got pushed away by.
I mean, it is a
Whitemon.
funky spell. It is a really weird one. Dyrachyo did end up going for the armlet, by the way.
Oh, see you later, planet.
And that is sad death for a support.
Yep.
No escape mechanism as BZM will show himself to nothing to say. Has the Boundless Strike. Has the Manta even just to take off the silence. And his scoreline continuing to increase. 17-0-4. I mean, okay. I wanted to believe in the Death Prophet Cinder. I genuinely can't remember the last time this hero was even successful in general. You know what I mean? It always feels like it's underwhelming, at best even.
It's just such a...
It had its time in the sun like 8 years ago, it feels like.
It's just really volatile. And it means if you are picking this hero and you lose the early mid game, honestly, it's just not the hero that's going to bring you back.
Yeah. As Dyrachyo wants to take out Planet again. Well, he gets,
How far can you go? Well, if Dyrachyo dies, it's good, right? That's usually how it works.
Yules to cancel the combo. They're going to even use Ravish for Faith Beyond. He gets the RP onto 2. Nice silence to follow, actually. That's a lot of damage. That's the Aegis down, and 33 is going to get cleaned up in addition. Do they have the tools to take out Dyrachyo a second time? Lasso on a nothing to say instead, as Dyrachyo attempting to right-click. He's going to be able to get out, though. They infest onto Soxa as they try to retreat, but the Boundless Strike into Whitemon apparently getting the kill with a laser, I believe.
I think he died to getting stunned in the middle of the march. That was very, very close, but... Yeah.
Well, Bach trying to make something happen here with the skewers, but they are just so far behind. 24K net worth deficit at this stage. Dyrachyo does have to be a bit careful, though. He does not have Aegis any longer. And BZM, he's going to use the Wukong's command just for Shiro. And he's got that mana burn at his disposal, and that is going to be enough for his 18th kill of the game. But he gets skewered into the fountain. This is going to be worth a lot of gold, but of course Tinker is there. Tinker Stinker at the rescue. And it looks like this will be a lane of racks at the very least.
Yeah, Tundra heard we were a little bit behind schedule today.
Yeah.
So they decided, all right, well, if today's average game time is like an hour, how about we do it in 25?
Dyrachyo. He's going to get off the open wounds, and Bach will fall. And the rest of Team Tidebound will likely follow suit. The Macropire place, nothing to say, drops to the deck. And expecting the GG's out very shortly.
It's over.
BZM into the fountain again.
This time he's far enough.
Sure, he buys a Ghost Scepter to stay alive.
No.
Oh my god, he is just styling on them. Shiro's TPing. He wants this kill desperately, but it is not to be, apparently.
Oh my god. When's the last time you've seen someone get skewered into fountain twice back-to-back and not die?
Yeah.
It's tough out there.
That's one way to put it. This 33 gets the shard placement onto the hero. You're not going anywhere. Wukong's command to follow. There's the RP onto 2. They're able to take out Soxa pretty swiftly, but is that all they can get? BZM is infested. He is basically invulnerable, and his damage is just out of this world. He's going to be fountain farming at this point as GG's come out. And I don't believe he's going to die here, Cinder, because the Ghost Scepter activated again. 23-0.
He almost had a kill per minute.
Jesus.
23-0 in 27 minutes. I mean,
the last time that we cast Dyrachyo months ago on Gaimin. Or not Dyrachyo, sorry.
BZM.
Yeah, BZM on OG. Did not look good at all. He just needed a little break, Cinder, in a new team environment.
Yeah.
That is an insane game from him.
I don't know, man. They're back to the drawing board for Tidebound. It's one thing to lose, but they got absolutely crushed. Yeah. That was not even remotely close. What a great game from Tundra, though. Everything just came together beautifully. Yeah, what marks their dad?
That's right. Shiver, how tall is Soxa?
Soxa is probably 6'9".
Nice.
He's 1.7 meters.
What?
He's 1.7 meters. So if I stack myself on myself, I'm still probably, yeah.
I'm sure we can Google this. I'm sure it's somewhere it's listed, but my guess would be 6'9". Either way, he crushed it. Tundra crushed it. Tidebound did not crush it. This was a bit of a sad game almost, Jenkins.
Yeah, I think when you skewer a guy into Fountain and you still can't kill him, that's when the total devastation occurs.
Or go to a cheeky little Roshan thinking, guys, we're already under immense pressure. Let's go to a Roshan, try and take away an Aegis, give them time to breathe, to think, and they even get that too. Yeah, this game from Tundra was everything you want to do to deal with the pressure. Of course, in draft, they had the first bit lifestealer. It wasn't punished in laning phase. Then they pick a Monkey King, which makes Tide think, okay, Tidebound go, maybe the Mag needs to go to offlane. Let's find a new mid to be able to play out the mid matchup. So now this Magnus has low value. The DP didn't have much value. And Tundra, they have just staples across the board. And yeah, scary stuff.
6'8", 2 meters.
8. Wow.
Yeah.
Very tall.
2 meters and 0.3 centimeters.
You know, I asked him in an interview, do you like being called the tall guy?
Okay.
And he thought I was talking about Fly. And I did.
What?
Because he's called tall.
Oh.
and I just let it trail off. I didn't correct myself.
Just walked away.
Sox is a really nice guy. He's tall and really nice.
He's really friendly. He was not friendly to Tidebound this game. And this game as a whole was a little bit of a brutal one, a little bit of an awakening. Having to deal with
23 and 0
yes.
That's not okay.
In 27 minutes, and reminding you that Monkey King was not overall last pick. Tidebound thought, you know what? You got a Monkey King that is 90% going mid.
Yeah.
We're gonna counter you with a Death Prophet, and we heard Synderen say that he liked the idea of it, but did not work.
I mean, in principle, it did the Death Prophet did her role, right? Like she forced Monkey King to drag waves, like to move it away. But I feel like when you have bad matchups, especially with like how Malrine showcased this against Halfguard matchups, like if you just drag the wave and you do the small little things, you'll get the XP. You might not always get the perfect CS, but there's ways to play difficult matchups. And then Monkey King, if you make good map move, you're quicker than Death Prophet. So you can gank top, portal or twin gate to bottom, kill there, and Death Prophet, she makes one move, and that's it.
Yeah, I definitely think that the wave manipulation in the side lanes as well as the mid lane has gotten a lot easier with the water. You're just less punished for like going behind the tower. You can just easily get to, you know, another wave or like a side lane. And then also, there's not that many high grounds. There's not that many high ground wards. There's all these like tree paths you can go through now.
But there's one high ground that did get a lot of limelight for this one.
Yeah, there is a computer. Can we roll clip 69 here, please? 69 PNG.
I don't know if it's this one.
Well, feels like we've jumped the gun there a little bit, Shiva.
I'm so sorry.
Well, this is a high ground that they were fighting around.
Yes,
one of them in the game.
That's exactly what I meant.
And this is just devastating with the rotation coming in here from BZM. I mean, this is what Tundra has always been really good at, is bringing in the numbers. And I think for the Wisdom Shrine fights, you kind of just have to have the numbers advantage.
Yeah. But also it's the fact that on one side you had 4 heroes bringing in, but you didn't bring the Jakiro, so it was like a 4v3 Tundra.
Yeah.
They respect the value of the early resource, and this was the issue with the Death Prophet is once you break from laning phase, if your moves on the map are in your own jungle, like this, prior to this clip, by the way, it was Death Prophet killing the Tide top. Then she takes a fight in her jungle and she dies. And she isn't really able to turn that into anything else. And the key stat here is look at the building damage from a Death Prophet, 255. Oof. That was the total building damage of the entire team, by the way. On a Death Prophet, yes.
That's very sad. I shouldn't be laughing.
It's very sad. But that's the thing. When you pick Death Prophet into a Monkey King, the whole point of the hero is to bully the Monkey King to think about rotations, to take his mid tower, and then to create opportunities. Every exorcism is an objective. But the way that he was playing it was under the pressure of 4 5-man wisdom fight, 3 4-man in your jungle. It was a lot of like Tundra baiting Death Prophet into thinking the fight was good, but you're actually just preventing her gameplay.
Yeah, you want to be the one that's using the DP ulti like aggressively rather than like, oh shit, there's a fight happening. I need to use it, and then somebody just TPs out. That feels really bad.
And then here we have the high ground.
Oh yeah, this was good. I just love when this happens.
Do you think RTD's jealous? Like in all the years he's played, he's never been able to create this level of high ground ability.
Yeah, I think this is like his thing, you know. But Whitemon, by the way, he was always coming in with clutch saves on his teammates that were getting themselves like ridiculously out of position.
To be honest, the Righteous still does die here, so Tidebound is not left completely empty-handed.
Yeah, there's only so much Whitemon could do. But I think like when you are literally cliffing the second net worth hero, the Tidehunter that completely free farmed, and the fight still isn't going in your favor
Yeah.
significantly, like this is when you have some major problems happening.
But the major problem is the fact that we also haven't really spoke about Tinker, right? Like we've seen how Spirit have utilized it, Liquid utilize it, Tundra, of course, utilize it. He did 21,000 healing in a 27-minute game.
Yeah, that's pretty intense.
Yeah.
Then the 23-0 is obviously impressive, but then we know why the 0 is there.
Yeah, no, I feel like if anything, Tinker, we're seeing it multiple times now. If you aren't able to take early towers, again, there's a death profit, maybe you can. If you aren't able to break down the map and he just farms, a Locket, a Greaves, a Flens, whatever, like, he will take over the game.
And the map kind of feels so huge right now. Having a hero that can just show up and heal bot is really important. But also, if you're not fighting, he can stack for you. So it just kind of feels like a hero that does everything as long as you have somebody who can play it on your team, and then you have heroes that are farming stacks.
Yeah, I think Tide Hunter and Lifesteal are the best cause for this. Tide is independent, Lifesteal is independent, so you don't have this need to gank or help a side lane because they're just gonna, if they get ganked, they press one button and then you can buy time to help them out.
Yeah, this was a little bit of a tough game. Maybe a rude awakening is exactly what Tidebound needed in this series. We'll see where they go with this for game number 2. That's coming your way after a short break.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
There's good news for Tidebound. It's going to be difficult to do worse than game number 1.
Come on. We've heard that one before. We've heard that one before.
Used it for OG yesterday. That was the exact same segue.
No, it wasn't.
They got
It was Cinder.
destroyed.
Was it Cinder? I remember Cinder.
I don't think I said
How are you
that.
mixing up Cinder and Shiva?
They're both quite tall.
They are very tall. That's a good point. Yeah, our short king.
No, okay.
Don't jinx. We don't jinx here.
We don't jinx.
They were They were outpaced, outskilled, outclassed, potentially also outdrafted. But there is signs of life.
There's hope.
Wait, I have it.
Okay.
Go.
Governor. This is Wings Gaming we're talking.
Oh, God.
What do you mean, oh, God?
It's just like...
This is Wings Gaming.
But saying Wings
This
Gaming...
is China's last hope.
The past Wings was known for playing relatively fast, no?
Yes.
At TS6.
So I was very emotional about, about Wings. When you bring it up, I get, you know.
I know. I'm just worried to use this line because people also get upset when, you know...
Who cares?
Talent go... Wings Gaming for a Chinese team, even though these players obviously there's
there's
three.
They're
literally.
Yeah, I know.
There's literally 3 of them.
I know, but someone out there's gonna be like, you know. But either way, I do think that it is like any team that goes against Tundra, you're naturally gonna have to factor in. This is a top 2, top 1 team in the world right now. So any performance that is a loss will probably be well, you know, whatever, it's Tundra. The issue is the way that they lost was fighting out of wisdom, but not bringing numbers. That, I think, is a rookie mistake where bringing 3, you have to bring 4, especially against a team like Tundra.
And you do expect Tundra to fight at any objective.
Exactly. And so I feel, and same thing with like when you have nothing to say on like a Death Prophet, you hear that he has played before a lot. I'm expecting him to control the game. Like when you're forced a Monkey King to make a move, I want to see him like bring the team to him. Go, guys, let's take this fight. It just felt like they were following the Tundra lead.
Yeah, they were like 1 step behind.
Exactly. They see a Tide skipping a wave, and rather than going, all right, 33 skipping waves, let's go break the map, it's let's go chase 33. It's like, it feels like they just want playing into their opponent.
I completely agree. To be honest, this is like a Death Prophet classic mistake. When you see the hero do terribly in a game, it's always that. It's always responding defensively to things when you want to be the one. Like, you'd honestly rather let 33 just keep cutting. It's like, let him do his thing. And then you go take their safe lane tower, and guess what? That gives you access to the Tormentor. Yeah. So this is important. Like, you'd rather take the trades and play around your own ult, because then you don't risk having the situation where you ult and somebody TP's out, and then you're like, okay, see you guys in 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's also the philosophy that Spirit used to beat Tundra in a grand finals not too long ago, right? Because they let Tundra have the 15-minute Tormentor while they were taking control of the rest of the maps. They didn't try to match their timings. They just tried to play for theirs.
You apply pressure to relieve pressure.
Yes.
But that's why then the Death Prophet is a cool pick in this draft, but then it's a bad pick because you also have a Morphling and a Magnus in your side lanes. Like if you had a Beastmaster or a somewhat active offlaner or a carry that can join fights,
you can actually go
exactly.
Yeah,
then there's like a 2 cores together plus 2 supports. You go break the game. The fact that you have Death Prophet kind of by herself, like Mag doesn't really want to come and help you out.
No.
Like you get a blink, but sure, that's control. Your Morphling still needs to farm Vlads and a Manta. So it's like the Death Prophet pick is good for lane, but for the game, it's the wrong pick because your side lane cores do nothing to enable your best timings. And when Death Prophet has a kind of start scaling off, that's when the rest of her teams comes online. So it was, in hindsight, disjointed, but I like the fact that they think about Death Prophet. Just in this game, it wasn't the correct, puzzle piece.
Yeah, but you're happy to see them just having it on their radar just in case.
Yeah, 100%. The heroes should be on people's radars, but you need to, like, the perfect, like, Death Prophet draft is when you have, like, Tusk and, Crystal Maidens and, like, cheap supports with damage, and then you have offlaners that, like, maybe not Mars because of high cooldown, but like a Centaur, right? Then you have Stampede, you have Blink Stomp. It's ways to just amplify that early fight.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a change-up, by the way. We got Tidebound, of course, on the Radiant side and Tundra Dire this time around. But we also have Tidebound respecting that first pick Lifestealer. And Tundra also wanted to make sure that Tidebound doesn't go for their first pick Dazzle in this game. They now first phase ban it rather than waiting for that second phase. It does mean, they even banned the Magnus as well. It does mean that we got Abaddon, Beastmaster, Invoker still in the pool, together with the Enigma as well that we saw banned out in the previous game. Tidebound still have 1 ban. They could opt to go for the Invoker still if they wanted to.
Yeah, I think the reason you would ban the Invoker here is not necessarily because you think Tundra is going to first pick it, but it's more so...
You want just 2 bans later
You
on.
want the 2 bans later. Yeah, exactly. So I could still see it. I think...
They ban out Enchantress. Okay.
So... let's talk about some responses to Nature's Prophet. I think Primal Beast is one of the better ones, but I don't necessarily see Tundra as the type of team that's gonna like early pick that. Maybe they just go Jakiro, like just take your support and then counter the Natures later when you're like more confident. Maybe it's gonna be in a core position, something like that.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with a Jakiro. You can also not go wrong with the 33 Beastmaster.
Yeah, so I think we saw at least with the Falcon series when they picked Nature's Prophet earlier that if you can't TP in to take early fights, you are somewhat playing for 25 to then get the Treant and kind of continue ratting. And I like when you go into Nature's Prophet, have just the unkillable heroes. Like a Prophet TPing into a Beastmaster when he has Ags, a Shivas, BKB, you're not really going to kill him off. He's always going to be able to roar you, just punish you. And it's a classic. And that is going to be the kind of continuation for, I think, for the Tundra heroes, where this Prophet should not be allowed to feel like a lane is easily gankable. It's also why we don't really see Nature's Prophet, instantly picked up. I think the better Nature's Prophet games are later down the draft when you see some like exploitable lane, a mid lane that, a Sprout can punish and truly break it. But yeah, Tidebound, very confident, of course. Very flexible for them, of course.
Yeah, to me, it just means that they're willing to flex it pretty much.
But they need to make sure they continue the pacing. Like, if you have a Prophet and you want it to be aggressive, then I want to see the Tusk. I want to see
Ench Tusk, something. I mean, Ench is banned, but it's the same concept. Like, heroes that are going to group up, take towers, dive towers, go for ganks.
So, previous game, we did see Whitemon have a fantastic game on the Tinker, and we highlighted how much healing he's done. What makes a good Tinker game? Why wouldn't you just pick it up as Tundra again? Like, what's stopping you to do so?
I think you're entirely correct.
It can just be picked, yeah.
I think they can just pick it up. I mean, it's currently, like in my opinion, it's a good answer to Nature's Prophet. You can blind him, you can TP anywhere that he TPs, you heal your team. You can still stack for, you can stack for the Beastmaster. He loves that.
You can TP onto, the Beastmaster balls and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like lower level, but better TP. Yeah.
Right. You don't have to wait for the later level where you're whatever the hell it's called, Keen Convenience.
Again, you need to be able to shut down the map against a Tinker. But the concern is, like a Beast plus Tinker. Let's go for Beast PA. Oh, it's like some 7.37 drafting, actually.
Yeah, I mean...
PA has been so successful today, though.
PA has looked good. I mean, it still looks like the best late game carry. It just out-carries everything with the methodical facet. And, I mean, it also feels really good in the early game still because Dagger is a very low cooldown. She can jump in and out of fights.
I mean, it's just setting up for the Warlock as well for Tundra. Now you're going to have like Warlock PA as one lane. You're going to have Beastmaster plus whatever Saxo wants to play. He could even go for like the support Ricky or whatever if he really wanted to, because then you have Smokescreen against Tide. You have the global setup to find the Prophet. And we already mentioned, like, Nature's Prophet, if you don't feel like you want to gank a lane, your game is very difficult. You can't really gank PA. Ganking Beastmaster can be difficult.
Definitely a solid Jakiro pick here. I mean, it's good against all the Beastmaster summons. AoE magic damage. Breathe Fire really devastates this hero early on in the game. Also good against PA. She doesn't really like dealing with the...
Doesn't Beast just skip waves, though?
Yeah, I mean,
just runs around, drags the wave.
Sure, I think Beast is going to do that regardless. Though. I mean, that innate is insane. The fact that you have 100% block on creeps.
Do you think they will ever remove the ability to skip the wave?
It's hard to. That's hard to do.
Obviously, I don't want it to be unskippable, but I mean, like right now it's like behind the tier 1 tower. Do you think they'll ever push it to being like under the tower instead? So like if you want to skip the wave, you're gonna have
maybe a couple of windows, because I do feel like those rivers and the way the jungle is set up, it has made wave skipping so much better. Like I think we're gonna see a lot of Primal in the mid lane doing this. I think we're gonna see a lot of offlaners doing this. I mean, if Tundra is doing it, if 33 is doing it, it means it's good. Like this guy's always at the forefront when it comes to tech.
But it's always been a thing though. Like the last couple of years has always been.
Oh, but it's better. It's better now.
Sure, it's better. But like, at what point do you think wave skipping is too good that it needs to be nerfed? Because we don't really see any nerfs to wave skipping. If anything, there's like hidden buffs.
We'll give it a couple months. We'll give
it a couple more months. Okay.
Yeah, just have a good time with it. See when the other teams pick it up.
Yeah, Tundra. There you go for the Earthshaker. Of course, flex between the 4 and the mid lane. So quite a nice pick, especially because teams. I like the fact that Shaker has returned to the 4 position. We're talking about wave skipping. Shaker is one of the best supports at ensuring the lane's in a good spot.
Yeah.
You fissure block the enemy wave. Your wave goes under the tower. You block the small camp. Now your offlaner has complete free farm right in front of his tower, protected and happy. And Tidebound, just trying to create a lot of ganking opportunities. Right, Tiny plus Prophet, that's a kill on the map. Jakiro plus Tiny, that's a kill on the map. There's a lot of layering of pickoff, but
what kind of roles would you like to see? Because both Tiny and Nature's Prophet seem to be incredibly flexed.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, could even be a Tide carry against a Beastmaster.
Sure.
It's possible. Tiny 4, Nature's Prophet, mid. Like there's a lot of
for
flex here.
pacing. I think pacing wise, Tiny mid, Tide off lane, Jakiro 5, and then maybe the Prophet flexing between carry and 4.
Yeah, I like that.
Could be the nice option. Because I think if you put a slower mid hero, Beast PA, they're gonna get their farm. Like Warlock PA,
yeah.
Battle Fury is always online at 13 minutes for PA, if not quicker.
Yeah, you probably want to play the Nature's, like whoever's playing with the Tide, you probably want to play them away from the Tide anyway, because against Warlock PA, you're just gonna creep skip, right?
Yep.
So Nature's Prophet as a 4 works because you can then TP.
I hate
to
Nature's
mid.
Prophet 4, just to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
But for drafting integrity, I think they might be forced to do it.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I don't like it is just it puts yourself on a timer. If you don't take early towers, like the Death Prophet scenario in the previous game, you can just kind of become redundant, right? You're under-leveled, you never really get to the 25 like we see from Core. You don't do damage when you TP in. You're buying like Vessel, Ags, you have a Shard. Like the hero on 4 in a losing game is a lost hero.
It definitely looks way better as a support right now. As a core.
Yeah.
Like I think just the fact that he's a universal hero, the benefit of this is that items are now, the items he already was building are better on him. And who gets items? It's cores.
They ban out the Phoenix and a Tinker on the side of Tundra. And so far we got the Pango removed on the side of Tidebound. And it will be Tundra that has overall last pick, so Tidebound will have to decide where their heroes are going to go. Unless they want to keep it full flex until they see what Tundra gets. But I feel like that could be shooting yourself in the foot a little bit.
I mean, one option, which is, maybe it's too spicy, is like you put Tiny to carry, and then you get like a Silencer support for Tidebound just to combo break the Warlock and the Earthshaker. Right? If you see a hero, then it's like you use the global to cover you, but no, I think it still pushes your heroes into really like difficult spots. Like Nature's Prophet versus PA is just a timing-based matchup where you eventually lose. We'll just see. Depends on what how they read this game.
Yeah. Well, they'll go for a puck.
Sure.
Okay, so puck answers mid. DK's banned.
So is it Tiny carry?
They have Tiny already picked.
I guess Tiny and Nature's Prophet are both 4 or carry, depending on what they want to see. But
How good is Invoker against the Puck? I just really want to see BZ
Puck is the best hero against Invoker.
But BZ could do it.
Sure, if there is an Invoker player to do it, then yeah. But it does require like Orchid and some like slightly off. Because Puck will get complete free farm in that matchup.
Wait, why don't you just Earthshaker mid? Doesn't this devastate Puck?
It does.
You definitely go 4 position. You pick the 4 position here with Beast.
Is Ricky support still a thing, or am I just...
I would love a Ricky support.
I like the Ricky support.
I think this is a sick Ricky game.
Yeah, but did anything get changed to it to make it not a support anymore?
We've seen it very rarely as support nowadays. We see Bounty Hunter more often than Ricky as.
I've seen a lot of carry Bounty. A lot of carry Ricky in like high level pubs, but
I'm scanning the patch notes.
Keep scanning, boss.
Yeah, they got a long time to think about this.
They did not change Ricky. He is the same hero.
I mean, you can still go for like the Void 4 as well if you want. We spoke about that in the pre-show, but basically any hero that enables Saxa to be that thorn in the side of Tidebound, to enable that perfect golem, the perfect slam, the correct roar, the PA jump. That's what I want to see from the 4 position.
I mean, it's a really good time dilation game. All of these heroes have low cooldowns.
Yeah, I think the spice is the Void or the Ricky for the 4 position. But there's also a world where they still put Shaker to 4, and now BZM's like, give me this hero, I want to play this hero.
He doesn't seem like he's making any calls.
Let him just play the Shaker.
His hero's locked in.
Let's see if the cameraman will move to Saxa.
We're gonna
Shadow
get
Shaman. Okay, so they go for a hero that has a built-in Hex, disable for the Puck. But then also this turns into a break late game with the level 15 talent for the Tidehunter. So this is actually. It used to work the other way around, where like Tide would counter Shaman because you couldn't chain stun him, but now it's the opposite because he has a break at level 15.
What are we thinking about the Nature's Prophet as a 4?
I think the point I made earlier is still kind of holds true with the drafts they have. It's if you lose momentum and control of the game, you just become a wave skipping hero. waiting for items, and it can get very difficult.
So it's just a hero to help you delay the game, kind of, in that sense.
Yes. Well, so in early game, you try to take every tier 1 tower for free after a good fight around a coil or a ravage. But if the game gets difficult, then you're TPing in, getting vision, skipping waves, and just trying to play that. But Tundra's lineup is disgustingly strong. They have Shaker vs Puck, very good matchup. They have Shaman vs Puck. They have global quick map play and crazy scaling of Beast PA Warlock. Probably some of the best 3 heroes from 7.37, and they're still some of the best heroes in 7.38.
You think this is an outdraft?
Yeah, I do.
I'm definitely leaning towards Tundra as well. I feel like their heroes are just like much easier to execute, but I will say Team Tidebound, if they can get like their Puck out of lane or their Jakiro out of lane to get some levels, they do have a lot of damage and stun with their like Ravage and their Coil, so I do think that they could do it, but I feel like their lanes one of their lanes needs to go well, like very well.
Which lane? Because I've already heard Shaker...
Mid or safe lane, because I think...
Shaker, you said, is already going to demolish the Puck.
But the Prophet has to TP in to offset that matchup. Okay. In a 1v1, Shaker wins, but if Planet can find some good TPs, some overextensions from BZM, that could be the chance.
One lane. Tidebound just needs to win one lane. You heard it here. Let's see if they can do that, or if Tundra will take this series 2. And we're heading over to Sunsfan and Sinrin.
Thank you, Shiver. Yes, game 2 is upon us as Tundra will take on Team Tidebound again. Game 1 was not really a game. Sindarin?
Well, it was a game. It was just a very quick one.
Yeah, it was.
Let's see if Tundra can beat their record from previous game of 27 minutes. I would not anticipate that with this draft, but you never know. Things can get out of control very quickly.
They do have push, Sindarin.
They have the Shadow Shaman wards, they do have Beastmaster Aura, and they have the Golem. So yes, they have ways of taking towers, but Tidebound also have pretty tanky and elusive cores to kill. The Tide, the Puck, the Tiny. It's not necessarily easy for Tundra to just grab kills whenever they want and snowball the game. And in comparison to last game, I just don't think Shaker is going to be capable of doing what Monkey did last game. Like, the hero doesn't work that way. It's still, don't get me wrong, a very strong mid, and the matchup against Puck is good, but you're not going to have 20 kills on your Shaker. You know, it just doesn't go that way.
Yep, I will make that bet as well, that he will not have 20 kills this game, Sindarin. That was quite the showing.
I would be happy to be wrong about that.
Shiro, he's going to get slowed up and blocked now by 33.
Ooh, nice body blocks.
Yep, this is looking like first blood. The question is, who takes it? They're going to try to give it to Doraccio, I'd assume, or even 33, but it goes to Whitemon instead.
Yep. Well, Whitemon's just happy to be there for a charge on the Grimoire, but
yeah, true.
He'll take some little bonus there as well.
So already Tundra off to a good start as a result of that first blood. We're going to see some support action here. I want to talk about Soxa and his Shadow Shaman facet, because when I first read this, Sindarin, my first reaction was this is a crazy overpowered facet. He hasn't been picked that much.
Is that because you like chicken fingers?
I was really hungry at the time, but it just feels like in the laning stage, it is absurdly good.
It is definitely a very good facet.
But maybe I was overstating things, Cinder.
I don't know if I would say it's one of the absolute best in the game, but it's solid. And if you play around it well and you're clever, you can like interrupt people getting CS in lane to be a little bit of an extra thorn in their side. When it comes to any skirmish, you have this extra second, essentially, of lockdown. So it very much is. I think it's very good, absolutely. But I don't think it's broken.
Okay. Oh. All right. We'll see.
It's a 15-second cooldown, I believe, right? I think it's 15. Yeah, 15-second cooldown. So.
Now Doraccio getting complete free from already.
And as is being pointed out, BZM is schooling nothing to say right now on the Shaker versus Puck. In fairness, he does have a couple of creeps going his way soon on the Puck, but we'll see how many BZM can get rid of on the way. That orb might actually very much work against NTS. I think he just lost 2 CS from orbing there.
Soxa was getting gone on. All he can do is shackle now. There's the chicken fingers, but he will eventually fall. As top lane was the Fatal Bonds activated there as, yeah, it looks like Bach will be taking a tumble. Although he has the Fairy Fire to stay alive, but they have the vision and they have the control. Doraccio will take out Faith Beyond.
PA Warlock is such a strong lane, in my opinion. It's just, it really covers the bases nicely for PA. Warlock can push the wave with Fatal Bonds and keep constant pressure on both the enemy heroes. And if PA gets gone on, you have the heal to sustain. And you're also, Warlock really loves playing with a carry that can do something in the lane to take advantage of what you're doing. If you're playing Warlock with a very defensive carry, the lane can oftentimes just become a little bit of a farm fest, which isn't necessarily a problem. But Warlock loves to get assists. It's so nice to get the pages in the Grimoire. And so far, he's up to a whopping 3-page book.
Wow.
So already...
That's more than I've read in years.
Yep, same. It's already starting to seem a little bit daunting for me.
Soxa still only level 1, by the way. As 33 was given a lot of solo XP. He is level 3, now chasing down this poor Jakiro. Mr. Y gonna try to delay as long as he can. But yeah, we got the
nice
Hawk coming
contribution
in.
from Soxa.
Yeah, of course. You gotta get that level 2.
Yep, gets the hit in, gets the kill. Back to lane we go. So far, a very hot start here for the side of Tundra, and once again, the mid lane very one-sided, as expected. Nothing to say has caught up a little bit now. He's 12-2 against 21-8. But if the side lanes also are Tundra wins, we are looking at a clean sweep in the laning stage. And I will say so far, it feels like they've won all 3 lanes.
Yeah, I mean, Shiro is farming pretty well on the time.
You know what? I take it back. Bottom is a draw, I think, right now. Which is, you know, I think that's kind of the expected outcome. I don't think Tiny Jakiro necessarily will crush this lane just because of how good the Hawk is in this lane.
Well, how good is Tiny position 1 right now? Because he was just nerfed in the last patch, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he lost armor.
Duraccio. He's actually going to get aggressive here. Blood Grenade onto 2 from Whitemon. The Sprout instantly dealt with by Duraccio. He's going to get off the Stifling Dagger. Plan it. Another right click from Whitemon. He's going to pop the Fairy Fight to survive. Duraccio blinks to the other side, but a Gush takes him out. Faith Beyond finally getting some revenge.
Yeah, whenever you guys laugh at heroes getting +1 strength or whatever, that was a very, very close fight for both sides. Won by a slight margin. On the side of Tidebound there. Fairy Fire usage, clutch, stick usage, clutch. And they will manage to get the kill on the PA. Very good news for them. They got to get something started, but immediately Duraccio's back and terrorizing this Tide. Pop the Kraken Shell to effectively take more or less no damage. But they don't have many resources. So sure, you've got this double bracer Tide, but this is what's going to happen to him.
Yeah, he gets the anchor smash off, but is it going to be enough? The Sprout to delay things again. Duraccio has to actually be careful.
Really tanking the tower.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Going to stay alive just barely.
Whitemon's
Whitemon, he wants to finish everything off here.
What is it about this top lane and heroes having 0 health?
He's under the tower. He's going to get 1 kill. And
he has a fairy.
Surely
he's going to live.
Okay. No, he is not going to live. Nice
that was
jinx
close.
against Cinderin.
That was, in my defense, he got overkilled by very little, okay?
Yeah.
And Duraccio, vintage Duraccio blinks in and tanks the tower there. And dies for his Warlock.
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't he? It always works out well in that case. I mean, I would say that's an interesting storyline for the 2 players that we're mentioning, Cinderin, which is Duraccio and BZM. The last teams they were on, they were kind of blamed in some ways for the troubles that they had, as Faith Beyond getting gone on again. He's still such low HP, but that Kraken Shell doing a lot of work.
Anchor
smash as well, making it a little harder for Duraccio, but they do find the kill eventually.
Oh, Planet had teleported mid, so he wasn't able to connect and help out the Tide. I see why that was such a big problem. But yeah, you're right. I think it's a very... Not only is it a great story for the 2 of them to redeem themselves, but I think it's also very telling about the game in general. That you can have players have a bad patch, or not literally as the patch in Dota, but just a bad time, and then...
Or bad environment in your team, whatever it is.
Whatever it is. It's a very complex game, so world-class players can look relatively bad, honestly, on good teams. And they can also obviously look bad on poorly performing teams. And sometimes a change of pace, a change of environment can make hero or players that are having a bad year suddenly just blossom, you know?
Right.
And it's kind of weird to say that about Duraccio, because honestly, how many lands did Gaimin win or get to finals in, right, with him on it? It's not like he was doing poorly. And on OG, BZM had a couple of months where things went very well, but toward the end of OG, he did not look like himself.
It was
it was the worst I've ever seen him play.
Oh yeah,
was
100%.
Those last 2 months on OG. It was baffling just how poor his performances were. And now, well, since he's joined Tundra, we're back to prime BZM. So,
but even with Dyrachyo, even when they were winning, he was being blamed.
Yeah.
Like, this shouldn't have been even close, but you kept dying on a position 1. I mean, he has some hilarious moments, don't get me wrong.
Of course.
But the team worked with the way he played, right?
It did.
And we're seeing that now, the struggle. I mean, they're still good, of course, but they're not on the same level that they were as bottom lane. We have the Ice Path to set up. The Avalanche, as 33 is going to use his Primal Roar to try to run away.
Oh, there's a Prophet coming in.
Yeah, Planet comes in with the Sprout. Does
pretty
not
poorly
block,
placed.
but they might get it anyway. No, the Fissure blocking. Do they have the tree finally thrown? And now the Chaotic Offering coming in, hitting 3 heroes. And this is disaster for Tidebound. 3 dead. Yikes.
And actually, if that Sprout is placed a little bit better, I think the kill Beastmaster 2 seconds faster, and that might change everything. But the fact that he had a little bit of a path meant Tiny had to stick around, grab a tree, throw it, and then his position was compromised. White Mon shows up, he reads a book that makes you really smart. So he is now level 8, minute 8.
Has he read the book yet?
He has.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he would not have had Golem there if it weren't for the Grimoire. But yeah, he is stupid high level.
How have you seen that used generally?
He's actually the highest level in the whole game.
Is it generally used like pretty early in the game to get level 6, or?
Yeah,
obviously it's somewhat dependent on how the game is going.
Of course, but I would say the majority of them that we see are used for a golem play. Either a golem play to crack 6 and just get it, or in this case you show up. I think he might have even leaped from 5 to 7 there.
Huh.
If you have enough charges, you can skip a level effectively. Yeah, now
nice.
level 8 Warlock.
Meanwhile, Saksa, the regular level 5 support. No wards yet. What a noob. Nothing to say. And of course, BZM off of the line here for the moment, pressuring the tower a bit with the Treant as well.
That's the one upside here for the side of Tidebound, is how much damage they've done to this tower. All right.
Immediately broken into the Ice Path. And he's going to get cleaned up eventually. Saksa comes up with a nice Hex just at the right time, though. The Fissure not enough to keep out, or keep the Earthshaker alive, as Nothing to Say looking to kill off Saksa as well with the help of Shiro and company. So nice couple kills there for Tidebound.
Yeah, they get the mid tower too.
Meanwhile, Ravage into Anchor Smash, another kill the way of Tidebound. So they're showing a lot of life now all of a sudden.
Yeah, this is so much better than in game number 1. They take the mid tower minute 9, taking advantage of Shaker's rotation to bot that Puck didn't participate in. They then rotate to Puck's lane and to use that little bit of a power spike they have with the Puck levels and Jakiro from the side. Kill Shaker, take tower, and now curious to see how Nothing to Say is going to transition in this game. He is now 2nd on net worth. He's ahead of Shaker by 500 after that early laning stage, which looked really tough. And the biggest winner in all of this, Tiny, number 1 on the net worth. Much, much better conditions for Tidebound than they had in the first game. And this is what I wanted to see from this team in this series, is getting off to an even start so we get to see what they're made of. Because in the last game, I thought they had some pretty solid spellcasting and nice ideas, but the early stage was just too bad.
Saksa with a double Hex. Oh, but cannot get the Shackle off in time. Did not time it properly.
Yeah, he must have been able to do it, right? If you're in range for Hex, can't you always get in range for Shackles too?
Yeah.
So
I think he
a little
maybe
bit of a swing and a miss
his,
there, letting him phase.
Yeah, the chicken finger's not lasting as long as he thought. I feel the same way every time I'm eating chicken fingers. So.
Yeah, you really like them to last more than a second every 15.
Yeah, I think so.
Although, if you had that ability in real life that you could have a chicken finger for a second every 15 seconds,
I'd be morbidly obese.
Honestly, that would be one of the best real life facets.
Blink Dagger reveal. Smoke is broken on Innocence, though. Doesn't seem too afraid. Would love to tank the gank if nothing else. Nothing to say, still under guard of the smoke. Saksa is level 6 now, so he's going to have some snakes to go along with the chicken fingers.
A delicacy.
Witchblade almost complete here for Nothing to Say.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be the hero to watch here, is Puck plus Prophet having really strong global plays. As soon as the Witchblade comes in, Puck usually a hero that can get most heroes very low, but not necessarily kill them off.
Yeah, first Serpent Words of the game onto Bach. He is trapped, and he is dead. But the Golem coming out as well to try to dissuade the rest of Team Tidebound to fight this out as Whitemon gets deleted. So 1-for-1 to start things out. Nothing to Say getting pursued now by Dyrachyo. Shiro with the toss-up. Looks like Sox is going to take a tumble. But the big crit from Dyrachyo will take out poor Nothing to Say. That's 2 cores dead for Team Tidebound.
That's a pretty costly coil. The fact that he throws the coil on the Warlock kill and it didn't even hit him, he killed him so fast, he underestimated just how easy that kill was going to be, meant he didn't have the coil for the PA after. So if he conserves that, this goes way better for Tidebound. It's okay-ish, you know, it's not a travesty. Tundra used their golem, but yeah, Dyrachyo getting that nice kill on Puck is very good news for him.
A nice stack here for Shiro. He's got the Echo Saber, will be going for SNY. So I believe the armor is what was reduced in the last patch for the Grow. Pretty dramatically as well.
Yeah, he lost 5 armor on level 6, and then 7 armor on level 12, and 9 armor on level 18. Which is a lot, if you think about it. You just don't have a plate mail when you're 18, right?
Yeah.
So it was a very meaningful and I think a very justified nerf, to be honest. The fact that the hero is still rated this highly in this tournament despite that nerf shows how strong it was before.
Another smoke from both sides. Coil is up. 33. Not going to be a part of this, it seems. And of course, BZN's Blink Dagger has already been revealed for quite a while now. Dyrachyo still trying to finish up this Battle Fury, just the recipe away.
Pretty good timing. Looks like a 13.5 minutes Treads BF with Corrosion. Not too shabby.
Planet showing himself. That's what they'll go for. Echo Slam with the full creep wave as well. Why not? But on the other side, 33, a much more valuable kill will go the way of Team Tidebound. He gets off the roar, but to no avail.
Is this going to turn into a push tower as well, though? The Snake's doing work. Not sure he's going to finish it quite fully. No.
And 33 has been a bit quiet this game, I have to say. He has the Helm of the Dominator. He'll be finishing off the Overlord soon. He would have had it, basically, if he just didn't die there.
Yeah.
Or close to it, at least. The Sox is going to get sprouted. He's going to get the Hex off. Nothing to say in the area, though. Going to dissuade them from going any further, as Whitemon will have the cover of his teammates to be able to secure the Shrine of Wisdom, and Dyrachyo steals the other one.
Yeah,
feels like the teams that are prioritizing these Wisdom runes, Cinder, are having a lot of success.
Yeah, and generally, it's a pretty bad sign if you don't get at least one when you have Nature's Prophet, right? Like,
yeah,
this is one of the best heroes in the entire game for that because of his ability to get both simultaneously. Easy pick here for Dyrachyo. Never mind. He's not going to throw the...
Stifling Dagger onto Tidehunter instead. I mean, he is really fat. Hard to not click him.
Yeah, with your chicken fingers.
If he has chicken fingers, that is an issue. Ice Path from the high ground, revealing where Innocence is now. That is going to be a dead Jakiro along with the Nature's Prophet. So 2 supports dead, and we're about to hit the 15-minute mark, which means Tormentor will likely be Tundra's for the taking.
Yeah, you've got to have better foresight than this as Tidebound. This is a very natural and obvious play for the Dire to make, and getting caught off like that without having the presence of everyone there is going to be a costly mistake. And a nice play from Tundra, of course, grabbing that ASAP. They will get a shard on Saksa for their troubles, a really good one. Getting that foul play allows him to have... He splits into multiple chickens when he drops low and also can use items during it. So when he has a Glimmer, perhaps he can save himself, or an ally, whatever it is, which is coming out very soon.
I want to see a BKB chicken. Fingers.
You're
nice
thinking of
gold.
KFC, not BKB.
They're not sponsoring this, so we're not going to name them, Cinder.
All right.
Plus, there's better chicken out there. Believe it or not.
I believe it.
And Dyrachyo already has the Ogre Club, so BKB will be the second item. So he's going to look to fight pretty early for this PA. I feel like that's what we've been seeing more often than not. And we haven't really been seeing... Maybe it's just the streams I've been catching, but Deso has not been a huge priority.
No, definitely not. It's generally Sanjin Yasha or BKB.
Fissure.
Oh,
There's the Hex, and the Jakiro is going to fall, but the coil was used to try to stop this.
Yeah, I
Really
think coiling
not much
BZM was actually probably a good choice there. If he gets to connect on the Shaker, that could have turned into a disaster. And now, this is the real challenge right now for Tidebound. This is such a power hour for the Dire. Like, extremely strong with the Overlord, with the Warlock, with the Shaker, with Amp Damage Rune.
He takes
BZM's
over the
thinking
Greater
about
Treant as well. Using her own creeps against you.
BZM has Kaya as well, so big damage available for the Shaker. A little bit of a Sumail. I'm not sure if Sumail can be credited with this way of playing Shaker with getting the value Kaya. He's just the guy I saw do it first, but it might have been, who knows, maybe it was young BZM's idea.
Yeah, there's a lot of people buying the Brooch item because of Sumail as well. So that went really well. And that
he's trolling the entire pro scene. Everybody just blindly believes the king.
I feel like every time I go into the green room, there's a conversation. Is this item even good? Well, we'll find out with the stats shortly as Smoke from Team Tidebound.
This is a very, very pivotal moment. If this fails and BZM gets to get off his stuff, it could be a big problem.
He's silenced to start things out. Shiro, he's going to get Hex, though. The coil is there, and there is the Chaotic Offering onto the two backliners with the Shackle to follow. BZM has a Spirit Vessel applied. He will fall first. Shiro stuck inside the wards. Here comes the Ravage, though, from Faith Beyond as 33 does get off the roar. Finally, is Dyrachyo looking to clean up Shiro, but there's the Ice Pass with a huge anchor smash from Faith Beyond. 2 dead for Tundra. And the PA looks to be next, apparently. Nope. Will Phantom Strike to the creep wave. He'll be able to get away. How much chase potential does Tidebound have right now? He'll eventually get Sox, although he goes to the left, uses the Glimmer Cape as well as Planet dies. But there's the Avatos from Shiro. Dyrachyo still alive with a Shadow Word, but finally ticks out. And now Whitemon on the run. No more stuns to work with, but Team Tidebound come out on top of that fight.
Yeah, that move had to work, and it did. Crucial. BZM got to not even play. He got 1 fissure off as his entire teamfight contribution. That was an amp damage rune in the pocket and a level 2 echo at the ready, but see his pitiful damage numbers there. 140. The big damager on the team, of course, Warlock, doing more damage than his 2 highest teammates combined with that 5-man Fatal Bonds, it seemed like. Or at least it was 3 or 4 of them connected. They couldn't quite get the job done here with the Shaker on the side. You're seeing the replay here. Just can't escape the trouble. And even with these good Fatal Bonds, still only able to find the singular kill.
Yeah, it feels like the damage was very spread.
Really nice.
Not enough focus. And the fact that Shiro lives here, kind of crazy.
Yeah, a lot of clutchness in this team fight from the side of Tidebound. It's what we, like I was saying in game number 1, this is what for me has always been synonymous with Chinese Dota. Their biggest strength has always been teamfight execution, and seeing some brilliance here.
Can they keep it up?
Yeah, that's what it's going to take. One good fight is good, but it's going to take more than that to beat a Dyrachyo PA. He did go for a pit stop for the Glimmer. He actually changed his mind away from BKB, so he's going Glimmer into Sanjin Yasha.
Okay.
Just holding on to, yeah, because he already had the Ogre Axe, it feels weird to not finish the Sanj first, but you see almost exclusively finishing Yasha first when you're going Sanjin Yasha. Sanj is just kind of a weird item nowadays. It doesn't feel particularly great.
An early shard here for Faith Beyond. Uses it onto the Beastmaster, 33. Whitemon is in the area. He's going to get off the roar, and looks like he'll just run away. So you have to be careful because Roche is coming
here
down
he comes.
the pit. Down the river he comes. They're going to focus on Whitemon instead. A little bit easier kill this time of the game. Whitemon, okay. Chaotic Offering. He does fall shortly after. Now the coil. It's only going to be on the PA, but that would be a huge kill for Team Tidebound. Gets off the Glimmer. There's the Ravage to follow. Do they have the damage?
Oh, yeah.
Toss-up is enough, and now 33 left to his own devices. Drops as well. 3 for nothing. And even Soxa, he actually places his wards to try to get a cheeky kill. He's just going to get himself killed instead, but the chicken fingers, no.
Yeah, that felt like Dyrachyo was trying to bait a fight so that he could set up his other heroes for success, but overestimated his tankiness with the Glimmer and Sanj. Don't get it wrong, he is tanky. He has 2200 health on a PA with Glimmer, but that's just enough damage. Tidebound got all of their spells in nice connection, so there's no chance to Phantom Strike out. And once again, a very quiet BZM game. The contrast to game 1 is very stark. This couldn't get involved another time here. His damage numbers for the game are extremely pitiful. So you're going to see the replay here. So this all starts out with the dead in the water, forcing 33 to throw out the roar defensively. And you can see on the top left that BZM is on his way on the Shaker, but he doesn't have Echo Slam ready, so I don't even know if this is an appealing fight to begin with for them to look for.
Yeah, that's true.
But they're caught in an awkward spot here where they could have cut Whitemon and called it an L, you know? But then they kind of get baited into extending the fight, and it gets way worse than it would have just been with a single Warlock death. Now this is going to be 4 kills and then the Roche. So Tidebound in a very, very comfortable position now suddenly in this game.
Can they keep it up? I've just seen this so many times.
Yeah.
I've seen it so many times. They have the Aegis. They have really good push as well. So they should be able to secure a lot of these outer towers.
And it won't be long before Shiro has a silver.
Yep, true.
That will
be able to
make
break
his burst
PA
really powerful.
So Shiro has his shard as well, so we'll have the permanent tree throw.
Tree grab. It would be insane if he had permanent tree throw.
Tree grab, true.
That sounds like an Ultra Ags. Just throw trees all game.
One day. With enough power creep, anything is possible.
Yeah, 33 getting spotted.
He's Glimmer.
Get out with Glimmer. That's what I love about this patch is they nerfed Glimmer hard, and it's still it's always funny to see that even very meaningful nerfs and pro teams are still buying this item. Goes to show just how broken it was last patch. But it was fascinating how long it took before that started to trend. In 737, Glimmer on cores was not a thing until I want to say several months into the patch that even became meta. So given enough time, players are going to come up with new ideas that turn out to be extremely powerful.
How high would the lowest duration of BKB need to be to make this item not ever purchased in this fashion? The Shiro Avatos, but got the CC from BZM to keep Tidebound at bay.
Wait, how many Glimmers do they have? 3? They have 3 Glimmers.
That's a lot,
on Tundra right now.
And
Warlock is buying a 4th one. There's a lot of magic damage on the Radiant. Yep. But if your team is buying 4 Glimmers and 0 pipes, the item might still be overpowered.
Well, it depends. If they win, then yeah.
Yeah,
if
Planet also has a Glimmer, so it's maybe not completely fair because the enemy team is also using the item. Which was also, in fairness, what Tundra were criticized for when they won TI with Wraith Pact, and everyone was like, they're cheating, they're using Wraith Pact. Which is true, because the other teams could not buy Wraith Pact.
That's right, it was in the contract.
It was very, very unfair.
They are going to try to go high ground.
Oh, they will do it quickly.
Their push is insane.
Yep.
And Shiro's going to reposition to the mid lane. Soxa gets caught out. He's going to get tossed up and killed.
Uh-oh.
He does have buyback if they want to try to defend with him.
I mean, is this just a dead lane? I think it's just a dead lane.
It's possible.
Duracio's not showing any intent of showing up.
Yeah.
The next wave is coming in, so backdoor will break in a moment. They still have a minute and a half on the Aegis.
Yeah, this push is not
don't know what you do about this.
Anytime soon. I mean,
Tiny is almost 18. He needs 1 hero to die. Or maybe even this creep wave would be enough.
That is absolutely a lane.
Trying to beat Tundra's 27 minutes from game 1, but you gotta get the GG soon then.
Can they keep it up though? It's never gonna get old, I'm pretty sure. They'll beat that dead horse all day long. Still a minute and a half on the Aegis. How much more can they get out of the map?
A mid tier 2 is a gimme, right?
Yeah.
I don't think Tundra have... Oh, maybe not. Maybe this is the fight they choose to take, perhaps for the surprise factor. But Shiro in the invis finds great angle.
And the Ravage from Faith Beyond. Goodbye,
See you later.
Whitemon. Goodbye, Soxa. Again, both have buybacks. But surely they're not going to buy back to try to defend a tier 2 at this rate, especially with the Aegis still there for a minute.
This went out of control real fast.
Oh, yeah.
Feels like 5 minutes ago that the game was even, and now we're looking at a potential GG push here. The buybacks might have to come out. You're not going to be willing to sacrifice 2 full lanes at 26.
It seems like they are.
Well, I think they're trying to set something up here and get a Warlock buyback, but that would be too late.
Fortification comes out. That was a lot of creeps for a juicy Echo Slam, but
the barracks are gone.
Key heroes.
Shiro will finish that.
All right, so effectively 2 lanes, 2 melee racks.
Yeah, 2 melee, and the ranged are super low. Actually, the mid one will fall here to the Siege Creep and the Treant, and the top one has 100 health. Prophet can go and blow on that, and it will fall over.
All right. So
Just like in
Tidebound.
what's that fairy tale called? The one with the big bad wolf, Little Red Riding Hood.
That's right. Sorry, what was that in reference to?
Just blow on it and it falls over. Wait, that's a different fairy tale.
That's a different one. That's the three little piggies.
That's the one. There you go. Sorry, I'm uneducated
There's
swine,
also,
like the little piggies.
There is a wolf in that, though, so I can understand why
That's
you get
right.
that.
Yeah, I generally remember stories based on animals and nothing else.
Yeah.
So
that's perfectly normal, considering there are only animals in that story.
Yeah.
Plus, humans are also animals. I don't know if you knew this, Cinderin.
Really?
Especially some in this game right now.
Okay, that's extremely offensive.
Tundra.
Do you want to name names?
Cinderin.
Oh, I'm not in this game. I mean, technically,
you are.
I am on the server.
That's right. Tormentor.
Oh, Soxa is turning into chicken, so that's
He
an
will
animal.
live.
He was an animal, though.
He's fine.
For just a moment. And Beastmaster does have animals.
So
And
33
Shaker
with
is
Star.
a monkey-ish.
You're going to just name off every animal in the game?
Yep. Got any more in your back pocket? What do you think Warlock's golem is?
Is it a gorilla in this game?
I don't think so.
That's
Actually,
like-
don't know which
That's the
golem.
best cosmetic.
That one is pretty cool.
Anyway, back to the actual game. 2 lane racks advantage for Team Tidebound.
At least they got the Tormentor here for the dire
Can we
side.
get a
which
look at
is-
the Dota Plus percentage of this game?
Yeah,
Only a
that's-
7K lead.
Yeah.
Somehow.
The 2 barracks have to, 92%.
92 to 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 Racksman at 28 is relatively safe. It's almost in the bag, but yeah, there you can see the last 5 minutes.
Okay, went up
or 8
1%
minutes.
since you mentioned it. Means Gaimin loves PA.
Yeah.
I mean, I can never count out a PA lineup. The Glimmer, though, I don't know. The BKB would have felt pretty nice in a lot of these situations. He is getting CC'd really hard. The Avatos is destroying him.
I kind of agree. I don't know if going the Glimmer SNY is the solution here, especially if you have 2 or 3 teammates also going Glimmer. It feels like it's too much of the same thing.
Well, am I wrong that status resistance does literally nothing to toss? Am I crazy?
It does nothing to toss.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So,
so you don't help against that, but there's a lot of other stuff that you deal with better, right? It also does nothing to Sprout, I think. Even if it's targeted on you, I'm guessing it still has full duration on the ground.
No
But
way it affects that Duraccio. They need to do
he
something
has
here.
Quelling or Battle Fury, so generally unimportant.
Yep. He has Fan of Knives, so he can break Faith Beyond. So this could be a little surprise factor.
He's still a tough kill, though. But oh, he's going to get the jump
Dead in
anyway.
the water
Doesn't matter.
onto 33. He gets off the roar onto the puck. Is there any follow-up? No. Absolutely not. 33 is sacrificed instead.
Yeah. That's
He's
the
dead
right
for a
call.
minute. No buyback.
They can't help him. If they go in and try to help against that roar, there's a Ravage waiting for them. So just full-on zone control there with the Tide being the initiator. Just can't get in and make the counterplay. And this is my concern for Tundra after what happened like this 5 to 10 minutes ago is we talked about the tanky cores, the Tide, the Tiny, and the elusive puck. It's weird to say it out loud, but do they actually have the damage with their PA Shaker to kill these heroes?
Right.
They seem extremely tanky, and you have built largely somewhat defensively, right? The PA with Glimmer SNY. It's going to take a while before Duraccio can chonk through these 3.5k HP heroes he has to deal with. They will force them back and call that a win.
Yeah, well, Roche is up, so I think that's what Team Tidebound is likely going to prioritize here. I think Tundra has to fight in
They
that
have
area.
to. If you give this Aegis over to Tiny, it's Megas.
You need a crazy Fatal Bonds, Chaotic Offering, Echo Slam.
Do you like the Kaya Sanj on BZM? I don't know, man. I
don't really know what the build is.
I'm not a believer in Kaya Sanj on this hero, and I'm especially not a believer in this game state. I think he had to get the BKB. I think BZM has not got an assist in 15 minutes. Just has struggled to enter fights and have a presence. It's just seemingly getting cut off by the puck every fight or by an ice path and just getting zoned off.
Scan.
This is the moment that it has to click.
They know they're coming. Roche is at half HP.
Duraccio sold his Glimmer and bought BKB, truly innovating the carry role here.
That's next level right there. It's so next level, it's become previous level somehow. You see this in Herald games, literally.
People selling Glimmer to buy BKB on carries? I don't think people buy BKB in Herald.
Okay, that's fair enough. Archon, though. I'm trying to bait them into the pit, but you do not want to fight Tundra in this pit. Then again, you have Ravage, you have Coil, you have Macropyre, and you have a pretty large advantage overall. And you can just wait for the creeps. Look at the top
Exactly,
lane.
you have time on your side. You have 2 lanes pushing in and Prophet, so you can just wait.
Top lane being pushed in pretty hard as we have another smoke from Tundra. I think they have to push the envelope here.
It's difficult to find the angle, though.
Try to initiate.
Tide would have buyback TP.
Echo Slam onto 2, but the Radish comes out thanks to the Kraken Shell again. A huge anchor smash to follow. Dyrachyo trying to take on the Tiner. There's going to be a lot of damage. Finally takes him out. That is a buyback, though, from Faith Beyond. They've already lost 2 on Tundra, and now the Roar to follow, but Dyrachyo stuck inside the trees. That's 3 dead. 33 again left all alone. And honestly, this might just do it, and GG is called.
Damn.
And we're going to a game number 3 for the 3rd time today.
Yeah, if you had lost all faith in Tidebound after that game 1 absolute smackdown, well, they turn it around and
can they do it?
But can they keep it up? Only 5 minutes slower. That was a 32-minute game from them. Extremely high tempo mid-game, a couple of great teamfight executions, and it actually even looked like this was going to go quite well for Tundra, considering the first 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, this time Tidebound had a better laning stage because they were competitive, but you still had this mega high-level Warlock, a good early teamfight, good pressure on the bottom tower and everything, but Tidebound just made it all came together very quickly. The heroes got too strong and too tanky, and Tundra couldn't kill them off anymore.
I feel like this is a really rare game where 33 had almost no impact. I feel like I can't remember the last time I've seen anything like that.
This was a very tough Beastmaster game.
Very unusual display. But either way, we get a game 3, which I think everybody's happy about. Shiva!
Very happy about that. Shannon, thank you very much. As we have a lot to break down with this one because it went very fast, but there were a lot of different reasons as to why it played out the way it did. We started... After the draft, we started saying there's only one thing that Tidebound needed to do, and that was win a lane. Jenkins, that is exactly what happened. Win 1 lane. They did that. Let's start with that one.
Yeah,
so simple.
Shiro and Y did very well in their lane. We did see a little bit of devastation at the Wisdom Rune a little bit, but you know, for being against an Earthshaker mid, nothing to say. Wasn't too bad. They ended up snowballing the game from that 1 lane. Like, I like that they brought numbers to things. This is what you need to do. This is absolutely what you need to do when you are playing into a stronger late game. You need to bring numbers, you need to show up, win those fights.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the early highlights we're going to see is Tundra dictating that, right? It took a little bit of time for Tidebound to kind of adjust to that tempo. They were doing a lot of moves to bot lane, and then they finally found that rhythm of, okay, if we bring the puck and the tiny to the same engagement, we're going to be able to win a fight. We're going to be able to create that opportunity to punish Tundra. And this entire game from Tundra, it felt a little bit uncharacteristic in the fact that they took a lot of weaker fights. It felt like normally they're the ones that dictate the game, and this time Tidebound, they found that chance to control it. And when you have a Nature's Prophet pushing the towers, the Tide, the Tiny, with
and
the items they had,
and a Tiny,
it's like it's so much tankiness. It's like if you get given the fights to get the items, it's a very scary death ball lineup.
Yeah, it's and a ton of tower damage too. It's not just like death ball, like we're gonna fight you in front of your towers and slowly take them. Nah, you lose a couple fights to this lineup and your entire base is going to fall. We saw the Dota Plus prediction for what the win percentage was. It was like 92% or something. Yeah. Even though it was an 8K gold lead, which
wasn't
is
it like 60% to Tundra beforehand, right? So
yeah. So and like 8K gold lead's not insurmountable at like 32 minutes by any means. Like we've seen that happen a ton of times. But when you're down 2 racks, like this is a problem.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to hear that all the problems we pointed out during the first game, which were mainly, hey, there were fights at objectives, but they never brought the numbers. And this Death Prophet did 255 tower damage, and that was all the team did. I feel like right now we're highlighting all the things that they learned from that and basically made sure to did it really well with the MVP going to Y. His Jakiro T was on point.
Yeah, no, it was exceptional performance from him. Like, if that safe lane doesn't go well, if Shiro on the Tiny is not giving entry to the game, we probably will see Tundra just control it, right? It's like the fact that it's Shiro going to mid lane to create the kill. It's a lot of Shiro stuff, but it all starts with the Jakiro. And on top of that, he's going Greaves, he's amping up kind of the death ball. He's not trying to go a little bit greedy. He's like, he knows his team is going to win the game in like 25 minutes.
Yeah, I like that. They knew that, okay, if we go late, we're playing against a PA. This hero doesn't lose late game. Yep. You know, it's going to get a break, be able to kill the Tidehunter. So we also like, if you have a ton of tower damage like that, why not just go end the game early? Like, you literally have 3 of the best tower hitters in the entire game, and then the best tower hitter in the entire game, which is Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, and all came together in a couple of good moves. Well, we're going to see those moves as we are going to go ahead and take a look at some clips, T-Gov. This is around the 8-minute mark. This was a long fight.
Yeah, it was a very long fight, right? It's the fact that Beastmaster, we already mentioned that he didn't really have the best game, but, you know, you're trying to kill off the bot. He actually lives in this clip, right?
Yeah, he lives in. So this one was going well for Tundra.
Yeah, this is the bad side. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
This is the bad side where we were thinking like, okay, the reason Tundra won this is because they respected the fact that on this patch, you bring more numbers to a fight and it just works. But then these guys, they adjust.
Yes, they adjusted. Yes.
They realized that they need to bring their heroes mid, and who does the adjustment? Well, Y and Shiro. There he is on the Tiny. This is a carry showing up. Why not? This is why people are picking these carries that are actually able to show up to fights. Even PAs are showing up to fights, and Tiny's a better early game hero than a PA is.
Yeah, I think the key thing there is Tidebound still are making the moves that are punishing themselves, because they were the ones that started the fight bottom. They died, but then they go mid and they make the good move, right? Like once they stop making that one early like kind of bad move, and it's like the discipline moves, then they become truly scary. So I think after that, we also saw, I don't know if the clips are ready.
Yeah,
are the clips
they
ready?
are. Let's take a look at some more.
Send some more clips our way. So this is where I feel like Tundra, to me, just was a little bit shocking, right? It's the fact that you got Shaker in the top lane, just kind of randomly in no man's land. He then gets picked off. And
Great target priority, by the way.
Very good target. And also like keeping the Tiny alive, him like kiting back, Tidehunter coming in as well. It's like the whole point of this fight is they crush the mid engagement at minute 9. 17 minutes, they're killing top. And then this fight will lead into another fight. I'm just a little bit surprised Tundra was so easy to fall into this trap, right? Like this feels like the make or break moment for Tidebound. If you don't win this fight on this lineup, suddenly PA's looking at BKB if she wants to actually buy.
So what do you think the trap is here for Tundra? What do they actually?
Shaker dying first should be a just walk away.
You think they should all get out?
Yeah,
like
because
escape this, right?
Like Beastmaster in this, like Beastmaster PA into Tiny, if you don't execute correctly, they are very tanky heroes.
Yeah.
So the fact that your Shaker is dead in the early portion of the game with like Blink and Kaya, that is I'm auto killer Prophet. Auto killer Puck.
He's the one that's doing the most damage.
He's everything.
Right. So whereas later in the fight, you'll probably have the PA doing a lot more.
Yeah, and again, look at this.
Or
clip,
later in
right? It's like your Warlock's dead, your PA's dead, and then this is where it really boils down to Tundra. They try to save BZM top or at least take the fight, they fail. They then take another fight middle, they fail, and your carry after 2 very, very bad fights is investing his gold into a Glimmer Cape and an SMY. And if there ever was a game to buy a BKB, it's into a Puck, a Tiny, a Jakiru, a Tidehunter. Like,
very passionate.
As a support player, I want to spin this. I'll spin this in a positive guy way. I'll just say that I think Team Tidebound, they really adjusted, and their target priority in that fight. They knew exactly what you were saying, but not in retrospect. They knew exactly what they needed to do. We're going to go for the Earthshaker. If we go for the Earthshaker, they don't have any damage. Whoever made that call, they're the true MVP. We're going to say it's Y because we had him as the MVP.
Yeah.
We don't know, but whoever made that call, real MVP.
But we still need to, we have to address the fact that yes, Tidebound, they did play very well, right? To adjust mid-series.
You want to you drive the nail home here?
I need to.
We got the statistics, T. Don't you worry.
We do.
You wanted to see what he was looking like at minute 30, no?
Of course we do.
There he goes.
Oh, God.
Hammer that nail down, T. Let's go.
So you're 30 minutes into a Dota game, right? You're a support. You've done your hard work. You've done the laning. You're white man. You put the wards down. You've secured some fights. Sure, you've lost some fights, but when you look at your little old carry playing into so much team fight, and this man does not have the Black King bar.
But he has a mango in his backpack.
He is eating good tonight. That's for sure.
He's hungry.
Yeah, that is a very useful mango. But no, memes aside, the reason why the PA pick felt good is because you can buy Shard, you have BKB, and you play into the engagement. You can soak up the fight to allow 33 to understand the engagement. It's why they first picked a Lifestealer. You walk in with debuff immunity, and you let the fight develop, and other people thrive. If you're going for a Glimmer Cape and an SMY, you're always playing on the fringe of the fight. Your 33 Beastmaster, he can't enter the fight. So it's like someone has to do it, and he's just not doing the damage.
He also had a Glimmer Cape.
Yeah.
They had four of those Glimmer Capes.
Hey, they're still pretty good.
A little too much.
But as much as I'm harping on the BKB, I think Tundra teamfight and trying to save BZM on the Earthshaker, that was the fight that really broke things apart. And then the BKB is just like an easy talking point.
Yeah.
But Tidebound, of course, adjusted well, and they played very well. So I think that's the key. The main takeaway is Tidebound is developing through the series, and Tundra just. I think they were just shocked at how quickly they improved.
Yeah, and I think
Wings Gaming, Shiver.
Oh, here we go
Wings
again.
Gaming.
T1, yeah, sure. Right
Back.
Yep, that's
China
it.
is back.
Yep.
2-0 this series.
Thank you. I'm
2-0, how's that
curious to see
possible?
how the developments continue here in this series. We are heading to a third game for it. We'll see you after short break.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back. We are getting ready for another third game to a series. We got Tundra and Tidebound 1-1 right now. And we've seen Tidebound evolving quite rapidly over the course of just this series alone. So we're very excited to see what's coming here for this third game and how they'll adapt, but also how Tundra will adapt to them, as obviously it's a two-way street in here with Jenkins and with T-Gov, and we're actually already in the draft for game number 3. So we got Tidebound on the Radiant side, we got Tundra on the Dire side, and yeah, we're in it. Jenkins, say something very smart.
Go.
I think it's a good idea for Tidebound to ban Invoker. Tundra is in game 3. They're not normally in this sort of situation, and you don't want to waste a second phase ban for that. You know that they're going to pick Invoker and just cheese you.
Ooh, but that's the thing.
Yeah.
We're back to Tundra being on first pick. And don't forget, in game 1, they first picked Lifestealer. So Tidebound this time around, they push Lifestealer into the first phase bans. And I'd argue Tinker would be a hero that we debate about, should it be a first phase ban against some of these top teams. But at the moment, it isn't. So how do they answer the Tinker? And we already mentioned during the post-game of game 1 that shutting down the map is a good way to prevent Tinker. Force him to overlap his farm with his cores, and then he starts like griefing like his team a little bit.
I'm going to follow up your question with another question.
I do like double questions.
Do you think Nature's Prophet is a good way to shut down the map? Is Nature's Prophet now a counter to Tinker, or is Tinker a counter to Nature's Prophet?
If you put Nature's Prophet as the only pushing source, then Tinker counters it. But if Nature's Prophet is playing behind like a Primal Beast, a source in which you find the backline, like an Ember or something.
What about a Tiny?
Or a Tiny, sure. Yeah, that just got banned out.
So good bans from
Good ban, yeah. But basically, if you can win the fight and Prophet can then still have a tree available, that's when Prophet counters Tinker. But if it's like you go to an objective and you have like Jakiro Prophet and then farming cores, of course you're not going to take the tower. March will be too powerful. I hope that answered the question on the question.
So we're looking for a backline jumper really here. We're looking for a hero to get in there, get dirty.
Yeah.
Look for these heroes so that way you can take the fight behind the tower. Nature's can take the tower. Okay.
That sounds pretty simple.
Yeah. There's plenty of options.
There are plenty of options. We've seen both games so far. The Tide Hunter has been victorious. Is that something that we should keep in mind for this one? Because both teams like to play it. Obviously, it worked for both teams.
Yeah, I could see Tidebound looking for it again, especially because like Sven is still a good option for Tundra potentially later on in the draft, and you know, Tide Hunter will kind of cover you from that really good lane. I'm trying to think what's the bigger kind of Tinker +1 lanes, and Sven, Lifestealer, and Tiny were like the big 3 in my mind for like carries to utilize Tinker's laning phase. I'm probably missing some, but
Magnus.
What, Mag Carry?
Mag Carry, yeah.
Yeah, that's also
stack
fine.
Farm the Ancients with him.
I just really like the idea of, like, because Ancient Camp is right next to a tier 1 tower, being able to accelerate your ability to farm it. Of course, Tinker brings that, because you have the damage plus the heal. And
the only thing is, I don't know if a Mag needs help to stack and farm Ancients. That's the only thing.
No, it doesn't. Well, they ban out the Tide themselves.
Okay,
actually.
well, they
yoink the Mag.
Yeah, that makes sense. So Sven is looking like a pretty solid option.
But also Monkey King for Tundra is still good here, right? Like Monkey +1, and then you keep the Flex alive. You force Tidebound to think about the Magnus. In game 1, it was the Monkey King pick that kind of broke Tidebound's draft. They forced the Mag to offlane. They picked a Death Prophet. They then lost the game because Death Prophet wasn't really the best pick. And it just depends on how Tundra want to read this, because I think picking some Sven +1 is perfectly fine.
And you think the Monkey because Soxa can also play it?
I mean, you can put it literally in, support, mid, or carry.
Oh, Dorachi Monkey King, I don't know about that.
That's a true good point. I'm saying, oh, you know what?
I think
when was the last time you played it? Let me do some homework.
You probably want to get Big D's hero here. Honestly, the PA's banned. They banned the PA.
They banned the PA themselves.
So for Dorachi, what else is there? Lifestealer's banned. PA's banned. Mag is taken.
I do want to say that Tundra, so far, every time they play Tinker, they played it in combination with the Bat Rider. They will still go for the Monkey King here.
Yay.
Oh, that sounded like the least exciting yay I've heard in a while.
You can retry that one.
Do I have permission to try again?
Yeah, go ahead.
There you go.
Oh, that was hype. I'm actually real hyped.
I have to tone it down, though. I always get told off for being too excited sometimes.
No, not on this panel. That was good.
Yeah, it's
I'm
more
hyped
like
up.
I don't want to scream into the people's ears with the
Yeah,
microphone.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Just hold it far away. Bat Rider.
Sorry.
I hope everyone could hear that because I definitely did. I think they probably heard it through my mic
I was
as well.
testing. Yeah, I was testing my limits.
I like the Batrider. Also, you know, it's a good hero against a Nature's Prophet. You can catch him in the side lanes. You don't care about the Sprout. You can get out of the trees very easily. Even if you get skewered back, you can like lasso him back in. But it's also preventing Batrider from being picked against the Monkey King. This is one of the strongest monkey counters in the game. It's very easy to hunt him from the trees to knock him out of his ult. Phoenix is the other big one in terms of countering Monkey King in the game.
Tidebound does love a Phoenix. It does make their laning a little bit less dynamic than what they have right now. But if they'd want to, then the Phoenix is still open. They got so many Phoenix
To be honest,
players, actually.
I feel like Paravision has benefited so much from having a strong Phoenix offlane player that if Bach is willing to play, if Bach wants to play it,
He played it earlier this tournament, yesterday.
give him the Phoenix.
But then you lock your Magnus in to not play offlane. They go for the Mirana first. What do we make of that? Because it does come with the stun. You do have the setup in a way with the Sprout from Nature's Prophet.
I feel like you kind of need a little bit better setup than that.
I think if you're playing a slower game, right, like Mag's pushing wave, Mirana's going to be able to look at the stacks Tinker's making, start airing some of the big creeps, like punish the farm that you want to play. And then you have another kind of stat taker. Sure, Mirana takes the big creep, Bristle can just actually farm the full stack itself, but I don't mind it. I think the key theme from winning the last game was having the unkillable front guy to tank the spells of Tundra. Bristle will do
bringing
that.
the numbers, which Nature's Prophet inherently already does, right?
Yeah, and we already mentioned that for Nature's Prophet to excel, the fight has to develop with Prophet not being the I'm hitting the objective. That's the objective is like the afterthought. You have to win the fight first, and Bristle, Mirana, Magnus should be able to do that with like one cheap item on each hero.
You know what? I wouldn't mind seeing. Give me a Faceless Void. Give me a Faceless Void for Duraccio. Against Bristle, time dilate him. Time dilate Magnus. These are all low cooldown heroes. You can easily jump out of Sprout. There's no hard lockdown. You can use your jump after the RP. It's often not enough time to take a Void out.
I think,
I think with the Vanguard, you'd be real tanky, and you got a Monkey King mid doing all the damage you need. Am I just selling it to myself here, or are you guys with me?
I'm kind of with you at the moment. I mean, I don't feel like...
yeah, anytime I say Void nowadays, I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty convinced. Like,
yeah.
Just Void, that's all you
Yeah,
need.
I'm just like, yeah, fair. Yeah.
But I still think they'll go for the Ursa first.
What, for Tidebound?
For Daracho.
For Daracho?
But we'll see. Obviously, the Tidebound gets 2 bans as well, so they'll probably ban 2 of Daracho's more comfortable heroes. Where do we feel like everybody goes for Tidebound? Are we thinking Mirana 5, Prophet 4, and then the Bristle of Magnus mid, and we're looking for a hero for Shiro for our last one? Okay, we got the Broodmother ban coming out for Tundra, and the Ursa does get banned.
I would like to see a carry that can just try and shut down the Doom in laning phase, because a Doom that gets to free farm and control this game simplifies everything for Tundra. So you have to shut him down in laning phase so he doesn't get to Midas, Blink, Ashivas, and Bristle's now fully deleted. Like a lot of Tidebound's success in this game will be how quickly can Bristle get to like the Lincolns, the SMY, the Glimmer, like all these annoying anti-Doom items to constantly be a front line.
Yeah.
So shutting him down in lane is key.
And Doom eats the tree, so you probably want to run the Mirana as a 5, right?
Yeah, I'd like in this game, I want Mirana 5. I think the way that Planet played it last game is exactly how I described a successful Prophet 4. So I'm happy to see that again. But
so some carry, ideally, that can set up for Mirana Arrow. That would be nice.
Or even just any laning damage so that she can leap in and Starfall, right? At level 3, when you have 2-point Starfall, some aggressive carry that brings damage as well. Just trying to think of what are the Shiro heroes that do that. And of course, Daracho will need to pick up his carry most likely first, of course, and he does go for the Void.
And there's a Faceless Void indeed.
Yep. Dilation against Bristle, like you already mentioned. It's just further annoying the fight. And I think that was the thing with the last draft is if you mis-execute, the fights get hard. In this game, outside of the big ultimates, all the cheap spells on Tundra are really strong in the fight. So they can make mistakes and not just get punished like they did last time. But what is the Shiro hero?
Yeah, and Tundra's still banning out the puck, so they are still
bring back the Wraith King.
Respecting the flex as well.
Such a dead hero, actually.
Honestly, I was thinking Wraith King for the Mirana Arrow setup, and now that there's a Void and Doom,
but it is a very is it a dead hero?
These are long cooldowns. I don't think it's that
a
dead.
little bit dead.
You don't take the
guys.
skeleton facet. Of
You
course.
you can go the skeleton facet now because the talents the talents have been changed. It was so awful when there were no skeleton talents.
Medusa.
Okay, well that's
that's like the better version.
That's the Doom counter. Yeah, I mean you do Medusa. It's like, oh no, I can't heal. Well, guess what? Her health is mana, so it doesn't matter.
But Dyrachyo, like you mentioned in the pre-show, does do the halberd rush on the void.
Yeah, and actually, I remember when Medusa first got changed to have the mana shield the way it is now, people were picking, I think it was BetBoom at the time, were picking Faceless Void and going Halberd. Back when Halberd was way worse, just to counter the Medusa by basically kiting her and being a carry that can take a... She does very little amounts of damage over a long period of time, and Void loves playing into that if you go for like a slightly tanky build.
This entire game feels like, in game 1, nothing to say, struggled. Game 2, struggled early game, but then picked up the pace, right? This time around, if you, on Magnus, in a somewhat losing matchup to Monkey King, if you lose it too hard, everything that we like about Tidebound, the scaling of Bristle, the Medusa into the Doom, won't happen because BZM can itemize like Diffusal and like all the cheap items to break the map. So I really think the mid lane is such a focal point for Tidebound to get the items on their side lane cores.
Both Marana and Nature's Prophet can help there, right?
Yes, they can. Yes.
Yeah, I think you definitely have to help that lane for sure. But the Medusa last pick, I feel like you picked Medusa into 2 Diffusal Blade heroes and the Monkey and the Void. I mean, you know, we did look at Dyrachyo going for this build in pubs, but when there's a Medusa on the enemy team, you kind of want a Diffusal. I think you'll get that at some point.
I just want this to be a 60-minute game. Like, these are the type of heroes that I want to see tier 5 neutral items. Like, I don't want this to be like a 30-minute, oh, you missed your big ultimate game. Just I want this to be the long game.
I think we can all agree on that. Yeah, game 3, 60 minutes. Let's go.
I think that both teams deserved it.
Yeah.
To get a long game out of this one. That's like back and forth.
You know who else deserves it?
Yes, I know. Sunsfan and Cinderin deserve this game to go late, to go long, to go epic. Let's go.
Let's talk about some tier 5 items, ladies and gentlemen. Sunsfan here with Cinderin game number 3 between Team Tidebound and Tundra. So, what do you think of these lineups? We have some heroes that you and I have not cast in quite a while. The Doom, for example, which we'll get to in a bit. I want to quickly talk about Dyrachyo's Faceless Void.
Okay.
I've been seeing it as the offlaner lately.
Right.
With Time Zone, and I'll be honest, it's looked quite bad, Cinderin. Now, we're seeing at position 1, he kept Time Zone.
Yeah.
Is that normal for position 1?
I'm looking at the heroes that he's playing with, and I'm thinking, if you go Chrono, who deals damage in Chrono?
True.
Doom can't follow through. Monkey King, you can put the ring there and then kind of layer those two, and it's okay.
I guess it's just March.
Bat Rider kind of struggles. So really, as much as I think more often than not, the carry void should be considering Chrono because you're truly building for damage yourself. I actually think in this game, Time Zone might just be better. It's also super annoying for a hero like Bristleback to be leashed in. It's annoying for the Medusa, to an extent at least.
Yeah.
Obviously, he didn't know he was facing Medusa when he picked the hero, but when you get that piece of information, you gotta pivot a little bit, right? So I don't mind it. I genuinely wonder if he would have picked Chrono if it was a different carry matchup. If he thinks against Dusa this is a better choice or whatever. But
yeah, well, Time Zone also has some of it's new, some of it's not, but being able to cooldown reduction for your team, and then the opposite for the enemy against Bristleback. I mean, we talked about how it's good with Bristleback, good against Bristleback as well with the time dilation, all that stuff stacking up. So,
yeah,
should be an interesting matchup in the mid to late game. Assuming we get to that point.
I do think we get to mid game.
Okay. I don't know. Lately, it's been kind of unpredictable, Cinderin. We've seen games end in the laning stage. What do you think about the Medusa, though? So, panel kind of mentioned it. You have 1 to 2 diffusal carriers that don't really mind building it on the Tundra side. Does this look like a good Medusa game to you?
I guess the primary thing that Tidebound were looking for was a hyper carry that is good against Doom. And I kind of like the Wraith King suggestion as well. I think the hero is definitely viable in certain situations. The win rate of it is not terrible in pubs, which is not, you know, a one-to-one comparison to Pro Dota is inaccurate. But generally, if the hero isn't terrible, then it will have a place in some situations, and this could have been one of them. Medusa is... It's similar logic that you get doomed, but you can still fight and you're not attractive to Doom or Lasso, but again, when the defusals come into play, I think Shiro will be depending quite a bit on the supporting cast of his team to bail him out of trouble. They don't have an obvious save. That's the main thing I'm looking at here, is there's nothing, oh, if you get caught by a defusal blade, there's no like disruption or banish or a natural replace, a repositioning spell like swap from Venge or whatever.
Yeah.
You're kind of there, and you got to stand your ground. Moonlight Shadow, maybe you can, in some situations, give some space with that, but it's not really reliable. So it's both good and bad, I think. And I don't think there was a pick that was just obviously amazing here. So close call there on the grasp, but not quite. Reaching Soxa. 33 has gone out of his way to find the best possible creep he could find. Lucky Duck. He will find, that's not the name of the creep.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's a new one, right?
He found the Monober from the Satyr Soul Stealer, so effectively has just a nuke against Medusa in the lane, and obviously really nice for Batrider to get the Mono Region aura. So
33, he
Shiro's almost dead, actually.
What's that?
Shiro's almost dead.
Oh.
And he has not been attacked by a hero.
Yeah, he's quite low. He does have the Mango, though, of course, which effectively is HP for
Mango
the Medusa.
on wand.
33 went for the Devil's Bargain facet, so we'll be able to sell items.
See how he puts that to use. Usually the main way of using this on Doom is to buy Midas, use it a couple times, sell it again, buy it again later.
Yeah, I assume he's going to go double bracer, like a lot of medium, small, medium items.
Probably.
Now, how much does the 20% extra buyback cost come into play in your experience watching this? Shiro does have to be careful, does have 3 mangoes now, though.
And he gets one from Y as well.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure. I think
okay, that was unexpected.
The pro definitely outweighs the con there on that ability, but there are some game states where it sucks having to pay extra and maybe you actually miss the opportunity to buy back, but I don't know if it's some... I feel like I don't really notice it very much.
My goodness, he is burning to a crisp. Soxa gets the first blood as a result. Nicely played from Tundra.
This very much is a lane that'll burn you. Bat and Doom just running on top of you with all of their fire damage. Now we just need the Brewmaster Pokemon version that we had for 3 days, where you did more fire damage on heroes that were drenched in alcohol.
That's right.
I hope they never try that again.
Yeah, that was really bad. It was a good effort, though.
I think that's debatable.
They tried.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
They tried. Now we get to see the Whitemon support Tinker yet again as Planet and company. Okay, they're actually doing a lot of damage to him as Bach.
Decent heal with the repair bots, but
doesn't have the mana for the Quill Spray again, as Whitemon will be able to walk away.
Actually,
really? Saving it.
I'm surprised he didn't buy stick against Tinker Void lane. There's quite a bit of spells being cast in this lane.
Oh, the skewer back on the BZM under the tower. We'll use Mischief to dodge one attack from the tower.
Oof.
He does more of the damage than nothing to say, though.
Yeah. Now with the changes to lifesteal, the whole play for Monkey King to just full heal from the wave is not as reliable as it was. You're going to heal less, but in that case, didn't even matter. He could just only target the Magnus, and that's good enough for his lifesteal in that situation.
Planet is going to get the Sprout onto Whitemon, and that's going to lead to a kill here in the bot lane as Bach is time dilated. One of the more annoying spells for a Bristleback to deal with, but
he's got a stick now.
Yeah, he still will live. He has got that Ring of Health. He's got the Bracer. He's going to be finishing the Vanguard relatively shortly. Is this a Heaven's Halberd game for him? It's pretty solid.
That is one way to protect your Medusa, if you think about it. That will be very helpful for the Dusa if the diffusals are coming out on the enemy team, that he can disarm them when they're going to try to pressure her with the Monkey King or the Void. Obviously, you can't disarm the entire Wukong's command, which is the primary problem Dusa will have. But I think with some good foresight from Shiro, maybe he can protect himself against that with Stone Gaze for the move speed and just try to get out. That is contingent on not being doomed, though. There's a lot of maybes there.
They're aggressing onto Faith Beyond.
Oh,
he's living through it. Doraccio is the one that dies instead.
Wait, did he not have Time Walk already?
Was stuck inside of that Sprout for quite a while. He had Quelling Blade as well.
He must have not had Time Walk ready, because he would have Time Walked there, but he must have come off cooldown right after he died. Very, very close.
Well, embarrassing Dyrachyo death leads to good things. We'll see what Tundra can come up with that.
Yeah,
Take advantage.
Was not the case last game.
True. Man, Faith Beyond has been on low HP for it's seemingly the entire laning stage, but now he's got
so
the Vanguard.
tough to kill.
He's got the stick. Soxa.
Rotation from Soxa is big. 7 minutes.
Around. He's going to be spotted, though, by Planet. Nicely done.
Give up immediately. 1-for-1 trade.
Yep,
Both teams are none the wiser or equally wiser, you might say.
Now the dive of the Tier 1 tower, Dyrachyo is going to get some help with the flame break. Even BZM coming in with an early Wukong's command. He's going to reroute Faith Beyond, who just ends up dying now. But there's the RP into the skewer under the Tier 2 tower. That's a trade that you'll take every day of the week if you are on the side of Team Tidebound. Mid laner for the 3.
Yep, and in the meantime, Shiro is not feeling too much pressure down bottom either in this 1v2 because it's Doom Tinker. They're not reliably going to be able to pressure him that much. You see the build from Shiro as well, the double null and the wand really focusing on counterplaying the mana burn creep from 33 with this.
We should mention he went for the engorged facet, by the way, which Mystic Snake, when it returns, will give you attack damage based on how much mana you're getting back.
We've mostly seen the Venomous Volley, so that is true.
Have you seen the third one, the move speed related one? I genuinely cannot think of a single good use of that, and I want you to enlighten.
I have seen it. I played an in-house game with Jenkins, and he took it. And he was like, wow, this is incredibly awful. And then he bought Swift Blink, and it didn't work.
Well, as the observers are showing, it's good against time zone.
Yeah, that's true.
That's one of the few usages. Okay. Starting to stack up those sticky goos onto Dyrachyo. And this Tier 1 tower is likely just going to have to give it up. But he's going to be greeted by Innocence on the Mirana.
It's pretty slow.
Dyrachyo. Now Shockwave in. There's a Gorgon Grasp will hit. And down goes the Void a second time as Shiro will get the last hit.
And this isn't even going to cost them the bot tower either for Tidebound. They could TP down here and hold this. It's up to 80% health. The Void is dead and level 5. Doom has the level 6, but potentially if you wanted to, this was within reason defendable. Looks like they're not going to try though. This is a stupidly slow push. With just the Doom and the Tinker hitting this with 2 measly creeps, no siege creep in this push. Even if they were to get it, it's going to take them so damn long. This is incredibly inefficient with all their heroes, but they kind of, at the same time, probably have to open this up to progress the map. But in the meantime, Tidebound pushing mid at much higher pace with the Greater Treant.
Whoa, Wukong's command into a double boundless strike, but I don't think they're going to get anything else out of this.
Not really.
RP's
he
being
better
used
not die
instead.
for it,
The
though.
skewer back to the Tier 1. He's going to kill a courier
the arrow!
as the arrow will hit from downtown. Planet will get the last hit on the Nature's Prophet. A big turnaround here for Team Tidebound as Tundra looking a bit vulnerable, both in Game 2 and the beginning of this Game number 3. TP coming in the form of 33 is going to get the first Doom of the game, this time onto the Magnus, as Whitemon's eventually going to be run down. And the Magnus will follow suit as Planet attempting to TP out. He does get out of dodge. So in terms of this little mini engagement so far, a 1-for-1. Flame break from Soxa.
Big damage.
Faith is very healthy. He does not mind diving right now. The arrow connects with the Starstorm to follow, but I guess they're not going to dive the Tier 2 entirely, despite Faith Beyond being full HP still. A little bit surprising, but don't want to overextend, perhaps.
Yeah, I might have been afraid of a potential Void TP counterplay into that mid-tier 2, but they kind of got what they came for. They got the mid-tier 1. They got the kill on BZM with the skewer back. And
wait, is Dyrachyo's going Halberd? What?
Yep, the panel was talking about this. Dyrachyo likes to go Halberd on the Void, especially against Medusa. I think this was a total obvious choice if you were offlane.
Yeah,
but I think as carry, this is obviously... The trade-off here is you're sacrificing early damage for control and for tankiness, but that only really works under the condition that other heroes are going to kill stuff. And BZM is not going 23-0 this game. He is 0-2, as a matter of fact. So that is impossible now.
I mean, you can go 0-23, I guess.
That
Flame
would
break
be
onto Faith
more
Beyond.
impressive.
Wukong's command from the high ground. There's the time zone. And eventually this will lead to the Bristleback kill. So it does require 3 members of Tundra to accomplish this, but no, you're right. I don't know where they're going to find the damage, at least not into the early stages of the game that we're at right now.
Yeah, that's my main concern here, is if Monkey King isn't popping off, do you actually kill the heroes during Doom or during Lasso, or can they kite you out? With the Magnus, Bristle, and Dusa, again, similar logic to the previous game that worked out well for Tidebound. Picking cores that are difficult to kill seems to be the name of the game here. All 3 of them are not particularly easy choices to open on. But they do get the Bristle there by flat out overwhelming him with spells. 33 will get spotted down here by Planet. Let's see if this turns into anything. Scorched Earth is dropping quite low. There's the
Sprout.
Oh, he doesn't have a Quelling Blade.
He does not.
Oh.
He's going to take a lot of damage as a result. Nice blocking into the skewer from Nothing to Say. 33 is going to be greeted by the Captain's Draft 2.0 mount, Marana. Shout out to the guys that ran that tournament.
Yeah,
Classic.
man, that was such a great tournament. It was so good that tournaments could never be monetized again in Dota. It was unbelievable.
It was so successful.
It was such
Valve.
a success. Valve said, this cannot be. We cannot possibly ever let TOs have that amount of a successful tournament ever again. RP mid into Arrow.
Arrow to follow Starstorm as well. BZM destroyed for a 3rd time this game. Boy, this is starting to spiral out of control.
It's looking good for Tidebound, for sure. 2K lead against Doom with Max Devour. And now they might even get Whitemon too with a skewer.
Cancel the TP.
He's healing a line.
Gonna try for it again. This might be a bait as Soxa comes in from the north, gets the lasso. Nothing to Say is dead. Whitemon, is he actually going to get out of this? It's really close. God, he does, and they kill Bach as well. A 2 for Nada. Shut up, Jenkins.
Excellent $5 voice line there from Jenkins. A true value purchase over Slax's 25 from this year's TI. Doom going on to Marana. And that's okay. That's a couple of quick kills for Tundra. Man,
Right, just like that, it's turned around.
I mean, Whitemon totally clutching it there. Perfect spellcasting. That was it. He got everything off exactly like he needed to. The last second laser to prevent Bristle from getting a last attack off. He's barely out healing in the March, the Quill Spray, and gets off this defense matrix. And now with the Holy Locket, it'll be a much more difficult kill the next time around. So very good news for them. Still, I don't know. I have to say, I'm not a big believer in this Halberd build on Void as a carry. I'm a very big believer in it as an offlane or as a position 4. But I'm still worried that we approach a mid-game where potentially Tidebound's heroes will be too tough to kill. But so far, so good for Tundra. The Diffusal Blade for a Monkey King is 100 gold away. You are progressing your Doom quite a bit too. He also has a Halberd, by the way, so double Halberd will be completed very soon. And maybe you can just win the fights without, you know, big burst, but just through a war of attrition, really.
Right.
You definitely do have the long burn damage from Bat and Doom. You have Drum, so you can stick on top of the enemy team. Bach forcing out the cliff with 2 greater treants.
Yeah, a couple Tundra members on the side. Soxa looking for a potential opening on Lasso. He's going to show himself, though, and that might just break things up. Going to get some D-ward action, though. So there's a Diffusal onto BZM.
Yep. Should be a nice timing for Tundra to try to get something done. And in classic fashion, it is time to prepare for the Tormentor. And it's time for Roshan to GTFO.
I actually didn't know he hits creeps.
He is angry. He's upset with everyone. He's a grumpy old guy.
Understandable. I would be too.
Like Clint Eastwood in No Country for Old Men.
That is definitely not accurate. He was not in that movie. He is old, though.
I'm thinking of another movie that Clint Eastwood was angry sitting on his porch.
Yeah, I forget the name of that one. It was not great, though. Whitemon gets the shard.
I thought you were going to be proud of me for referencing any movie, especially one that I haven't watched.
Yeah, you actually named
I'm being told it was called Gran Torino, Shannon. How dare you not know that?
Yeah, that's right. I would say it's a classic, but not so much. Shiro is also, he's going for a Diffusal himself.
Huh.
Well, there's a couple reasons.
He wants
Number
Disperser.
one,
He wants Disperser, right?
for the move speed in time zone. You're going to have the Boots of Bearing as well at some point for Tidebound. It's actually so weird seeing drums without a number on them. Yeah. My first instinct is that a bug? And like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. No more charges.
First instinct is, did they use 8 charges in 30 seconds?
No, of course not.
Duracho.
Invisible. Do they have the vision? Sentry placed. Dust just in case. Down goes the Marana.
Doesn't look like much more is going to come from this, but still, it is Tundra running the map right now. Multiple kills back to back. The Tormentor was theirs. And I guess the play call here from the side of Tidebound is just, we need to get toward a specific subset of items, and then it's our time to shine. So I think that Disperser plus Boots of Bearing, like you mentioned, double countering out the time zone is what they're waiting on. It also allows them to kite out the halberds, so they have double value in that sense. But it's going to become some really strange fights, right?
There's the lasso into the time zone. Planet's on the other side. Gets off his Wrath of Nature, doing a considerable amount of damage, and Faith Beyond is just fine. They disarm him after the fact. He wasn't even attacking anybody. Duracho just wanted to show everybody that he bought that item on a position 1 Faceless Void. Duracho and company. Well, they lose Soxa right now. Boundless Strike BZM. He uses the ult, uses the inhibitor on the Planet.
Okay.
Not able to get out of the ring, so it ends up being a 1-for-1.
That was actually a very cool play from BZM. I thought that was going to fail. That was some true limit testing there with the Wukong's command, just barely able to keep him inside the ring with the defusal and get the counterplay going. But I think that was a great example. That was the perfect illustration of what we're talking about.
Gone on again, but there's the RP to follow. They have the damage. Skewer to finish the job. Nicely done. Faith Beyond, it feels like the whole game has been on 20% HP. Doing so much work on that Bristle.
Yep.
I mean, in terms of the net worth for cores, he's actually at the bottom, but I feel like he's having a lot of impact in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want to see, right? The more impact you can have with less gold, the stronger, like the more you're doing for the game, right?
Well,
so
you'd like to have more farm too, though, you know, in a
perfect he has high impact per gold.
Okay.
And that is a good look.
Soxa arrowed inside the Sprout.
He will get cooked.
Down he goes. Nothing to say. Being pursued.
Just
attempted TP.
Oh, the first hit bash.
Gotta love it. Pay to win cosmetics. Welcome to Dota 2. That's a lot of particle effects.
That's
Not
right.
confusing at all. That is.
He is glowing.
That's a tentacle purple hero with a Matrix-like vortex on top of him.
And here's the secret, Shannon. The reason he got that bash is that he primed it from the wave because he had Halberd and therefore did not have enough attack speed to bash on the wave. It was ready.
That's true.
For that kill. Duracho had that.
Next level thinking.
He had that plan from minute 0, mid-tower.
Gotta love it. Tier 1 tower for Tundra.
Very nicely done from them. Just again,
what is
pressing.
He's going Radiance now. It's just all over the place with this build. I mean,
I kind of like that. I
the
actually think
idea
that's
of going
a really good choice
tanky
here.
into Radiance is not new.
Yeah.
But on a Faceless Void, interesting.
I like it. The blind against Bristle, Mag plus Dusa, and even the Nature's Prophet position 4 is going to feel nice. And his idea of approaching fights here is that we are approaching that War of Attrition mindset. So Radiance, one of the best items for that playstyle. They're just going to try to outlast the enemy team, tank through everything. Radiance will fit the bill for that. I think this is a better purchase than Diffusal now that he went Halberd. I really like this. Because they already have the Monkey King for the Diffusal. It might be too much of the same thing. The Radiance will be better against every other hero than Medusa.
Lasso initiation. Roshan, oh, he's the one that gets stunned. He's not going to be happy about that. He's going to ignore everybody on his way back down to the bottom of the pit. Wyatt is still alive somehow. Onto the high ground they go as Shiro pops his ult. It's not going to save his teammate. In fact, they might just be using it to disengage entirely. 33. Doom's still available. Both the ultimate and the hero. Planet.
Time zone, maybe?
Attempting to run away. The time zone onto 2. They're going to try to focus down the Nature's Prophet. They will get him. So a 2 for nothing as the Doom applied. But that is very ambitious from 33. He's just going to walk it off. And 33, taking some mana drain for his efforts, will just disengage entirely.
For what it's worth, I actually think that Doom was good. Because if he doesn't Doom, nothing to say there. I think there's a potential chase counterplay coming out from Tidebound. He was looking at killing Void with a Blink RP, and 33 zoned him out. So the rare zoning Doom actually valuable in that instance. I don't mind it at all.
All right.
Yeah, not too shabby. And the game is still very, very even right now. It becomes a matter of Planet was, I think, 150 gold away from Boots of Bearing So obviously with those in that situation, that's a completely different fight. And they will be available next time. So what will Tundra's solution to that be? If it is a game about kiting, Boots of Bearing and Disperser are king and queen.
And Joker.
Yeah. Oh, Doc.
Yeah, he's getting his mana drained really fast from BZM and company. Lasso ensures the kill. So now not tanky enough at this stage of the game as the items are starting to come in for Tundra. But like you said, still a very close game, only a 3K lead. Could be anybody's game. There's nothing to say. His RP is dodged.
And that's ever the more impressive because he has Yashakaya. So that was a faster cast speed RP that he's still dodged.
Disgusting.
Duracho. He's young.
Yep.
It's a good catchphrase, isn't it?
Sure, depending on the context.
Yeah, Shiro.
BZM onto Shiro. Has the Stone Gaze available.
Use it.
Not going to need it, though, it seems. We'll use the Moonlight Shadow to run away. 33. Pops the dust, finds Planet. As the drums are popped. Looks like he'll find the distance for now. Although Bach has made his way over, has the hairball. Now starting to apply these sticky, well,
this is
actually
an
going to get
awkward
applied.
sandwich.
BZM coming in from the south, has his ult available, will use it. Mostly a zoning ult, because the rest of Team Tidebound are on the southern side of this. And Faith Beyond will fall.
Bach to base he goes.
Good one.
Yep.
Soxa onto the high ground, giving nice vision. Balance strike from BZM. There's the lasso, but Soxa just dies.
Okay. Bach to base he goes.
Well, it just gets better. You should keep using that for every kill we get here.
Bach to Bach kills. Uh-oh. Planet.
Time zone. And he does not have the boots of bearing.
That's a good arrow.
Yet. Arrow does hit. Does he have the time? Oh, he does. We'll be able to backtrack most of the damage as a result. Stone Gaze going to be used to help the rest of his teammates get away, but, I mean, the number is advantaged on the side of Tundra right now.
Honestly, this is a really cool game to watch because these lineups by nature are very different from a lot of games we've seen. Like, it's just, it's creative and it's very unpredictable how things are going to go with these. Oh, arrow not connecting there from Y. BZM will jump away. Speaking of him working on a Manta style of his own. The Disperser is about to be complete, though. Shiro can go and buy it now in the secret shop. And I wonder if this is some sort of go time call here from Tidebound, because the fights are really interesting, where it's like weaving in and out, trying to bait spells on your bristle, but honestly, they haven't really helped Bach that much. A lot of his deaths, I think his team could have actually connected and turned things around for him, but if the Disperser Medusa timing is not the time to look to do something as a team, I don't know what is. The downside now is waiting on that has cost them a Shiva on the enemy team and then Ags on Whitemon's Tinker.
Wow.
He's second in net worth on his team. Just quietly been farming up an absolute storm with his Tumbler's Toy with the greedy.
So the laser shrink ray.
Yeah, this is usually a core item on Tinker, but when you're this farmed and you have that with lens, it's terrible against Medusa, to be fair. The damage.
Soxa's dead. Roshan will be a spectator in this.
Damage on that laser should not be too meaningful against Medusa, but just the blind, right? Consistently being able to laser people in these fights, it's a 4.5 second miss chance, which is quite a long time.
So reduces the current health, maximum health by 15%, and it stacks. The laser bounces once on the farthest target up to 700 range away.
Yeah.
And most importantly, it makes the hero model smaller. So
yes.
Very important.
That is true. If Magnus gets small enough, maybe he can't hit Skewer.
So why would you think that this has been prioritized from Whitemon in this specific game?
It might exactly be because of what we talked about, that if it is a War of Attrition type of game with the long fights, he will get to cast this many times. And perhaps they feel like we need extra damage because our carry is playing more of a utility build with the Radiance Halberd. So I really like it. I think this is an awesome choice from Whitemon. I totally agree with this approach when you're this rich in this game. Also because the enemy team doesn't have the best ways of killing the Tinker. They don't have obvious catch, they don't have burst, so he's very likely to be able to get
Roche
stuff
for
off.
Tormentor.
Yeah, pretty. We've seen this a decent amount in this tournament, this trade-off. Soxa will get the shard. Absolutely wonderful for him, of course. Now he's worth more gold to kill. I still stand by, I think this is the worst shard in the entire game for supports, basically.
Yeah.
It's up there, anyway.
It did get slight tweaks over the last 6 months or so, but it's still up there as, or down there, I guess, depending on your perspective.
Well, Planet on BZM top. Actually going to try to chase him down, but not going to happen. TP out. So that's an Aegis on Dusa. Now, usually when Medusa has an Aegis around this 25 to 30 minute mark, you're looking at potential high ground. I don't know if they've got what it takes. Because the luxury that Tundra have in terms of being pushed into on the high ground, they can just time walk, time dilate. Oh, wait a second. Soxa drawing some attention here.
Yeah, the Boots of Bearing is popped to give that extra move speed. Soxa has no scepter.
Oh, skewered him away from the arrow.
Does it matter? He gets the lasso.
More
Shiro's
time.
on the other side. They are wasting a lot of time here.
Space.
And what do they get out of it? Well, you got the Tinker constantly pushing these waves.
That's a minute off the Aegis. And I do think this is an important timing for them to try to get something done with their Dusa. The problem is, if you're trying to push high ground, you're pushing into laser, time dilation, potential lasso into base. It's really difficult. And you need to get there first. Whitemon is just going to be an absolute pest.
It's a good high ground hero set for Tundra just in general. Even if they were behind, I feel. Or
oh, for sure.
If Tundra were behind, they still would have a decent attempt at defending their own base.
Yeah. It's very solid.
SNY will be the next item for Dyrachyo. So just all tank, all status resist. Not a whole lot of damage.
I don't know if I like the SNY that much.
Feels like a lot of the same at the moment. I mean, if anything, the Manta would help farm quite a bit with the Radiance, but maybe that's...
Yeah, he still has that option if he wants to pivot, because he bought the Yasha first. I'm also not sure what you're trying to Sanjin Yasha off. What is there? There's an arrow and an RP, which, to be fair, are big spells with a long stun duration, but ideally on Void you get hit by neither. So...
Okay, what kind of a statement is that?
Ideally, the enemy misses all their spells.
That's not what I meant.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I mean, status resist.
I guess my point is, I don't think he's buying Sanjin Yasha because he's like, I'm definitely getting arrowed. I want the arrow to be shorter. If you're buying Sanjin Yasha against Doom, it's like, I am gonna be doomed.
Yeah.
I want it to last shorter.
Yeah, he's gonna get
My point
RP.
is, this isn't necessarily that type of game, but
it's Dyrachyo. He's gonna get RP. Planet.
Okay.
He gets lassoed.
He's gonna
TP
die.
coming in. Whitemon on top of Soxa, just gonna watch the show.
Okay, what is the spell call that 33 just used? No looky.
What did he just use?
He used the AoE stun.
The AoE...
The AoE stun from the new Water Friends.
Oh, I have no idea. Tentacle Surprise.
Congregations of the Deep.
Close.
It was a good chance. I mean, you got the right animal species, I guess. So that's already
Amalgamations
impressive.
of the deep.
And his aura is Riverborn aura.
Oh.
Yeah, very cool.
Very juicy. The lore is very deep with these water creatures. I just call all of them Polywog, by the way. If I say Polywog, that's a catch-all for any water creature that's a new creep to this game.
All right.
Yep. As you can read right there, it is Polywog.
Yeah.
You observers?
It's always good when you immediately get backup.
Shiro with 1.5 minutes left on the Aegis.
He's got the Scotty too. I mean,
there's still 3 tier 2s up.
He wants to do stuff, but they're struggling with the waves. This is the problem. Tinker's constantly pushing waves. Doom is pushing waves. Monkey King from the trees. Even Bat. They're just not really able to get in a position to push. So it's Tundra that are going to make the smoke invasion play here. Not going to find anything to start, but maybe...
33, he's going to jump in with that Shivas. It does clip Planet, who uses the Boots of Bearing. Whitemon there with the Shrink Ray. Here comes the rest of Tundra, though. Nature's Prophet still somehow alive. Finally will drop in Dyrachyo place. The big RP coming in, though, on a several hills, but the immediate lasso upon
the Magnus, and now Bach in a lot of trouble on the outskirts of this Wukong's command. Shiro somehow gets out thanks to his ult, but already 3 are dead. The Aegis still in tow, but Shiro's going to die once, and he's going to be completely surrounded. Even the Doom applied to the Mirana might even tick away in the fountain itself, and some way, somehow, Tundra are going to get a full team wipe here. Shiro drained of all mana, drained of all HP, and Tundra suddenly in a massive, massive lead in this game.
Damn, they just get the freest jump ever by opening on the Prophet. This was help a buddy syndrome. They could have sold their Prophet and called it a day, but they TP'd in one by one, except Medusa was super late. The RP had already expired before Shiro arrived, and that's just flat out miscommunication on the side of Tideborn to really... I mean, that's just the... I'm a little bit speechless at how poor that was. There were so many different ways they could have handled that. You're going to see the replay here. So they open up on Planet, and nobody's nearby. So this can just be a dead Prophet, and that's the end of it.
Yeah.
But now, they kind of feel like, okay, we can actually help. He's going to Sprout. Bristle TP's in. Bristle's alone. Arrow completely misses. And now, nice time zone from Dyrachyo. The RP looks good, but Dusa arrives when it's too late and over, and just gets immediately perpetually lasered by Whitemon. And Tidebound just don't really get anything done in this situation, and that is a massive win for Tundra. Sure, they don't get barracks, but 20k lead now.
That was a save your friend syndrome type of situation.
To the absolute max. And they had Aegis too. That was a 6-for-0 fight.
No.
And they barely did damage to the side of Tundra.
So as a result of that, a 20k lead effectively for Tundra. 4 of their heroes with a killing streak at the moment.
Yep.
As you can tell by the glowy numbers there.
Dyrachyo almost completing the Aghanim Scepter now. So having that guaranteed bash at the ready. And Boots of Bearing. 33 sold his phase boots with the Devil's Bargain. And Boots of Bearing coming up in 50 gold.
So what else did he sell this game? The Bracer?
Yeah, 2 Bracers.
I mean, he still has the Halberd, which I assume he keeps that.
I think it's just the 2 Bracers in his boots, right? I don't think he's sold anything else so far.
I wonder if there's like a... How much do you think makes it worth it to be able to sell back in a game like this?
He did sell his wand. We are being corrected.
Oh, wow.
That is value.
It's a big one.
I mean, I think already...
It's such an interesting facet overall.
Yeah, I already think that is worth it, to be honest. If you compare that to, like, how much gold has that made him?
Yeah. I guess it kind of depends on how many times he buys back in the game as well.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the big downside.
Yep.
Or I guess what you're giving up in the other facets, which...
Yeah, the other facets just aren't that great. Gluttony is okay sometimes, I think, but we've seen Gluttony was becoming more popular than this one, actually, toward the end of 737. So...
Oh, my. Leaps right into the arms of Saksa, who
see you later.
Does not want to use his lasso and does not have to.
Whitemon almost has Hex, by the way, so that's good.
Oh.
Has 19,000 net worth.
The Tinker has been kind of crazy this game.
This hero has been first phase banned in a lot of the matches of this tournament so far. Seems to be a massive problem to deal with, and this game is no different. Whitemon absolutely beasting it.
33, looking for a victim.
Bach has the nullifier. If they were to find an opening onto anyone, they could potentially just lock them down.
BZM, Wukong's command. I'm not sure if he can find anybody, though. Nobody else to really set things up. So it ends up being a wasted ult from the Monkey King. Dyrachyo trying to bait something out. Still has his time zone available. We have a smoke from Tidebound. And it feels like this has to work for them.
It's that simple. If this team fight fails, the game is probably just flat out over. And they have the nullifier on Bach, so that allows them to remove the defense matrix and really stick onto targets. Also the Ghost as well as Force Staff. Okay, this would be a start.
They have to lock up Dyrachyo, but no! He gets the time walk off in time!
What?
Oh my goodness, 33 now with free reign available. We'll use the Halberd onto the Medusa.
Able to find the distance, though. Looks like the one they'll catch is Planet. As Dyrachyo and company trying to take out this Medusa. There's the Doom. There's the lasso.
And this is likely to be the
disperser on
beginning of the
cooldown.
end as Y just continuing to get lasered over and over and over. The shrink rate continues. Down goes Shiro. Nothing to say, gets a nice skewer onto 33, but a boundless strike, and here comes BZM to try to finish off everybody else. The only remaining member is Faith Beyond, but not for long. And the question is, how many buildings will Tundra get in this time span?
I need to see a replay of that RP. I think it's not possible to miss it by any less than that. Doraccio must have that must have been frame perfect time walk. I felt like I heard the sound of the RP.
Let's see.
That was like borderline simultaneous.
To be fair, that was a little greedy on the timing.
Absolutely,
of the RP as well.
absolutely. Like that's the thing though. When
too
the
much
enemy
min-max, right?
when the enemy heroes are so tanky, you feel like you have to nail it, but the risk reward of cutting that to the last 0.2 seconds, right?
Yeah.
That was stupid costly. Now, they didn't lose their barracks, so can they keep it up?
Yeah, I guess that's the main benefit. I mean, the silver lining, I guess is a better way to put it, is Tundra building hitting not so great on their side, but they have this massive, massive lead right now, and Roche will be theirs, uncontested, and this will be the second of the game, so Roshan's banner, which will help quite a bit in the pushing endeavors to come. And of course the Aegis for, I assume this is BZM, since Doraccio does very little damage. It will be Doraccio. I guess they're expecting him to... Wait. Oh, he turned it on. I was so confused for a second there. It's like, what is this?
Here it comes.
The animations are all horribly broken.
That is a next level play you can make with Monkey King when Roshan is meant to swap sides.
Yeah.
Monkey can do that.
That's true. Very, I mean...
And then he walks into enemy heroes and they walk away from him because they don't want to get thrown.
That's right. Very strong strategy. You heard it here first. Make sure to tag Cinderin in your fails to come.
If anybody actually makes that play, I want to see it. That'll be funny. Turn into Roche before he walks. Hey, or you walk next to Roche.
It's like the...
You cross the river together.
It's like the ogre clip from Dota 1 where
exactly,
he's hiding
yeah.
inside of the camp.
Yeah.
This is the Dota 2 version of that.
Yep.
Love it.
All right, Tundra, what's it going to be? Lots more unlocked with that Aegis.
Oh, lasso onto Faith Beyond, forcing him to look in their direction. And he's completely isolated from his team. He's brought down. He does have buyback, though.
Yeah, he has buyback.
I feel like Lacoste should be here for this.
I'm sure when I look at my phone after this game, I'm going to have like 3 kick W's in PM.
Yeah, this cast sure is a Pepega, though. That's
that's right. We bring different energy. Thank you for your contribution.
That's how Lacoste would respond to it. 100%. All right, well, 3.5 minutes on the Aegis. Tundra don't feel like they're being forced to do anything. There's a tier 2 mid. I'm surprised they didn't try to force a buyback. I guess the Tormentor, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
As shard
that
for
is
Doraccio.
a great shard.
Oh yeah, that's one you want to purchase usually.
Yep. And a lot of the time that's what you end up doing, but getting it for free even better. Now Bloodthorn.
I didn't notice he had axe,
swiftly approaching.
by the
yep.
way. Did you?
Yep. He was buying it a little while ago, and then he completed it, so then he bought it.
Oh, is that how it works?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we got the time walk applying time lock.
Yep.
Not a very common one.
It just really fits the bill for the game. Right. If it is one of these go in and out, slowly weave and whittle them down, it's item right. Again.
A repeat of what we
this
just
is
saw.
literally the same play in the same spot.
It is.
Deja vu.
And guess what? He still has buyback.
Yep.
And Shiro, all he can do is wait on the high ground. Nothing to say he has refresher, by the way.
Yep.
Has he shown this?
How
recent is this?
I think he did use it when they went for the Void, right?
Okay.
I think it was the second RP that missed.
Oh, I see.
So, yep, you gotta do better than that.
All right, tier 2 tower finally taken out. In less than 2 minutes to go on the Aegis. I think this is go time for Tundra with a 37,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, you want to use this Aegis, right? You want to get Doraccio RP'd.
Yeah, extra AoE on the time zone now, extra attack speed as well.
How big is 200 AoE on something that's a square?
That's actually a good question. We'll find out.
Is it 200 in each direction of the square, I guess?
Wish there was a talent to make it 16 by 9 instead of 4 by 3.
Yes, the full HD time zone.
Absolutely.
Yes.
The 4K version is just global, I guess.